Chapter 77. Do you think that was a wise idea? Harry heard Angela say as she caught up to him and started walking alongside him. Not really, Harry admitted, but I can't be expected to be wise all the time. True, Angela said with a small chuckle before she smiled at him. I'm glad you're better, she said sincerely. Thank you, Harry looked at her with a smile. I need you to do something very important for me, Angela, he said. Of course, Master, what is it? She asked, ready to help out however she could. I need to go do something. Wait for me in the hospital wing. But first tell Madame Pomfrey I will arrive there soon, and then if the Tonks family show up before I do then, I want you to tell them I'm fine and will be arriving shortly. Of course. Angela smiled before she placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him from walking. She stopped along with him and quickly leaned down and gave him a quick peck on the lips. Angela, Harry blinked. I'm with Daphne, we can't. Harry trailed off and gestured between himself and Angela. I'd advise talking to her, my lord, Angela said with a knowing smile before she turned and began walking away. You know, if you play this right, you could get 2 females, Jet commented helpfully. I'll keep that in mind. Harry shook his head before he turned and walked off. A few minutes later, Harry had been able to sneak into the Chamber of Secrets. He walked past the decaying basilisk, barely paying it any attention, and walked into the room where Salazar's portrait was kept. I need to know everything you know about legilimency and flying, Harry said the second he saw Salazar. Specifically the version of flying without the aid of magical devices, Harry added. I'll need a quick overview of it since I have to go somewhere as soon as possible. Just please tell me what you know and point me in the direction of any books on the subject. Thank you for being polite enough to say hello first, Salazar said in a dry voice. About half an hour later, Harry was walking back to the hospital wing and stopped when he heard his name be called. Harry, there you are, Daphne said in a relieved voice as she stopped next to him. There you are, she said after taking a deep breath. She quickly reached out and placed her hand in his. I was worried about you. You should have gone straight back to the hospital wing. Don't just run off like that again. She couldn't help but add. Sorry, Daph, Harry said in an apologetic voice as he took his wand out of his holster and cast a few privacy spells. I had to just check a few things out, things that I think will help against him. Things that will help against Voldemort, Daphne asked, shivering slightly. You said his name, Harry blinked in surprise. If you can fight the fucker, then I can at least be brave enough to say his name, she said dismissively. Fair enough, Harry said with a small chuckle before he quickly sobered up. Daph, there was something that happened on my way there. I asked Angela to wait in the hospital wing for my family and then she kissed me before she walked off. I didn't kiss her, I swear. Harry added the last part quickly. Oh, Daphne frowned before turning silent and then staying silent. For Harry, the silence seemed to have gone for an eternity. Okay, she eventually said. Oh, okay, Harry asked in a confused voice. Someone kisses me and all you tell me is okay. It's Angela, Daphne said with a small sigh. I talked with Angela before I came into a relationship with you, and we've agreed to share you. Share me, Harry repeated with disbelief. Yeah, I think she was just backing off this year to give me some more time with you, Daphne added. But anyway, long story short, I'm fine with you and Angela having a relationship. Is this a magical world thing? Harry asked, still looking quite confused. Because as far as I am aware, that's not a normal thing in Muggle England. Well, it's not forbidden, but it's not common, Daphne explained in a slightly embarrassed voice. I had a great uncle who had 2 wives. So, you would be okay with me and Angela? Harry asked. You mean Angela and I? Daph, you just told me that I could be with 2 girls at the same time. The correct way of saying things is not a priority for me. Fair enough, and yes, I am okay with it. Daphne nodded before she leaned forwards and kissed Harry. You've been so brave and wonderful. If anyone deserves 2 girls, then it's you, she said with a smile. Wow, my ego and my dick rose up at the same time. Harry blinked, earning a laugh from Daphne. He grinned at her before canceling the privacy spells. The two then started walking towards the hospital wing. "Everything's going to change now, isn't it?" Daphne asked in a knowing voice. "Most likely," Harry sadly nodded, "but we'll brave it together," he said before they arrived at the hospital wing. The remaining days of the year went by quite quickly. At the end of the year, Harry had left Hogwarts via the Flu network. Sadly, he and the Tonks family weren't going back to their normal home apart from to collect their stuff. It had been decided that for the sake of safety, they would be living in number 12 Grimmauld Place with Sirius. Apparently, the wards on that house were brilliant and were only going to be improved over the summer. "Ludo," a voice growled. That was the first thing that Ludo Bagman heard when he arrived in his home. He gulped when he saw Lord Arcturus Black casually sitting in Ludo's favorite chair, looking like he not only owned the house but Ludo as well. "We need to have a chat, a very, very long chat," Lord Black said before pulling his wand out. The first thing he cast was a spell to get rid of bad smells because Ludo most definitely pissed himself. Draco and Theodore Knott were kneeling next to each other. The first thing that happened after they had been taken from the train platform by their families had been them being taken straight to Malfoy Manor, where they would meet the Dark Lord. Right now, they were currently kneeling together with their families on either side of them. Several other Death Eaters were also kneeling, while Lord Voldemort sat upon a throne-like chair in front of everyone, while his snake familiar was curled up next to him. After first seeing the Dark Lord, the boys both found themselves even more impressed that Harry Potter had managed to survive him. "Ah, welcome, Severus," Voldemort purred in an amused voice when Severus Snape entered the room. "How nice of you to drop in after so long." "My lord," Snape said as he bowed his head and kneeled down once he found a close enough spot. "Forgive my delay, I had only been able to leave recently. Since I am in a considerably good mood, I shall be quite forgiving today, but do not test me further by being late again," Voldemort replied. "I have several important questions for you, Severus. Most can wait until we are alone, but there is one I would like to ask now. Tell me, what do you know about Harry Potter?" he asked. Draco and Theo stiffened slightly, but other than that they didn't show any reactions to what Voldemort has said. "Potter," Snape began before pausing. He let out a small breath before he continued. "He is far different from what I had expected him to be," Snape admitted. "When he first arrived at school, I was expecting another snotty-nosed Gryffindor, an arrogant brat. It turns out I ended up getting an arrogant Slytherin." "He is very Slytherin," Voldemort chuckled in agreement. "Tell me, Severus, do you think Potter would make a great addition to our cause?" he asked. "I reluctantly will have to admit that he would be a good ally." "Good," Voldemort smirked. "Head to the side chamber. I will talk with you more once I am done here." "Yes, master." Snape nodded before he stood up and left the room. "My lord, forgive me," one Death Eater spoke up. "I do not mean to question or offend you, but why would you want Potter? Sure, the boy has money, but we have more than enough of that. Besides, the boy is just a half-blood. There are all these stories about him, but most of them have to be false or done with additional help. Any single person from our numbers would be able to deal with him." He would have continued, but was cut off by two snorts. "You have something to say?" Voldemort asked Draco and Knott. Both boys paled as they realized that they had been far louder than they had intended to be. "Stand up," he ordered. Both boys gulped but did as they were told. "Which part of what was said was amusing to you?" he asked in a voice that was oddly curious. We meant no disrespect, my lord," Draco spoke in a nervous voice. "And none was taken," Voldemort said, waving him off. "But I will consider it disrespectful if you do not answer my question with the truth. Do not lie, I will know. What was amusing to you?" The two boys exchanged looks before turning back to the Dark Lord. Well, my lord, personally for me it was the any single person from our numbers would be able to deal with him part," Theo answered. "Same," Draco nodded. Both of you come closer," Voldemort ordered. "Please, my lord," Lucius spoke up. "Do not punish my son, allow me to handle it." "I ask of the same, please do not punish my heir. If needs be, I will do it myself," Knott Sr. added. He and Lucius both knew that any punishments they could do would pale in front of the Dark Lords. They will not be punished, nor will you punish them. In fact, should I hear that they have been punished, then I will torment the both of you," Voldemort said in a cold voice before gesturing the boys to come forward. The two gulped, but did as they were told and stopped in front of the other Death Eaters. "Now, tell me what you know about Harry Potter," he commanded. My lord," Draco began. "When I first met Potter before the sorting feast, I offered to help him work out which wizards were the wrong sort, as my father had instructed me to do so. He then told me that he was capable of doing it on his own, but was willing to listen to me. Then during the sorting, he was sorted into Slytherin House, which was quite honestly a surprise for everyone. I didn't really expect him to last more than a week." "Me neither," Theo spoke. "He acted in a very Slytherin-like manner during the feast, and then when we got into the common room, a sixth-year boy tried to bully Potter. He grabbed him by the collar, and the next thing we know, a snake shot out from Potter's clothes. This was the snake that would be his familiar. We learnt that he was a Parslimouth. Potter then hit the sixth-year boy with a knockback jinx before he used his Parslimouth abilities to set all the metal snakes in the common room on him." "Nod and I have both spent a lot of time with Potter," Draco spoke next. "Aye, he is truly a great wizard. It would be foolish to deny that. He's consistently the best in our year. His week is not complete if he hasn't mastered advanced spells, and his day is not finished until he learns or practices some form of magic. He even practices taking his wand out of his holster just so he could do it as fast as possible. He's been doing that since first year. He's mastered the Patronus charm, and Merlin knows how many other spells were too young to learn," Theo spoke. "I am not saying that he is undefeatable. You yourself have defeated him, but he is not an easy win for the average wizard. He regularly spars and beats older students, most of the time just for fun. Nobody who has been in Slytherin House for a long time is willing to challenge him." Draco coughed before taking a deep breath. "Potter has also challenged you," Draco added. "Oh," Voldemort asked. "Yes, I can tell you the exact words he used if you wish," Draco offered. But to sum up, he walked into the Great Hall with the school nurse following behind him and telling him to get back to the hospital wing. He goes up to the front, pushes Dumbledore out of the way, and then basically said that he wasn't a liar, and if people didn't believe his words about your return, then they could suffer the consequences. After that, he told everyone to pay attention because he wanted you to hear his words, Theo said nervously. He basically said that you won their last fight, but you won't win their next, and even if you do, then he's going to do his best to take part of you with him. Voldemort hummed. He decided to take a look into the mind of these boys to truly discover what happened without wasting time listening to them, only. He quickly realized that he couldn't. He showed no visible reaction, but internally his mind was racing. "What the hell happened to my legilimency?" he mentally hissed. Chapter 78. Harry yawned as he woke up. He looked around and found that he wasn't waking up in the hospital wing, or his Slytherin room, and not even his room at the Tonks family house. No, he was in number 12 Grimmauld Place, in a bedroom that he had been told belonged to Sirius's deceased brother, Regulus Black. They all had to sneak in quietly last night or risk waking up the portrait of Sirius's mother, who was apparently quite the screamer. There was plenty of room in the house since it was fairly large even before it had been magically expanded, and the only other two people in the house at the moment were Remus and Sirius. Ted and Andromeda had gotten their own room together. Tonks had offered to share one with Harry, but Harry had politely refused and requested a separate room. It wasn't even that he didn't want to spend time with Tonks. Harry just needed some time to himself. All in all, Harry didn't really mind the taste that Regulus had. The room was designed to be comforting for a Slytherin, which Harry fortunately was. Despite this, Harry was not happy with the situation at all. He didn't want to be in this old room, even if it was the only one in the house that didn't need to be cleaned. At this point in the summer, he should have been in the Tonks family home with Andromeda, Ted, and Nim, laughing at something on TV and eating Andromeda's delicious food. But no, he was in this stuffy house because he couldn't risk Voldemort attacking his house and the Tonks family. The worst part was that Harry could actually understand why they were doing this. It wasn't like they were being ridiculously paranoid. For all Harry knew, it was possible for Voldemort to somehow start believing that the key to getting Harry to join him would be to take out all of Harry's family. "Are you going to wake up yet?" Jet asked, sat on a chair by a desk. No, Harry said as he curled up in bed, pulling the covers as close to himself as possible, enjoying the warm feeling. I am a warm and toasty cinnamon bun right now. I'm also likely to hex the first person to stop me from being one. Harry added before closing his eyes and staying in bed for another half an hour, which in Harry's opinion was fine since he always woke up earlier than everyone else. Harry let out a small sigh as he sat up. At night, he hadn't worn anything beyond a pair of knee-length, black shorts. Harry took his wand and quickly cast some basic cleaning spells on himself. He rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and stood up. Once he was standing, he started stretching before Thor flew onto his shoulder. Harry looked at the young thunderbird and saw that he was now roughly the same size as a cockatoo bird. Harry had been expecting him to be bigger by now based off how big an average thunderbird could get. So far, Harry theorized that they were either late bloomers or the familiar bond somehow affected Thor's aging process. As long as Thor was happy and healthy, Harry couldn't say that he minded too much. You ready for breakfast, little guy? Harry whispered to Thor as he put on a pair of indoor slippers and picked up a shirt and slung it over his free shoulder. Thor let out a happy trill in response and playfully nibbled on Harry's ear. I'll take that as a yes. Harry chuckled before he picked up Jet and let him wrap around his left arm. Hedwig, Harry spoke to his white owl that was still resting on a perch. You want to eat now or should I bring some food back for you later? Harry asked. Hedwig wasn't exactly a familiar, but she was smart enough that she might as well have been. Hoot hoot, Hedwig replied. 2 hoots, so that's the second one, Harry asked. Hoot, Hedwig confirmed with a nod. Fair enough. Harry nodded before he walked out of the room and walked downstairs. As soon as he got down, the curtains that had been covering the portrait of Sirius's mother flung open. The portrait of Walburga Black was about to start screaming and shouting, but stopped when she caught sight of Harry. Is that a thunderbird? And a snake, she said with copious amounts of disbelief. Yes, Harry nodded. This is your godfather's mother. She looks unpleasant, even by my low standards for humans, Jet hissed. I'm not going to argue with you on that particular belief, Harry hissed back. A Parslimouth, Walburga gasped. Yep, Harry said before he removed his wand and flicked it, causing the curtains to close. Now that that's done, off to breakfast, Harry said before he walked into the kitchen. Morning, Harry said, greeting everyone. He was slightly surprised to see that everyone was already awake and eating breakfast, all apart from Roman, who Harry knew was staying here with Sirius. Morning, did you wake up just now? Ted asked. Nah, half an hour ago. I just didn't want to get out of bed, Harry said as he stopped by the first available seat. Thor hopped off of Harry's shoulder and glided down to the table while Jet slithered off of Harry's arm and onto the table, allowing Harry to put his shirt on. You should put some more clothes on, Tonks suggested. You'll get cold. Not really. I have these wonderful things called warming charms, Harry said as he started eating once Flipsy, and Dobby placed some food on the table for Harry and his familiars. Those elves of yours are wonderful, Sirius told Harry. They actually do work. That is the point of house elves, is it not? Harry asked after swallowing down his food. What Sirius is referring to is the house elf that lives here, Remus, who was also staying in the house, began explaining. He's not fond of Sirius. That's putting it mildly, Sirius snorted. The best we were able to do is get the elf to agree to leave us alone. Since I'm not Lord Black, I have limited authority over him. He obeys me because I'm a black, but he doesn't like me at all. Never has, not even when I was a kid. Would trip over himself to help my dear mother or my perfect brother, but treated me like dirt. Hold on, so this elf does no work around here? Harry asked in a disbelieving voice. Not really, Sirius shrugged. And we're letting him stay here. Fuck that, Harry said as he stood up. What are you doing? Tonks asked. Dealing with the freeloader, Harry answered before turning to Sirius. Call the elf. Okay, creature, Sirius called before an elf popped into the room. He was quite old and nasty looking compared to other elves. Horrible master calls creature, the elf asked, glaring at Sirius. Creature, Harry spoke and the elf looked at him. We need to talk. Filthy son of a mudblood wishes to speak with Creature, Creature said, looking at Harry as if the very sight of him was horribly disgusting. Creature, don't be rude, Andromeda admonished as she glared at the elf. She was about to say more, but Creature continued speaking. Bad blood traitor talks to Creature. She should. That was about as much as Creature was able to get out before he found himself blasted backwards. Harry raised a hand to stop the others from moving. We'll handle this. You just blasted him across the room. Sirius blinked. He insulted both of my mothers. Harry shrugged before he flicked his wand, and Creature was suddenly lifted into the air and pulled forwards until he was hovering a few inches away from Harry. Do you know who I am, elf? Harry asked. Yous be filthy mud. Wrong, Harry snapped, causing Creature to be quiet. I am Lord Potter and heir to the most ancient and noble House of Black, and you will treat me with the respect I deserve. Creature is. A disgrace, Harry cut him off. This house is a house that belongs to the noble House of Black, and you were in charge of caring for it. Why is it such a dump then? You don't deserve to serve us, nor do you deserve to stay in this house. Harry said. He knew he got a reaction when Creature's eyes widened in fear and worry. Say your goodbyes because I'm going to give you clothes. No, Creature cried, looking incredibly scared. Don't give Creature clothes. My house elves have earned their keep. They've worked. You haven't cleaned this house, and yet have the nerve to insult the guests in this house, including those born into the Black family, Harry demanded. How dare you speak to Andromeda like that when she's not only my mother, but also a witch that has been born into the Black family? Sirius may be a colossal prat. Hey, Sirius cried. But he's a member of the Black family. You will treat him and everyone with the respect they deserve, Harry continued, ignoring Sirius. You get one chance, elf, just one. Fix up or get kicked out, is that understood? Why, yes, master, Creature gulped. Good, now apologize to those you've insulted, and you had better mean it, Harry said before he not so gently dropped Creature on the floor. Creature is sorry, Creature apologized. Good, now go until you're called, Harry ordered. Yes, master, Creature gave him a low bow before popping away. Well, that's one problem solved. Anything else I have to fix? Harry asked in a casual voice as he sat down and continued eating. What was that? Remus asked in a surprised voice. Basic behavior, Harry shrugged. Wolves obey an alpha because he's strong and cares for them. Humans obey their families and employers because they're in positions of superiority. That elf has clearly forgotten who his masters are, and if he's going to be staying in this house without paying rent, then he needs to work since he's not family, a pet or a familiar. Yes, we're exempt, Jet said happily to Thor. Harry, I noticed you referred to me as mother repeatedly. Have some more food, Andromeda said with a bright smile as she put more food on Harry's plate. Yay! Harry grinned before leaning forward and kissing Andromeda's cheek, causing her to beam. By the way, is there anywhere in this house where I can practice my spells? Harry asked Sirius as he sat back. Yeah, down in the basement, Sirius answered. Good, anyone want to practice with me after breakfast? Harry asked. You shouldn't practice immediately after breakfast, Andromeda frowned. I'll wait half an hour first, Harry said with a smile. So, anyone up for it? Harry asked. I'll take you on, Tonks said with a grin. Great, by the way, Angela has asked if she could stay for the summer, Harry asked in a casual voice. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Ted asked. Angela wants to stay over. She's apparently been quite worried about something happening while I'm out of her sight, Harry replied. I'd like it if she comes here, can she? I'm in favor of it, Tonks grinned. Yes, but you're hardly the picture of responsibility, Andromeda replied. By the way, if it helps any, I should point out that Angela is not my girlfriend. That's Daphne, Harry added. That does help somewhat, Ted said to Andromeda. Ted and I shall think about it, Andromeda told Harry. That's good enough. Harry smiled just before Roman entered the room with a yawn. Good morning, Roman said as he scratched the back of his head, only to stop when he saw Harry. Oh, Harry. Eat your breakfast, then wait half an hour and come down to the basement, Harry told Roman. Oh, okay, why? Roman asked. You need to start bloody practicing if you're still planning to stay a ward of the family, Harry replied. Oh, got it, Roman nodded, knowing that the wards on the building stopped the trace from detecting if he used magic or not. Does that mean you're going to teach me? He asked hopefully. You know that I can teach you magic as well, Sirius asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, but you've never killed a dragon or survived the worst Dark Lord in history at the age of 14, Roman replied. I am. Fair enough. By the way, guys, Sirius said later that day, I'm so sorry. I forgot to talk to you guys about this, but I've given Dumbledore permission to hold his Order of the Phoenix meetings here in exchange for helping out with the wards. Sirius said before explaining that the Order was a group of wizards and witches that Dumbledore created to combat Voldemort during the last war. Okay, fair enough, Harry replied. Great. Oh, and the Weasleys are staying here for the summer because I... What? Harry, Tonks, and Roman blurted out, cutting off Sirius. Meanwhile, Ted began rubbing his eyes while Andromeda face-palmed. Ah, I sense I've made a mistake. Sirius frowned after taking in everybody's reaction. Before we continue with this, I'm going to go and tell Angela she can come over, Harry said as he stood up. No way am I staying in here with Weasleys without backup, excuse me. I'll be back to hex Sirius in a minute. Chapter 79. Come on, Harry hissed to himself through gritted teeth as he tried to levitate himself into the air. He was currently in the basement of number 12 Grimmauld Place. As of the moment, there was only one other person in the room with him, and that was Angela, who was sat on the side with Jet in her lap and Thor on her shoulder. Move into the air, damn it, Harry yelled out before he stopped trying and began rubbing his face. That's disappointing. Yes, it is, Angela agreed, having patiently watched Harry try and fly for the last half an hour or so. Though that is to be expected. If it was an easy spell to learn, then we would have heard of plenty of people doing it by now. But still, I believe that it's very possible for you to learn the spell. Hopefully you'll be able to at least start hovering before we return to school. I'm not exactly sure what a good goal is for this spell with our time period. She added the last part with a shrug. Neither am I, Harry admitted. But hopefully, I'll be able to start hovering soon at least. It feels like I'm wasting my time without seeing results. I understand that, but remember, you are a Slytherin. Patience is important, she replied. So are results, Harry said jokingly just before Thor flew off of Angela's shoulder and flapped his wings until he landed on the arm that Harry extended for him. Thor let out a proud chirp when he had landed. Oh, you're trying to show off now, aren't you? Harry said with a grin. Trying to show off the fact that you can fly and I can't. Thor actually nodded and let out several happy chirps. He must take after his master, Angela said with a grin. What the hell? Sirius blurted out as he entered the kitchen without any hair. Who did this? That would be us. Tonks grinned as she gestured to Harry and herself. Consider it step one of our vengeance, Harry said with a small grin. Is this about the Weasleys? Sirius sighed. Partly, Tonks nodded. Shall we run through the list of things you did wrong? We should, Harry said before Sirius could reply. Number the first, you live in this house, but this is technically the property of Lord Black, so you should have asked his permission before letting the Order or the Weasleys in here. Tonks began. Number the two, if not him, then you should have asked me at least since I'll be inheriting this property, Harry continued. Number the three, I am really liking this number the thing. Number the four, so am I. Number the five, you invited a family that we don't like to live with us without asking any of us. Number the six, I promise you that both Lord Black and I will not be happy to have the Weasley family stay in this home, and that's not counting the rest of the people living in this house, Harry said. Number the seven, it's too late for you to cancel now. All right, I'm sorry, Sirius sighed. Their home had been attacked and they were under danger as known Muggle supporters. This is just until their home is repaired and warded up. I didn't think it would be this big of an issue. Number the eight, you don't think? Harry and Tonks said at the same time, both glaring at Sirius. Did you two practice that? Ted asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, the two once again answered at the same time. Look, I get it, I messed up, Sirius said, rolling his eyes. So, what's step 2 in your vengeance? Absolutely nothing, Tonks answered. Sirius blinked. Sirius, you're about to spend the rest of the summer and possibly longer with the Weasleys. Harry spoke slowly, as if he was explaining something simple to a child. That will be punishment enough. Welcome all, come in, Sirius said when the Weasleys arrived. He was thankful that he had been able to get his hair back before they arrived. Thank you for letting us all stay, Molly Weasley said as she entered the house followed by the twins, Ginny and Ron. Arthur is busy at work, so he'll be here in an hour or so. That's all well and good, but please don't make too much noise, Sirius said as the kids began talking to each other after greeting him. I don't want to wake. Filth, the curtains on the portrait of Walburga Black opened up. Mudbloods, blood traitors, curses on the wizarding world. Her, Sirius sighed. I don't want to wake her. What is that? Molly asked as the portrait continued to scream curses. A portrait of my thankfully deceased mother, Sirius calmly explained, as if the portrait wasn't continuing to scream. Aren't you going to stop her or something? Ginny asked while covering her ears. Oh no, I have someone for that, Sirius said as he heard footsteps coming from upstairs. What the fuck is going on? Harry calmly asked as he reached the bottom of the stairs. What are you doing here? Ron blurted out. I live here, you orange-haired troglodyte, Harry said without breaking pace before he stopped in front of the portrait. Can you stop? Harry asked in an annoyed voice. Walburga turned to him and was about to say something before pausing when she realized it was Harry. She stopped screaming out of respect for Harry. She had been ecstatic when she had learnt that Lord Black had made this Parselmouth with 2 familiars, a snake and a thunderbird of all things, the heir to the Black family. As of the moment, Harry was about the only person living in this house who she was willing to listen to. There are filth in the House of Black, she said before gesturing in the direction of the Weasleys. Trust me, I'm not particularly happy about this either, but unfortunately your son is an idiot, Harry shrugged. He is an idiot, she agreed with a suffering sigh. Hey, Sirius said, only to be ignored. Either way, we're going to be experiencing their company along with several other people you will consider undesirable. Screaming does not benefit anyone. We are members of the Black family. We don't scream. Our enemies do, so please stop screaming unless we're under attack, Harry responded before pulling out his wand. I will handle this, he added before flicking his wand and causing the curtains to close. You can't do magic, you'll get in trouble, Mrs. Weasley said. No, I won't. I've got special permission to use magic outside school, Harry calmly replied as he turned to her, only to frown. Where are the others? He asked Ginny. Dad's at work and will be here soon, Ginny began answering. Bill and Charlie are currently out of the country for a bit, doing whatever it is a curse breaker and dragon handler does. Harry nodded at that. At least Charlie wouldn't be here to bother Tonks. As for Percy, here Ginny scowled. The Pratt is currently siding with the Ministry and is one of the many idiots claiming that you're lying. Of course he is, Harry said with a roll of his eyes. I didn't know the two of you were such good friends, Mrs. Weasley said in an almost hopeful voice. We do live in the same schoolhouse, Harry reminded her, cutting her off before she could say any more. Creature, Dobby, Flipsy, Harry called. A second later, Creature popped in, followed by the other 2 elves. Creature, please show them to their rooms. Can the rest of you take their stuff to their rooms? Yes, master. The elves chorused before Dobby and Flipsy began taking the Weasleys' trunks. Creature sniffed as he looked at the Weasleys before gesturing them to follow him. This'll be fun, Harry said with a sigh once the Weasleys were gone upstairs. Once they had all settled in, Mrs. Weasley and the other Weasley children came down to the kitchen where everyone with the exception of Angela, who was still upstairs. The other 2 exceptions were Ted and Tonks, who had both gone to work. Conveniently, when the Weasleys were supposed to be coming, was sat. Hi, Ginny, Roman said with a smile when he saw her enter the room. What are you doing here? Ron demanded upon seeing Roman. He is a ward of the Black family. Harry spoke in a cold voice before anyone else could. Harry was sat in his seat with Jet resting on his shoulders, and Thor perched on Harry's left hand, which was on top of the table. My family, the family that owns the house that you are all going to be living in. So I would advise you, if you truly want your family to have somewhere to stay this summer, to be more respectful. Harry finished, the warning evident in his voice. Ron looked like he wanted to say more, but was stopped by the twins, who both nudged him in a way that clearly said, "Shut up." "Hi, Roman," Ginny said as she walked over and sat next to Roman. She gave him a quick hug before the two began talking with each other. The rest of the Weasleys sat down at the table. Mrs. Weasley was about to speak when suddenly Angela appeared in the room. "Oh, you're all here," she said in a casual voice before she walked around the table. Every eye was on her, though for different reasons. Angela's hair had been let down and was hanging slightly past her shoulders. The only thing she was really wearing was a pair of slippers for her feet, a pair of black shorts that descended down to just above her knees, and a white button-up shirt which was actually Harry's and had just been magically altered slightly to fit her. Ginny resisted the urge to giggle at the dumbstruck looks on the faces of her brothers, as their eyes were glued to Angela as she walked around the table. Roman had merely rolled his eyes at the Weasley boys. He knew they had no chance in hell of even being given permission to touch Angela, though he couldn't fault them for wanting to look. Angela stopped next to Harry and gave him a quick but passionate kiss on the lips before sitting down next to him. She reached out and petted Thor and Jet, acting as if she hadn't even noticed the boys' reactions or the disapproving glare from Mrs. Weasley. "Harry, I thought you were with Daphne." Andromeda frowned. "You're cheating on her." "No, this was actually her idea," Harry calmly explained as he gestured between himself and Angela. "Believe me, she was the one who convinced me it's fine. We're in a, I suppose you could say, three-way relationship." "You mean you and both girls at the same time?" Sirius asked, sounding very jealous. He had never gotten two good-looking girls to have a three-way relationship when he was Harry's age. "Pretty much," Harry said with a smirk. "That is very inappropriate," Mrs. Weasley frowned. "I understand how it can be appeal think it should be said that you would be far better off if you just choose a nice girl and settle down with her." "Your opinion has been noted," Harry said dismissively before he returned to eating dinner. "And you," Mrs. Weasley changed her attention to Angela, "you should dress more appropriately." "The only opinion that matters to me is my master's, so don't bother wasting your breath," Angela said, just as dismissively as Harry. Mrs. Weasley looked like she wanted to say more but stopped when she heard the sound of hissing and saw Jet looking at her. It seemed to her like the snake was waiting for her to continue speaking. She gulped and kept quiet. "I'm doing it," Harry said happily later that evening while in the basement as he began to hover a couple of inches off the ground. Thor was flying around him in a circle, letting out happy trills. "Well done, Harry," Angela said enthusiastically, standing on the side with Jet on her shoulders. "If you keep practicing, then you should be able to start properly flying soon," she added once Harry had dropped back down to the ground. "That's the plan." Harry grinned. After another 10 minutes or so of practice, Harry and Angela returned upstairs to find Lord Black enter the building. "Lord Black," Angela nodded respectfully. "Where have you been?" Harry asked curiously. "Working," Lord Black grunted. "Firstly, I was off getting Bagman arrested." "Just arrested?" Harry asked knowingly. "Just arrested," Lord Black repeated with a wink before his face suddenly shifted into a scowl. Unfortunately, the stupid bootlicker had performed a magical vow to stop himself from revealing who had paid him. "Wow, Malfoy actually made a smart decision," Harry said in a voice full of fake surprise. "By the way, before we continue, you should know that Dumbledore's secret group and the Weasley family are staying here," Harry told him. "What?" "Blame Sirius," Harry shrugged. "I will," Lord Black growled. "Wait there for a minute, let me find the mangy mutt and then I'll get back to you," he said before he walked off. "If the dog is killed, then can I eat him?" Jet asked. "No, but you can keep his room," Harry replied. "That works." Chapter 80. "What the fuck? was the first thing Sirius blurted out as Arcturus Black walked into Sirius's room and sent a hex at him the second they had locked eyes. Sirius had barely managed to duck under it. "What the hell?" Sirius said as he dodged another. "So, you flea-bitten idiot, are you ready to explain to me why this home, the one that I have very graciously allowed you to live in, rent-free I might add, is now housing several red-headed imbeciles and will be open to various more?" Arcturus said, his voice somewhere between questioning and growling. "Rent-free as well." "Oh, it seemed like a good idea at the time," Sirius said in a slow voice. "Right. Well, you clearly don't deserve to breathe or breed, so stay still so I can fucking kill you." "Oh, look, he survived," Jet commented when Sirius walked into the kitchen with his hair and clothes looking burnt. He sat down as if nothing was wrong. "So, good talk?" Harry asked innocently, though the effect was ruined by his smile. That particular smile earning him a glare from Sirius. It was quite honestly only the fact that in exchange for opening the house, we'd be getting information on Voldemort and help with improving the wards that stopped him from doing worse, Sirius said, wincing slightly as he shifted in his seat. "Crazy old man," he said under his breath as he rubbed his ribs. "Where were you three?" Ted asked when Harry, Roman, and Angela entered the kitchen for dinner. The Weasleys were there along with the Tonks family. All were sat down at the table, including Mrs. Weasley, who was slightly put out at not being able to cook since the elves had already cooked the food. "Practicing," Harry answered as he sat down at the table along with Roman and Angela. Roman winced in pain slightly as he sat down, while Angela took great care to slowly sit down. Harry, on the other hand, sat down in an almost casual manner with Thor perched on his right shoulder, while Jet was wrapped around Harry's left arm. "Are you all right?" Ginny asked Roman, having noticed his discomfort. "Oh, I'm fine," he waved her off. "If I'm not fine soon, then a couple of minor healing spells will help." "Healing spells?" Ginny blinked. "What did you guys do?" she asked. "Angela and I fought Harry 2-on-1, he still won," Roman admitted. "You've been using magic," Mrs. Weasley blurted out in a surprised voice. "Oh, I forgot to mention," Sirius spoke up. "The trace doesn't work in this house, the wards here block it." "We can use magic," Ron said with a grin. So for he and Ginny were the only members of the family who weren't allowed to use magic since now even the twins were of age. "No, you cannot," Mrs. Weasley cut off any response. "I don't care what wards are on this house, you and Ginny will not be using magic," she said in a firm voice. "But Mum," the two youngest Weasley children began, only to be interrupted. "No buts," Mrs. Weasley quickly cut the two off. "Thank you for the pre-dinner entertainment," Harry said in a dry voice before Jet climbed down from Harry's arm and onto the table. Must you bring that snake of yours to the dinner table?" Mrs. Weasley said, leaning back as far as she could without getting up. "Yes," Harry replied, but didn't elaborate more than that. "You should have been there, Ginny," Roman spoke to Ginny. "Me and Angela together, and he managed to beat us both, almost easily." "You both put up a good fight," Harry responded. "But I'm improving at an impressive rate, if I do say so myself." "I can't help but agree," Angela nodded, rolling her neck as she did so. "It's impressive how good you've gotten. It's easier to count the parts of my body that aren't sore." "Perhaps Harry could kiss those parts better," Tonks innocently suggested. "Nymphadora, don't be so crude," Andromeda admonished. "Don't call me Nymphadora," Tonks said, glaring at Andromeda. "Should I kiss those parts better?" Harry asked Angela with a grin. "That's entirely up to you," Angela smirked. "You don't even have to wait for me to be in pain next time." "Good to know." Harry smirked back while Mrs. Weasley looked very disapproving, but thankfully managed to refrain from commenting. "Good morning, everyone," Professor Dumbledore said when he arrived the next morning. "How are you all?" "Perfectly fine, sir," Harry answered. "And what about you?" "As well as I can be, my boy," Dumbledore said with a small chuckle. "I am rather surprised to find that Mrs. Black's portrait has decided to not scream at me like she had previously done." "Harry has managed to persuade her not to, thank Merlin," Tonks replied. Ah, excellent, Professor Dumbledore said before turning to Lord Black. It is good to see you again, Lord Black. Well, the mongrel didn't seem to think it was important to ask my permission before letting other people enter and ward my property, Lord Black said, sending a withering glare to Sirius. Ah, I am terribly sorry, Dumbledore said, nodding in understanding. May we still use this property? He asked hopefully. Yes, Lord Black grunted. The idiot gave his word and Blacks don't go back on our words. Even if we sometimes wish we could, Harry added under his breath. Besides, these improvements to the wards will benefit me, so it's not a complete loss, Lord Black said, more to himself. Excellent then, Dumbledore smiled. Now before we start, we should decide on who the secret keeper will be. If it is acceptable, then I am willing to become the secret keeper. No, Harry and Lord Black both spoke at the same time. They looked at each other with a little bit of surprise. Why not? There is no better person to be the secret keeper than the headmaster. Mrs. Weasley frowned. Shut it, Harry and Lord Black said at the same time, only to blink and stare at each other with surprise again. Oh crap, there's two of them, Ted whispered to Andromeda. This is my property, Lord Black spoke up. I decide who is going to be the secret keeper. As is your right, Dumbledore nodded. Do you have someone in mind, or do you wish to make yourself the secret keeper? He asked. Actually, Harry spoke up with a grin on his face. I know someone who could be a great secret keeper. I'm not sure it would be the best idea for you to be the secret keeper, Dumbledore began speaking in an apologetic voice. You are still required to attend school and… Not what I meant, Harry cut him off. Dobby, Flipsy, Harry called, and the two elves popped into the room. Take your pick, Harry said as he gestured to the two elves. House elves, Professor Dumbledore asked in a curious voice. Loyal as shit and hard to catch, Harry shrugged. Besides, they can ask approval from myself and Lord Black before letting anyone else in. Also, who is going to suspect a house elf when there are so many other options? Clever, Dumbledore said approvingly before turning to the elves. Now, which one to choose? Which one of you would like to be the secret keeper? This is a very big responsibility and will greatly help your master a lot. Creature would be willing, Creature said as he popped in behind the two elves. Creature would gladly. Flipsy cut Creature off with a punch to the face, sending the elf to the floor. Flipsy is willing, Flipsy said before turning to Dobby. Dibs, Flipsy said with a grin. Damn, Dobby said under his breath. Expelliarmus, Ginny and Roman shouted. Two red spell beams shot out of their wands and towards Harry, who dodged out of the way of Roman's beam and swatted away Ginny's spell. Harry flicked his wrist, silently sending a pair of ropes towards the two. Harry had spent a lot of time working on his silent casting when he wasn't practicing flying. Harry had no doubt that silent casting would be a great weapon in his arsenal. Harry knew that silent casting would be something that would be learnt in 6th year, but he was rather impatient. Not that anyone could blame him given that he had the worst Dark Lord of all time chasing after him. Ginny and Roman sent 2 spells at him. Harry blocked both before twirling his wand and shooting out a jet of water that knocked Ginny off of her feet. Roman looked towards her, and Harry quickly took advantage of that distraction to hit Roman with a body bind. Harry followed up with a disarming spell to Ginny, sending her wand out of her hand and into Harry's own. Not bad, Ted said with a grin from his seat on the side of the room. He was sat with Thor perched on his head, while Andromeda was sat next to him with Jet resting in her lap. You did all of your spells silently, Andromeda told Harry with a grin. That's amazing. He has killed a manticore and a dragon in the same day. I would think silent casting would be a step down at this point, Roman said from his position on the floor. By the way, can you let me go, please? He asked. Sure, Harry said before he raised his wand and waved it, freeing Roman before a second wave dried up Ginny. Thanks, Ginny said before Harry tossed her wand back to her. You're welcome, Harry said as Roman climbed up to his feet. Whatever Harry was about to say was cut off by the sound of a crash from upstairs. Well, Nim's probably back. Harry shrugged before they all walked upstairs. They had barely gotten out of the basement when Mrs. Weasley spotted them. "What have you been doing? Ginny, have you been using magic?" she demanded to know upon seeing Ginny's wand in her hand. "Yeah, I was helping Harry practice," Ginny nodded. "He does have you-know-who chasing after him, you know. Besides, it helped me learn a lot." "Ginny, the fighting will be left to the adults, and if I catch you using magic again then, I am confiscating your wand," Mrs. Weasley said in a firm voice. "Mrs. Weasley, it's fine, we were supervising," Ted responded. "It is not fine," Mrs. Weasley hissed. "I do not want my daughter to break the law and—" "You are literally part of an illegal vigilante organization," Andromeda reminded Mrs. Weasley, cutting her off. "Besides, would you rather her know how to defend herself, or would you rather be a stupid bitch?" Tonks's voice was heard from the kitchen. "Oh, Tonks sounds upset. I don't like that." Harry frowned before walking past Mrs. Weasley with the others following him. They entered the kitchen where Tonks threw a plate at a wall, causing it to smash into pieces. "Nymphadora, Andromeda began, only to be interrupted. "Don't call me Nymhadora," Tonks screamed angrily, looking the very picture of rage with her narrowed eyes being the same color as her hair, which at this point was a raging red. She found herself interrupted as she was hit by a calming charm. She blinked and looked at Harry, who had slowly lowered his wand. "Better?" Harry asked hopefully. "Better," Tonks said with a heavy breath as she sat down. "Thanks." "Anytime. Now who do we have to kill?" Harry asked as he walked over and patted Tonks on the back. "I lost my job," Tonks said. Her voice was barely loud enough to be heard. "You what?" Harry, Ted, and Andromeda blurted out at the same time. "Yeah," Tonks growled. "My dream job, the job I worked so hard for, and I lost it." "Why?" Ted asked as he walked over and rubbed her back. "What happened?" "That Umbridge bitch walked up to me and told me that I'm fired for some bullshit reason about abusing power," Tonks snarled. "Apparently the other Aurors had told her that I've been abusing my position." "That's horrible," Andromeda said, looking halfway between upset and angry on behalf of her daughter. "Though of course, Umbridge gave me the option to keep working there if I was willing to help keep an eye on certain delinquents," Tonks said while gesturing to Harry. "She wants you to spy on me," Harry blurted out angrily. "Yeah, I refused and I lost my job," Tonks growled. Images of her torturing Umbridge rushed into her mind. I am sorry, Tonks," Harry said in a quiet voice as he kneeled down in front of her. "They're doing this because of me, "Shut up, Harry," Tonks said with a roll of her eyes. "They're doing this because they're cowards. When you've been proven right, then I have no doubt that I will be able to get my job back then, if I even want it back. It's fine." "No, it's not, and right now, Umbridge has made herself a spot near the top of my shit list," Harry said, wondering if he could forcibly volunteer Umbridge into practicing some new spells. "Whatever happens, I am not eating that pink woman. She looks disgusting," Jet spoke up. Chapter 81. "Come on, Nym," Harry grinned as he swatted away a stunner before blocking her fire blast and returning fire with a water blast that Tonks vanished before sending a disarming body bind stunner combo at Harry. "Feeling better?" Harry asked after he easily ducked, dodged, and blocked the combo. "Yeah," Tonks nodded after sidestepping a stunner and returning fire. "Thanks for helping me work this out of my system, Harry." "It's fine. It helps me practice and helps you out at the same time, which makes me feel happy, so. Win-win situation, basically," Harry said as the two continued to exchange spells. "Bloody Slytherin," Tonks snorted, though her words were clearly meant as a compliment. She shot a bone breaker at Harry, who sidestepped. As he did so, he threw his wand behind his back where he caught it with his left hand and started firing as he took closer. He began casting a series of spell chains and made sure to swap hands after each chain while also taking a step forward at the end of the chain. Once Harry was close enough, he had his wand in his right hand and shifted it into a reverse grip. He dropped to his knees to avoid a hex from Tonks. Harry raised his wand and brought it down. A small wave shot out as the tip of the wand hit the floor. The wave knocked Tonks over onto the floor, and Harry quickly capitalized by sidestepping her responding spell and hitting her with a disarming spell. "So," Harry said as he caught her wand, "I win, again." "Show off," Tonks muttered before she got up and walked over to take back her wand. "You are doing much better than before," she admitted as she ruffled his hair. He didn't swat her hand away and instead grinned and leaned into her touch. She knew that Harry did genuinely enjoy spending time with her, and didn't that just make her feel so special? But she believed that Harry was simply doing his best to make her feel better because of how she lost her job. "My little brother's the best wizard in the world." She grinned as she hugged him. She was more than happy to enjoy spending time with Harry. After all, if he wanted to make her happy, then why in Merlin's name would she object? "All right, it's time for you kids to go," Mrs. Weasley said as more people began walking into the kitchen. Today was the time for the first meeting of the Order of the Phoenix, a group of wizards and witches that Dumbledore had assembled during the First War so they could fight Voldemort. So far, Harry knew each and every member of the Order, or at least every member that would be attending meetings, since Flipsy would always report to him before letting anyone in on the secret. This proved to be beneficial, since Professor Dumbledore had tried to get Flipsy to let Mundungus Fletcher into the house. Mundungus being a well-known infamous thief and crook, apparently he owed Dumbledore several favors and was willing to help Dumbledore out. Despite that neither Harry nor Lord Black were willing to let a known criminal like him onto their property, where he could steal nearly anything, Lord Black had almost started hexing Dumbledore for even suggesting letting Fletcher inside the house. One person that Harry reluctantly let in was Snape. Harry did not trust Snape. The man might truly be against Voldemort, but nobody other than Dumbledore himself would say that he was with absolute certainty. Professor Dumbledore's word was good enough for most people, but not Harry. He had observed Snape throughout the years. The man was a bully, plain and simple. Sirius and Remus had admitted to Harry that Harry's father and Snape hated each other. But even if Harry's father had bullied Snape, that was not a good enough excuse to torment everyone else. The man's grudge against a dead man blinded him, and that meant, at least in Harry's eyes, that he wasn't someone who could be trusted. If it wasn't for the fact that Snape was the only spy they had, he would not have let Snape enter to attend these meetings. But with that being said, he wasn't going to trust everything that Snape would tell him. But," one of the twins began. "We're nearly old enough to join," the other twin finished. "Nearly is not good enough," Mrs. Weasley said with her hands on her hips. "Mum, please, let us stay," Ron all but begged. Ginny, on the other hand, had chosen to stay silent, knowing how futile it would be to argue against her mother. "No," she said in a stern voice. "All of you out now." After a few more protests from Ron and the twins, she was able to get all of the children out of the room with the exception of Harry, who was sat on the kitchen counter with Jet perched on his shoulder with Thor on Harry's left knee. The Thunderbird was playing with Harry's fingers. Sometimes he would playfully bite them. Other times he would push them so they were certain distances apart from each other. Angela was also staying behind, mostly so she could see what Harry wanted her to do. "Harry, dear, you as well," Mrs. Weasley said when she noticed Harry staying behind. She then turned her attention to Angela and did not say anything but gestured her to leave as well. "Not yet," Harry calmly replied. "There is something I need to discuss with Dumbledore first." "Well, whatever it is, you'll have to discuss this later." Mrs. Weasley frowned, wondering what on earth a boy Harry's age would have to discuss with Dumbledore. Because surely if it was school stuff, he could send a letter to Professor McGonagall instead of bothering the older headmaster. "No, I think not," Harry said in an almost bored voice as he looked around. Lord Black wasn't here, but Sirius, the Tonks and Weasley family were along with the members of the Order with the exception of Snape. Now it was only Dumbledore who had to arrive. "I beg your pardon. The business that I have to discuss with Dumbledore involves the Order and its use of what is a house that I basically own," Harry replied. That sounds interesting," Dumbledore said as he walked into the room. Everyone else went silent. "And what business do we have to discuss?" he asked. "This order of yours," Harry began. I'm fine with it using this house, but I want to join." "You can't," Mrs. Weasley blurted out before Dumbledore could respond. "You're too young, Mrs. Weasley, control yourself," Andromeda hissed in an irritated voice, cutting off Mrs. Weasley. "Yes, please do control yourself, Molly," Dumbledore agreed before turning to Harry. "Mr. Potter, you are a great wizard, that is not in question, but you are still very young. This order is for wizards and witches that are of age." You know what else was for people that were of age?" Harry asked. He continued speaking before anyone could respond. "The Triwizard Tournament, and yet I was in that, as I'm sure you'll recall. If I was any ordinary boy, then fair enough, but we both know that I am far from ordinary. That's why Voldemort is mine." "That's a little arrogant of you," one Order member said after joining the majority of the room in flinching at Voldemort's name. "Bo," Harry said as he flicked his wand into his hand and aimed it at the member. The member was about to respond when suddenly he felt a heavy weight on his back. He tried to stay still, but soon found himself being forcibly bent over until he was bowing. The rest of the Order gasped and stepped back, pulling out their wands, which in turn caused Angela, Sirius, Remus, and the Tonks family to pull out their wands. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore spoke loudly, "stop that." "Do you know who taught me that spell?" Harry asked as he casually stopped the spell. "Voldemort," Harry said, ignoring the flinches from everyone else. "There I was, stuck in a graveyard and surrounded by Death Eaters when the Dark Lord himself hit me with that spell and tried to make me bow. Another spell he taught me was the Cruciatus Curse," Harry said, earning some gasps from the Order members. "I haven't practiced it myself, but I have experienced it repeatedly." Harry added before he picked Thor up in one hand and stood up. "Listen to me now. Voldemort wants me. He wants me to join him." "What do you mean?" one Order member asked. "When you know who had Harry, he was trying to get him to join the Death Eaters," Sirius answered on Harry's behalf. Dumbledore hummed thoughtfully. "Voldemort has always tried to recruit as many people as possible to his cause, though he was especially interested in those he deemed to have potential. He tried to recruit Harry's father, and even tried to recruit Harry's mother, despite her Muggle-born blood status. It does not entirely surprise me that Voldemort has chosen to try and recruit Harry." "But Headmaster, he is still just a boy," Mrs. Weasley protested. "He is not just a boy," Andromeda said, as if the very words were the most offensive things she had ever had the displeasure of hearing. Ted nodded, and would have verbally agreed, but decided to devote his attention to making sure his wife wasn't angry enough to get up from the table and start shooting spells, so he gently wrapped an arm around her waist and stayed ready to restrain her. "Molly, he is a boy who has been consistently at the top of his year for years. He has killed a basilisk, minotaur, manticore, dragon. He has 2 familiars, is an animagus, and has fought Voldemort multiple times. Treating him like a child is insulting not just everything he has achieved, but also everything that he has suffered through." "Thanks, Mum," Harry said with a grin. "You're welcome, sweetie," Andromeda said without stopping the glare that she was sending to Mrs. Weasley. "I am not denying he has done a lot, but he is still not an adult," Mrs. Weasley argued. "He shouldn't be in the Order. He shouldn't be nearly dying every year either," Tonks pointed out. "Nor should he be in tournaments for older people, and he shouldn't be targeted by a Dark Lord either, but he is." "You think we don't want to keep him out of this?" Ted asked, as he shook his head. "If we could, we would. But we have no choice. If we run, we'll be found. If we do nothing, we suffer. If Harry runs, he'll be found. If Harry does nothing, he'll either be forced to join or die." "Exactly," Harry nodded. "This isn't because I want to, this is because I need to. Any information I learn here can help me battle against Voldemort and his forces and stay alive. In case it wasn't clear, I'm very interested in staying alive. Get over yourselves. Voldemort doesn't care about age restrictions. I'm not telling you all to let every single kid join, nor am I demanding that I be a part of everything. Honestly, if you lot could do things on my behalf, it would be great, but like it or not, I am a part of this. I might sound like an arrogant little asshole, but the truth is I could likely beat most of you in one-to-one fights. Voldemort wants me to fight for him because he recognizes my abilities. You can all work with me or against me, or you can just stay out of my way. Either way, I am part of this war, one way or the other." Harry finished, staring into Dumbledore's eyes. His stare was joined by Jet, who lifted his head to stare directly at the older wizard, though the two weren't alone since Thor, in a rare moment of stillness, was also staring at Dumbledore. The rest of the order was silent, as the two powerful wizards kept their eyes locked on each other. Most who would be stared at for long times by Dumbledore would all of a sudden find another spot in the room to be more interesting, but Harry made sure to keep his eyes firmly locked towards the elder wizard's blue eyes. After a short, while Dumbledore let out a small sigh as he closed his eyes before allowing a hand to go up and rub them. "You are a most stubborn individual, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said as he lowered his hand and looked at Harry. "Though that is to be expected from a boy born from the Potter family, even more so when you mix in the Black family." "There's no need for flattery, sir. I'm already willing to join," Harry grinned. "Yes," Dumbledore said with a small chuckle, "you are." "Dumbledore, you're going to let the kid join?" Moody asked with a raised eyebrow and an approving smirk. He thought that the Potter kid had guts, brains, and the power to back up what he was saying. "I am," Dumbledore confirmed with a nod. "Headmaster, you can't be serious," Molly protested along with about 2 other Order members, but that was about all the support she had been able to get. "I do not intend to send Harry out constantly to be put in danger," Dumbledore spoke in a patient tone. "But he does raise valid points, and he will need to know this information. Harry is a Slytherin, meaning a lot of those in his house will be loyal to Voldemort and his cause. Not all of them, of course, but many of them will be. He needs to be able to keep his guard up, and that will be easier to do if he's prepared." "I take no pleasure in this, Molly. Were it up to me, then Mr. Potter would be enjoying a simple and normal childhood without worrying about Dark Lords and attempts on his life, alas. It is not to be." "Good, the human is being intelligent. I would have had to bite him otherwise," Jet responded. Chapter 82. "They let you join," the twins blurted out, having entered the room along with everyone else after the rest of the order had left. "Pretty much, yeah," Harry said, trying really, really hard not to smirk. The twins gaped at him, unable to believe that they were unable to join when he could. Fortunately for them, they would be of age in a couple of days and could then petition to join again. "That's not fair," Ron protested. "Yeah, it is," Roman replied. "Harry fought off you-know-who and—" "Shut it, nobody was talking to you," Ron interrupted, glaring at Roman. "You slimy, little snake bastard." Ginny's face turned red with anger and was more than ready to begin berating him for his behavior towards Roman, but was cut off by none other than Harry. "Weasley," Harry barked, causing everyone else to quieten down. "Did I not previously remind you that Roman is a ward of my family, and did I not warn you to treat him respectfully? Do you truly not care for your family?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Ron paused and his ears turned red, knowing that Harry could still kick him and his family out. If that wasn't enough then, there was also the fact that there was the blood feud threat that was still held over the Weasley family. "Even without that, you shouldn't have been so rude," Ginny said, glaring at Ron. "You should say sorry." "Yes, he should," Harry said, taking great care to make sure his words were clearly made to sound less like a suggestion and more like an ultimatum, one that clearly said apologize or get out. I'm sorry," Ron said eventually, looking pained as he did so. He quickly walked out of the room before anyone else could say anything. "Ignore the prat," Harry told Roman. "Oh, I don't listen to him," Roman said dismissively. "Honestly, half of the time I just go blank when he speaks," he admitted. 3 days later, Harry had reached his limit with the Weasley family. The group had been irritating enough on their own, and as individuals with the exception of Ginny. Ginny, who was a Slytherin, knew that Harry ran Slytherin House at school, so it was not in her best interest to piss him off so long as she and him were in school together. The fact that he was such a powerful wizard only emphasized that fact. Plus, she knew that if Harry was cruel enough then, he could punish Roman for anything she did. Not that she believed he would do that, but he could if he wanted. After her, the member of the Weasley family who had pissed off Harry the least was Arthur Weasley, the father, who spent most of his time at work, and when he came back, he didn't really do much to annoy Harry beyond asking several ridiculous questions about muggles. Funnily enough, the next one who annoyed him, the least, was Ronald, who was doing his best to avoid Harry and the others. But with that being said, those few moments he did show up, he managed to disgust Harry with his table manners when he wasn't irritating Harry by not so subtly glaring at Roman and himself. Though Harry did know that the redhead was raiding the kitchens at night. After that, the twins would be put on the list. Their obsession with pranks had started out as irritating. Harry did not enjoy having to constantly keep on guard and watch out for pranks, something he had to do even more of since the twins became of age and could now do magic outside of school. He had enough on his mind without those two adding more. That's not to mention they had ended up getting Roman a couple of times with minor pranks that, while irritating, were not bad enough to warrant Harry ripping off their hair and kicking them out, even if he really wanted to. Though their last prank had been far less funny, they ended up getting Ted with a prank just before he was about to leave the house to meet a client. Ted ended up stuck to a wall with most of his clothes ruined and bright red face paint. He had ended up having to quickly calling out for help to undo the prank. Not something he would normally do, but he had been in a rush. Thanks to the Weasley twins, he had nearly lost a very important client. Then there was Molly Weasley, the woman who had tried to mother everyone, including Ted and Andromeda, who were both near the same age as her. Harry had not been happy to have anyone try and mother him, with the exception of Andromeda, especially one who raised as many fuck-ups as Molly Weasley had. The mothering was bad enough, but it became even worse when you add in the looks and subtle comments she made when talking about or talking to Roman and Angela. Then there was also her matchmaking problem. Harry had decided that if Mrs. Weasley was going to be here, then she might as well be useful, and he had practiced some legilimency on her since she had no shields at all. Harry had learnt that she was hopping to set Ginny up with himself, partly because of how rich and famous Harry was, but also because she had gotten it onto her head that getting married to Ginny would fix a lot of her problems, such as the fact that her daughter was a Slytherin. She apparently believed that if the two married, then it could be played off as Ginny just chasing after her lover. She was openly disapproving of the growing relationship between Roman and Ginny, plus she was continually interfering in Tonks's love life as well. She was under the belief that what was happening between Tonks and Charlie was simply a lover's quarrel that could be fixed if the two just simply talked, and had taken to trying to get Tonks to consider reuniting with Charlie, something which caused Tonks to do her best to avoid her while also immensely irritating Harry. Harry's limit had finally been reached when, just before lunch, he had walked out of his room to go downstairs, but stopped when he saw Molly Weasley in a hallway levitating a bunch of books out from the library and dumping them in a box. "What are you doing?" Harry asked slowly. The majority of his focus was on willing the woman to not say something that would annoy him. "I'm throwing these away," Mrs. Weasley said. Apparently he hadn't focused enough. "They are far too dangerous to be in this house. Merlin knows what would happen if one of you children stumble upon these books," she added just as she was about to put more books into the box, only to be stopped when Harry hit her with a disarming spell, causing her wand to fly out of her hand and into Harry's. What? How dare you? Harry James Potter, you give me back my wand right now, or so help me I will." "Ow," she yelped when Harry hit her with a stinging hex to the jaw. "Downstairs, in the kitchen with the rest of your family. Now," Harry said, his voice and facial expression as cold as a holiday home for Dementors. Mrs. Weasley flinched at the tone, but bravely, and rather stupidly, pressed on. Harry's eye. "Now," Harry bellowed, magic amplifying his voice. Mrs. Weasley stumbled back slightly before hurrying downstairs. "Great, glad you're all here," Harry said in a way that made it clear he was far from glad. He was currently stood in the kitchen. The Tonks family, along with Sirius and Roman, were standing by the kitchen counter, behind Harry, while Harry was facing the Weasleys, who were all sat at the table. Thor was currently perched on Tonks's shoulder, while Jet was on Harry's, and was looking at the Weasleys like they were particularly juicy prey. "Let me make something abundantly clear. With the exception of Ginny, I don't like any of you," Harry said bluntly, taking the Weasleys by surprise. "Matter of fact, Ginny, go over by the people I like section," Harry said as he gestured behind him. Ginny blinked but did as she was told and went to stand with the others. "Ata girl," Harry said without looking at her. "Now, do you know who I am?" Harry asked. Well, Arthur Weasley coughed. "You're pissed off," Harry interrupted. "Royally pissed off," Harry said with Jet hissing in agreement. "You, Daddy Weasley, besides from a disturbing fascination with muggles, you haven't done much to annoy me. Your family, on the other hand, are different stories," Harry said before turning to Ron. "You, fuck it, I'm not even going to bother with you. You're just a dick, a pathetic one, so pathetic that you might as well be your actual dick," Harry said before turning towards the twins. He was about to speak, but paused and turned back to a gaping Ron. "As a matter of fact, I am going to bother. Stop eating so much of our food and stop being such an asshat. The reason your family is so poor is probably because of how much money they waste on your stomach. If you so much as touch one of our jammy dodgers, then I will make you pay dearly." Harry, Shut it, Harry cut Mrs. Weasley off. "I'll get to you in a sec," Harry said before turning to the twins. "And now for you pair of bullying idiots." "We're not bullies," the twins protested. "As someone with years of experience being bullied, yes. Yes, you are," Harry told them as he glared at the two. "Your love of pranks has gone stale. Grow the fuck up. Because of you two, Ted nearly lost out an important client because he was trapped in one of your stupid pranks. And if Ted hadn't made that meeting, then that client could have been bankrupt by now. You two idiots literally could have cost one man his job and reputation while ruining the life of another, all because you can't stop with the damn pranks. You want to be let into the order, but all you do is play prank after prank. Yeah, you'd be really helpful against Voldemort." Harry snorted before turning to Mrs. Weasley. "And you? I could write a bloody book on you." "What is that supposed to mean?" Mrs. Weasley frowned. "First of all, I am not getting with your daughter," Harry said in a slow voice. "Get over it." Mrs. Weasley's face turned almost as red as her hair, but Harry continued talking before she could respond. "Second of all, stop smothering everyone. You're not my mother, you're not their mother with the exception of one," Harry said as he gestured behind himself. "You are not Mother of the Year. Of your 4 kids living here, the only seemingly tolerable one is Ginny. The other 3 are bullies, thieves, and idiots." I am a good mother," Mrs. Weasley said indignantly. "Doesn't matter if you are, that's not an excuse to mother everyone," Harry said, unfazed. "Also, what the fuck did you think you were doing taking out books from our library to throw away?" "They're dangerous," Mrs. Weasley hissed. "There are all sorts of dark and dangerous spells in there. I was throwing them out." "You had no right," Harry yelled as he slammed a fist down onto the table, causing the Weasleys to flinch. Jet hissed loudly for several moments before Harry continued speaking. "Those books, dangerous or not, are Black family property. You had no right to throw them away without permission from myself or Lord Black, something I know you didn't have. That is my property." Harry said. He used legilimency to see if she had already thrown anything out. Thankfully, she had not. Apparently, Harry had managed to get there before she could do anything. Harry was really starting to enjoy being able to use legilimency, though he also made a mental note not to abuse or overuse it. If he did, it would only be a matter of time before something bad happened. "If I find out that you have thrown out anything of mine, then you can expect to be charged for however much that thing was worth. And if you even try it, then I will remind you that all of you have brought valuable things to this property. Things that can be thrown out just as easily as these books." Guys," Sirius spoke up. "This is getting a bit much, perhaps." "No," Harry cut Sirius off. "It is long past time for this to be fixed, Sirius. You were the one who invited this family without asking the rest of us, and we're the ones suffering because of it. I have Voldemort and his fucking Death Eaters chasing after, which is why most of my time is divided between training to not die and relaxing so I don't overwork myself. I am not having my limited relaxation time cut down because of these imbeciles, nor am I having the rest of my family suffer because of them," Harry said before turning back to the Weasleys. "I'm giving you fuckers a couple of options. Option 1 is you get the hell out of this house." "You're kicking us out," Mr. Weasley blurted out in shock. "I'm giving you the option to leave, one which I hope you take," Harry said in a cold voice. "Then there is your second option, you all behave and start paying rent." "What?" The Weasleys, with the exception of Ginny, collectively blurted out. "We've let you stay here for free so far, and none of you have been appreciative enough since you seem fine with turning this into a madhouse and messing with our stuff. Bad enough that we have to endure you. No way as hell are we going to do it for free as well." Harry snorted. "And then there is your final option, the option where you refuse both of the previous options. If you do, then I personally boot your asses out of here. You have till tomorrow morning to decide between leave, rent, and behave, or painfully being forced to leave. Choose wisely," Harry said before he turned and held out a hand. Thor flew to Harry and landed on top of his hand. Harry nodded to the others before he turned and left the room. "Harry," Jet said once they left the room. "Yeah," Harry asked as he walked away. "I hope they choose the third one," Jet admitted. Chapter 83. "And as of yet, he is still remaining silent," Dumbledore said partway through a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix. "It is my belief that Voldemort plans to stay in the shadows," he said, ignoring the shivers and flinches from others as he said the Dark Lord's name. "Without any proof of his return, people will not believe us. It will make it much easier for him to catch them off guard in the future," he added, frowning deeply. "That will be made all the more easier by the nitwit Fudge," Harry said, also frowning. Ever since the end of the last school year, the Daily Prophet had been releasing a large amount of articles that were painting Dumbledore out to be a mad old fool who was losing his touch with reality. That was something that Harry thought was not entirely inaccurate, especially given the way the man dresses, but they were making it far worse than it actually was. And it was blatantly clear that they were trying to discredit him, so less people believed in Voldemort's return. "Indeed," Dumbledore sighed before turning to Severus Snape. "Severus, what do you have to report?" he asked. "He, who must not be named, has continued to show interest in Potter," Snape began. "He has instructed Lucius to stop, or at the very least reduce the amount of negative press Potter will receive." "Why?" one Order member asked with a frown. "Because he fully intends for Mr. Potter to join him," Snape drawled, glaring at the member for interrupting him. "He believes that the stronger Potter is, the better an asset he will be. If Potter's reputation suffers too much, then that makes him less useful. The logic is unassailable, with the exception of the fact that I'm never going to join him," Harry replied. "You think he cares about what a brat like you wants?" Snape sneered at him. "As far as he's concerned, you are just a weapon that he desires." "I think he cares for me more than anyone else cares for you," Harry said with an innocent smile, so naturally this time he was the one receiving a glare from Snape. "Gentlemen," Dumbledore spoke in a tired voice. "Fine," Harry rolled his eyes before turning to Snape. "Here's an important question. Whose wand is he using?" Harry asked. "I distinctly remember snapping his," he added. "The Dark Lord has been using a spare wand that McNair has been able to procure," Snape added. He looked like he very much didn't want to talk to Harry but continued to do so. "But he is also experimenting with other wands. He wishes to get a new one. Likely from Ollivander, as he is well known to be the best wand maker in Britain. But the Dark Lord is limited in his movements by his desire to stay unnoticed. In that case, it would probably be wise to alert Ollivander to future dangers," Kingsley Shacklebolt, an Auror who used to work with Tonks, said. "Aye," Mad-Eye Moody nodded in agreement. "We should form an extraction plan as well to get him out if needs be," he added. "We should also keep an eye out on other known wand makers," Tonks suggested. "If old Valdi can't get the best, then he'll likely start settling for the rest until he can. I know there are a couple of wand shops in Nocturne Alley, not really Ollivander levels of quality, but more than good enough." "That is indeed a good idea," Dumbledore nodded before sighing. "However, we shouldn't waste too much time on that. I doubt Voldemort is going to risk blowing his cover to go and personally get a wand. He may or may not send a couple of his Death Eaters to buy a few for him. We'll do our best to keep track of them. Now, it is late. Unless there is anything else to discuss, we should end the meeting here." "One more thing," Harry quickly spoke before anyone else could agree. "Do we have any idea what the Ministry is planning?" "As far as I can tell, Cornelius is hopping to remove me from my positions," Dumbledore responded. "And you're going to let him?" Harry questioned him whilst raising an eyebrow. Less jobs for me means more time I have to focus on Voldemort, Dumbledore said with a small shrug. Besides, I have no doubt that I will be offered these positions once again after it has been proven that Voldemort has returned. My focus will primarily be on Hogwarts and tracking Voldemort's movements. Headmaster, Kingsley spoke in his deep voice, you are aware that Fudge will be wanting to remove you from Hogwarts as well. Oh, undoubtedly, Dumbledore nodded. Though it will take him a very, very long time to accomplish that. Though a very pressing concern that I have is their plans for this year. I have received word that Fudge plans to shove one of his workers into school. The defense against the dark arts teacher, Harry said knowingly. Yes, Dumbledore replied. That is where I expect them to try. Why not give Tonks the job? Sirius asked, gesturing to Tonks. He can't, Harry frowned. Believe me, I'd love it, but Tonks had been fired by the Ministry. They'll pull up whatever fault they can find with anyone they don't like applying. If she gets a job at Hogwarts, then they'll take it as if Dumbledore is purposefully spitting in their faces, and then they'll start going on and on about how Dumbledore hired an unstable ex-Auror. Harry paused and looked at Moody. Well, a second one. Smartass, Moody muttered, though he had a small grin on his face. Sirius, if you applied then they would bring up Azkaban. If any person who is not firmly in Fudge's pocket applied then, they would do whatever they could to get rid of them, Harry said, running a hand through his hair. Shame, though, I would have liked seeing Tonks as a defense teacher. Dad's got me a job at his law firm, Tonks said. It's not anything adventurous, I'm basically just his assistant. But still, it'll last until we're proven right. And thank you, I think I'd make a great teacher, or at least I would before you beat me in front of everyone. Yeah, hey, when you get your job back then you and I can maim this Umbridge woman, Harry grinned. Oh, did I say that out loud? He asked innocently, earning a few amused looks. Well, I believe that the meeting is over now, one Order member said. After several goodbyes, the majority of the Order had left, though Dumbledore had stayed behind, having been told before the meeting that Mr. Weasley wanted to talk to him. Headmaster, Mr. Weasley began, we're terribly sorry about this, but we were hoping you could possibly help us find a new safe house to stay, he asked, his voice awkward and apologetic. A new safe house, Dumbledore asked, raising an eyebrow. Is there a problem with this one? Yes, there is, Mrs. Weasley quickly spoke up. This horrid boy is kicking us out, she said, gesturing to Harry. Part true, Harry nodded. Could you perhaps explain? Dumbledore asked. Yes, I can, Harry replied. These weasels were allowed to stay here. Instead of being grateful and trying not to cause trouble, they have decided to make life difficult for everyone around them. Because of them, the rest of my family are uncomfortable living here, or at least more so than before when you consider we had to move in here for protection. Plus, because of their family, Ted had nearly lost an important client and his own job. Not to mention the fact that Mrs. Weasley over here thought it was an acceptable idea to start removing books from the Black family library to throw out. They were dangerous books full of dark magic, Mrs. Weasley protested. The books didn't physically or magically attack anyone, Harry said, glaring at her. I won't deny that they held knowledge of dark magic, but that was not an excuse to throw them away. The only thing you had the right to do was forbid your children from going near them. Those books had been in this house, this family, for years, likely longer than you've been alive. They're all expensive as well, so unless you're willing to pay or replace them, I'd advise not touching them, Harry said before turning to Dumbledore. I gave these imbeciles a choice. Their first option was to leave. Their second option was to behave and pay rent. The third was me kicking them out. Since they seem incapable of controlling themselves and unable to pay rent, they've been left with option 1 and 3. Fortunately for them, they're smart enough to know option 1 is far less painful. I see, Dumbledore said with a heavy sigh. And is there no way of fixing this? No, Harry said in a cold voice. Very well, Dumbledore said before making his way to the fireplace. Wait here, please, he said before he flew away. Later that day, the residents of number 12 Grimmauld Place had actually cheered now that the Weasleys were gone. They had apparently been given permission to stay at Longbottom Manor for the remainder of the summer, since Ron knew Neville and Neville's grandmother had owed Dumbledore a favor. Though Harry doubted that the Weasleys would be too pleased with staying there, Mrs. Longbottom had a reputation for being a witch you did not mess around with. She likely wouldn't put up with any of the Weasley chaos for long, though Harry didn't really care. The Weasleys were no longer his problem. At this point, even Sirius was glad they were gone. He had honestly quickly grown sick of how mothering Mrs. Weasley had been, though he didn't mind the twins too much. The only person who was somewhat upset by the departure of the Weasleys was Roman, but that was only because his best friend unfortunately had to go with them. But on the plus side, with the Weasleys gone, there was more time for training. Roman didn't think he was capable of beating Harry, but he did know that he was definitely improving. The only other being in the house who was disappointed that they were gone was surprisingly Jet, though not because he missed them. "It's a shame that they left before we could start fighting them," Jet said repeatedly throughout the summer. "We would have won." Eventually, it was time for Harry to go back to Hogwarts. He was able to get a carriage and had Roman guard it for him and look after both of his familiars while he went to attend a prefect meeting. Harry was honestly more than a little bit surprised that he had become a prefect, especially given how his relationship with Professor Snape had gotten worse over the years. He had asked Dumbledore about it after one of the Order meetings. Apparently, Professor McGonagall had helped decide the Slytherin prefects given Snape's relationship with Harry. Harry personally thought that Dumbledore was basically trying to say they didn't trust Snape's judgment. Even without Snape's blatant biasness against all things Potter, Harry didn't expect to get the position given his last outburst in the Great Hall. "Oh, that," Dumbledore had said dismissively when Harry had mentioned it. "You had been suffering from severe magical injuries, and yet you were still determined to warn students against a potential threat. If that's not perfect prefect material, then I don't know what is." He smiled before turning serious. "I have reasons for making you a prefect. I am well aware that you have some level of control in Slytherin House, though I am not sure how much. This is a responsibility that I'm trusting you with, as I believe it will not only make life easier for you, but will also affect the other students. Positively, I hope," he had said. Harry knew that his standing in Slytherin House was a bit odd at the moment. He held the respect of many, but so did Voldemort. He was feared, but so was Voldemort. Voldemort was incredibly dangerous and experienced. Harry was incredibly dangerous and hadn't even finished his magical education, so his strength was still growing. "Harry," a voice called out. Harry had just managed to turn around when he saw Daphne wrap her arms around his neck and pull him into a passionate kiss, one he gladly returned. "I missed you too," Harry chuckled once they had let go. "How have you been?" "My summer was fine. Would have been better if I could have seen you," Daphne commented before lightly kissing him once more. "And what about you?" "Well, I had to deal with the madness that was the Weasley family," Harry sighed. "Oh, you poor soul," Daphne frowned deeply. "Indeed, the second I had a good enough excuse, I kicked them out," Harry replied. "The majority of my summer has been training and preparations." "Training?" Daphne asked. "Yeah, I've picked up a few tricks or two," Harry said with a small grin. "Daphne, I am a target now. That makes you one as well. You still want to be with me?" he asked. "You really think I would leave you?" Daphne asked, raising an eyebrow and looking at him like he had just said the stupidest thing she had ever heard. "No," Harry easily admitted, "but it'd annoy me later if I hadn't at least given you the option." "Well, you don't have to worry. You're not getting rid of me," Daphne said after slapping him on the back of his head for being stupid. "Hey, you're a prefect," Harry noted upon seeing the prefect badge that Daphne was wearing. "Yep," Daphne nodded proudly. "I'm not surprised that you were made prefect." "I am a little bit, given my last outburst in the hall," Harry replied. "Well, despite that, you're still the best student in our year," Daphne reminded him. "Now, are you going to accompany me to the prefect meeting or not?" "Gladly, my lady." Harry smirked before offering her his arm. She took it, and the two walked to the prefect compartment with a smile. Chapter 84. "Harry," Tracy greeted him when he and Daphne, along with Angela, entered the compartment that Roman had saved for them. Tracy had apparently been waiting in there for them as well. "It's great to see you," she said, getting up and pulling him into a hug. "Well, that's my signal to leave," Roman said as he stood up once Tracy had let go of Harry. "I'll be off to find Ginny. Call if you need me," he said before nodding to everyone and leaving the compartment. "So, weren't you guys supposed to be in a prefect meeting or something?" Tracy asked. "Delayed," Daphne huffed as they all sat down. Tracy and Angela sat on one side while Harry and Daphne sat on the other. "We have to go there later since the ones running the meeting are busy. Apparently the Weasley twins have done something that required the help of the head boy and head girl, along with all the seventh-year prefect to fix," she added with a roll of her eyes. Thor flew down from the trunk rack and landed on Tracy's left shoulder before he rubbed his head against the girl's cheek. Jet, meanwhile, had slithered up and started resting on Daphne's lap. Without pausing, Daphne immediately began stroking his head while continuing to talk to the others. "Honestly, I'm amazed those two idiots haven't been expelled yet." "I think Dumbledore has a soft spot for the family," Harry sighed. "Plus the twins may be idiots, but they are fairly intelligent idiots, magically intelligent at least, so I imagine that they get good enough grades to pass," he added. "Perhaps, but still," Tracy frowned before shaking her head. "Anyway, Daphne and I have a surprise for you." "Oh," Harry asked in an interested voice as he sat up slightly straighter. "What is it?" he asked. "Well, I can't exactly show you my surprise yet," Tracy admitted. "Not enough room," she said, gesturing around her to the compartment. "But Daphne can show hers." "Might as well," Daphne said before she gently took Jet and placed him in Harry's lap. Harry's mouth opened to ask a question, but found the words suddenly unable to escape his mouth when Daphne suddenly disappeared in front of him and was replaced by a black, blue-eyed king cobra. "Whoa," Harry breathed in amazement. "Indeed," Angela said dumbly. "Oh, my," Jet began but trailed off as he looked at Daphne. "Yes," Daphne hissed happily. "I can understand you." "You can understand me," Jet hissed just as happily, both of their tails wiggling back and forth. "Since when did you become an animagus?" Harry blinked just before Daphne turned back. "This summer," Daphne grinned. "We both did." "Oh yeah, you're an animagus as well," Harry said as he turned to Tracy. "What's your form?" he asked. "Like I said, not enough room to show you in here," Tracy replied. "I can fix that," Harry said with a small roll of his eyes before he took out his wand and waved it, causing the compartment to grow larger. "Is that big enough?" Harry asked now that the compartment was nearly double its previous length. "Show off," Angela said with a small laugh. "It'll do." Tracy smirked before standing up. Thor flew off of her shoulder and landed on Angela's. A second later she transformed and standing in her place was a white tiger. "Fucking hell," Harry blurted out as he looked at her. "Not a snake, though," Jet said, sounding far less impressed. "Snakes are much better." "True, Jet," Daphne agreed before blinking and looking at Jet. "I understood you. I'm not in my animagus form and I understood you." "She can understand me." "Of course you did," Harry said absently as he kept the majority of his focus on Tracy. "When you transformed, you pick up stuff from your animal form. For example, I can instantly know what a feline is thinking from their body language and whatever noise they make. You're beautiful, Tracy." Harry smiled before he stood up and transformed into his tiger form. The two tigers greeted each other before rubbing their heads together. After several moments, they both turned back into their human forms. "Wow," Tracy breathed once they were back. "Did they just have a tiger moment?" Daphne whispered to Angela. "Yep," Angela nodded, smirking slightly. "This is amazing," Harry grinned as he waved his wand and turned the compartment back to normal. "Why did you two become animaguses?" Harry asked as he sat down back down while Tracy did the same. "We did it for you," Daphne answered as she grabbed one of his hands with her own. "We care for you and we wanted to be more helpful." "Yeah," Tracy nodded in agreement. "We've been practicing all summer as well," she added while Angela mumbled something about becoming an animagus under her breath. "You guys are amazing," Harry grinned. This is fantastic news, Jet said enthusiastically as he climbed back up onto Daphne's lap. We can talk to each other now, he said as he looked up at Daphne. We'll be besties. Before anyone could respond, the door opened to reveal Draco with Theo, Crab and Goyle and Pansy standing behind the door. Any room left? Draco asked in a joking voice, doing a good job at hiding the nervousness he was feeling. Harry gave Draco a calculating look before he smiled and gestured him in. Of course, why wouldn't there be? Harry said with a kind smile. When Harry entered the great hall later that night, it was like a pulse had been shot through the room, since every pair of eyes turned to look at him. Standing by the entrance with Jet wrapped around his left arm and Thor perched on his right shoulder, while the other Slytherins walked with him, including Daphne, who was holding hands with him. Once they were sat down, Harry made a point to look at the other students until they looked away. Bitches, Jet hissed, earning an amused laugh from Daphne, though she quickly stopped when everyone started looking at her like she was crazy. In their defense, she had just started laughing for seemingly no reason. Get used to that, Harry whispered to Daphne. A few moments later, the sorting ceremony had begun. After all of the new first years were sorted, Professor Dumbledore had stood up and was now standing at a podium in front of the head table. Welcome all to another year at Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore spoke with a bright smile on his face. A warm welcome to all students, old and new, he said before his smile dimmed slightly. There are only 2 new announcements regarding the staff. Firstly, Professor Hagrid will not be here for the first part of the year at least, so I'd like for us all to give a warm welcome to a returning professor, Professor Grubblyplank, who has agreed to take over for the year until Professor Hagrid returns. Professor Dumbledore said, pausing briefly to let the students clap and cheer. And now, he continued speaking, looking like it took him a bit more effort to maintain his smile. Allow me to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Dolor's Umbridge, he said as he gestured to the head table where Professor Umbridge was sat, noticeably standing out from the other teachers due to her insistence on dressing head to toe in pink. Umbridge, isn't that the bitch that cost Tonks her job? Jet asked Harry. Yep, Harry said in a cold voice, glaring at her Umbridge before his face shifted so he was now supporting a rather unsettling smirk. And now she's here for the whole year. You know what that means? Harry asked, looking and sounding positively evil to the Slytherins sitting around him. Payback, Jet and Harry said at the same time. What are they saying? Tracy whispered to Daphne. Let's just say Umbridge is not likely to last a full year, Daphne whispered back. She tried to make herself sound sorry about that fact, but wasn't able to manage it. Now, Quidditch tryouts will begin. Dumbledore started speaking again, only to be interrupted. Hem, Professor Umbridge said with a fake cough as she stood up. She walked around the table and past Professor Dumbledore. The audacity, Blaise gasped dramatically as if he had just been struck. Thank you, Headmaster, for those kind words of welcome, Professor Umbridge said, her voice carrying across the hall. She gave everyone a smile that she clearly intended to be used in a way to make her more welcomed. Unfortunately for her, it was rather creepy. It is just so very wonderful to be back at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, almost as wonderful as it is to see all of your faces smiling up at me, she said, her smile widening. There was a collective snort from a great many students in the hall, but Professor Umbridge seemed to have not heard it, nor did she appear to have noticed that the majority of the school hall were not smiling. In fact, she seemed to be the only one who was doing so. I'm sure we will all be the best of friends, she added, sounding like it was an inevitable thing that would happen. Great. Our new teacher is blind, deaf and dumb, Harry sighed. Ministry of Magic has always considered the education of young witches and wizard of vital importance, Professor Umbridge continued, her eyes never blinking as she continued her lovely little speech. Although each headmaster has brought something new to this historic school, she paused and gave Dumbledore a barely perceptible nod. Progress for the sake of progress must be discouraged. Let us preserve what must be preserved, perfect what can be perfected, and prune practices that ought to be. She paused once more and leaned forwards. Prohibited, she added in a whisper which was still heard all across the hall. She stood up straighter and let out a small giggle before returning to her seat, leaving the hall in deafening silence. Extreme payback, Jet suddenly said. Yeah, definitely, Harry said in agreement. So, Harry spoke once all of the Slytherins were in the Slytherin common room that night. He walked into the center of the common room after handing Jet to Daphne and Thor to Tracy. Does anyone want to take a crack at me? He offered, wand in hand as he held his arms out, as if welcoming everyone. What is he doing? Blaise whispered to Angela. Harry's the current alpha, the king of Slytherin, Angela whispered back. He's asserting his dominance so others don't get any stupid ideas. Anyone at all? Harry asked, slowly walking around in a circle. No, Harry hummed. If you do want to fight, then it doesn't have to be a duel, you can just attack me. He added, he slowed down slightly when he saw a pair of seventh years that looked like they were actually considering it. Though of course. Harry casually waved his wand, and a line of fire erupted from the floor in front of the seventh years, causing them to let out small screams as they jumped back to avoid getting burnt. If you don't play by the rules, then neither will I so. Harry stopped walking as he got rid of the flames with a lazy wave of his wand. Anyone up for it? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow as he looked around. After several moments of silence, it was clear that nobody was willing to fight him. Good, Harry told them with a smile. You keep this level of intelligence up and you might just survive this war, he said before he walked over to his friends. I'll be back in a few minutes, just got some stuff to take care of. Harry smirked before walking away. Professor Umbridge sat in her office enjoying a nice cup of tea, having finished changing the design of it a few days ago. The walls were now fully colored in pink and covered in decorative plates that held pictures of her favorite animal in the world, cats. On her desk, she had all of her equipment and paperwork neatly arranged. She also made sure to have a lovely little picture of Minister Fudge there. Suddenly, her relaxation time was cut into when she heard a knock on the door. Suppressing a sigh as she wondered who this was, she placed her cup and saucer down on her desk before she spoke up. Come in, she called. A second later, the door opened. Potter! She blinked in surprise. Harry gave her a small nod as he came in to close the door. Hello, Professor, Harry said as he took a few steps in before pausing and looking around the room. Ooh, cats! I like cats, Harry said with a dreamy smile. What are you doing here? You should be in your common room, she said, resisting the urge to glare at the troublemaker of a boy who had caused so much trouble the ministry with his lies about you-know-who. Yeah, but I've got something to discuss with you, Harry said as he walked over and stopped in front of her desk. He opened his mouth to speak, but stopped when he saw the photo frame that held Minister Fudge's picture. He picked it up and examined it. Well, that's not flattering. This photographer clearly had no idea how to take pictures. The minister's nose looks like Big Bloody Ben, Harry said with a shake of his head. Mr. Potter, put that down now, Professor Umbridge ordered, giving in to her desire to glare at him for his disrespect to the minister. Of course, Harry replied as he gave her a slight nod before placing the picture back on the desk, though he made sure to place it face down so the picture of Fudge would not be able to see anything. Terribly sorry about that. Anyway, like I said, I have something important to talk to you about. Well, what is it? She asked. The fact that you got my sister fired, I really didn't appreciate that, Harry said, holding his hands behind his back as he discreetly pulled his wand out and waved it, causing all the cat pictures to freeze. He wasn't sure if they would be used to spy on people, but he didn't really want to risk it. You don't have a sister, Professor Umbridge huffed, not noticing the deactivated cat pictures. Yes, I do. Her name was Tonks, Harry said, glaring at her with narrowed eyes. Oh, that metamorph, Umbridge said in a dismissive voice as she gave him a sweet smile. Nothing happened to her that she didn't deserve, she added, smirking as she did so. Let's agree to disagree on that, Harry said before he bent down to look like he was picking up something. Once the majority of his body was out of Umbridge's sight thanks to the desk in between them, he began waving his wand again. Potter, what are you doing? Madame Umbridge demanded to know as she stood up and leaned forwards. Whatever she was about to say was cut off as Harry swung a magically created bat at her head. After being hit, she fell back onto her chair and faded into unconsciousness. Get ready for a year in hell, Umbridge. Harry smirked as he got rid of the bat. Nothing less than you deserve, Harry said before he cast a couple of healing spells on her. He'd much rather not do that, but the less evidence he had against him, the better. Obliviate, Harry said in a cold voice as he hit her with a memory charm so she would no longer remember the last couple of minutes. He replaced her memory with a memory of her falling over and then going to sleep at her desk shortly after. Harry had learnt the memory charm from Tonks, who knew it thanks to being an Auror. He did tell her that he had a good reason for wanting to learn it. He had no doubt she'd approve if she found out how he had used it and how he planned to use it. CH'ter 85. Oh, Umbridge groaned as she woke up. She started rubbing the side of her head, feeling a slight stinging sensation. What? What happened? She said, blinking repeatedly before trying to recall her memory of what happened last night. She remembered walking up to her office, sitting down and enjoying a nice cup of tea, but not much after that. Had she fallen asleep? I must have been more tired than I thought, she said to herself before she looked around and smiled at the way her office was decorated. It was just perfect as far as she was concerned. She yawned and began stretching when she suddenly heard the sound of talking. She frowned as she realized it was coming from outside of her office. Why were the little brats here already? It was far too early to begin dealing with those snotty-nosed children. She took out her wand and cast a tempest spell to check the time. Her eyes widened to near-comical sizes when she saw that she was already 10 minutes late for her first class. She let out a noise that, despite what she might believe was a squeak, before quickly getting up and rushing out of her office to get to her class. Thankfully for her, it was only a door away. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, Harry was sat with the other students, except he was sat at the back with Daphne. Thor wasn't with him as Harry had instructed the little bird to go and hang out with Auntie Hedwig, mostly because Harry was admittedly a little bit protective over Thor, seeing as he was still quite young and didn't really want to have Thor near Umbridge any more than necessary. Jet had agreed, of course. We are not letting that fat frog traumatize my nephew, Jet had said in a very firm voice. As of the moment Harry was leaning back in his chair, Daphne was leaning against him with her head resting on his shoulder, though most of her attention was focused on Jet, who was happily talking to her about any and everything he could think about. And then I grabbed the mouse and wrapped my whole body around it, Jet told her in a happy voice, quite glad that she was now able to understand him. It tried to escape, but I had it, and then I just squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. Until it died, Daphne guessed in an amused voice, keeping her voice low so nobody else could hear her. Exactly, Jet all but shouted. And then once it was dead, I ate it, and that was the very first time I had ever in my life strangled my food to death, he said in a proud voice. That's good for you, sweetie, Daphne whispered to him before she reached a hand over and began petting his head. OHOH, I like that, Jet said, leaning into her touch. Harry looked at Tracy, who was sat in the desk in front of them along with Blaze. She had been looking back and had witnessed the whole thing. She looked at Harry with an amused expression. Harry gave her a small smile and a wink to show he was equally as amused. Tracy smiled back before turning away, blushing slightly. Slam. Everybody in the room turned their heads up to the entrance of Professor Umbridge's office, where they saw that door had been slammed open and Madame Umbridge was stood, her eyes wide and looking quite unsettling. She softly gulped before straightening up and adopting a wide and unsettling smile. Good morning, class, she said in a sickeningly sweet voice before she walked down the stairs, straightening her clothes as she did so. She stopped in front of her desk. Now, we will be spending this year studying for your ordinary wizarding level examinations, most commonly known as Mr. Potter, she suddenly barked, losing her smile as she looked at Harry. What is that? She demanded. Harry frowned and looked around before looking at Daphne, who was sat next to him. I believe that she's a blonde, sir, Harry replied in a respectful voice. I was not referring to her, and I am not a sir, Madame Umbridge said, red-faced. The students quietly laughed amongst themselves. Oh, so sorry, that was a slip of my old snake tongue, Harry said in an innocent voice. Please forgive me, sir. I mean miss, Harry quickly corrected. Mr. Potter, what is that on your desk? Professor Umbridge asked, sounding far from amused. "Oh, well, this is a charms book, Professor," Harry said, holding up a book on charms before he let out a small sigh and put it away. "I sincerely apologize, Professor. You were just taking quite a long time, so I figured I would entertain myself while I waited. Are you all right, Professor? You are quite late today. Are you sick?" "I am not sick," Professor Umbridge said through gritted teeth. "And that was not what I was referring to either. I am talking about that," she said, pointing at Jet. "Well, this is a snake," Harry said in a slow voice, as if explaining something to a child. He was about to speak again when Jet hissed at him. "A slithery snake," Harry added, earning a nod from Jet. "Well, what is it doing in my classroom?" Professor Umbridge said, looking very annoyed. "Being a slithery snake," Harry replied. "Mr. Potter," Professor Umbridge snapped, "it shouldn't be in my classroom." Harry raised an eyebrow at her. "This is my familiar, Professor," Harry responded. He really wasn't sure what was worse, the fact that this idiot thought she was a real professor, or the fact that Harry had to at least pretend to respect her. Either way, she was not a proper professor as far as he was concerned. "I do not care. Get rid of it," Madame Umbridge ordered. She was about to take away points from him, but stopped when the snake looked up at her. "I'll get rid of you, bitch," Jet hissed. "Madame Umbridge," Daphne spoke up, barely able to stop herself from smiling at Jet's comment. "With all due respect, you cannot do that. This snake is Lord Potter's familiar. As such, he has a right to keep the snake with him at all times." "Ha, got told," Jet laughed before turning to Daphne. "Nice one, pet. You deserve a reward. I'll have Harry feed you later." "Why are you both smiling?" Madame Umbridge frowned when Harry and Daphne suddenly started smiling. "No reason," the two said at the same time. You may keep your pet in this class," Madame Umbridge sneered. "But I'll be watching you, both of you," she warned before turning to the rest of the class. A big smile suddenly appeared on her face as if a button had been pressed. "Now!" She flicked her wand, and several books from the front of the class flew forwards and stopped when each student had one book each. "Study hard and you will be rewarded. Fail to do so and the consequences shall be severe." She finished with a little giggle, shaking her body slightly as if the very thought pleased her. Excuse me." Hermione Granger raised her hand several seconds later after skimming through the book. "There is nothing in here about using spells," she pointed out with a frown on her face. "Using spells?" Madame Umbridge repeated with a loud laugh, as if that was the funniest joke she had ever heard. "I don't see why you would need to use spells." "Excuse me," Harry raised his hand. "Madame Umbridge." "Yes, Mr. Potter?" she asked, her smile dimming slightly. "You are aware that magic is performed through several different ways, such as runes and rituals, but that the most commonly taught way is through incantations and wand movements, aka spells?" Harry asked. Umbridge opened her mouth to speak, but Harry quickly continued before she could. "That's why we use spells here at what is actually a school for magic. We especially need to learn them because we will be required to use them in our exams," he added, sounding like he genuinely thought that she didn't know. "It is the view of the ministry." Madame Umbridge took a small breath to help her combat her desire to strangle Potter right here and now. "That a theoretical knowledge will be sufficient in helping you pass your exams." "We're not using magic," Ron Weasley blurted out with disbelief. "Students will raise their hands when they talk," she told him. "As I have said, a theoretical knowledge of the spells should be sufficient enough," Madame Umbridge said. "But Madame Umbridge," Tracy raised her hand. "Surely theoretical knowledge can't be enough, I mean. I could know how to theoretically build a world-class broom. I wouldn't then instantly try it and hand it off to a world-class Quidditch player." "Yes," Blaze agreed as he raised his hand. "I mean, I know a few people who know the theory to the Patronus charm, including myself, but that doesn't mean we've been able to do it on the first try." "You will not need to use the Patronus charm. That's far beyond OWL level," Madame Umbridge replied. "But that was not his point," Hermione spoke up. "We can't just go into our exams without actual practice. We'd fail for sure." "Yeah," Ron nodded in agreement. "No way we'd get good grades if we just read," Ron said, saying the last word as if it had offended him. I find myself agreeing with Red McLeod Mouth over there, Blaze said, gesturing to Ron. Surely if it's just reading then we don't need to come to class. We could just do it in our common rooms or the library. Professor, Harry asked, raising his hand once again, don't you as a teacher think there should be more practical learning? After all, you're here to make sure we don't make mistakes. And if it's just reading then your presence is not really required, because then even a squib would be able to teach this lesson, right? Harry asked in a questioning voice. The slight tilt of his head might have been a bit much, but he was fairly sure that he had sounded as genuine as he possibly could. Enough, Umbridge said loudly when she saw other students were about to speak. No more questions. I will not repeat myself. Now, read your books. There will be no need to talk, she said before she turned around and went back to her desk. She took a deep breath before she sat down, only to realize that she had left the paperwork she needed to do upstairs. She barely refrained from scowling before she stood up and went into her office. She returned a couple of minutes later only to find the students looking down at the books, not making any noise. She let out a pleased smile, glad that the little brats were doing as they were told. She took a moment before returning to her desk. Once she had sat down and placed her paperwork on the desk, she dipped her quill in her ink and began writing. She glanced up and saw the Potter brat was reading his book, looking like an innocent little student. But Umbridge knew better. She knew that the boy was a trouble-making son of a mudblood who delighted in causing trouble for good and hardworking witches and wizards like Minister Fudge. It enraged her to no end how the filthy half-blood had managed to worm himself into the company of the children of such fine and upstanding people. The boy had likely used that snake of his, which he was undoubtedly controlling through some dark magic, to threaten the others and gain their respect so he could start corrupting them. What was worse was that she knew he was in a relationship with Daphne Greengrass, the heiress of the Greengrass family. She found it difficult to believe that a girl from such a nice family would willingly be with a delinquent like Potter, had Potter threatened the girl, used a love potion on her, or worse, the imperious curse. Whatever it was, she would find out. Potter. If he had to be with a girl, should settle with a mudblood, that would be around his level. Or better yet, he could just not procreate at all. Umbridge knew that it was possible that Miss Greengrass was simply using Potter for his power and money. She rather hoped for the girl's sake that she was. Umbridge, no matter how much she wanted to deny it, knew that Potter was a rich and powerful wizard, one who was backed by other influential and powerful witches and wizards. But she would not let that intimidate her. She will prove him to be the evil little child she knew him to be. Umbridge frowned, knowing she should have been trying to rile up Potter so she could punish him, but truthfully she was still trying to mentally catch up. She was mentally thrown off since having most definitely been unprepared for this class since she hadn't had breakfast, nor had she managed to change into new clothes. Sure, all of her clothes were pretty much the same, but still. Anyway, she didn't think it mattered too much. She still had a whole year to punish the boy. The ugly one is looking at us again, Jet quietly hissed to Harry and Daphne after Umbridge glanced at them again before looking down at her paperwork. You should pray and hope that she is not attracted to females, he told Daphne before turning to Harry. You should pray and hope that she is not attracted to males, Jet added before slithering up through Harry's sleeve and up his arm until he was resting on Harry's shoulders. And now I shall pray and most desperately hope that she is not attracted to snakes, Jet added, hiding his head behind Harry's neck. Harry and Daphne exchanged looks, not entirely sure if they should be amused or not. I really hope she is not attracted to snakes. Hi guys, hope you liked the chapter. First of all, I just want to address the couple of people who have been complaining about Harry obliviating Umbridge. Well, because no matter how much he wants to make her suffer, he is not going to want to go to Azkaban prison, which he would if she remembered. See, I'll explain. Punishing Umbridge Harry likes. Punishing Harry don't like. So yes, she might not remember it, but he still gets to make himself happy by punishing her like this, until he can finally get around to either killing her or doing something that would be okay for her to remember. Also, I'm not going to put many amakes in this story, but I have one that I have not been able to get out of my head. Hope you like it. Feel free to leave a review. Amek. You will not punish my students with a blood quill, Professor McGonagall said. ignoring the crowd of students that had gathered. "Oh, and what will you do if I continue to do so?" Umbridge said with a small laugh. Professor McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "Well," Daphne said, as she and the other Slytherins exited the hospital wing after visiting Professor McGonagall, who had unfortunately hurt her back, and ignoring Umbridge, who had hurt everything from the neck up. "I think even in the last moments of my life, I would never have been able to predict that happening." "Same," Tracy agreed. Who knew the old girl had it in her? "Indeed," Blaise agreed. "Never expected such a thing from a Gryffindor." "Yeah, but I've got to say," Harry spoke up, "that was undoubtedly the best RKO I have ever seen." Chapter 86. "Harry," Tracy spoke up, sat opposite Harry and Daphne in the library. "When are you doing Quidditch tryouts?" she asked as they continued to work on their homework. Thor was perched on her shoulder while Jet was on Daphne's. "As soon as I can book the bloody pitch," Harry said with a small sigh. "I tried to book it earlier, but the other 3 houses already beat me to it." "Assholes," Daphne replied before going back to her work. "Why do you ask?" Harry asked Tracy. "Well, I was thinking of trying out for a spot," Tracy admitted, causing Daphne to once again look up from her homework while Harry simply raised an eyebrow at her. "You're thinking of trying out, really?" Harry asked. "What, you think I'm not good enough or something?" Tracy replied, a hint of anger in her voice. "I'm not saying that, I'm just surprised," Harry replied, holding his hands up in a surrendering gesture. "But if you are willing to try then, I wish you the best of luck, and I sincerely hope you get in." "Wait, aren't you the one who decides that?" Daphne asked. "Yes, I am, but she's got to earn her spot like everyone else," Harry shrugged. "If she has the skills, she'll make the team, simple as." "Good," Tracy nodded. "The last thing I need is being accused of only getting on the team because of favoritism." "It's more likely you'd be accused of seducing me for a spot on the team," Harry replied. "Would that work?" Tracy asked with a teasing smile. "Honestly, wouldn't hurt your chances," Harry joked. "I'm honestly surprised that you've not tried to get rid of Umbridge yet," Draco said as he and the other Slytherins in Harry's year sat together in the common room. "I mean, granted she's only been here for a couple of days, but still." "I'm not planning to get rid of her, not yet anyway." Harry smirked, sitting back in his seat with Daphne leaning into him. Jet was resting on her lap while Thor was perched on Harry's shoulders. "Not yet?" Tracy asked in a curious voice. Harry didn't immediately answer. Instead, he looked around the room before he spoke again. "Over the last few days, I've had a recurring thought, one that keeps popping into my head, again and again and again," Harry said, sounding serious enough that Daphne stopped leaning into him so she could properly look at him. "What is it?" Daphne asked, her beautifully blue eyes showing that she was giving him her full attention. "There are 3 main armies. Voldemort," Harry began, ignoring the way the majority of the people in the room shivered, "has an army, his Death Eaters. They're a pretty good army, though my research has shown that Voldemort—" "Will you stop saying that name?" Pansy shrieked. "Anyway, Voldemort," Harry said, saying the name as slow as he could, "has an army of Death Eaters. The majority of them are competent wizards and witches, but he's also been known to take just about anyone who is willing to join, provided they are purebloods or at the very least competent half-bloods. Then we have Dumbledore. He doesn't have an official army or anything, but he does have a great many wizards and witches willing to help him, some to fight against Voldemort, others because of their respect and admiration for the man. He has his little Order of the Phoenix, but from what I have seen, they're not very effective. Then we have Minister Fudge, the idiot. He has the Aurors who are trained, even if the Auror standard has dropped since the last war." "Where are you going with this?" Theo asked the question on everybody's mind. "What if there was a 4th army?" Harry asked in response. "Lead by whom?" Draco raised an eyebrow. "Me, naturally," Harry replied in a that's-so-obvious voice. "You want an army," Daphne blinked. "Daphne, I want a lot of stuff, including stomping Umbridge's head into a pile of thumbtacks, but I feel like I need an army," Harry replied. "Dumbledore's group, as good as they are not going to cut it. Dumbledore's a great wizard, but he is not a good wartime leader. Besides, the old man is hardly in the prime of his youth. It's possible he could die tomorrow. What then? They'd need another leader. Who would it be then? Moody. One of the Aurors in there. Merlin forbids Snape. Come on, guys, think about it. Shouldn't we have an army of our own? Harry said with a grin. But what does that have to do with Umbridge? Tracy asked. Well, she's going to help me, of course, Harry said, his grin widening. Help you? How? Pansy blinked. Now, Parkinson, that would be telling, Harry said, resisting the urge to laugh. I'm sure you're all smart enough to work it out. Oh, also, I would advise coming early to dinner tonight. Why? Daphne asked, a frown on her face. There's going to be a rather brilliant and entertaining show, Harry said, licking his lips with anticipation. Later that day, Harry and his friends sat in the great hall for dinner. As they ate, they couldn't help but notice him glance towards the teacher's table every few minutes, his eyes constantly finding Umbridge. Not that was hard, given that she insisted on wearing bright pink-colored clothes every day. It made her stand out quite easily, especially when she was sat next to Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, the former dressed completely in black, while the latter was dressed in dark green robes. Why do you keep looking that way? Blaise whispered to Harry. Not yet, Harry replied, calmly eating his food. That's what you've said every time we have asked, Draco pointed out, aiming a mild glare at Harry. Yet you haven't learnt, Harry said in a disappointed voice. He looked up and saw a brown owl flying towards the teacher's table. Ah, there it is, Harry grinned. That's what we're waiting for, an owl, Blaise blinked. Not the owl itself, Harry said with a roll of his eyes. Look at what it's carrying, you prat. The other Slytherins all turned back to the owl and saw it was carrying 3 letters, 2 of which were the color red. Howlers, Daphne blinked. Yep, Harry grinned. This should be fun. The arrival of the owl appeared to have attracted the attention of everybody in the hall, since owls didn't usually deliver so late in the day, and they didn't usually carry howlers. The owl dropped the 2 howlers along with the letter in front of a surprised Dolar's Umbridge before flying off. Umbridge looked quite surprised, having clearly not expected any mail at all. But before she could do anything, one of the howlers had risen up into the air. Dolars, the howler spoke in the voice of none other than the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge. I'm terribly sorry about this, but I am incredibly busy, and it was just easier to make a howler than it is to write to you. Don't worry, I made sure that the owl wouldn't come anywhere other than your private quarters, something that is child's play for a brilliant wizard such as I. What I have to tell you is private, and it is not really the sort of thing I need others to hear. Umbridge's eyes widened as she realized that everyone in the hall was likely going to hear whatever important information that the minister wanted to tell her. She went to retrieve her wand so she could stop this, only to pale dramatically as she realized it wasn't in her handbag. That realization caused her to miss the nod that Harry had sent to Roman and Ginny. Both of them simply grinned back at him. The 2 of them had been part of the last class Umbridge had, and if she hadn't noticed that she was missing her wand, then they were under the opinion that she frankly didn't deserve to keep it. They hadn't really known why Harry had wanted them to steal her wand, but they did as they were told, and now they were rather glad that they had. Harry was quite tempted to lecture Umbridge on why keeping a wand, your main source of defense, out of reach in a handbag was a bad idea, but decided against it. It's not like Umbridge was a friend of his. Plus, if it led to more moments like this, then she could leave it in her room for all he cared. Now, Dolars, the howler continued, I know that we have known each other for a very, very long time. It pains me to say this, but I simply must. I hope you will understand. Please, for the love of Merlin, please stop trying to seduce me, the voice begged. Umbridge's jaw dropped before she noticed the students' reactions. Some of them looked amused, others looked disgusted. I mean, honestly, your last attempt at a lap dance ended up with you somehow head-butting me in between my legs. Then there was that time you straddled me and the chair we were on broke. Oh, and how could I forget that time you tried stripping for me and I vomited all over my desk. I know I told you that that was because I simply had eaten something really bad before, but if I am being honest, that was a total lie. I had vomited because of you. Please, please never pull your skirt above your knees again, it said. By this point, Umbridge was bright red with embarrassment and anger. Some of the students were openly laughing. Others looked like they were going to empty their stomachs onto the tables. She looked at the other teachers for support, hoping that one of them would help out, but they appeared to be in the same boat as the students. I am terribly sorry about all of this, Dolores. You're a hard-working woman, but you're just not attractive to me. I'm sorry. To be quite honest, I would rather a romantic night in with he, who must not be named, followed by a couple's massage with Dumbledore. Everyone in the hall looked at Dumbledore, who simply chuckled at that comment. Speaking of, I am quite busy right now. This whole you-know-who business is just awful. I hope. No, Potter. He has to be lying. You know who can't be back. If he was, then I would lose my job for sure. I can't run a war against him. Everyone turned to look at Harry, who simply stared blankly at the Howler. I must go now, Dolores. I hope to talk to you soon, the Howler said before it started ripping itself to shreds in front of the mortified Professor Umbridge. Hey look, the second one is starting. A second-year Gryffindor pointed out, and everyone watched as the second Howler rose up. Umbridge growled before she jumped to a standing position and leapt towards the Howler with the intent to rip it to shreds. Unfortunately for her, the Howler moved, and she ended up falling over the table and landing on her back on the other side, causing more laughter amongst the students. She ignored them in favor of trying to get the Howler. Unfortunately for her, it kept dancing out of her reach, and by the time it was ready to speak, it was high enough that she could not reach it. Madam Umbridge, it is I, Percival Weasley. The Howler spoke in Percy Weasley's voice. The minister wanted to send his message to you and has kindly allowed me to send a message to you with his own. When I heard he made a Howler, then I just couldn't help but decide to do one as well. Now, I apologize, this is a sensitive topic, but I feel like I have to tell you this. Our last evening together was somewhat enjoyable, at least until the end. I thought you would have had at least a little experience, but apparently you were telling the truth when you said that that was the first time you had ever given anyone a blowjob. Umbridge squeaked and tried to grab the letter again while several people choked on their drinks. The experience was, well, not really satisfactory. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but how did you mess it up that badly? You were supposed to treat it like it was ice cream or something like a straw, not like a bloody protein bar. Your teeth have caused actual damage down there. I noticed a bit of blood after you left. Unfortunately, your skills in that particular department need work. Fortunately, your dentist is probably quite proud of you. I'd advise you to practice before we attempt it again, which won't be for a while given that I've got to keep it bandaged for a while. Perhaps once the bandages are removed, I can convince the minister to give it a try. Oh, he's such a dreamboat, isn't he? Anyway, that's all from me. I have to go now. Bonsoir, my pink little nugget. P.S. Good luck on trying to build a power base in Hogwarts. Soon we'll control the brats. And then, the world. The voice said dramatically before letting out an evil laugh. The laugh lasted for about 10 more seconds before the Howler ripped itself to pieces. Everyone in the hall stared at Professor Umbridge, though the woman might as well have been petrified given how still she was. It was only 2.5 minutes later that she managed to snap out of her frozen state. The talking all around the hall had undoubtedly helped her. Why didn't you all help me? She demanded to the other teachers. You did not ask for our help, Professor Snape drawled, choosing not to be honest and tell her that it was simply because none of them wanted to help her. That's because I thought it was obvious to you all when someone requires assistance, Umbridge snapped. Why didn't you just use your wand and get rid of it? Professor Babbling asked. Because I don't have my wand, she shouted angrily. Dolores, Professor McGonagall barked. Do not take that tone with your fellow professors. Now what do you mean you don't have your wand? What kind of teacher doesn't have her wand? It was in my bag, but it's not there now, Umbridge said loudly, stomping her foot on the ground in anger and frustration. You're teaching defense against the dark arts, something which is one of the most important school subjects and is designed to help students know how to defend themselves, yet you keep your wand out of reach and in your handbag, Professor McGonagall asked, looking far from impressed. Umbridge paused as she tried to think up a response. She looked around and saw no support, but she did see Dumbledore sitting in his seat and looking at her with his stupid, twinkling eyes. He planned this, she thought to herself. This was all him. she seethed before picking up her last letter. She turned before storming out of the hall. "How did you do that?" Daphne whispered to Harry as she tugged on his arm. The other Slytherins looked like they were still processing all that had just happened. Harry chuckled lightly before he leaned closer so he could whisper into her ear. "I told Roman and Ginny to get her wand before class. I don't know what they've done with it, but I suspect we'll find out soon. As for the letters, well, Tonks can copy more than just faces." Harry grinned. Wow, what about the third letter?" she asked. "Well, Andromeda wasn't really happy with Tonks losing her job because of Umbridge, so I believe that there will be some sort of trap involved there. And considering she's a daughter of the Black family, well, let's just say if Umbridge opens it tonight then, she'll likely not be teaching tomorrow." Daphne stared at him with disbelief, her eyes wide and her mouth dropped slightly as she processed everything that he had just told her. "And you planned all of this?" "Slytherin," Harry said with a shrug. "I am so very attracted to you right now," Daphne said before she grabbed him and pulled him into a passionate kiss. "Ah, young love," Jet said in a fond voice. Chapter 87. "That was horrible," Umbridge growled out, sitting in the comfort of her own office. She took a sip of some calming tea, which unfortunately did very little to calm her down. Her hands were shaking, and it took a considerable amount of effort to stop herself from accidentally destroying her cup. What happened in the Great Hall was not just the most embarrassing and horrifying moment of her career, but also her whole life. She was positive that Dumbledore was the person behind this. She was positively sure that the old man had done this to ruin her image along with the ministers. She had to contact Cornelius straight away. He had to be informed as soon as possible. Hopefully, she could use the incident to help convince him to take action. She knew what she had to do. She had to get rid of Potter and Dumbledore. That will be the only way to properly have the order she needed. She would fix this school by getting rid of both of them. "All right, everyone who is interested in Quidditch, listen up," Harry said out loud in the common room. It had been a couple of days since the Howler event of the Great Hall. Fudge and his people were currently trying to deal with the public reaction, which was probably why Umbridge hadn't attended a single class in the last 2 days. Not that any of the students were complaining. During that time, Harry had held Quidditch tryouts for pretty much every position on the team, with the exception of his own, much to the annoyance of the current Quidditch team members. Draco had repeatedly complained about having to try out, but Harry had been unmovable in his decision. The members of the Quidditch team wanted badly to complain to their head of house, but knew it would only make things worse. It was well known that Professor Snape had no love for Harry, but it was only his skills in Quidditch that caused Snape to make him Quidditch captain. Over the years, Snape's dislike for Harry had not decreased, but he was willing to admit that the wizard was talented in many areas, Quidditch being one of them. And the Sour Potions teacher did not want to lose to Gryffindor or any of the other houses, so it was very unlikely for him to actually do anything about Harry. Plus, if they did complain, then that could result in an upset Harry, no matter what the results, and nobody wanted an upset Harry aimed at them. The rest of the house wouldn't protest much against it, either due to their own desire to win the Quidditch School Cup. So if Harry said that he only wanted players that earned their way onto the team, then they weren't going to say anything. Now, if you're interested in knowing who the members of the Slytherin Quidditch team are, then keep listening, Harry said once the attention of the whole common room was on him. "The first member, to nobody's surprise, is me," Harry said with a grin, earning a few amused snorts. "Firstly, our seeker was and still is Draco Malfoy." "Yes," Malfoy cheered loudly, Crabbe and Goyle clapping for him along with Pansy and a few other Slytherins. "Secondly, the beaters for the team are Frank Wick and John Castle," Harry said, gesturing to 2 6-year students. Frank looked like a rough boy that you should avoid fighting with, while John had a more quiet kid in the library that you shouldn't mess with look. The two of them nodded appreciatively at Harry as a few people cheered for them. "Our keeper is Steve Barnes," Harry added, pointing to a 7th-year student. Steve both smiled and blushed as a few people cheered for him. "And now on to the 2 chasers that will be joining me," Harry continued. "Firstly, much to my surprise, we have young Ginny Weasley," Harry said. "Well, don't look so surprised. Ginny huffed when several people stared at her with disbelief. Yeah, the little Spitfire earned her spot, Harry grinned. And the next chaser joining us is none other than the beautiful and lovely Miss Davis, Harry said, aiming his grin at Tracy. Really? Tracy gasped, eyes wide and a smile forcing its way onto her face. Yep, Harry nodded as a great many people cheered for her. As for the former members of the team, I have a consolation present for you. You all, if you're willing to, will be able to stay on the Quidditch team as our reserve team since you are all actually decent players. I'll put up a sheet for you to sign on the notice board if you want. 2 days later, I'll take that down and post up a sheet to tell everyone who our reserve members are. Now, I imagine you'll all want to cheer. There's no way we're going to lose the Quidditch Cup now. Harry grinned. Professor Umbridge, having returned to the castle, walked around the hallways, trying to see if anything had noticeably changed. As she was walking, she paused when she noticed a bunch of students were all rushing somewhere. At first, she thought that they were perhaps rushing to a lesson or to the Great Hall, but today was a Saturday, and it was definitely not time for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Excuse me, she spoke, stopping a pair of male fourth-year Slytherins. But where are you all rushing off to? She asked in an overly sweet voice. Potter's teaching a class. Everyone with a brain is going there, one of them said before they both rushed off. It took Umbridge a few moments to process what she had just heard. Once she was finally able to start moving again, she ran after the boys, running as fast as her legs would carry her, a task that was made more difficult by the fact that she was wearing heels. She followed them to a courtyard where she found a whole bunch of students in a circle around Harry Potter. She could see students from every year and every house surrounding the famous wizard, and was even able to spot Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout watching over the group. Now, Harry spoke, looking around at the students around him. The fire whip is what one would classify as offensive magic. Anyone want to tell me why? Because it can be used offensively, Tracy said simply, Thor sitting on her shoulders while Jet was perched on Daphne's. Correct, Harry nodded, but it also falls into 2 other categories, the first being defensive. Let me demonstrate, Harry said before he flicked his wand and a fire whip shot out from his wand. The whip was about 2 meters long. Now, the whip is guided by your magic and intent, Harry said as the whip began moving without a single gesture from him. But with that being said, it works easier if you move your arm, as that helps your mind, which will help your magic, Harry said before he flicked his wrist up. The whip copied his actions. This can be used defensively because, quite simply, I can use it to defend myself if someone attacks me, Harry said before he got rid of the whip. Honestly, most spells are classified as defensive and offensive. It's not the best system in the world, but it's simple enough to understand. For example, a color-changing spell wouldn't be classified as offensive or defensive unless in some very unique situations. With me so far, Harry asked. After receiving several verbal confirmations, he decided to continue. The spell surprisingly does not fall into the dark magic category. Why not? One second-year Gryffindor asked. Isn't it dangerous? Yes, Harry nodded. But that's not what makes a spell become classified as dark. Nearly any spell can do damage if you're creative enough with it. I know how to cause serious and maybe even lethal damage with just 2 first-year spells. Now, magic is about intent. The fire whip doesn't fall into true dark magic as it doesn't require deadly intent, as I demonstrated. I performed one without wanting to harm any of you. I can do a fire whip without wanting to harm you all. What I cannot do without sufficient intent is properly perform an unforgivable curse. To perform those spells, you have to want to cause harm or kill. If you don't, then it won't work. There are many different classifications of magic, such as offensive and defensive, but there is also light, neutral, and dark magic. Light magic being magic that requires positive emotions. Like the Patronus charm, a female 6th-year Ravenclaw asked. Exactly, Harry said, smiling as he did so, something which caused the girl to blush. That requires positive emotions to work. Dark magic requires negative emotions such as anger and hate. Neutral magic is in simple terms magic that doesn't really need either. For example, the wand lighting spell. Sure, it might make you happy to perform it the first few times, but for an experienced witch or wizard it is simply a way to get a light. If you have positive or negative emotions, when using the spell then, it will surely affect it, but you don't need to feel positive or negative emotions when performing the spell once you've mastered it. What is going on here? Umbridge quietly hissed to Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout as she rushed over to the women. The students hadn't heard her at all since they were all focused on Harry. "Dolors, control yourself," Professor McGonagall said in a disapproving voice. "Now, whatever is the matter?" "Are you seriously asking me that?" Umbridge looked at Professor McGonagall with disbelief. "Potter is teaching these students dark magic and—" "Ha," Professor Sprout snorted. "Clearly you have not been paying attention to Mr. Potter's lecture. We, on the other hand, have been, and he has not been teaching them dark magic. If you had listened then, you would have heard him explaining what the differences are between dark, light, and neutral magic. Something which I would dare say would make your job easier," Professor McGonagall commented. "Potter is not a teacher," Umbridge protested, red-faced. "He has no right to start teaching a class full of all of Hogwarts." "I would say all of Hogwarts is an exaggeration." Professor Sprout frowned, looking at the students. "A great many, yes, but not all of Hogwarts." "That's not the point." "Dolors," Professor McGonagall sighed. "Mr. Potter had simply been helping a few younger students." "Yes," Professor Sprout nodded. "Word then got out and the other students started piling in when they heard about it. All of them seemingly want to learn from Mr. Potter," she added. "I can't say that I blame them," Professor McGonagall said, interrupting Umbridge, who had opened her mouth to speak. "I mean, the boy is a Triwizard Tournament winner and has accomplished so much for one so young, even being an animagus. That's not to mention the Minotaur, Manticore, and Dragon," Professor Sprout chuckled. "If I was still a student then, I would also be doing my best to attend a lecture from Mr. Potter." "Same here," Professor McGonagall agreed. "I dare say that Mr. Potter makes quite a good teacher. Perhaps he would be willing to become a Hogwarts professor in the future." "Oh, the students would be flooding in," Professor Sprout laughed. "There is no way on earth that a menace like Mr. Potter will be allowed to work in this school." Umbridge spoke quickly, cutting off any further response. "Now, why haven't either of you stopped this?" "Why should we?" Professor Sprout blinked. "Yes, why?" Professor McGonagall asked. "No rules are being broken, nor has Mr. Potter been teaching them anything that is inappropriate by the standards of Hogwarts or the Ministry. Not to mention that Professor Sprout and I have both been here to make sure that nothing untoward happens." Umbridge stared at the two of them for several long moments before she forced a smile onto her face. "Well, if you'll excuse me, I have some things I need to take care of," she said in a sweet voice before she turned and walked off. The next day, the students that all passed the Great Hall could not help but notice a sign that was placed on the wall. "Harry," Angela said as they stopped by the sign, "this is not good." "Definitely not," Harry agreed as he looked at the sign. "Educational Decree, No. 23. DOLORES Jane, UMBRIDGE, has been appointed to the post of HOGWARTS High Inquisitor." "What the hell is a Hogwarts High Inquisitor?" Blaise asked. "Whatever it is, it's probably not good for us," Harry replied. "Could always just kill the bitch," Jet helpfully suggested. Chapter 88. All right, pay attention," Harry said. He was once again standing in the middle of the courtyard and was surrounded by students from all years and houses. "So, the banishing charm, Depulso, not to be confused with the other banishing charm, Evanesco. Can anyone tell me the differences between them?" Harry asked. Several students raised their hands. "Go on," Harry said, pointing at Flora Caro, who had enthusiastically raised her hand. "Evanesco is the vanishing spell and is used to vanish things, but is sometimes called the banishing charm. Depulso actually blasts someone away," she answered with a smile. "Correct," Harry nodded, causing her smile to go bigger. "The word depulso sounds similar to repulse. Long story short, it is pushing something away. Now, when you blast someone away, the effectiveness of the spell is dependent on what?" "Oh, magical strength," Katie Bell guessed. "Hartley?" Harry nodded. Magical strength undoubtedly is part of it, but let's say that you and me were magically equal. I'd still be able to blast someone farther away than you can. You want to know why? Because of intent. Does everyone here know what boxing is? It is a Muggle combative sport where two opponents face each other and are only allowed to punch each other. When they fight, they don't just throw their arms, they use their feet and hips to help generate power and twist their whole body into a punch. And when they do, they don't aim for their opponent's face. They aim past it, like they want to punch someone behind the opponent and the opponent is simply in the way. You've got to act like that when you blast someone, not necessarily in a friendly duel, but in a life or death situation. You should imagine how intense you want your attack to be. You don't want to just knock them over, you want to blast them back. When you cast the spell, you should. As Harry continued his little impromptu lesson, a certain someone was watching from a window above, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the Harry, the boy she believed to be nothing more than a trouble-making little half-blood who was corrupting innocent, pure-blood children and trying to cause trouble for the Ministry. But soon she would prove to everyone exactly what he was, and then shove the miserable brat into Azkaban. The very thought of it caused her to giggle. "Harry," Angela said as Harry and the other Slytherins in his year stopped outside of the Great Hall at dinner time. "You might want to take a look at this," she said, gesturing to a new decree that had been posted on the wall. Educational Decree Number 24. All student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs are henceforth disbanded. An organization, society, team, group, or club is hereby defined as a regular meeting of 3 or more students. Permission to reform may be sought from the High Inquisitor, Professor Umbridge. No student organization, society, team, group, or club may exist without the knowledge and approval of the High Inquisitor. Any student found to have formed, or to belong to, an organization, society, team group, or club that has not been approved by the High Inquisitor will be expelled. All of the Slytherins stared at Harry, waiting to see his reaction to the latest decree. Harry read the decree, paused, and then read it again. The group watched as Harry's lips thinned considerably. At first, the group thought he was doing an angry imitation of Professor McGonagall, except that thought died away as his cheeks puffed out and turned slightly red. The group blinked as they saw Harry was trying to control his laughter. He didn't succeed, as a few seconds later, a loud laugh escaped from his mouth as he continued to stare at the decree. "Has he gone mad?" Draco whispered to the others. "I'm sure he's no more mad than usual," Tracy replied. "That's not comforting," Theo replied. "Shut it," Daphne said. "Harry, are you okay?" Angela asked. "I'm brilliant," Harry laughed. "I've just had a Slytherin," he grinned. "What, just had a Slytherin?" Blaise asked in a confused voice. "An idea, Blaise," Harry said, rolling his eyes. "I've had an idea," Harry said before he walked into the Great Hall with the other students following after him. Harry looked around and saw that the hall was nearly full and all of the professors were sat at the teacher's table. "Are you going to tell us your idea?" Daphne asked impatiently. "Better than that, my queen," Harry grinned before handing Thor and Jet over to Tracy and Daphne. "I'm going to show you. I'll see you guys in the common room." "But what about dinner?" Draco pouted. "Not now. Angela, come with me. The rest of you go back to the common room. I'll send some elves to bring food, go," Harry said before he walked forwards with Angela following after him. "Is this going to get us in trouble?" Angela asked. "It just might," Harry shrugged. "Though if it goes well then it might just be worth it." "Here's hopping," Angela commented just as they stopped in front of the teacher's table. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore asked, "what is the problem?" "Problem? Oh, there's no problem," Harry smiled. "I'm just here to help make sure the students obey school rules." "I beg your pardon." "Oh, I'll explain in a minute," Harry said before he cast a sound amplification spell on himself and turned to the students. "Excuse me, everyone," Harry spoke, catching everyone's attention. "I've just recently learned of a very important reason for us to not be here. The teachers need you all to leave now. This is very important. Everyone needs to return to their common room as soon as possible, and please do not panic or rush," Harry said before he paused and saw that nobody was moving. "Did you hear what I just said? Get your stuff and go out the door," he yelled, magic lacing his voice. The students all exchanged looks, but did as he said and got up and began walking out of the room. Mr. Potter, Umbridge spoke up, narrowly beating out Professor McGonagall. What are you doing? You're welcome, Harry said after canceling the sound amplification spell and turning to face the teachers. So, do I get any points for that? He asked hopefully as the students kept walking out. Points for what? Professor Dumbledore calmly asked before any other professor could speak. Helping enforce the rules, obviously, Harry replied just as calmly. And what rules do you think you are enforcing? Umbridge sneered. You just kicked out the entire school population from dinner. Well, I am enforcing Educational Decree number 24, Harry answered. What? Umbridge blurted out in a surprised voice as all of the other teachers looked back and forth between the pink-loving professor and the emerald-eyed wizard. The decree clearly says that all student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs are henceforth disbanded. An organization, society, team, group, or club is hereby defined as a regular meeting of 3 or more students. All of the students in Hogwarts regularly meet in the Great Hall for dinner, and clearly there are more than 3 students in Hogwarts. So until you officially declare to the student population that you are okaying dinner time, we may not attend dinner, lunch, or even breakfast unless we desire to be expelled. Harry finished with an innocent smile. What? Have you gone mad, Potter? Umbridge said, all but yelling. The decree was not meant to be taken that way, and you know it. With all due respect, madam, unlike with magic, intent is not a factor here. Harry shrugged apologetically. The words written in the decree are what matter, not the intent behind them. And according to that very decree, we students cannot attend dinner. Oh, Harry said as he turned to Professor Dumbledore. You may want to quickly let out a notice to inform the students that all classes are cancelled tomorrow, since our High Inquisitor has not yet officially declared them to be okay to attend. What? Umbridge blinked. More than 3 people and multiple meetings, therefore goes against the decree. Angela summarized on Harry's behalf. Exactly, Harry nodded before turning thoughtful. Though that probably means that the common rooms are off limits as well. Ah well, I'm sure it would be fine for a single night until new accommodations can be made for the students, Harry said before smiling at the professors. Well, good evening and good night, he said before he turned and walked away with Angela following after him. Angela took a glance back and saw Umbridge turn so red that she looked like she was going to burst a blood vessel. She waited until she and Harry were outside of the Great Hall. That was brilliant, Angela told him as they walked back to the common room. Ah well, I try, Harry chuckled. Dobby, Flipsy, Harry called. Suddenly the 2 elves popped in and began walking along with Harry and Angela. Master Harry calls us, they asked. Yeah, Harry nodded. Go to the kitchens and instruct the elves to deliver food to the student common rooms, since the students have not been able to eat in the Great Hall tonight. Then, in an hour, I want one of you to come back and take a letter from me to Lord Black. Flipsy will do it, Flipsy said quickly, causing Dobby to curse under his breath. Why a letter to Lord Black? Angela asked curiously. He has his head on straight and his mind in the right place, Harry responded. After his argument with Fudge, he began preparing in several ways, which include buying as many stocks of the Daily Prophet as possible. I also had Ted buy some on my behalf as well. Together we own about 70% of the newspaper. Educational Decree number 24 is totally going to make the front page, Harry said with a grin. They won't completely go after the ministry. That will just cause problems. Still, neutrality suits me just fine, especially when I'm in the right. Oh, Angela said in understanding before her lips twisted into a smile. I love it when you act all Slytherin, she said before giving him a meaningful look. Harry looked at her for a couple of seconds before turning to his 2 house elves. You know what, after you give the students food, then wait 2 hours before you come back to me, he told them. Off you go, Harry said. He waited until they were gone before turning to Angela. So, want to stop in an abandoned classroom or go straight to my room? He asked casually. Classroom, Angela replied. Too many people in the common room, too many questions. Fair enough, Harry said before pulling her into the nearest empty room. The next day, the staff all announced to the students that Decree number 24 was no longer in effect, and students were allowed to return to the Great Hall and go to their lessons. The student all gladly went into the Great Hall for breakfast. As the students started eating, the newspapers arrived, and nearly every student in the hall was found either reading their own newspaper or reading one of their friends. It just so happened that yesterday's event was in the papers. Ministry decree backfires. Yesterday, Hogwarts's High Inquisitor, Dolar's Jane Umbridge, had introduced a new educational decree. Educational Decree number 24. All student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs are henceforth disbanded. An organization, society, team, group, or club is hereby defined as a regular meeting of 3 or more students. Permission to reform may be sought from the High Inquisitor, Professor Umbridge. No student organization, society, team, group, or club may exist without the knowledge and approval of the High Inquisitor. Any student found to have formed, or to belong to, an organization, society, team group, or club that has not been approved by the High Inquisitor will be expelled. The reasoning behind this particular decree is not yet known, but whatever the case, it appears to have caused more harm than good. Yesterday evening, during dinner, a student saw the decree and decided to take action. This student was none other than Harry Potter, the boy who lived and Triwizard champion. Harry Potter walked to the front of the Great Hall and asked the students to leave and return to their dormitories. Once the students were gone, he began explaining his actions to the teachers. Harry Potter had simply pointed out that the decree does not allow the students to gather for dinner as an organization, society, team, group, or club is hereby defined as a regular meeting of 3 or more students, meaning the students were not allowed to convene in the Great Hall or attend classes as they also fall under the same category. The decree has been scrapped due to how it basically prevents students from eating, attending classes, or even living in Hogwarts. The fact that the decree was cancelled near immediately does not generate confidence in anyone, especially given the so-called Howler incident, which Minister Fudge insists is nothing more than a vicious prank. Minister Fudge has assured the public that this was all but a minor setback. These sort of things can happen occasionally. The important thing is to learn from them. I'm sure that there will be no repeats of an incident like this, Minister Fudge has said when asked about the removal decree. We have not yet been able to contact Professor Umbridge to ask her opinion, though we will keep trying. As the students continued reading, Harry looked towards the teacher's table and saw Umbridge staring at him with undisguised hatred. Harry knew he probably shouldn't antagonize her more for a while at least, but decided it would probably be worth it, which was why he winked and saluted her by raising his goblet. She turned so red that Harry was really not sure if she would pop. "Oh, you're going to drive her mad," Tracy said in an amused voice. As if she wasn't already, Daphne snorted. "By the end of the year, I'm going to be in all of her nightmares," Harry smirked. "Oh, can I be in them too?" Jet asked. Sure." Yay, Chapter 89. The Death Eaters in the room were all sat quietly at the table. Lord Voldemort was sat on one end of the table and was reading the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. The rest of them had already been made aware about the contents of the newspaper. Apparently, Harry Potter had embarrassed and undermined the Ministry in their latest attempt to gain more control over Hogwarts. A great many of them expected their lord to be upset or furious at the failure, given that he wanted to weaken Dumbledore. But those in the know realized that Dumbledore was not the only person that the Dark Lord was interested in. "How amusing," Voldemort chuckled after reading the newspaper. "The boy continue to impresses me." "My lord," one Death Eater spoke up. "Forgive me, but does it not concern you that the boy is counteracting so many of the Ministry's plans? That will make our own plans much more difficult after all." "Plans can be changed," Voldemort said dismissively. "The mark of a great leader is not the ability to produce plans, but to adapt his plans. If needed, we will adapt. Fortunately, that is not yet needed." "My lord," another Death Eater spoke up. "The Potter boy grows more powerful each day. 2 of my nephews go to Hogwarts. One is a 6th year and the other is a 3rd year. The first tells me that the older students won't act against Potter, while the other tells me that Potter is known as the Silver King of Slytherin. Such lovely titles he collects, Voldemort chuckled. Is there any other information about Potter that any of you would like to inform me about? My lord, a Death Eater spoke up. My youngest, she is still in Hogwarts. She has told me that Potter has begun teaching the other students. Teaching, Voldemort repeated in an interested voice. Yes, my lord, the Death Eater nodded. Lucius's son and my boy have confirmed the same thing. Nott spoke up. It is true, Lucius nodded. They tell us that Potter is openly holding classes, and nearly every student in Hogwarts tries to attend. According to my son, Potter is teaching them not just spells, but also magical theory and the different types of magic, explaining to them what dark magic truly is. It is my belief that it was Potter's open classes that prompted Umbridge to produce her latest decree, though we all know how well that worked out, he said, gesturing to the newspaper. Indeed, Voldemort said with a light laugh. My lord, one nervous Death Eater spoke up. Do you still wish for us to recruit Potter? I do not mean to question you, but it just seems like Potter is far more trouble than he is worth. Voldemort stiffened in an almost unnoticeable way. He took a moment to squash down his desire to curse the stupid Death Eater for his stupid question. Tell me, what were you doing at the age of 15? Voldemort asked. The Death Eater wisely did not answer, as it was clear that that was not a question that Voldemort wanted to actually be answered. I do not know, nor do I care. I find it hard to believe that you were doing anything beyond wasting your parents' money and becoming intimately familiar with your right hand. Harry Potter, at the age of 15, is going to battle against the Ministry and is already recruiting other students. The boy is powerful, rich, resourceful, intelligent, has mastered magic far beyond his years, and possesses the noble gift of Salazar Slytherin himself. Yet you ask if I still want him on my side. Voldemort asked, looking at the Death Eater like he was an unintelligent bug who kept flying into the same wall over and over. The Death Eater visibly wilted under his gaze and thanked his lucky stars that he wasn't getting punished. It was only his desire to remain unpunished that stopped him from pointing out that he was actually left-handed. Harry silently sat in Professor Umbridge's class, dutifully placing all of his attention on reading the book in front of him, looking like it was the most interesting thing that he had ever read. It might have helped that he wasn't actually reading that dreadfully boring and stupid book that Umbridge had assigned, and was actually reading a book from Salazar's library, one which had its cover magically changed to make it look like Umbridge's book. When he wasn't focusing on the material in front of him, his thoughts drifted to various things. One thing that he kept thinking about was Thor, who had gone from the size of a budgie to a cockatoo. Harry was glad that the young Thunderbird was starting to grow. Another thing that Harry thought about was his recruitment of other students. So far it was all going rather well. He had been able to get more and more interested students, and he could see the younger students looking at him like he was an actual teacher, while the older students looked at him with respect. He had Angela, Tracy, and Daphne also helping him on that side. Harry was also receiving help in recruiting from other houses. Firstly, Cedric Diggory was helping him recruit from Hufflepuff. The boy was still quite popular in the House of Badgers and believed Harry when he said that who was back. He was also very grateful that Harry took the cup and faced Voldemort instead of him. In Ravenclaw, Cho Chang, who was Cedric's girlfriend, helped recruit members of her house partly for her boyfriend and partly to thank Harry. Gryffindor was naturally more difficult given that the majority of the house had some problem or another with Slytherins, but Harry was thankfully able to get some support from the 3 Gryffindor chasers, who, like Cedric and Cho, were popular in their own houses. I slept with them and they helped me recruit an army. I really got lucky there, he thought to himself. He had sent letters to the Tonks family and Lord Black and asked them to provide him with 2 lists, the first being a list of students with Death Eater family members and a second list of students that had family that worked for the Ministry. The last thing that Harry wanted to do was have his army cut off before it could properly begin because he wasn't smart enough when recruiting. Harry knew that a great many students, especially in his own house, were related to Death Eaters. Harry was willing to give out a chance to all of them, but he wasn't willing to be stupid about it. No, Harry had plans and backup plans. He even had escape plans in case they became necessary, and he had a feeling that one day they might. Harry also had Angela look for a place to train the other students in secret. He wasn't really willing to take them down to the chamber for a great many reasons. "I'm glad to see you're all behaving," Professor Umbridge said from behind her desk, an unsettling smile on her face. Harry barely hid a smirk. He still found it hard to believe that this toad really thought that things were even somewhat going her way. Harry knew that she was attempting to recruit as many students as possible to Fudge's side. He also knew how well it was going. Thankfully for him, it was going about as well as Snape's love life. She tried to recruit, but pretty much all of the teachers hated her for one reason or another, and she was known to hate those who were not pure-blooded, so lost a great amount of support from the rest of the school. The majority of her support would have likely have come from Slytherin, given that it had a great amount of purebloods, except they weren't willing to play ball with her given that she was on the opposite side of Harry, and there weren't many in the House of Snakes that were willing to challenge Harry. Plus, Umbridge's wonderful personality meant that less people wanted anything to do with her. "It is good to see you act like model students," Umbridge spoke again. "All you need to do is do as you're told. There is no need to make noise and argue and do anything beyond read your books. To do otherwise would make you troublemakers. The last thing this world needs or will continue to have are troublemakers and liars," she said, purposefully focusing her gaze on Harry. Harry didn't even bother looking up from his book. Honestly, he had had worse insults back when living with the Dursleys. Umbridge looked quite put out at the lack of reaction and returned her focus back to her work for a brief few moments before she looked up at Harry. "Mr. Potter," she said suddenly. "Detention," she said, finally causing Harry to look up. "Detention?" Harry asked. His voice was both amused and questioning. The whole class was now looking between him and Umbridge. "Whatever for? As far as I'm aware, I have not broken any school rules. As a matter of fact, I have been quietly reading my book." "Your detention is for your poor posture," Umbridge said, gesturing to Harry, who was leaning back comfortably in his chair. "Really?" Harry drawled out, making the word as long as he could. "Honestly, poor posture, she must be desperate to get me in trouble," he thought. "Yes, I think that." "Really?" Harry repeated, raising an eyebrow. "Do you have a problem with my punishment, Mr. Potter?" Umbridge asked in a challenging voice. "I am the High Inquisitor and therefore have final authority on all punishments. You have not forgotten that, have you?" "Not really, though I am rather curious about why I am the only one who is being punished for poor posture," Harry said before he gestured to Ron, who was slumped over his desk with his arms crossed and his head resting in his arms. "Excuse me, Professor," Daphne spoke as she raised her hand. "I believe my posture was not entirely perfect either," she said as she straightened up slightly. "Professor," Tracy raised her hand. "How do we know if our posture is good enough?" she asked, seemingly genuine. Daphne and Tracy's words may as well have been calls to battle as the entire classroom began bombarding Umbridge with questions about posture. "Enough. Be quiet," Umbridge snapped, though her words appeared to have no effect as the classroom continued talking. Harry smirked at how uncomfortable Umbridge looked now that she no longer had control of the class. What Umbridge failed to realize was that the majority of the school did believe Harry when he said Voldemort had returned, and were therefore not amused to say the least when it came to Umbridge's deny, and no fucking way are we not denying that tactic. Not to mention Umbridge's own recruitment attempts were going as well as her attempts to look human. It also seemed lost on her that her extreme denials and targeting of Harry was actually convincing a few people that the Ministry was trying to hide something. "Guys," Harry called after several seconds. He had barely raised his voice, yet the entire class had become quiet. "Let's calm down now," he said with a small smile, his voice calm and gentle. "I'm sure that the poor professor is simply mistaken." "I beg your pardon, Mr. Potter," Umbridge said, looking at him with disbelief. "Your position as High Inquisitor does come with many benefits. That is not something that can be argued against. However, something that I can protest against is the reasoning for your detention." Harry spoke in an almost bored tone, a lazy smile on his face. You have claimed that poor posture is the reason for my punishment. Fortunately for me, that is not something that can be punished according to ministry or Hogwarts rules. You may oversee all punishments and punish students for breaking rules. Unfortunately, you are not yet able to hand out punishments for breaking rules that do not officially exist, as that is a great abuse of your power and position. You could, of course, argue that I was disrespectful, but I have so far been very polite in all of my questioning, as these many witnesses around me will confirm. So I and the rest of the people in this classroom have broken no rules. Unless there is a new decree, I am unaware of that forbids bad posture, Harry said, raising an eyebrow. So, would I be correct in guessing that the detention you assigned is cancelled? Harry asked in a polite voice. Umbridge's jaw tightened as she looked around at the classroom, seeing not even a small bit of support from any of the students, not even the pureblood students or those who had family that worked in the ministry. It had become clear to her that Potter was more troublesome than she had originally believed. The brat has managed to turn nearly all of the students against me, and the ministry, she thought to herself, not quite realizing that she was greatly part of the reason why the students had turned away from the ministry. Of course, Mr. Potter, your punishment is cancelled, she said, forcing a smile on her face. Her teeth grinded against each other so hard that it looked like they were going to turn into dust. Wow, she's getting desperate, Tracy said as the group walked out of Umbridge's class. She's past desperate, Blaise snorted. Harry, Angela said as she walked over and began walking alongside the group. I did what you asked, and I found a perfect spot, she said in a pleased voice. Really? Harry grinned at her. Oh yeah, you'll love it, Angela grinned. Great, Harry said before turning to Jet. Looks like the plan is going to move forward faster than I thought. Yes, that is good news. But just remember that if the plan goes wrong, then there is always Plan B, Jet replied. That's the one where you strangle her to death, right? No, it's the one where you strangle her to death. I'm not touching her, Jet replied. Idea from avid Narutofen. So Jet, Harry spoke, trying to seem casual. You just won the Triwizard Tournament. Yep, Jet said proudly. You also managed to gain a little snake harem as you did so, Harry added, as he gestured to the several snakes surrounding Jet. Yes, I did. My harem's bigger than yours now, he said with a snake grin. Lovely, Harry said in a dry voice. Here's the thing, I got to go fight Voldemort in an hour, and I know how you won the tournament, and I could really use the same help. I don't know what you're talking about, Jet said quietly. Harry gave him a hard and long stare. Fine, Jet sighed before pulling out a bottle of luck potion. Just bring it back once you're done. I'm going to meet a cute-looking runespore later, and I'm hopping to have a threesome. Chapter 90. And how exactly did you find this? Harry asked, looking around the room he was in with a wide grin. The room he was in was currently filled with plenty of training dummies, mats, and other various pieces of equipment that could be used to help train people. This room is located on the 7th floor in the left corridor of the Hogwarts castle, and has a hidden entrance opposite the tapestry depicting the attempt of Barnabas the Barmy to teach trolls ballet. Harry had walked past this corridor hundreds of times throughout his years at Hogwarts, but he had never found this room. It wasn't easy, Angela admitted. Eventually, I called both of your house elves and asked for help. I asked if they knew any secret rooms. Dobby never worked in Hogwarts, while Flipsy had only started a short while before meeting you, so they didn't know the castle as well as they could have. But they did direct me to one of the more experienced elves. He told me that this room is the Room of Requirement, also known as the Come and Go Room. If we walk past the wall 3 times and think about what we need, the room will provide us with it. I wanted a training room, and here we go. Angela, a very happy Harry spoke. If you can get this room to shift into a bedroom, then I swear to Merlin, I will take you right here and now. Oh, Angela smirked just before the room changed. Apparently it can change from the inside as well, she said before sitting down on the bed that had appeared behind her. Go on then, master, you did say you'd take me. And I'm a man of my word, Harry grinned. Are you sure about this, Harry? Tracy asked, as she and the rest of the fifth-year Slytherins stepped into the Hog's Head Inn, a slightly disreputable inn and pub run by Aberforth Dumbledore, brother of none other than Hogwarts's own headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. "She's right, there are plenty of better places to have this meeting," Blaise commented as he looked around the seedy bar. "I meant actually having the meeting," Tracy said with a roll of her eyes. "Tracy, I'm more than sure," Harry told her before moving over to the bartender, who was none other than Aberforth. "All right, mate. Can we get a few butter beers for all of us, please? Also, fair warning, we're going to be expecting a lot of company here." Aberforth grunted and sent him a curious look, but didn't do more than that before going off to get the butter beers. "Why this place?" Daphne asked as the group sat down together. "It's not exactly sanitary," she said, looking around and frowning at how unclean everything was. "Most people go somewhere else, that's why," Harry said before he took his wand out and lazily waved it, cleaning the entire room of dust. "That's better," Harry said just before Angela came in. She smiled at them and sat down just before other students started pouring in. "So, is this more or less than what you expected?" Thea asked several minutes later, when the bar had become filled with students from all years and houses. "Honestly, exactly what I expected," Harry told him before standing up. The second he had stood up, the other students had quietened down. Harry looked around. He knew that Angela had done her best to exclude students that would cause more problems than anything, such as Ronald Weasley and those that were firmly and undeniably on the side of the Ministry and Death Eaters. With that being said, he was still going to be cautious around them until he could say for sure whose side they were on. "Hello, everyone. For those who don't know who I am for some reason, I'm Harry Potter. And you all should know that I wanted to speak to you all. Let's be blunt here. Dolores Umbridge is a complete idiot," he said. Many students nodded at that. "And right now, she isn't teaching you all anything of value." "That's not true," Roman protested. "I now know how to piss off people with the color pink," he said, half joking. "It's also taught me that I most definitely don't want to work in the Ministry if people like her are there," Ginny commented. "Umbridge was actually useful for something," Katie Bell from Gryffindor said, pretending to be shocked. "Apparently so," Harry said, his lips curling up in amusement. "But that doesn't change the fact that what she has failed to teach is defense against the dark arts. All she does is make you all read from a stupid book in silence, or while listening to her spout off her usual crap about the Ministry." "That book is really bad," Hermione Granger quietly admitted, looking incredibly disappointed and annoyed. Though she had said it quietly, everyone had heard, and to many of them, if Hermione Granger was willing to admit that a book was bad, then it must be really bad. "I've learnt more magic from self-studying this year than I have from her." "Seeing as she's taught us no magic at all, that's not surprising," Padma Patil from Ravenclaw commented. "We're not learning any magic, and we're most definitely not learning enough to pass our exams," Hermione said, looking quite worried. "If this keeps up, then exams will be the least of our problems," Harry spoke up. "If this keeps, then you will all be very defenseless against Voldemort when he finally is ready to come out of the shadows." Many people flinched at the name, and Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes at that. "Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort," Jet chanted repeatedly. Daphne smirked at that and held back the urge to laugh. "You really think he's back?" one young Gryffindor asked. "I know that he is," Harry said in a firm voice. "Well, how can we know for sure?" Zacharias Smith asked suddenly. "Really?" Susan Bones hissed at him. "You're really doing this now?" "What?" he asked defensively. "All I'm saying is that we should have proof and—" "You want proof," Harry cut him off. "All right, the first thing you do is go to Madame Pomfrey and ask her about the state I was in when I came back battered and bruised. You can ask her about the cuts I had. You can ask her about the piercing curse that had hit me. While you're there, you can also ask her about my exposure to the Cruciatus curse," Harry said. The room might as well have been hit with a silencing spell given the lack of noise coming from everyone else. He could see they all looked uncomfortable, especially Neville Longbottom, who looked very disturbed. "You want to know what that felt like, Zach?" I don't." "Let me tell you what it felt like. It was scary," Harry admitted, surprising many people. For many people, they had built up an image of Harry in their heads. He was the ruler of Slytherin and outclassed other students and defied impossible odds, so it was telling how bad something was if he had been scared of it. For Ginny, Roman, Flora, and Hestia, this was especially telling given that Harry had fought and killed a basilisk on his own. There I was, in a graveyard at night, on the floor and screaming in pain. Surrounding me wasn't just tombstones, it was Voldemort himself, and if that wasn't bad enough, then add in the fact that he had several of his minions with him. The curse itself, it was the most painful experience of my life. It felt like every part of me was on fire. I wanted him to end me just to stop the pain. Ask Madame Pomfrey, Smith, I dare you. In fact, last time you doubted me, you nearly lost your entire trust vault. You want to bet, Smith? Huh, want to bet that trust vault, huh? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Smith's face turned red, but he didn't say anything. He instead sat down and stayed quiet. Even if you don't believe Harry, you can all still understand the importance of learning how to properly defend yourselves. Daphne spoke up. Exactly, even without Death Eaters, there are still hundreds of other threats that you need to know about, Tracy said. Boggarts, magic traps, werewolves, and cursed objects, to name a few. Sure, we have Aurors, but they won't be able to arrive instantly. Plus, if our generation doesn't learn, then there will be less Aurors in the future. So, what do you suggest? One fourth-year Ravenclaw asked. Well, we need a teacher, someone to teach us how to defend ourselves, Angela replied. Oh, so Harry is going to teach us. That makes sense. Luna Lovegood, fourth-year Ravenclaw, said with a dreamy smile on her face. You think so? A Gryffindor second-year asked. Oh, yes, Luna nodded. He has plenty of experience fighting against the dangers of the wizarding world, not to mention that the whole school knows that he is consistently the best in his year. Plus, there's the fact that he is the youngest Tri-Wizard champion ever. Also, not to mention that the Jumpy Pippin Packalocks love to gather around him, she said in an airy voice. Right, Blaise nodded, deciding to ignore that last part. Not to mention that the guy fought you-know-who and managed to live to tell the tale at the age of 14. Look, guys, Harry spoke up. This is not a game. I won't just be teaching you how to pass your exams, I'll be teaching you how to survive. I'll be teaching you offensive spells like the Fire Whip. I'll teach you defensive spells like the Patronus Charm. If you let me teach you, then I will make sure that you're all capable of defending yourselves and your family and friends if you're ever attacked. You'll at the very least be able to hold your own until Aurors arrive to help you. How are you planning to do that? Flora Caro asked. We've found a secret room in Hogwarts where we can practice, Harry answered. I would like to do this out in the open, but then Umbridge would probably try and find some way to stop us, Harry said, rolling his eyes. If you-know-who is really back, then why are the Ministry so dead set against admitting it? Colin Creevey asked. I would have thought that would be rather obvious, Draco drawled, looking unimpressed with the Gryffindor. If Fudge admits that you-know-who is back, then he will eventually lose his job, Angela told the crowd. He is not a good leader, and he is especially not good enough during a time of war. He's doing all this to keep his job, a Hufflepuff girl blurted out with disbelief. Partly, Harry nodded. The little coward is also scared. The last war was a nightmare for everyone. He doesn't want to believe that a second one will come along. Unfortunately for him, I don't give a shit what he wants. He'll doom us all with his stick his head in the sand tactic. As for Umbridge, she's just a stupid cunt willing to please Fudge. I don't think she's on Voldemort's side, but I doubt she'd complain too much if he took over the Ministry, given that she pretty much hates all who aren't pureblood, Harry said, earning nods from all the Muggle-born and half-bloods in the crowd. This isn't just something I want, this is something we need, Harry said before he pulled out a piece of parchment and placed it on the table. If any of you want to join, then sign your name here to let me know. This is so I know who is with me, and so I can try to include as many people as possible during these sessions. If your name's not on it, then don't expect me to contact you for training, Harry said before he placed the parchment down on a table in front of him. If you don't want to join, then I direct you all to Angela, Harry said, gesturing Angela, who stood up and pulled out another piece of parchment before moving over to the door. If you don't want to join, then simply sign your name here, Angela said, placing her parchment down on a table next to her. This will cause you to forget about this meeting. You'll erase our memories, one of Cho Chang's friends shrieked. Only of this meeting, Angela replied. Surely you can understand that. If you don't wish to join, then you need to sign this, or the rest of us are at risk of you telling Umbridge. Sign my parchment and join us, or sign the other parchment and lose nothing beyond a couple of minutes of your life, Harry said. If you leave, then we won't do anything to you. Unlike Voldemort, I respect free choice, Harry said before stepping back and crossing his arms. Harry's group of Slytherins went first and signed the contract. Shortly after, the rest of the students signed their names on it, as well, with the exception of 7 students that signed Angela's contract and left. Good, Harry said once everyone had signed. Now, go off and enjoy your Hogsmeade trip. I'll be in contact with you all soon. Harry smiled before letting them all leave. Well, that went well, Blaise commented before turning to Harry. So what's up with that? He asked, gesturing to the parchment that the majority of the students had signed. Why, Blaise, I have no idea what you mean, Harry said in an innocent voice as he picked up the parchment and tucked it away into his clothes. Oh, come on, Blaise scoffed. What is it? Fine, spoil my fun, Harry said with a small shake of his head. What this is a magical contract that will prevent you from telling on me to Umbridge if you do try. Well, let's say you won't like the results, Harry said with a grin. Now, Umbridge will undoubtedly know about this little meeting. I find it hard to believe she wouldn't find out about so many people gathering here, so be prepared for that. What do we do now? Theo asked. Well, Harry said as he picked up Jet and placed him around one arm while Thor was perched on his shoulder. I'm going to go and enjoy a day out in Hogsmeade with my girlfriend. The rest of you can do whatever you want, Harry said before he held out a hand to Daphne, who smiled and placed her own in his before the two walked away from the group. Great, he just starts getting an army and then decides to go out on a date, Harry and Daphne heard Draco comment just before they left the pub. All in all, I think things went rather well, Daphne said as the two walked together, hand in hand. Yes, indeed it did, Jet agreed. Oh, we should buy some mice. Would you like some? He asked Daphne. They're quite filling. I appreciate the offer, but no, thank you, Daphne amicably replied. Oh well, your loss. Chapter 91. Filch is watching you again, Tracy whispered to Harry as she walked with Harry to Quidditch practice. It was just the two of them as Jet and Thor were waiting in the common room with Daphne. The two of them would have been alone had it not been for Filch. I have no idea what he thinks he's doing, Harry sighed as Filch tried to discreetly follow them from a distance. Tried being the key word, given that Harry and Tracy had noticed him quite easily. I can guess that he's trying to be stealthy, Tracy said in an amused voice. I hope his efforts at staying alive are equally as successful, Harry replied, causing Tracy to giggle. Harry smiled at her, though truthfully he wasn't entirely joking. Filch disgusted Harry, not because he was a squib, but because of how he acted. Filch hated kids and apparently hated his job, and decided that if he was going to be miserable, then he was going to do his best to make sure that everyone else around him was miserable as well. Harry suspected that the man hated being in a school full of children that reminded him that he was a squib, which Harry could somewhat understand. But as far as he was concerned, that was not a good enough reason to treat others like dirt. If he didn't like his job, then he should get another. There are plenty of jobs available for squibs in the Muggle and magical world. One thing that really bothered Harry was how ungrateful Filch was. The man was a squib, but was still given the chance to work at what was known to be the best magical school in Europe. To experience magic that others couldn't. Did Filch care? No, he was more happy to complain and spend his time wishing he could whip kids. Something that Harry most definitely did not like, given that he had been whipped by abusive adults before. Filch, Harry called without looking back or stopping. I am going to Quidditch practice with this lovely young lady. No illegal dealings or anything. If you keep following me, then I will inform the school board and the professors, Harry said. A second later, he heard a sound that sounded a lot like tripping. Idiot, Tracy said, rolling her eyes. The school sometimes feels full of them. Personally, I blame Umbridge for that, Harry replied. Oh, why is that? Tracy asked curiously. Because if she can blame everything on me, then I can do the same to her, Harry said in a that's so obvious voice. Fair enough, Tracy smiled. Though I doubt you can blame her when I show you up in practice today, she said with a grin. In your dreams, Davis, Harry grinned back. Yeah, well, I can make my dreams become a reality, she said confidently. Oh, so I'm in your dreams. Harry's grin became wider. I'm flattered. I didn't. Shut it, Potter, Tracy said, giving him a playful shove. Abuse, Harry said dramatically. You attacked your captain, Harry said before shoving her back, then running off to the Quidditch pitch. Hey, get back here, Tracy laughed and chased after him. Welcome, one and all, Harry said as he stood in the room of requirement with all of the students that had signed the contracts and agreed to be taught by him. How did you find this room? One Gryffindor third year asked while looking around the room in awe. I surround myself by intelligent people, Harry answered with a grin as he sent an appreciative glance towards Angela before turning back to the crowd and talking in a far more serious voice. Now, I want to make something very clear. This group, as of the moment, is not illegal. You can't get detention for being here. You're not allowed to be punished for coming here, no matter what Umbridge may believe or want. However, with that being said, the last thing we want is for Umbridge to find out about this because she irritating little toad that she is. We'll try to ruin it like she had ruined our lessons. And the color pink. Yeah, fuck pink, one student shouted, earning laughter from a few other students. Agreed, Harry chuckled. Now, for this first lesson, I plan to get a general idea about everyone's skill level. To start with, I am going to ask you all to start by showing you all how to properly perform a disarming spell. Me and my friends will go around seeing how competent you all are with the spell and... A disarming spell, Zacharias Smith scoffed. I thought we'd be learning proper magic. The disarming spell is first-year magic. Oh, great, I've got a volunteer. Harry grinned evilly as he looked at Smith. Smith gulped and looked at his friends for support, but found none as they all non-verbally let him know that they thought he brought this on himself. A minute later, he found himself flung across the room, thanks to a powerful disarming spell from Harry. Funnily enough, nobody tried to question how useful the disarming spell after that. Now, elemental magic, Harry said after the group was about half an hour into his session. There are some spells which are based on certain elements. A classic is Incendio, the fire-making spell. We all know that one. It does as the name suggests and makes fire, but there are other fire-based spells. Oh, like the Flame Whip, Flora Caro asked, raising her hand. Yes, exactly. Harry nodded and smiled at her, causing the girl to beam. The Flame Whip is just one example. A more extreme example would be Fiendfire. But for obvious reasons, I'm not teaching you lot that, nor am I likely ever going to consider doing so. Now, there are some people that are more naturally suited to working with certain elements. For example, Harry flicked his wand and created a large ball of fire that hovered in the air. Tracy, if you wouldn't mind, Harry said as he gestured to the fire. No problem. Tracy grinned before she began moving the wand. The other students watched as the fire shifted into a snake-like shape and began following Tracy's wand movements. It wiggled around in the air, dancing all over the place before twirling upwards and disappearing. Tracy over here has an affinity for fire-based magic, Harry told the other students. Surprisingly enough, he thought to himself, it was somewhat hard to believe that kind-hearted Tracy was particularly good with fire, but on the other hand, she could be just as passionate and dangerous as the element in question. Daphne, on the other hand, is better with water-based magic, Harry said before he nodded to Daphne. Daphne smirked before taking out her wand. She shot a thick jet of water out that began flying into the air before it started circling around Daphne. The water shot up into the air, and then transformed into a large snowflake that broke apart into little snowflakes that floated down to the ground before disappearing. Show off, Tracy said good-naturedly, causing Daphne's smirk to widen. As ice is basically frozen water, Daphne is also good with ice-based magic, Harry continued. I personally am particularly good with air-wind magic along with lightning. Now, some people are good with some elements, while others find some difficult, and for some they can use them all equally. It varies from person to person. How will we know if we're better suited for a particular element? One young Ravenclaw student asked. You try spells and see which works best for you, Harry said simply. That's it, nothing more to it. Angela, Harry said, turning to her, how are we doing on time? He asked. I think we've been here long enough. We should probably end it for today, Angela said, earning protests from the other students who seemed to be in no hurry to end the lesson. No, she's right, Harry said to the students, shutting down their protests and complaints. We can't stay here too long or Umbitch might get suspicious. On the way out, Angela will hand you all a fake galleon. You will all keep them. Don't lose them. What's so special about them? Ginny Weasley asked. I have linked them all to a galleon that I have using the Protean charm, Harry said. For those who don't know what that is, it's a charm that allows several objects to change simultaneously through a common purpose. But isn't that a Newt-level spell? Terry Boot of Ravenclaw blurted out. Yeah, and, Harry shrugged. Now, take a damn coin when you leave and keep it with you. As soon as I'm able to work out when I can have another session with you lot, I'll send the date and time through the coin. It took me a lot of work, but I've managed to divide the coins between years and houses. So I will likely be calling you back in groups, perhaps first to third years one day and the rest another day, maybe Hufflepuffs one day and the rest another. That's still to be decided. Anyway, go off and enjoy the rest of your day, Harry told them. As the students reluctantly began leaving, Harry began thinking about the lesson he had so far. He was honestly quite disappointed at the level of skill that most of the older students possessed. He had been expecting better, though thankfully they weren't horribly behind and could eventually catch up, as could the younger years. So, Draco said as the Slytherins in Harry's year walked up to him. How did we do? He asked with a grin. Certainly better than the majority, Harry said after a brief pause. Of course, Draco grinned. But with that being said, you need to work on your speed. Harry cut him off. What? Draco blinked. Yeah, try and copy Goyle, please. It'd be much better for you, Harry suggested. What? Goyle? Draco blurted out as everyone looked at Goyle, who blushed at the sudden attention. Yes, he did brilliantly, Harry nodded, completely serious. Not the best here, Daphne's the best out of you lot, but Goyle did pretty good. True, Angela agreed as she came over. You all did good, but you could do better. Then again, you definitely have an edge over the over students. It does help that Harry has kept you all practicing over the years. You're welcome, Harry told his friends with a grin. Anyway, the lesson was good, and people can't seem to wait for more, Tracy said happily. Yeah, good to know that Harry is finally good for something, Blaise said jokingly. Harry stared at him and resisted the urge to make a comment involving Blaise's mother and sister before settling with giving him a mild glare. Excuse me, Miss Greengrass. A most unexpected voice interrupted breakfast for the fifth-year Slytherins. They all looked up and saw Dolor's Umbridge standing at the table. Daphne stared at the woman before taking a moment to swallow her food. May I help you, Professor Umbridge? Daphne asked politely after cleaning her mouth. Yes, I would like to talk to you in my office. I believe you have a free period next, Umbridge said in her irritatingly sweet voice. That is true, but may I ask why? Daphne asked, raising an eyebrow. Also, can it not wait until another time? I was hoping to spend some time studying with my boyfriend, she said, one hand reaching over to grab Harry's. Yes, we do have our Transfigurations homework to work on, Harry agreed, wondering what Umbridge was planning to do. He looked right into her beady little eyes and began reading her mind, horrid thing that it was. Only a second later he was able to find her intentions and quickly exited Umbridge's mind. The talk that I plan to have with you is very important, Umbridge told Daphne, ignoring Harry. Please come to my office. I'll be expecting you there in no less than 5 minutes, she said. Daphne opened her mouth to respond, but Umbridge had already started walking off. All right, Daph, Harry whispered into her ear. Here's what we're going to do. May I ask why you wanted to see me, Professor? Daphne asked as she found herself sat opposite Umbridge. You may, Umbridge nodded. But before I answer, would you like a cup of tea? She asked, gesturing to the saucer and cup of tea opposite her own, clearly placed there for Daphne. No, thank you, Professor, Daphne said, politely refusing. Now, really, dear, please have some, Umbridge said, her wide smile dimming ever so slightly. Really, I insist. I appreciate your attempts to look after my well-being, but I have just eaten a few minutes ago, Daphne pointed out in a bland voice. I have no room in my stomach for anything else, nor do I currently wish to eat or drink anything else. Now, why have you called me here, Professor? Very well, Umbridge said in a disappointed voice that somewhat made Daphne feel like she was trying to emulate Dumbledore. I have brought you here today to discuss your relationship with Mr. Potter. Professor. That is a highly inappropriate topic for a professor to discuss with a student, Daphne said, frowning deeply. Yes, but I feel like this conversation must happen for your sakes, Umbridge said, dismissing how upset Daphne seemed. Now, you are an heiress to a noble and important family. You must be careful when making certain choices, such as who to support and which individuals you will become close to. I assume you're referring to my boyfriend, Daphne said, barely suppressing a glare. She honestly found it hard to believe how desperate this woman was to get at Harry. Yes, while I am sure that there are some things that might attract you to him, though I can't imagine anything he could provide that would be worth spending time in his presence, You can't, Daphne said in a mock-surprised voice. I suppose that's probably a good thing, Professor. I hardly think you're his type. Miss Greengrass, As for me, I suppose I can just see the good things that you've apparently missed, including but not limited to the fact that he's a great and powerful wizard who will have a lot of influence even without being Lord Potter and heir to Black family, Daphne said in an airy voice. Well, that aside, he is hardly an appropriate choice for a girl such as yourself, Umbridge sniffed. Even so, I believe that is my personal business, not yours, Daphne told her in a cool voice. Now, professor or not, ministry official or not, you do not have the right to interfere in any and all relationships I have. If you will continue to insist on this conversation taking place, then I'm afraid I will have to file a complaint with the necessary officials. Now, if that is all, then I will be leaving, Daphne said as she stood up. Miss Greengrass, Umbridge said, anger seeping out from her voice. Umbridge did not get to finish her sentence as she suddenly felt her head get grabbed and slammed onto her desk, knocking over her tea, causing it to spill across the desk just before Harry became visible with Jet on his shoulder. You really shouldn't bother my girlfriend, Harry said before taking his wand out and stunning Umbridge. I do hope you took the recording device off before doing that, Daphne said in a calm voice as she stood up. Yep. Harry nodded and flicked his wand to reveal a recording device. With a flick of his wand, it shrunk down, and with another it flew into Harry's pocket. Harry aimed his wand at Umbridge, and obliviated her memory of him attacking her before lazily waving his wand and causing her cup to return to its position and her tea to go back into the cup. You didn't get all of it, there's less tea in the cup, Daphne pointed out. Scum like this does not deserve a full cup of tea, Harry said indignantly. Fair enough, Daphne agreed. Now shall we go? Harry, Jet hissed, I need to go. Wait a sec, Jet needs to go to the toilet, Harry patiently explained before he grabbed Jet and held him over Umbridge's teacup. You might want to turn away, Harry told Daphne. Probably best, Daphne frowned before turning around. I don't mind if you watch, Jet replied. I'd rather not, Daphne politely refused. So, Harry, are we going to use that evidence to get rid of Umbridge? Not yet, so far she's sticking to my plan, so I'm not getting rid of her despite the glaring temptation, Harry sighed. Soon, though. What happens then? Either she's in jail, or I'm going to feed her to Jet. I will gladly kill and eat all of your enemies, but do not for a moment think that I am going to let that pass through my stomach, Jet hissed. Chapter 92. All right, everyone, welcome back, Harry said as he welcomed a bunch of students back to another training session. These students were all 4th years and above. First of all, Yes, he asked when he saw Hermione Granger raise her hand. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was thinking that we should have a name for this group, she said. What, why? A fourth-year Hufflepuff asked. Well, it would give us a sense of unity, Hermione began. Plus, it would give us a way to talk about it outside of here without someone, namely Professor Umbridge, finding out about this. Well, she does have a point, Blaise said after a few seconds of thinking. As much as I hate to admit it, I agree, Draco said, feeling like he might throw up a little at having to agree with Granger. Oh, how about the Silver Wolves? Tracy asked. We could call it the SW for short. Why that? Harry asked as everyone turned to her. Well, first of all, if we choose a snake or a lion or an eagle or a badger, then the other three houses would complain and say they want their house animal, Tracy began explaining. So it's a neutral animal that nobody can complain about. Also, wolves are pack animals. They help and support each other. That's what we need to do right now. Help each other. Plus, the wolf packs will always have an alpha in charge. Daphne grinned as she gestured to Harry. It makes sense, as the alpha Harry's job is to protect and care for us while also keeping us in order. Fine, I really want to get this meeting on the way, so for today at least we will be called the Silver Wolves, and if necessary, we will discuss it more later, Harry said. Now, pair up guys, let's start with practice duels, Harry said before he turned to Tracy. Wolves, he mouthed questioningly. What, I like it, she mouthed back. And that's another 10 points for Slytherin thanks to Harry Potter. Lee Jordan announced at the latest game of Quidditch. The competing teams today were Slytherin and Hufflepuff, and currently Slytherin was willing. The score is now up 130. Come on, Hufflepuff. You can still get back into the game, he said hopefully. Personally, I'm hoping they don't, Tracy said to Harry as the two began flying next to each other. They won't, Harry smiled before spotting Ginny fly up next to him. All right, guys, go for move 1213. I'll be 1, Ginny will be 2, Tracy will be 3. Got it? Got it, the girls smiled before separating from Harry. And Potter has the ball, Phil Precier, the 6th-year Slytherin commentator, said a few moments later. It had been agreed by the teachers after numerous complaints by Slytherins that each house would have a commentator representing them in Quidditch, which was why there was now 4 commentators per every Quidditch game, which was why Lee Jordan was now joined by Phil for Slytherin along with 2 other commentators for the other houses. He passes to Ginny Weasley, who narrowly avoids a tackle and tosses it back to Potter. 4th-year Hufflepuff Andy Carlson commentated. He looks like he is about to throw it, and he does. But wait, he threw it to Davis. She scores. That makes the score 110-30. Oh, the classic 1-2-1-3 move, Luna Lovegood, the 4th commentator, commented. It was very effective. I'm glad that Harry is the Slytherin team captain. I hope he continues to stay the captain. He doesn't seem to be too bothered by Moonday bugs that are flying around. Plus, his butt is very nice to look at, she said in a matter-of-fact voice, causing the other 3 commentators to look at her. Miss Lovegood, Professor McGonagall, who was sat nearby, sighed. Please do not talk about the Quidditch players' behinds. Oh, okay, Luna nodded. What about his eyes? They're quite dreamy. Not that either, Professor McGonagall sighed. Oh, look, Hufflepuff has the quaffle, Lee Jordan said, happy to bring the conversation away from whatever this was. But Potter steals it away, Precier says in an excited voice. He looks to score another goal, but wait, what the hell is up with that bludger? Harry, whilst holding the quaffle, barrel rolled to avoid a bludger that had nearly taken off his head. But strangely enough, the bludger didn't go straight past him and opted to instead change directions and fly back at him. Harry narrowly avoided the bludger. He looked over his shoulder and saw it once again change direction and charge after him, looking much faster than before. Tracy, take over, Harry yelled before tossing the quaffle to Tracy. Harry flew downwards, waiting until the last second to pull out of his dive. The tips of his feet had grazed the grass, but he had thankfully not crashed into the ground, unlike the bludger that had been following him. He looked over his shoulder when he heard the sound of a crash and saw the bludger had created a small hole in the ground. Harry's relief was short-lived as the bludger flew up into the air a couple of seconds later and started chasing after him again. Potter actually did a Wronski feint against a bludger, Andy Carlson said disbelievingly. Yes, that's impressive, but that bloody bludger is chasing after Potter, Praseer complained loudly. I don't imagine it'll be chasing after him much longer. Luna commented with a smile. Why is that? He demanded. Because Harry has his wand, Luna said before pointing in the direction of Harry. The other 3 commentators looked at where she was pointing and saw Harry aim his wand at the bludger that was trailing right behind him. A spell shot from his wand and hit the bludger. The second the spell hit the bludger, it stopped chasing after Harry and dropped straight to the ground. That's lucky, Praseer said in a voice filled with relief. Yeah, Slytherin nearly lost their best player, Andy commented. Yes, but it looks like that's no longer an issue, Jordan spoke next. And wait, is that? Yes, it is. The Seekers are going for the snitch, Oh no, Jordan cried out. Slytherin wins, Praseer cheered. Harry, are you okay? Tracy asked as the Slytherin team all landed on the pitch. I'm fine, Harry replied. You sure about that, Potter? John Castle, one of the beaters, asked. That bludger did chase you around quite a bit. It didn't even touch him, Frank Wick, the other beater, snorted. Potter's an ace at Quidditch. What I want to know is what he did to that bludger and why that bludger was chasing him. All I did was hit the bludger with a simple, finite incantatum, Harry said. Finite incantatum being a simple spell that is used to end other spells. Genius, Steve Barnes, the keeper of the team, grinned. Thanks, Harry smiled at him. So your spell canceled whatever spell was messing with the bludger? Ginny asked. Yeah, Harry nodded. I think someone wanted me be injured. If not dead, Tracy said quietly, but everyone heard her. Possibly, well, likely, Harry corrected himself. I do have quite a few enemies. What, you think Death Eaters are responsible for this? Ginny asked. No, I have a feeling someone else is responsible for this, Harry responded. Who? Tracy frowned. Give me a moment, I'm about to confirm if my guess is right or not, Harry said as he spotted Dolar's Umbridge approaching. Hello, Professor, Harry greeted her in a casual voice. You're looking a little tired, would you like to sit down? He asked in a seemingly sincere voice as he began diving into her mind. Mr. Potter, Professor Umbridge said as she stopped a few feet away, a disturbing and wide smile on her face as her toad eyes looked at Harry like he was a particularly juicy fly that she wanted to eat. I believe I just saw you take out your wand during a Quidditch game, a clear violation of the rules. And if that was not bad enough, you also cast a spell at the bludger, which is school property, another violation. I'm afraid I must punish you, she said, looking positively gleeful about that idea. What? Tracy and the other members of the Slytherin team blurted out. They would have said more if Harry had not raised a hand, signaling them to be quiet. Is that so? Harry said in an amused voice as he exited from her mind, pushing down the rage and anger he was currently feeling. Umbridge's smile faltered slightly at Harry's apparent disinterest in the situation, but she quickly brought it back up to full force. Yes, first, I think about 2 months of detention for breaking 2 rules. That would be a nice starting point, wouldn't you agree? She said. She started giggling before she continued to talk. Oh, and I am afraid that I will be banning you from Quidditch. Hand over your broom, Mr. Potter, she ordered, holding out her hand expectantly. Harry stared at her and her outstretched hand for several seconds before suddenly looking away from her as he began snickering, surprising Umbridge and his furious teammates. Mr. Potter, what is so funny to you? Do you not grasp the seriousness of this situation? She said with disbelief in her voice. With all due respect, Professor, I believe I have a better grasp of it than you, Harry said, a smile on his face, though the twitch of his lips gave away the fact that he was trying to hold back his laughter. Enough of this nonsense, now hand me that broom, she said, shaking her outstretched hand as if it would suddenly cause the broom to instantly appear in her hand. Or else I double your detention, she threatened. Professor Umbridge, Harry said, his gaze locked onto Umbridge as he handed Tracy his broom. Like I said, I believe I have a better grasp on the situation than you, Harry said as he walked over to Umbridge. Umbridge took a step back when she saw Harry walking up to her. It was but a few seconds ago that she felt in charge. But that now felt like a long time ago. She watched as Potter walked towards her like a predator. His green eyes contrasted against his calm smile and expressed how clearly he would like to squash her. For a moment, Umbridge was sure she saw a spark behind those eyes. Potter looked far more intimidating than any 15-year-old had the right to be. "Professor," Harry said as stopped in front of her. Due to the height difference between the two, he was looking down at her, something that didn't really bother him. In fact, he liked it a lot, especially due to his animalistic side thanks to being an animagus. No doubt his cat, tiger, and saber-tooth forms agreed with him. "That bludger attacked me. Potter, As everyone saw, I acted in self-defense," Harry continued, talking as if she hadn't said a word. "Perhaps you are not entirely aware of all the Quidditch rules, but using a wand in moments of extreme danger, such as when equipment is tampered with, is allowed. As for my spell, I simply used a simple counter spell. That's easy enough to fix if you're a competent witch or wizard, so perhaps you should get Professor Flitwick to take a look at it. As for my punishment, to punish me is to declare to all students that defending yourself is punishable by either the rules of the school and or the magical government. Neither looks good for you. If you do punish me, then I will complain, not just to the deputy headmistress and headmaster, but also to every available newspaper I can find, not to mention the school board. And while we're here, I might just find someone in the ministry I can complain to, just for fun. So I will be joining my teammates in going to get changed. If you still want to punish me, then feel free to inform me tomorrow, and I'll gladly attend your detentions right after I let the whole of Wizarding Britain know that the minister's right-hand woman likes to punish people for defending themselves." Harry smirked before walking off with his teammates following him, leaving a shaken and fuming Umbridge. "Umbridge tried to kill you?" A very, very, very angry Daphne exclaimed. The rest of the SW, they still hadn't changed the name, were all in various degrees of shock. For this particular meeting, Harry had been sure to gather everyone from every year and house, since he wanted everyone to hear what he had to say. "Yep, she did," Harry confirmed with a nod. "And then when that didn't work, she tried to have me punished instead. She's been doing that all year." Dean Thomas, a Gryffindor in Harry's year, pointed out with a frown. "She keeps trying to get you in detention." "I know, the mad woman is fixated on him," Theo said, "and not in the good way." "It's Umbridge. I would think her being fixated on him in the good way would be much more worrying," Blaise said with a frown. "Why would she do that?" a first-year Hufflepuff asked. "Because of Fudge," Angela spoke up. "Fudge hates Harry, therefore she hates Harry." "Yeah, she doesn't like the fact that I refused to stop with my supposed lies about Voldemort being back," Harry said, looking slightly impressed when there were far less people flinching than before. "Umbridge is obsessed with Fudge. I'm sure if the man asked her nicely, then she'd be willing to drop to her knees in front of the whole ministry, strip and—" "Don't finish that sentence," Tracy quickly said, looking quite green, as did a great many other students. "Sorry," Harry said apologetically, grimacing as he did so. "I think my own junk actually shriveled just a little bit there. Anyway, where was I?" "Umbridge is a bitch that tried to kill you because of Fudge, who is also a bitch," Jet supplied. "Thanks, Jet," Harry said before turning back to the group. "Anyway, Umbridge tried to kill me because of Fudge." "You think the minister ordered Umbridge to kill you?" Hermione gasped quietly. "No," Harry shook his head. "I believe that Umbridge acted by herself, partly to make her little fudge cake happy, but also because of her own desire to get rid of me." "How do you know that?" a second-year Gryffindor asked. "Mate, I'm Harry Potter. Plus, it's really obvious when you think about it," Harry said as if that was all the answer that he needed to provide. Thankfully, that seemed to work on most of the students. Which was a good thing, since Harry didn't really want to start explaining how he began reading Umbridge's mind. Not yet, at least. He just knew that that would cause tons of problems and make them worried about him reading their minds. "Umbridge is not getting away with this," Harry said with a small grin on his face. "What are you going to do?" Daphne asked, her eyes lighting up. "I just need a few things," Harry replied. "What?" "I need a group of students, their timetables, Umbridge's timetable. A bunch of Zonko pranks, the Weasley twins, 2 bludgers, some milk, and some jammy dodgers. Harry said in a serious voice. Why the last 2? Heshikaro asked. Because I'm thirsty and hungry, Harry answered honestly. Chapter 93. A furious Dolores Umbridge walked through the halls of Hogwarts, her fury and anger masked by a polite smile, not that it made the student any more comfortable around her. She honestly felt more angry than she had in years. Even dealing with politicians did not bother her as much as being in this school did. Politicians were simple. Give them money or something else they want, and they do what you want. If they still refuse, then you work around them or find something to use against them. They were adults. She can understand and work with adults. Children, however, she did not understand, and apparently she couldn't work with them either. None of them seemed to be willing to work with her, no matter how hard she tried to install in them the proper loyalty they should have towards the ministry and towards Minister Fudge. The children all seemed to be avoiding her. She was sure that that was Potter's doing. He had also poisoned the other teachers against her, him and Dumbledore. She was sure of it. Oh, how I would give anything to be allowed to kill that arrogant brat, she mentally seethed. She was sure that all of her problems could be traced back to Harry Potter. If he hadn't started falsely claiming that you-know-who had returned, then she'd be back at the ministry behind her comfy desk, sipping on tea and helping to keep the magical world in order. But because of Potter, Cornelius needed a person in Hogwarts to prevent Dumbledore and Potter's horrible influence. But she felt that she had arrived too late. It seemed to her that Potter had already managed to get the vast majority of students on his side, and those few that were not on his side were not willing to side with her, as if doing so would put them in danger. She knew that Potter was behind it. She had tried to convince the minister to grant her more power at Hogwarts so she could fix the problem. But he was unwilling to do so. After the first few educational decrees were used against her by Potter, the public had begun complaining and questioning him, so he was being very, very careful. Every single time she proposed a new decree, it would be analyzed by a team that would try to work out if there was any possible way it could backfire on her. And the ministry, thanks to that, most of her decrees were shot down near immediately. It didn't help that Lucius Malfoy seemed unwilling to help her convince Minister Fudge to act against the boy. She couldn't help but wonder why. Was it perhaps because of the friendship that his son had with Potter? The worst part for her was that she couldn't find a way to get to Potter. The boy always found a way to escape her attempts to get him into detention. If she couldn't punish the brat, then the next best bet was to get to him through his friends and family. Unfortunately, his family was out of her reach and protected by Lord Black, while his friends were purebloods or related to purebloods, and she couldn't harm them. If only the boy had a Muggle-born friend she could get to. A part of her was also highly disappointed that she had not had the chance to use the blood quills she had brought with her. She had been hoping to use them on the Potter brat when bringing him to detention, but had decided against it upon realizing that the boy was smarter than she had originally anticipated. He would almost certainly know what they were, and even if he didn't, he wouldn't be the sort to back down and would likely go straight to the press or the DMLE. He might even become angry enough to attack her. She truly believed herself to be a great witch, but she knew that Potter was an extremely powerful wizard, one that she did not want to face, even if she was positive that she could beat him. She only hoped that he, nor anyone important, found proof that it was her who had sent those bludgers after him. Thankfully, she had just recently been able to fix part of her problem. She had decided that if she couldn't use the blood quills on Potter, then she'd use them on someone else who deserved them. Just yesterday, she had been able to bring a first-year Hufflepuff girl into 2 weeks' worth of detention. She hadn't used the quills on her yet, but would be doing so soon. The girl was just another mudblood, so she didn't really mind using the quills on her. Plus, she will be sure to properly hide any evidence, so if the girl did complain, then it would be her word against the word of Dolores Umbridge, the most powerful woman in the ministry, second only to Minister Fudge himself. She was sure it wouldn't come to that, though. A few simple, non-threats and suggestions would easily silence the girl. She would keep punishing the girl for a while before moving on to another Muggle-born. The very thought brought a smile to her face. Though that smile was quickly broken apart when she suddenly felt as if her kneecaps had done the same thing. She fell to the floor screaming in agony as she felt her knees break. She lay on her front, crying out in pain with tears dripping down her eyes. She looked up and saw 2 bludgers lying on the floor, causing her teary eyes to widen, with one thought echoing in her head. He knows, she thought to herself. The brat found out. All right, boys, Harry said with small smile as he sat on top of a teacher's desk, a glass of milk and some jammy dodgers placed on his right side. Jet was resting on his left side with Thor sat on top of a perch that Harry created. You want some? He offered as he held up a jammy dodger to the Weasley twins, who had entered with Angela following behind them both. Oh, I'll have one, the twin on Harry's left said. No, Harry said before he placed the jammy dodger in his mouth and started eating. Why did you offer it then? The other asked while the first looked extremely offended. You were supposed to refuse it, you pricks, Jet hissed. You don't take a person's jammy dodgers, I know that, and I haven't ever eaten one. Exactly, Jet's right, you uncultured swines, Harry agreed before turning to Jet. Though if I am being honest, I would take one if offered. I mean, they're irresistible, Harry said before turning back to the confused-looking twin. Right, you 2 pumpkins are probably wondering why I brought you here, right? Yeah, what do you want? The 2 said at the same time. Yeah, well, the 2 of you like pranks, right? Harry asked. Ah, that was one of those questions you don't need to answer, he said when he saw the 2 open their mouths. Now, how would you 2 like to go into the pranking business? He asked. By the way, that's a question you can answer. He added helpfully before he reached into the mind of one of them, simply to work out which one of them was which before pulling out. What do you mean? The one that Harry knew to be Fred asked. Well, Frederick, Harry began, I am well aware of your desires to continue living the rest of your life as pranksters, not something I would personally devote my life to, but that's apparently the way it is. How did you know I'm Fred? Fred asked with a frown. I'm smart like that, Harry smirked. What do you want? George asked. What do I want? Harry echoed. I want a lot of things. Most things I want, I get. As of the moment, I want your services. Our services, the twins repeated in a confused voice. Yes, and let's make it clear, not the male prostitute kind, Harry responded. You see, I've been made aware of you testing your products out on first years, Harry said, having found that out from members of the SW. That stops now. Oh yeah, what happens if it doesn't? Fred asked defiantly. Well, boys, Angela spoke up, leaning against the wall behind her with her wand in her hand. If you continue to test your products on kids, then I will test my hexes and curses on you. I know some very nice ones. First years are off limits. Don't get smart and start testing on second years either, Harry said. Now, you are well aware that I won the Tri-Wizard tournament last year. By doing so, I won quite a bit of money. I'm willing to give that money to you. You are. The twins blinked and looked at him with pure disbelief. This isn't a gift, Harry said. If that is not a sufficient amount of money, then I will be willing to give you more once you give me an exact amount, such as 500 galleons extra, and provide me with evidence to show that you need that amount. Then you will have a year before you pay me back, with interest. After that, if your business is successful, then I will be made part owner. So I will own, shall we say, a third of everything. A third, they blurted out. He is paying for it, Angela reminded them. Plus, there are 3 of you. The 2 of you will get 2/3 of everything. Exactly, Harry nodded. Why should we work with you? George asked. Because quite frankly, your dreams are toast if you don't, Harry smirked. You're going to need to pay for a location, products, advertising, staff, and a bunch of other stuff. You 2 idiots have made far more enemies than you have friends, and let's face it, none of your friends have the money needed to start your business. Work with me and you'll get the money far faster. Plus, I'm not asking for much, am I? I don't plan to impede on you 2 once the business starts, at least as long as you don't do anything incredibly stupid. It's a fair exchange, isn't it? I only ask for a few very simple things. The first is that you stop testing potentially dangerous products on young first years, something which could land the 2 of you in Azkaban prison if something goes wrong. The second thing that I'm asking for is for you to repay the amount of money that I'm generously giving you, though obviously I have to take some more or I'd just lose and regain money. But don't worry, it'll be a fair amount. As for the owner thing, I figured if I'm giving you what is not only your dream, but also a way to keep making money for the rest of your life, then I should be rewarded for that. And those are the only things you're asking for? Fred asked suspiciously. No, Harry replied. For one thing, you're not going to be selling anything harmful, unless you're selling something that will backfire on Death Eaters, in which case, sell away. Also, you two will need to pass at least 3 of your newts. That's each of you, by the way. What? Why? They both said, looking like he blurted out the last thing they were expecting him to say. I'm not having a pair of uneducated asshats running what is basically at least partly my business, Harry said, rolling his eyes. This isn't charity. You need to prove to me that you can handle my money. You need to earn it. If you can't put in the effort for your newt exams, then how will I know that you will put the effort into maintaining the shop or repaying all of my money? So, is that fair to you? Harry asked. The twins did not immediately answer. Instead, they looked at each other for several long moments before turning back to him. Fair, they nodded. Good. Harry smiled briefly before giving the two of them a serious look. I know that in the past we've not gotten along, but right now a war is coming this way. You two believe me, mostly because Dumbledore believes me, but you do believe me. Voldemort and his merry band of death connoisseurs will eventually come for you and your family, because as far as everyone is concerned, you're just a band of blood traitors and muggle lovers. Not to mention that each member of your family has made plenty of enemies one way or another. So what are you saying? They asked impatiently. What I am trying to say is that it would be better for us to work with each other, and I am willing to work with you, Harry responded. I trust that you're aware of a certain study group going around. Everyone is aware of it, Fred snorted. It's basically an open secret in Hogwarts. Not surprising, George added, given the amount of people that are supposedly in it. We tried to join, Fred admitted, but nobody would tell us about it. And believe me, we tried hard to find out. George frowned, thinking about how none of their fellow Gryffindors would tell them about the group. That would be because I told them not to, Harry replied. What? They both blinked. It's my group, Harry said simply, and I want the two of you to join. What? They repeated, looking like they weren't entirely sure that this was really happening. It's true, Angela spoke up. Harry has been leading the study group because, believe it or not, a lot of people are willing to get trained by the underage wizard who went one-on-one with one of the worst Dark Lords in history and survived. And you want us to join? Fred asked, raising an eyebrow. Like I said, I'm willing to work with you, Harry calmly replied. Right now, you two are a pair of pranksters, ones who won't last very long if Death Eaters and the like try to invade your home and kill your family. But if you're willing to work with me, then I will help you become strong enough to survive, strong enough to make an actual difference. So, gentlemen, what do you say? Harry asked. Give us a minute, Fred said before he and George turned away from Harry and Angela. The two began whispering to each other, and a couple of minutes later they finally turned back to face Harry, who was patiently waiting for them. Okay, we'll join, George said, but before he could say anything more, he was interrupted as Angela stepped in front of the two of them and held out a parchment and a quill. Write your names here, she said in a voice that promised suffering if her command wasn't immediately met. The twins blinked before wisely doing as they were told. Great! Don't tell anyone about the group and don't talk to anyone about it unless you know that they are in the group, she added. Good, Harry smiled while Angela stepped off to the side. Now, unless you have any more questions, Harry trailed off questioningly. Well, what about Ron? Fred asked. What about him? Harry raised an eyebrow. Is he part of this group? George asked. Are you going to ask him to join? He and Fred asked at the same time. No and no, Harry responded. I asked you both because you're more mature than he is, believe it or not, also because everyone describes you as brilliant but lazy, which I can work with. I just need to kick the lazy out of you. Plus, I knew what you wanted, so I knew what to talk to you about. Ron, on the other hand, is not mature at all, and all he seems to care about is food and Quidditch. I could get him food, but that's not very effective, and I'm sorry to say, but I do not have the effort, nor do I have the desire or patience to put Ron in a professional Quidditch team. Plus, he is incredibly unlikely to work with me still. I suppose this is just better incentive for you, isn't it? You'll have to work hard to protect him and your family. Now, moving on, I will have my adopted father draw up a contract for our business arrangement, and will bring you to our next study group meeting. I believe that's all, right? He questioningly looked at Angela. Pranks, she said simply. Yes, pranks. Harry nodded before waving his wand. A ripple passed through the air before next to Harry a large pile of Zonko products suddenly became visible. Whoa, Fred breathed while George gaped at him. Zonko is currently the best when it comes to prank toys. Harry smirked at the reaction of the twins. Which means you'll need to take a look at what they are doing. Take these as a gift, study them and use them to help you achieve your dream. If I may offer a suggestion, you'd be able to learn a lot by using these products, perhaps on a certain pink toad. Harry said with a wide smile. I do think he has a point. Fred grinned at George, who responded with a grin of his own. I do agree, dear brother, George agreed. It's all in the name of science, he said, both twins seeming to come around to the idea that maybe Potter wasn't all bad. Are you sure that it was a good idea to bring those two in? Angela asked Harry once the twins had left. Honestly, no, I'm still not sure, Harry admitted. During our meeting, I constantly looked into their minds, Harry began explaining, while Angela didn't even blink at his casual admittance to reading the minds of the twins. If I had gotten even a hint that the two of them would turn us in or cause problems, then I would have just oblivated them and sent them on their way. Fortunately, they do seem willing to work with us. But if they do cause problems, then we can just fall back onto the old obliviation plan. Very well, but I must ask, why bring those two in? Quite simple, the members of the SW that know them have all pretty much agreed that they are talented, plus the more people on my side, the better, Harry said simply. In a war, every soldier matters. Are we soldiers? Angela asked. Are we and the other students soldiers? Despite what we want, we will have to make a choice between being fighters, civilians, or victims. Harry sighed. Unfortunately, those in the second category will more than likely find themselves pushed into one of the other two. Excellent work! Harry clapped in another SW study session as he passed a group of third years. The third years grinned and blushed in response. Twist your wrist more, Harry said as he passed a couple of fourth years before he stopped by the Weasley twins. It had been only about a week since the twins had joined, and thankfully the two hadn't yet caused any problems, even though it was clear that they were severely tempted when they saw how many Slytherins were in the group. But Harry and Angela kept their eyes on them, and the two knew that. Plus the twins, knowing that Harry knew his stuff, and with seemingly genuine interest in learning to fight against the Death Eaters, proved themselves to be good students that, despite joking around a lot, learned quickly. The two of them had also been pranking Umbridge to hell and back as soon as she had left the hospital wing. At this point, it was more a matter of what prank they'd hit her with rather than if they would. It seemed like she couldn't last more than a couple of hours without being pranked in some way or form. Everybody around her could see that the woman was looking crazier and crazier as the days went on. Her clothes and hair were no longer perfectly neat all of the time, and she appeared to develop a twitch in her right eye that became much more noticeable when she was around Harry. Clearly, she thought that he was responsible for the pranks, which offended the twins somewhat since Harry had only brought the pranks. They had been the ones to put the effort in. Fred, Harry spoke up, causing both of them to look at them. Don't lean so back when you cast. As for you, George, tighten your grip on your wand. Seriously, how can you tell which one of us is which? Fred gaped at him. I'm smart like that. Harry grinned before walking off. He continued walking around before looking around at the room. He saw Daphne showing off Jet to a couple of second years. They looked absolutely fascinated by him, while Jet seemed to enjoy the attention. He could see Tracy and the others practicing while the other students were in groups, doing the same. Thor was flying over everyone's head, occasionally letting out a few trills, something which helped keep the mood cheery. Harry couldn't help but smile at how happy everyone looked. Harry, Cedric said quietly as he stepped next to Harry. Are you busy? He asked, a serious look on his face. No more than usual, Harry said before frowning at how serious the older Hufflepuff looked. What's up? Follow me, Cedric said before guiding Harry towards a group of first Hufflepuffs that were huddled up in a corner. What's up? Harry repeated as he noticed the youngest-looking one, a small girl with black hair, had red and puffy eyes. This is Mary, Cedric explained as he gestured to the youngest. She had a detention with Professor Umbridge, but then she came back crying. We tried to tell Professor Sprout and even Professor McGonagall, but they can't do anything. And Cedric, Harry gently interrupted before he looked at Mary, who had her head facing down and was fidgeting with her hands, covering her right hand with her left. What happened? Show him, Cedric gently said to Mary. Mary looked hesitant, but eventually she removed her left hand to reveal her other hand. What the fuck? Harry hissed when he saw what was on her hand. The words, I must respect my superiors, were carved into her hand. I didn't do anything, Mary said quietly. She put me in detention and made me write lines. And my hand started bleeding. She gave me another detention when I stopped, she said, a wave of fresh tears pouring out from her eyes. I have to go tomorrow and… Umbridge made her write with a blood quill, Cedric growled, his eyes on Mary's hand. That stupid woman is probably hopped up on crack. All eyes in the room snapped towards Harry, Cedric, and the first years took a step back as Harry suddenly became covered from head to toe in lightning. Power radiated off of him, causing fear to rise up in those nearby, while the others grew quite worried. At first, Harry didn't seem to notice the reaction he was receiving as his eyes were firmly locked onto Mary's hand. Eventually, though, Harry noticed how much he was disturbing the other students. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes before managing to stop putting out lightning. When he opened his eyes, he took a moment to place a privacy spell around himself, Cedric, and the first-year group before speaking again. Tell me more, Harry said in a quiet voice. What do you think is happening? Daphne whispered to Jet. My guess is that someone is about to be royally fucked up, Jet answered. It's time to stop playing with our food. Chapter 94. You really don't need to do this. Mary, the first-year Hufflepuff, weakly protested as she followed Harry down the hallway. She could not help but feel intimidated in his presence. Not only was he pretty much the most popular and dangerous student in school, but he had his Thunderbird on one shoulder and his snake wrapped around his arm while wearing an expression that honestly made Mary worry about if he was going to kill someone. No, I need to do this, Harry half growled. There are a great many things that I do not tolerate, and what she did to you is one of those things. So one way or another, she is going to pay. Who is? A voice asked as they turned the corner and found Professor Babbling standing in front of them, giving the two of them a questioning look. Harry, Professor Babbling frowned. Are you planning to hurt someone? She asked. That rather depend on Professor Dumbledore, Harry answered honestly. What are you talking about? She asked in a confused voice. And why is Mary with you? Mary has been writing with a blood quill repeatedly, Harry told her. What? Professor Babbling's eyes went wide and snapped to Mary. What on earth would possess you to do that? I didn't do it because I wanted to. Mary snapped angrily before realizing she had just shouted at a teacher. Oh, sorry, Professor, she said contritely. It's all right, Professor Babbling sighed, waving off her apology. That was stupid of me, but why have you been writing with a Merlin-be-damned blood quill? Umbridge, a very soon-to-be-extinct variation of toads, decided to make her do it, Harry told her. Which why I'm going to make her pay, Harry said. Jet's hiss helped to emphasize his words. And how are you going to do that? Professor Babbling could not help but ask. I'm going to give Dumbledore a chance to deal with it. Let it not be said that I am not fair, and if he doesn't, well, I'm sure I'll think of something. Now, Dumbledore began, sitting behind his desk with Professor McGonagall standing next to him. Standing opposite him was Professor Babbling, and none other than Harry Potter. Jet was wrapped around Harry's shoulders, while Thor had flown over to Fawkes and joined him on his perch. Young little Mary has been sent to the hospital wing. Are you sure that it was Professor Umbridge that was responsible for this? He asked. That's what the girl said. That's also what Cedric told me, Harry said. So, are you going to get rid of her or what? Harry asked, earning a humorless chuckle from Dumbledore. My dear boy, Dumbledore said in a tired voice. You think I haven't wished for her to leave the very moment she entered this castle. I remember how unpleasant she was as a student, and I know that she had only gotten worse as time went on. I never wanted her here. Well, now you have an excuse to get rid of her, Harry replied. I'm afraid that it's not that simple, Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall sighed. Why not? Professor Babbling frowned. Forgive me, but this seems like a pretty simple case, Umbridge. Umbridge, Harry absently corrected. Yeah, her, Professor Babbling nodded, and then continued before Professor McGonagall could tell off Harry for his language. Used a blood quill on a student. That's against Hogwarts school rules and the law. It's a perfect way to get rid of her for good. Hopefully she'll be in Azkaban soon enough. Alas, it is not that simple, Dumbledore sighed. Professor Umbridge was placed here by Minister Fudge himself. You can be assured that he'll do his best to keep her here. To remove her is to say that he made a mistake, and he will not let that be said. I fear that if we force the issue, then things will become a lot worse. A first year just had to spend hours being forced to write with her own blood, and will be forced to continue to write in blood, Harry pointed out angrily as he stepped up to Professor Dumbledore's desk. I'd argue that we're close enough to worse. Harry, my boy, I understand. Believe me, I do. It frustrates me to no end, but if we were to call the DMLE, then I have no doubt that Fudge would stonewall any investigations regarding Professor Umbridge. Madame Bones might be a brilliant woman, but Fudge is still her superior and can limit what she can do. Dumbledore replied. Fudge is not willing to allow anything that makes him look bad, and this will most definitely make him look bad. Like I said, we could force the issue and perhaps remove Professor Umbridge from Hogwarts, but I doubt that we'd be able to do more than that. And if we do, then Minister Fudge may force upon us a replacement that is even worse, or perhaps find some other way in an attempt to regain control. At this point in time, our best option is to find a way to prevent Mary from being made to attend any more detentions. So that's it, Harry growled. You're not going to do anything. There is nothing I can do, No, Harry yelled. He swung his arm and knocked several books, papers, and various things off of Dumbledore's desk before he slammed his fist down. Jet hissed loudly. Fox squawked in surprise while Thor let out a couple of low trills. You're choosing not to. Mr. Potter, control yourself, Professor McGonagall said loudly, shocked at his actions. No, control has gone out the bloody window, Harry snapped before turning to Dumbledore. I lived the first few years of my life being neglected, abused, and beaten because people like you didn't act when you could have. Harry, Dumbledore spoke in a quiet voice, his eyes watering slightly. I am far more sorry than I can express over the first few years of your childhood, truly, but there is nothing that I can do, though. Yes, there is, Harry hissed. Fudge is a spineless little coward who would benefit from a healthy dose of fear to keep him in check. You might not be Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump anymore, but you still have power. Stop this passive shit and do something about him and this pink toad. Mr. Potter, what would you have me do? Dumbledore sighed. Forget it, Harry said, taking a step back. If you're not going to do something, then I will, he said before a smirk appeared on his face, a smirk that worried Dumbledore greatly. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore asked. Thor, Harry called, and the bird hopped off of Fox's perch and landed on Harry's shoulder after Jet made some room for him. I'll see you later, though if I were you then I would start preparing a new teacher for defense against the dark arts. Your current one won't be around for much longer. I'd give her a week or less, Harry said, not allowing a single bit of doubt into his voice. Umbridge would be gone from the castle within a week. Mr. Potter, I hope you are not planning to do anything illegal, Dumbledore began. I don't think that. Illegal? Harry chuckled. Oh no, I don't think that's necessary. I'm a Slytherin after all, Harry said as he turned and started walking away. It's much more fun to destroy people and not be sent to prison. I won't do anything illegal, I don't need to. he added just before he left the room. Sorry to say this, headmaster, but you should have just done as he said, Professor Babbling commented. My lord, Lucius Malfoy spoke as he approached the Dark Lord, I have news from Hogwarts. He said to Lord Voldemort, who was currently sat on his throne, lazily spinning his wand while his faithful familiar, Nagini, rested at his side. Oh, is that so? Voldemort asked in an interested voice. Indeed, my lord, Lucius nodded. I have received a letter from my son, as did Not, Lucius said, not bothering to explain that the only reason Not wasn't also here was because the Dark Lord had sent him on a mission somewhere. Go on, Voldemort said in an interested voice before gesturing him to continue. The letters both basically stated that sooner or later, Minister Fudge would need to get a new undersecretary. Lucius replied. Is that so? Voldemort asked, sounding curious. Yes, apparently Umbridge was unable to control herself, Lucius nodded. She took out her frustrations on a first-year mudblood. What did she do? Apparently she used a blood quill, Lucius answered. A blood quill, Voldemort repeated. That is what young Draco and young Mr. Not have reported, Lucius replied. Potter had found out. All they have managed to learn is that Potter is apoplectic with rage and has said that Umbridge would not be around in this school for much longer. Really? Voldemort chuckled in an amused voice. Now that is interesting. What would you like us to do, my lord? Lucius asked. Though she may be a simple secretary, she is loyal to the ministry and could be a very beneficial pawn when we take over. Though she never did join the Death Eaters, she is known to despise those that are not of true blood, along with half-breeds. Should we protect her, my lord? Do nothing, Voldemort said dismissively. Let Potter have his fun. This woman is no great loss. There will be many like her, which means that there are many that can replace her, besides. She's old enough to have joined us in the last war, yet she didn't. She is not one of mine. I am not obligated to protect her any more than I am obligated to protect Dumbledore. Besides, I am rather curious about what Potter will do. The boy certainly is vicious, Lucius murmured, thinking back to the incident between himself and Potter in the boy's second year. Yes, I'm sure you would know. Voldemort laughed, knowing exactly what had happened. Lucius had told him when he had asked, and had known better than to leave out any details. After all, every Death Eater knew that Lord Voldemort, the Dark Lord who they wouldn't even name out of fear, was the best legilimency in the country, no, the world. Or at least I was, Voldemort thought to himself. He had unfortunately lost his ability to use legilimency, and he still wasn't sure how. He thankfully still had the ability to speak to snakes, and his magical power was just as strong as ever. He was still as fast as before. He still had all of his magical knowledge as well, or at least he did as far as he was aware. He hadn't detected any changes in his memories or personality either. But one thing he had detected was the deterioration of his occlumency barriers, his ability to keep others out of his mind. Not that anyone would try to read his mind. Nobody was brave or stupid enough to do that, especially amongst his own people. The only person who could probably stand a chance at defeating his shields when he was mentally at full power was Dumbledore, and he wouldn't try that in the middle of a fight. But the occlumency skill he possessed did more than just prevent mental intrusions. It also helped him think and increased the speed in which he could think. To lose it would be a disadvantage, and he was definitely losing it despite his best events to prevent that from happening. His best theory about why this was happening was something going wrong in the ritual that brought him back to life. If Macnair wasn't already dead, then he would place the idiotic man under the Cruciatus curse for a while, before shoving a cartload of truth serum down his throat, and then keep him alive long enough to find out what happened before he either killed the man himself or let him die from overdosing on truth serum. His skill in the mind arts were priceless, and he needed to know how to prepare the damage or at the very least prevent more damage from happening. At the moment he was still able to use occlumency, but definitely not at the same strength as before, and he was getting worse and worse. If Dumbledore or Potter. Wait. Did the ritual do something to Potter? He wondered. Dolar's Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic, Defense against the Dark Arts teacher and Hogwarts High Inquisitor, walked into the great hall for dinner. She would have been here much sooner if not for the fact that she had to spend half an hour getting some disgusting green goo out of her hair and repairing her clothes. Merlin, how she wanted to wring the stupid necks of these students. At first, she thought it was just Potter that had been responsible for all these stupid pranks that had been pulled on her, but she realized that it wasn't just him. There was no way he could pull off so many pranks on his own. She figured that the Weasley twins were involved, but she wasn't entirely sure if it was just them. As she walked into the hall, she suddenly noticed something. The whole hall was entirely silent. Not a single student or teacher spoke. Nearly everyone had a newspaper or was reading a neighbor's newspaper. She frowned and walked forwards to the teacher's table. As she did, she saw a few students notice her. Whispers reached her ear. Shortly, every pair of eyes in the hall were looking towards her. Once she reached the table, she sat down at her spot and saw that the students were all looking at the teacher's table. In fact, they were all looking directly at her. She turned to her fellow teachers and saw that they were all also looking at her. Some looked at her like she was diseased, while others looked at her like they wanted to say something. What is it?" she asked irritably. She had checked her appearance before coming into the hall. There was no prank damage left on her. She had been sure of it. You haven't seen the news yet, have you?" Professor Sprout asked quietly. "No," Umbridge huffed before picking up the newspaper in front of her. Her gaze fell upon the headline, and her eyes became comically wide as all color drained out of her face, and her jaw dropped so low that it caused her actual physical discomfort. It took her several minutes to break out of her daze. She shook her head and blinked to clear her eyes before she read the headline one more time to make sure that she had actually read it right. Unfortunately for her, she had. Harry Potter, DCLRES, blood, feud against DOLORES, UMBRIDG. You can't be serious, she sputtered as she turned to her fellow teachers. You can't let that horrid boy do this. This is unfortunately out of her hands, Professor McGonagall sighed. We are simply teachers. We are not able to prevent blood feuds, she said, shaking her head. You brought this on yourself, Professor Babbling said, being the least sympathetic amongst the teachers. What? How dare you? Umbridge shrieked, her pale face suddenly turning an alarming shade of red. I am. A woman who uses blood quills, Professor Babbling cut her off, disgust and anger clearly heard in her voice. We know, everyone does, it's in the paper, she said. Umbridge's entire body started shaking. It looked like she was going to start screaming or throwing hexes, but she never got to that thanks to what would happen next. Potter's going to kill you, several voices said. All heads at the teacher's table snapped towards the students. Potter's going to kill you, several students chanted as they looked at Umbridge. Potter's going to kill you, more students chanted. The chants repeated. Slowly but surely more and more students kept chanting until nearly every student in the hall had joined in on the chant. Enough, Umbridge screamed as loud as she could while snapping up to her feet. I said quiet, she yelled when the students kept chanting. I will have order. Shut UP, she roared when the chants didn't stop. Potter's going to kill you. Potter's going to kill you, the students chanted. Umbridge let out a shriek filled with rage before she quickly ran across the table and ran down the hall. Potter's going to kill you. Potter's going to kill you, the students kept chanting as she ran down the great hall. Once she was out, she ran to her office, still able to hear the chants in her head. She rushed into the office and slammed the door shut. She was about to rush to her fireplace when she saw two things that made her scream and fall back onto her butt. The first being black words painted on the wall that quite clearly said, Potter's going to kill you. The other being the small army of snakes all around her office. The snakes, upon noticing her, did not attack like she thought they would. Instead, they cleared a path for her, allowing her free access straight to the flue. Some of the snakes even gestured to the flue as if telling her to get a move on. With shaky feet, she rose up to a standing position and gingerly made her way to the fireplace while the snakes hissed at her. Boss man said he's going to kill you. I'm going to defecate on your carpet. Jet told me to tell you that he hates you. Umbridge didn't waste a moment and quickly flewed out of there, leaving the office as soon as she could. Well, what now? One snake asked. Boss man and Jet told us to destroy the office. a king cobra reminded them. Yeah, fuck this office. Chapter 95. Right in the heart of the Ministry of Magic was the atrium, a large, splendid area that served as the primary point of entry and exit for workers and visitors. The ceiling was a beautiful blue with golden symbols moving over it, the floor a lovely polished dark wood. Halfway into the atrium was the Fountain of Magical Brethren. The fountain featured golden statues of a wizard, a witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf, all of which were shooting out into the pool of water below, and each of the last three of which was shown to be happily basking in the generosity, wisdom, and superiority of wizard kind. There was a series of fireplaces lining the left-hand side of the long hallway, leading into the atrium, which allowed people to flow in, while visitors departed through a series of fireplaces lining the right-hand side of the hall. Minister, Umbridge screamed loudly as she stumbled out of a flue grate and nearly landed on her face. All conversation in the atrium stopped, and everyone turned to look at the frantic-looking witch that had just arrived. Minister, she cried as she began running into the atrium. Fortunately for her, she had been able to spot Minister Fudge, who was walking towards her. Minister, she said happily before rushing towards him. Dolors, Minister Fudge hissed as she stopped in front of him. She noted that he had several aurors with him, something which made her feel somewhat better. What the hell is this? He demanded as he held up the newspaper to her face, his face an unhealthy shade of red that was diving into purple. A blood feud. Minister, it was that horrid Potter boy, she began explaining. He saw that I was succeeding in our plan and decided to try and get rid of me. I don't. Whatever Fudge was about to say was cut off as Harry's owl, Hedwig, flew into the atrium and dropped off a red howler on top of Umbridge's head before flying away. Hi, Dolors, the voice of Harry Potter spoke from the howler. You've really pissed me off, did you know that? I mean, firing my adopted sister just because of her connection to me. Invading Hogwarts, which was basically a home for me and hundreds of other kids. Trying to turn Hogwarts into a prison and enforce your special brand of order on us in an attempt to impress your beloved minister. Trying and failing to spy on me. Trying and failing to turn my own friends against me, and then using a blood quill on a first year. Oh, I'm royally pissed off. Umbridge, which is why I, Harry James Potter, formally declare a blood feud between House Potter and Dolors Jane Umbridge. The feud will start at 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. Don't try and run, that'll just make things worse for you. I'll meet you here tomorrow. Bye-bye. The voice said just before the howler started ripping itself into pieces. You see, that boy is a menace, Umbridge screeched. Quiet, Fudge snapped at her, in no mood to listen to her screaming. So, this is a bit awkward, isn't it? Harry asked as he was sat opposite Professor Dumbledore in his office. Thor had joined Fawkes on his perch as usual while Jet was resting on Harry's shoulders, as usual. There were no other professors in here, leaving just Harry with Dumbledore, which was something Harry could clearly see was intentional. He knew that Dumbledore wanted to speak to him alone. He could only guess that the man wanted him to cancel the blood feud. Harry, Dumbledore sighed, looking quite tired. Why did you do this? He said, dropping a copy of the Daily Prophet on the desk. Why do any of us do anything? Harry asked philosophically. Because we want to or need to. I wanted and needed to do this. Harry shrugged. No, you didn't, Dumbledore said, sadly shaking his head. There were other ways to get rid of Miss Umbridge, other ways. You mean other ways like telling your headmaster and hopping he deals with it? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. You mean telling one of the most famously powerful and influential wizards in the world, perhaps? Oh, wait, I did that. I seem to remember it didn't go that well, Harry said, finishing with a small shrug. Mr. Potter, you're going to kill a woman, she. Is she, though? Harry asked curiously. I beg your pardon. Dumbledore gave him a questioning look. Is she really a woman? Harry said, wrinkling his nose slightly. If she is, then I have simultaneously lost a great deal of respect for the female species while gaining a great deal of appreciation for the other females I've met. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore glared at him, this is not a joke, he said, expressing just how upset he was by allowing his magical aura to fill the room. Impressive, Harry freely admitted. He did so honestly as well. He truly was impressed by how powerful Dumbledore was. The man didn't feel as powerful as Voldemort, but Harry couldn't be totally sure since he hadn't seen either man at full strength. Plus, Dumbledore was hardly in his prime. Jet hissed at Dumbledore, but didn't do more than that thanks to Harry stroking his head. "Are you going to follow up?" Harry asked curiously. "What? Are you going to follow up?" Harry repeated. "Because you see I'm not a scared little child anymore, Dumbledore, so if you're going to try and intimidate me—" Harry raised a hand and allowed it to become covered in lightning. "You had better be willing to follow through, because if you push hard enough, I promise you that I'll push back harder." Dumbledore stared at Harry for several moments. "I am sorry." Dumbledore sighed as he let his magical presence die down. "So, the great Albus Dumbledore resorts to intimidation when he wants to get his way?" Harry asked in a casual voice as the lightning died down. He saw Dumbledore open his mouth to protest and decided to try and get one last jibe in. "Maybe that's why you want to help Umbridge, I mean, you both like to use intimidation on those younger than you. Honestly, it's a wonder you're not on the Minister Fudge's side. Professor, you and his toad seem to have much in common," he said, causing Dumbledore look as if he had been physically struck. "Mr. Potter, you have my sincerest apologize. I let my emotions get the best of me, for that I am sorry. But we must not work against each other, especially now," Dumbledore protested. "Voldemort is growing stronger and we can't afford to be at each other's throats." "You were the one flexing your magic on me," Harry reminded him. "Plus you're the one complaining about my simple plan to smear Umbridge's blood over Fudge's wall. Mr. Potter, I understand that you are not happy with my handling of this situation, but I fear that you are not seeing the big picture," Dumbledore replied. "You're right," Harry laughed humorlessly. "What would I know about seeing the big picture? Oh, wait, I was the one who saw Dolar's Umbridge come into the school and came up with a great big plan the second I saw Umbridge's stupid face take her very first bite of food. Don't think that I couldn't have gotten rid of Umbridge at the start of the year. There were plenty of legal and illegal ways to get rid of her, but I didn't because I saw the big picture." "What big picture is that?" Dumbledore frowned. "I saw how useful she would be in making everyone see that Voldemort back, and I was right. Her obsession with denying it helped convince more people, and helped me in a few other ways that I plan to reveal later once I've confronted Umbridge. But still, do you know the key difference between yourself and I, sir?" "No, but I am sure that you're willing to enlighten me," Dumbledore said in a calm voice, gesturing Harry to continue. "You see the big picture, so do I, but you don't see the smaller pictures, I do," Harry answered. "You see, for me the big picture is the Ministry and Voldemort, but the small picture was that 11-year-old girl who has had her first year in the magical world, tainted by Umbridge and her abusive, discriminatory brand of justice. The smaller picture for me is every other kid who is in danger of suffering under Umbridge's reign of terror." "Harry, I understand, but—" "I don't think you do," Harry interrupted, shaking his head slightly. "Do you remember what it's like to be a child, Professor? I do, some might say I still am, but I'm not magically or mentally anyway. You know what I remember from my life before coming here to Hogwarts? Belts, slaps, blood, cold, hunger, pain. That's what I remember, Dumbledore. And if you think I would ever let any innocent child suffer through that when I can prevent it, then you don't know me, Dumbledore." But what is the purpose of all of this? Why are you?" "To win the war because, frankly, you're not cutting it," Harry said, cutting him off. "I've been paying close attention to you and your group and how you've been operating, and I find it lacking. You're fighting a 1940s war, Voldemort isn't. You're not doing enough because, with all due respect, you're not the leader we need, sir." "I beg your pardon, Harry," Dumbledore asked, raising an eyebrow. "I'm just being honest, sir," Harry said apologetically. "From what I know, you didn't participate in the war against Grindelwald until the very end when you defeated him in a duel. A duel, sir. Then after that you went right back to Hogwarts. Then when Voldemort started being a prick, you tried to lead the Order against him, but you were failing and the war only ended on a fluke." Harry shrugged. "Sorry, but I'm not risking my life or anybody else's on the hopes of another fluke." "So what are you saying? That you'd like to take over the Order?" "Hell no," Harry snorted. "I would if I could, but I doubt that many of the members of your little group will like that," Harry added as he stood up. Just think about what I said, Dumbledore. Harry, Just wait, Harry told him. Just wait and watch the results. Harry, I cannot approve of this, Dumbledore said, looking far older than normal. You don't have to, Harry said as Thor flew onto his shoulder. Just wait and watch the results, Harry repeated before he turned and walked off. I am becoming deeply concerned, Dumbledore called just as Harry opened the door. You are reminding me of another student, he said, causing Harry to stop. Of a rather brilliant boy named Tom Riddle. I can see why, Harry sighed before glancing back at Dumbledore. And it may surprise you to know that right now I'm not the only one in this room with some resemblance to our favorite milk-skinned villain. Just think about what I've said, sir. I'd be more than willing to have another conversation with you once you have, Harry said before walking out the door, leaving a disturbed Dumbledore. This is excellent, Minister, Umbridge crowed with delight as she and Minister Fudge were stood in the Ministry of Magic's atrium alongside a whole army of Aurors. Minister, I really must advise against this. Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, said for what felt like the 100th time. If Potter is coming after Miss Umbridge, then it is far better for her to be taken away to a safe house and… Absolutely not, Fudge barked, red-faced. Can you imagine what the public will think if they see that we are hiding from a teenager? He said, gesturing to the reporters that had shown up and were standing off to the side. Exactly, Umbridge quickly agreed. I'm not afraid of Potter. That little troublemaker won't be able to get past all of these Aurors. She smirked as she gestured to all of the Aurors in front of them. Perhaps not, but I'd rather not risk the health and well-being of my Aurors in this blood feud against Potter, Amelia protested. The health of he's just a boy, Fudge scoffed. A boy who defeats dragons and manticores in the same day, and is widely known to be the next Albus Dumbledore with the way he's going, Amelia pointed out. And you are all clearly at least somewhat worried. If you weren't, then you wouldn't have brought so many Aurors for what you claim to be a simple 15-year-old. Mad-Eye Moody was even involved in his training, and the last time we talked he told me the boy could likely outfight a great many of my Aurors and… Moody is an old man who everyone knows is losing his mind, Umbridge snapped. I am not going to run or hide from a mere boy. Potter is just… Whatever she was about to say was cut off as a flu grate activated, and none other than Harry Potter with jet wrapped around his left arm. Oh, Umbridge, Harry called before looking around and spotting her. Ah, there you are, he smiled. Oh, and you brought friends, he said when he looked at the Aurors, acting as if he had just noticed them. Exactly, Umbridge smiled widely. Don't lie, we both know you don't have friends, Harry said, cutting her off. So, you got scared and decided to call the entire government, Harry snorted. In a blood feud, we are allowed to have help from our allies, Umbridge pointed out as she sneered at him. And the minister is an ally of mine, therefore the whole ministry is my ally. Oh, so you got the entire ministry on your side, Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Nice, I suppose if we're fighting with armies, then I might as well bring my own, Harry said, reaching into his pocket and activating his SW galleon. You don't have an army. Fudge laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. You don't have a brain, Harry replied. Only of us is correct, let's see who, Harry said as he started walking forwards. You don't stand a chance against us, Potter, Umbridge hissed. We have an army. I've got a better one, Harry said just as the flu grates behind him all activated. Students of various sizes in Hogwarts school uniforms exited out from the flu stations. The uniforms did not have Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or even Slytherin symbols and covers. Instead, the uniforms were black and gray, with a silver wolf head symbol instead of a house symbol. The students themselves had their heads covered in silver metallic wolf masks. Student after student came out of the grate, until Harry had an entire army of students behind him, each standing with their wands ready. So, Fudge, Harry spoke as Fudge, Umbridge, and everyone else in the room stared at him and his army with wide-eyed disbelief. Shit yourself yet. Harry and I call dibs on the pink one, Jet shouted. Chapter 96. W, what is this? A red-faced Fudge demanded to know as he stared at Harry and all the Hogwarts students. "What is this, Potter?" "This," Harry raised an eyebrow before lazily gesturing behind him. "Well, tease my army, bitch," he said in a casual voice that was ruined by the smirk on his face. How did this happen?" Umbridge screeched, a frightened look on her pale face. "Well, I have you and our beloved minister to thank for that," Harry grinned. "You're both at least partially responsible for this." "What? I did no such thing, you filthy liar," Umbridge screamed at him. Um, yes, you did," Harry said calmly. "You see, if you had just left me alone, then nothing would happen but your behavior. The extreme denials of Voldemort's returns have helped me convince this lot that the Ministry has something to hide. After all, if they didn't then, they would have just left me alone to prattle on and wait until they were proven right when nothing happened. But when the right-hand woman of the guy in charge of the Ministry comes in personally and does her full best to prevent even mentioning the possibility of Voldemort's return, then that raises questions." Harry smirked as he saw understanding dawn on Umbridge and Fudge's faces. Both had looks that suggested they realized just how stupid they were. "Potter is lying to you," Umbridge shouted towards the Silver Wolves. "He's filling your head with propaganda and false truths. He's trying to turn you against the Ministry and—" "If he's lying, then why the hell did you keep bringing it up?" one of Harry's wolves interrupted with a shout. "Yeah," another one agreed. "You brought it up in classes when he wasn't even talking about it, you filthy frog-humping toad." Harry smiled at that. "And I in no way made you use a blood quill on that first year," Harry pointed out. "Another lie," Umbridge hissed, knowing that everyone was paying close attention to her, including Amelia Bones. "I did no such thing, you lying little—" "Oh yes, you bloody did," Harry loudly interrupted. "I saw it, we all saw it," Harry said as he gestured behind himself to the Silver Wolves. Children, listen to me," Fudge spoke up quickly. "You are the future of the wizarding world. Don't let that future be thrown away by listening to Potter and—" "We'd rather listen to him than hear your useless drivel," Harry heard a voice on his right say, a voice he easily recognized as Daphne's. "Yeah," Tracy's voice agreed, coming from his left. "You tried to ruin our year, our education and our lives with your stupid desire to shove your head in the sand and ignore what was happening around you." "Yeah, really, Umbridge?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. "You tried to pass rule after rule that restricted what these students could do, and you thought that that would endear you to them, that they would love and support the Ministry after you basically shoved rule after rule at them. Not to mention the fact that it's well known that you hate the Muggle-born and half-blood students that make at least 3/4 of the Hogwarts population. Honestly, you were simultaneously the best and worst person to send." Harry grinned at the growing look of anger on her face. "Face it, Umbridge, you weren't even at my level, not in intelligence, looks, or even magical strength. You're not at my level, you're not even on the level below me." "Quiet," she snapped at him, drawing her wand. "I will have order, Potter." "Or what?" Harry grinned challengingly. "What are you going to do, Umbridge? Go and cry to Fudge. We're here and we don't give a shit about what he will do. You're pathetic, Umbridge, and I'm going to do the world a favor and get rid of you." "You horrible brat," Umbridge screeched in a pitch high enough to break glass. "Confringo!" she roared. Her spell flew over the heads of the Aurors that had quickly jumped out of the way and towards Harry, who lazily put up a shield that blocked the spell. "Wow, second only to fudge cakes over there, and you can't even do nonverbal spells," Harry taunted, causing many of his Silver Wolves to laugh. Umbridge growled before sending a silent stunner at Harry, who casually slapped it away with his wand. "Oh look, maybe you can. Show me at least one more nonverbal spell, and maybe you'll even be allowed to become Minister of Magic." "Avada Kedavra!" a red-faced Umbridge yelled. Her green killing curse shot through the air towards Harry, who blocked it with some conjured marble. The marble broke into little pieces and fell to the floor. "Voldemort's killing curse was faster," Harry said before looking back towards the Silver Wolves. "Oh well, she tried to kill me. Nothing we can do." He shrugged before turning back to face Umbridge, who looked quite exhausted from casting that particular spell. She also seemed to be ignoring the reactions of everyone else. Amelia, Fudge, and the Aurors were now all looking at her like she was a madwoman, which wasn't that inaccurate. Harry started walking forwards while his army followed behind him. "Aurors!" Umbridge shouted. "Attack!" she yelled, pointing towards Harry. "Yeah, do it," Harry yelled, a grin on his face. "Attack me and all of these pure-blooded children behind me. Do it." "Aurors," Amelia Bones ordered. "Stand down, we are not going to attack children." "You work for the ministry, now to your jobs," Umbridge screeched. "Working for the ministry does not mean that you have to involve yourselves in blood feuds," Amelia quickly said, before turning to Fudge, who looked like he had no idea what was happening. "You need to stop this. Do you have any idea what the public would do to you if they learnt that you let Aurors harm school children, including pure-blooded children, in defense of a woman that they are accusing of abusing children? You'd be extremely unlikely to even stay minister for another week," she said, knowing that if the man's morals wouldn't stop this, then his greed and fear would. Fudge gulped as he saw Potter walk forwards with his army. Two of his Aurors cast stunning spells that were blocked by the two behind Potter. As far as he was concerned, this was a lose-lose-lose situation. If he attacked these children and lost, then the ministry would look weak. If he attacked the children and won, then the public would be baying for his blood because he attacked children. If he did nothing, then poor dolers would be ripped to pieces. Amelia's words helped him come to a decision. He could recover from losing dolers. There were plenty of people that could work for him. What he would not be able to recover from was the public demanding his head. Besides, if he was part of this feud, then that meant that he could also be harmed, and nothing could be done about this. "Forget this," one Auror said. "I didn't join up to hurt kids," he said before rushing off to the side out of the way. "Me neither," another agreed before joining him. "You traitors," Umbridge cried out after several more joined them. "You." "Aurors," Fudge yelled. "Remove yourselves from this situation now," he ordered. "What?" Umbridge turned on him, a horrified look on her face as all the Aurors quickly moved out of the way, leaving Harry and his army an open path to Umbridge. "Minister, what are you doing?" she said, her voice filled with hurt and fear. "I'm sorry, dolers," Fudge sincerely apologized as he took a couple of steps back. "I am removing my support. I am no longer your ally in this feud," he said loud enough for everyone to hear, his hands fidgeting with the green bowler hat in his hands. "What, you can't do this," she wailed, tears dripping down her face. "You can't." "I'm sorry, dolers," Fudge sighed. "But for the good of the ministry itself, I must." For the you lying backstabber," she roared at him. "Now, dolers, Fudge nervously took another few steps back, and it was a good thing that he had. "Die, you sniveling bastard," Umbridge bellowed, pointing her wand at Fudge and casting a cutting curse. Fudge had enough distance to allow himself to dodge, barely. Her cutting curse flew past him towards Amelia, who had raised her wand to shield, but ended up not needing to when another shield blocked the spell for her. "Allow me, Miss Bones," Harry said calmly as he dispelled the shield. You tried to kill me," Fudge blurted out in a shocked voice, staring at Umbridge, who was positively mad with rage. You can't." "Die," she screamed, pointing her wand at him only for it to be yanked out of her hand by a well-placed disarming curse. Her wand flew into the air before being destroyed by another spell. "Relax, Fudge. Like with most of your life, a better wizard will deal with the mess you made," Harry said calmly before aiming his wand at Umbridge. "You can't do this to me," Umbridge cried, tears dripping down her face. "I am Dolers Umbridge, senior secretary to the—" "No, you're fired, you crazy bitch," Fudge couldn't help but interrupt. Yach, Umbridge screamed in pain when her left hand was hit with a bone breaker. "Ah, and that's the hand that you write with, isn't it?" Harry asked, pointing to her wand hand. He flicked his wand and hit it with a cutting curse. The curse didn't go through her hand, but did cause a lot of blood to pour out. "Leave me alone." "Now, I can't do that, can I?" Harry tutted. "If I do, then you're just going to come back later and try and get me directly or through my friends and family, sorry. But you know I'm right." "I'll kill you," the madwoman screamed before charging at him in a rather muggle-like fashion. "Goodbye, Umbridge," Harry said before pointing his wand at Umbridge. The tip of his wand glowed a bright blue before lightning shot out of it and crashed into her, shooting her off her feet and several meters back. Harry kept pouring out lightning for a few very long moments, stopping once he was sure that Umbridge was dead. Harry looked back at his silver wolves and saw that a great many of them looked uncomfortable and were now looking at him. Harry gave them a small nod. Later, he mouthed before he shifted his gaze towards Fudge. I. Fudge stared at Umbridge's burnt corpse. Blur, he vomited. It was hardly a pretty sight, but then again, neither was Fudge. He stared up and his gaze landed on Umbridge once more, causing him to once again empty his stomach. Fudge, Harry said as he walked up to the man. Harry quickly vanished the vomit on the floor before casting a few air-freshening spells. We need to talk. I don't want to talk to you. Fudge blurted out before wiping his mouth with his sleeve and turning away. He started walking away, but Harry flicked his wand and cast a spell that caused Fudge to spin all the way around, so he ended up walking back towards Harry and stopping in front of him. I. Tough shit, Fudge, because we are going to talk now, Harry told him. You can't hurt me, the blood feud is over, Fudge said, staring at Harry fearfully. I'm not going to hurt you, Fudge, Harry sighed. I just want you to know something important. Oh, and also that this is all your fault, by the way. My fault? Fudge blinked, looking at Harry like he had just been rapping in French. Yes, glad you agree, Harry nodded. After all, if you hadn't sent that sadistic bitch to a school full of children, then I wouldn't have had to do this. If you hadn't targeted my family and Hogwarts in your stupid attempt to deny what is clearly in front of you, then this wouldn't happen. He's not back, Fudge said, sounding almost desperate to believe that. Surely something this unintelligent can't exist, Jet said with genuine curiosity as looked at Fudge. I can argue with a stubborn man, but not a stupid one. Believe whatever you want, Fudge. Just don't blame me if he goes after you or your family, Harry said before he allowed his eyes to narrow. Let's make something perfectly clear, though. Send another person to Hogwarts if you want. Let them shit out whatever stupid crap you want them to say. But if you dare send a second person that will harm the kids in Hogwarts, then the next blood feud I declare will be against you, Harry warned before stepping away from the shell-shocked minister. Miss Bones! Harry nodded respectfully to Amelia. Mr. Potter, she nodded back, taking a deep breath. You might want to help talk some sense into your minister. I feel like he doesn't have any left, Harry said, before looking over to the Silver Wolves. Come on, guys, the show's over, he said before he and the rest of the SWs made their ways to the Flu Network and flued out. Once they were gone, Fudge looked around the atrium. Just a short distance away, he saw the dead body of his undersecretary, the woman that tried to kill him and was accused of child abuse. He saw the Aurors, many of which looked like they wanted nothing to do with him. He saw the reporters that were looking at him with concern, though he knew that concern was fake, and if it wasn't, it would only last so long. They would rip into him like wolves into a rabbit. Every word of what had happened today would be known to the public, and he knew it. Minister, Percy Weasley cried as he rushed into the atrium, unaware of what had just happened, carrying a piece of parchment in his hand. I got news from Azkaban. It's been broken into. Several prisoners have escaped, including the Lestranges, he said as he dropped the parchment into the hands of Fudge, who looked like he was a few seconds away from a heart attack. Percy's gaze drifted away from Fudge for a moment. What the hell happened to Miss Umbridge? He blurted out. Chapter 97. Nice job, everyone, Harry said once he and the Silver Wolves had all entered Hogwarts through the Flu stations that were supplied by the Room of Requirement. Honestly, well done. But we didn't do anything, one member protested as they all removed their masks. You didn't need to, Angela replied on Harry's behalf. We came as support for Harry, but also to make sure that the ministry workers didn't get too trigger-happy, but also to fight if they did. She's right, Harry nodded approvingly. There will come a time for you all to fight if you'll still want to. It's just not today. Be thankful. Any day you're not fighting is a day that you can practice for when you do fight, Harry said. He and the Silver Wolves talked for several more minutes before they all left the room. The Room of Requirement closed, only to be opened several minutes later. Well, Harry, you've certainly made an impact. Dumbledore commented in a dry voice as he sat opposite Harry in his office. I dare say that it will be a long while before anyone forgets this. In my defense, fuck Umbridge, Harry said simply with a shrug of his shoulders, lazily stroking Jet's head as the serpent rested on his lap while Thor had jumped to Fawkes's perch. So, you have questions, go ahead and ask them. Very well, Dumbledore paused. He stroked his beard for a moment before focusing his gaze on Harry. Firstly, I would like to ask about the masks the other students wore. Don't look too into it, Harry rolled his eyes. It's merely to protect their identity. And how effective will that be, given that nearly the whole school came with you? Dumbledore asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, nearly the whole school. Is the ministry going to charge the entire student population? No, they're not. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't. They were my allies in a blood feud. Harry responded. Look, don't worry about the logistics of it. The end result was entirely legal under the laws of the... And I don't question the legality of it. I am plagued with how morally right it was. Dumbledore interrupted. You see, Harry, I'm sure that in your mind you may see me as just a senile old man, spouting off wisdom and advice from a time that was long gone. But that is most definitely not how I see you. What I see is a young boy with a lot of power, one boy that could make a huge difference to our world. I see the son of James and Lily Potter, two of the best students ever to walk through our hallowed doors, yet I also see him as a murderer, one that has taken a life, willingly. I see a boy that shares a lot of similarities with Tom Riddle. I don't see you as just a senile old man, Harry sighed. I mean, I definitely think you're old and crazy, but I do hold a great deal of respect for you. But I do agree that your advice and wisdom are not the best for the situation we're facing. Also, you may recall our last meeting. You might remember me telling you that I was not the only one in the room with similarities to Tom Riddle. Ah, yes, Dumbledore hummed. Please, continue. He gestured Harry to do just that, his tone making it sound like he was genuinely interested in hearing what Harry had to say. Well, anyone with a basic knowledge of him can see the similarities between him and me. Harry glanced to Jet before looking back at the headmaster. We're both members of Slytherin House with the ability to speak to snakes. We both are extremely powerful. We both love magic, and we both started making our own armies when we were young. Though I like to think that I'm doing better than he has. We both are also extremely violent when we believe we need to be. But then there's you, and you have just as many, if not more similarities to him. Firstly, you're both powerful wizards with decades' worth of knowledge. You both also enjoy using intimidation to get your own way. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore interrupted, a frown on his face. I do not enjoy intimidating others, Are you sure? Harry cut in. Because I very clearly remember our last meeting, when you tried to use your magic to intimidate me. Something that is arguably made worse by the fact that you still consider me to be just a boy, despite all I've achieved. If you can do that to me, then I'm sure you would have no problems with doing that to others much older me, not that you would need to use magic most of the time. After all, the great Albus Dumbledore is not only famous and loved throughout all of Europe, he also was known to be the chief warlock, supreme mugwump, and the headmaster of the best school in magical Europe. So to sum up, you're extremely knowledgeable while also popular, along with being magically and politically powerful. Of course, nobody would be intimidated by you. Harry rolled his eyes. Plus, while we're here, should we discuss the fact that both you and Voldemort have your own armies? I do not have an army. The Order is a group of... A rose by any other name, Professor, Harry interrupted. But the point of this meeting is not to discuss our similarities and differences with the red-eyed terrorist. We'd be here all day. The point is, I've done something that you don't like, and you think I'm all evil now. Why? Why did you do it, Harry? I'll tell you, firstly because she tortured a kid, and I wanted to make it clear that that would not be tolerated by me. Nor do I believe that it should have been tolerated by you, Harry said, pointedly giving Dumbledore a disapproving look. I did not tolerate I didn't see you doing anything about it, Harry sniffed. Anyway, my second reason for it was that in the long term it helped the war effort. And why do you think that? Dumbledore asked, staring at Harry with interest. Simple. Fudge refuses to believe that Voldemort is back and is doing his best to make life more miserable for us. By doing what I just did, the little shit won't dare even say one negative thing about me directly to the public without first making sure his home has access to the best wards and protections that money can buy. It allows us more room to operate freely, while also discouraging others who could follow Voldemort. After all, if I did what I did to the woman that's second only to the minister himself, then what could I do to someone else with far less protection? Not to mention the fact that my army helps give people hope. They now believe that somebody else, another group, is out there, fighting against the Death Eaters. You see, Dumbledore, there is a method to my particular brand of madness. But where will it end, Harry? Dumbledore tiredly rubbed his face for a few moments before stopping to look at Harry. When will it end? Perhaps you are truly planning all of this to combat Voldemort, but once he is gone, what will happen? Will you simply give up all of your power? I don't know, Dumbledore, would you? Harry asked. What's the difference between you and me? Why can you have power and influence and all of these people that look up to you, but I can't? I apologize, Harry, that is not what I meant. Dumbledore sighed deeply, looking as old as ever. I don't want to put so much effort into this war and then leave this world with another possible Dark Lord. You, Harry, I fear might be able to become far worse than Tom ever was. And I can understand that, I suppose, Harry said as Jet hissed at Dumbledore. The headmaster gave Harry a questioning look. Jet is less than pleased with you constantly doubting me, Harry explained, deciding not to translate what Jet had actually said. His explanation was close enough. Anyway, I won't go too far. I have ways to stop that. And what would that be? Dumbledore asked, wondering what answer Harry would come up with. Dumbledore leaned back in his seat, waiting to see what Harry would say. You, Harry answered, a small smile on his face. What? Dumbledore blinked, having clearly not been expecting that. You, Harry repeated, and Jet and Thor. I've also got Lord Black, Sirius, my friends here, and also the Tonks family. I've got plenty of people to keep me on the straight and narrow. What about you? I'm not entirely sure what you mean, Dumbledore frowned. Perhaps you can explain. Of course, what I'm trying to point out is that you have no equals, Harry began explaining. I do. I have people that I see as my equals, people like Daphne and Tracy and Angela and Tonks. Who do you have? You could say Professor McGonagall, but she's your employee, and let's be honest, you don't really see her as an equal. Maybe you do care about her as a friend, but she's not equal to you. If you went bad, then would she be able to stop you? Would she try to? Can she stop you? I doubt it. Slow you down at best. I have people that I consider equals to keep me in place. Even if they're not magically equal to me, you don't. That's part of why Fudge is so scared of you. You have power everywhere that matters. Everything from powerful magic to politics to riches. That's why he was so scared of you, right until I gave him a bigger threat to worry about. Dumbledore's frown grew bigger as Harry's words crashed into his head. Whatever Dumbledore was about to say was cut off when Jet began hissing loudly for several long moments. What did he say? Professor Dumbledore asked. Harry looked at him, his face blank and his gaze purposely avoiding Jet. I'm not repeating that. Harry shook his head slightly, an odd twitch of his lips. Thor trilled in what sounded like he was agreeing with Harry, so Dumbledore wisely decided to leave it and move on. Probably for the best, he commented, glancing at Jet before focusing his eyes back on Harry. Mr. Potter, I do want to apologize. I don't mean to accuse you. Then stop doing it, Harry said tiredly. Look, we can discuss hypothetical situations and futures all bloody day. How about we first try and deal with the current situation? You don't like death. Guess what? It's not particularly fun for me. What do you think I'd rather be doing? Snogging my girlfriend, learning magic, eating great food, and having the whole school cheer for me when I play Quidditch, or going out to have the entire world against me as I try to stop a person from harming the children in this school. We're in a war, headmaster, a real one. If you don't like the smell, then get out of the trenches. Harry, these people, they may do bad, but they can be redeemed. I know, I've seen it, Dumbledore argued. Perhaps you have, but in everyone, Harry countered. Can everyone be redeemed? Can every single one of them be redeemed without costing more innocent lives? No, some people are just like that. But you don't get it, headmaster, you don't, because you're Albus Bloody Dumbledore. How long have you been alive? How long have you lived in a magical world where everything, even Grindelwald himself, can be dealt with a bit of magic? Because let me tell you something, my world works differently. I lived in the real world, where grown men can try to kill and hurt a child. A world where a mother has to sacrifice herself for her child. A world where I had to summon an army of snakes to get through a week without my relatives beating me. A world where I nearly die every year. Life is not a fairy tale. It'd be so much easier if everyone could just have their happily ever after, but that's not happening here unless we work for it together. You and Tom are two opposites, light and dark, day and night. Well, I'm the goddamn gray afternoon that's tired of both of your bullshit. Look, work with me. I can accuse you of turning dark just as easily as you can accuse me, but that benefits nobody. It's past time for you to learn that just because somebody is strong and doesn't follow the same rules as you, it doesn't mean they're evil. Work with me, Harry hissed, nearly slipping into parcel tongue. Dumbledore hummed, leaning back into his throne-like chair, a thoughtful look on his face as he raised a hand to stroke a beard. If the old man doesn't hurry up, say, yes, then I'm going to bite him in the foot, Jet said impatiently. It is good to see you all, my friends. Voldemort smiled, looking down at his faithful followers. It was only the best of his followers here. He felt it appropriate to reward them by giving them his undivided attention. He was admittedly less than impressed with their current conditions. They looked weak and sickly and far skinnier than he remembered. It annoyed him greatly that his very best followers, his own property, were treated so appallingly, sent to Azkaban like common criminals. Someone would pay for this, he would make sure of that. It warms my heart to have you all back with us, he told them. Thank you, my lord. Bellatrix Lestrange smiled widely, her yellow teeth quite clear against her pale skin. It was a shame as far as Voldemort was concerned. She used to be a great beauty to look at. Her curly black hair was now a curly rat's nest. Her voluptuous body and perfect skin were replaced with a skinny body that was so pale that she went past British pale into vampire pale. Though, as any true Brit could tell you, there wasn't that much difference. While he didn't really place much importance on looks, he was concerned about how her magical and combat abilities would be. Thankfully, he had several potions brewing, and his best healers working to help her, and the others back to their full strength. It is truly a pleasure to be in your presence once more. Truly, my lord, Bellatrix's husband, Rodolphus Lestrange, agreed. He and his brother, Rabastan, were in a similar condition to Bellatrix, both of them having been robbed of their youth and looks by the cruelty of Azkaban and its guards. We knew you would come, he said, a yellow-toothed, crooked grin on his face. Oh yes, Bellatrix laughed. We were faithful, my lord, we never submitted, she added quite proudly. And for that you will be rewarded, Voldemort assured her. But for now, you will all focus on healing yourselves. I have need of your services. Of course, Antonin Dolohov quickly nodded. Anything you wish for, master. Good, Voldemort purred. Soon, my friends, soon all will be right. That senile old man, Dumbledore, will be dead, and we will be at our rightful places on the food chain. My lord, what of Potter? Peter Pettigrew sniveled. What of him? Voldemort asked coldly, staring down at the pathetic excuse of a wizard in front of him. If it wasn't for his animagus form and the valuable information he had provided, he would never have made Peter a member of his Death Eaters. The man was an average-level fighter at best. Oh, my lord, please let me do it. I still owe the brat payback for sending me to Azkaban. Again. Barty Crouch Jr. laughed loudly. He was seemingly on a high since his second breakout from Azkaban, though that most likely had to do with the fact that Voldemort had let him keep his own father so he could torture him and kill him whenever he wanted. Oh, let me do it. Please, my lord, I would be more than willing to snap the little brat's neck for you, Bellatrix volunteered eagerly. No, Voldemort replied, shaking his head slightly. Potter is not to be harmed by any of you. I will not have you all harming a future asset. Asset, you? You want the boy to join us? Peter blinked, looking at Voldemort like he has just been reciting Shakespeare in slightly misspoken 15th century Spanish. Of course I do. If I could find a use for you, then Merlin knows, it would be easy to find a use for him. Voldemort sneered down at him before addressing everyone in the room. Potter is mine. He will not be harmed by any of you, is that clear? Yes, my lord, they all said together. Good, Voldemort smirked. Now let's discuss our next course of action. Chapter 98. Nice job, Harry said to a bunch of students as he walked around the room of requirements during another Silver Wolves training session. Colin, clockwise, not counterclockwise, Harry called out to Colin Creevey. Oh, thanks, Harry, Colin grinned widely before trying his spell. It worked, he cheered. Who would have thought? Harry muttered under his breath before he continued walking. He stopped upon reaching Roman, Ginny, and the Caro twins. Harry, Hestia quickly said upon seeing him, I got my butterfly defense working, she said proudly before she waved her wand, and a swarm of butterflies surrounded her in a protective formation. Nice, Harry commented, causing Hestia to smile. Though remember that it's not going to be a great defense against physical attacks, but it should do great if someone starts throwing torture and killing curses at you. I don't know why you'd use butterflies. Bats are so much cooler and bigger. Flora pointed out with a wide grin before waving her wand and allowing a swarm of bats to surround her. Harry chuckled upon seeing Hestia glare at Flora, who was smiling innocently at her. She's got you there, he grinned before turning to Roman and Ginny. What about you two love birds? He asked. Well, I'm working on my bone shatter spell, Ginny admitted, easily ignoring Harry's comment. It's much harder than the bone breaker curse. Yeah, Harry nodded in agreement. Still, keep practicing and you should get it soon. What about you? He asked Roman. Oh, I'm fine, Roman waved him off. Just trying to get my skin twister right. Oh, good luck with that, Harry smiled. Just remember to focus on how much of the skin you want to be affected by the spell. He added before he walked off and continued walking around, helping various students until he stopped next to Daphne and Tracy. Ah, my prettiest pair of students. He grinned as he kissed Daphne on the lips. What are you two working on? He asked curiously. Well, I'm working on my fingernail exploder. Daphne smirked before aiming her wand at a training dummy that had been fitted with fingernails on its hand. A spell shot out from her wand and connected to the dummy. A second later, the dummy's fingernails burst away from its hand, though it had also damaged a great amount of the fingers as well. I think I got it down, Daphne added with a proud grin. Harry let out a low whistle as he looked at the damaged dummy. He was pretty sure if that spell had connected with a regular human, they would probably be lucky if they still had fingers. Yeah, I'd say that you do, Harry agreed before turning to Tracy. And what about you? Harry asked. I'm just trying to improve my casting speed when I cast silently, Tracy answered. I'm getting better, I think. Of course you are, Daphne scoffed, an amused look on her face. You're casting much faster than before. Show me your stance, Harry told Tracy, who nodded before getting into her stance. Ah, I have a few suggestions that might help, Harry said before he placed one hand on Tracy's wrist and the other on her waist. Try this. Harry began adjusting her stance while Tracy did her best to fight down her blush and ignore the amused look that Daphne was sending her. Dumbledore, Snape spoke as he walked into Dumbledore's office, where he found Dumbledore standing next to his phoenix's perch. He was lazily stroking Fawkes, who seemed to be enjoying the attention. I have some concerns about Potter. He began without any preamble, sitting down opposite Dumbledore's chair without waiting for an invitation. Good morning to you as well, Severus, Dumbledore said pleasantly, after taking a moment to finish stroking Fawkes before he walked over to his desk and sat down. Now, what concerns do you have? He asked in a rather serious voice. Ever since the news of Potter gaining an army, I have been keeping an eye on as many students as possible, Snape admitted. I am certain that the majority, if not all, of his Slytherin year-mates are part of his group, obviously Angela Zabini as well. Obviously, Dumbledore calmly agreed. It didn't need to be said that Harry's vassal was clearly helping him out. Dumbledore raised a hand and gestured Snape to continue. I also believe many of the younger students to be involved. Lestrain and the Weasley girl are the most likely. The rumors have told me that Potter had treated them kindly when other members of their house had not. Snape continued. I am also very positive that the Carrow twins are members of his little club as well. The Carrow twins, Dumbledore raised an eye. What makes you so sure about them? The way they look at him, Snape answered, his lips curling into a frown. There is admiration and awe in their gaze. They look at him the same way Bellatrix Lestrange looks at the Dark Lord, except, thankfully, with less lust. Snape resisted the urge to shiver. Ah, most likely due to their involvement in the Chamber of Secrets incident. Dumbledore hummed thoughtfully. Yes, Snape nodded, having already made that particular deduction. And it is fairly obvious that he has followers in the other houses, as well as there was no way that Potter could convince all of the Slytherins to join him, and even if he could, there were far too many people for his army to be just made of Slytherins. Once again, I find myself in agreement, Dumbledore said, stroking his beard as he did so. I do believe that young Harry has been spending the last few years building connections in the other houses, and if he hasn't then, he likely was able to do so when Umbridge began throwing her weight around. Ah yes, Umbridge, Snape said the very name with disgust. Potter may not have liked her, but he was certainly able to use her to his advantage. If not for her pushing the students into his hands, he'd likely have control of a much smaller group. Oh, undoubtedly, Dumbledore said with a small and brief chuckle. Fudge ensured not only Umbridge's downfall by sending her here, but also his own. I imagine that he won't be able to remain Minister of Magic for long without a lot of support. Do you know if Voldemort has any plans regarding Fudge? Not at the moment, Snape reported with a shake of his head. Though I do know that he has been talking with Lucius about the matter, I don't believe it's wise for me to try and get information out of either of them. The Dark Lord will surely suspect something if I pry too deeply, as will Lucius. The man did not become such an infamous politician without some level of intelligence. Dumbledore hummed. Do not do anything that could. Do not do anything that could risk my position, I know. Snape cut off Dumbledore impatiently. What I want to ask is, what am I supposed to do about Potter? Snape asked. From the looks of it, I would wager he has at least 3/4 of the school population at his command, not counting the youngest students. Do you wish me to try to discover the identities of the rest of his army? No, Dumbledore said after a moment, shaking his head. No, that would take a long time, and as you've said, he has a large number of students. We can't afford to waste time discovering each and every single one when we have more important things to deal with. Do we not have time for this? Snape questioned. In case you haven't noticed, Dumbledore, this war might just have become a 3-way war. No, though I do understand why you would think that, Dumbledore sighed. It nearly had become a 3-way war, partly due to my own actions, but thankfully that has been avoided. What are you saying? Snape looked at Dumbledore like he couldn't understand the very language that the older wizard was using. I am saying that Harry Potter and I have agreed to work together, Dumbledore answered. He had pointed out that it was better for us to work together, and I agreed. Are you serious? Snape asked with plenty of disbelief in his voice. I assure you that this is no joke. Have you finally succumbed to madness? Snape demanded, stepping out of his seat and standing in front of Dumbledore, leaning on his desk. It is possible, Dumbledore mused. Though if I had then I likely wouldn't know, would I? He asked thoughtfully. This is no time for this, Snape snapped at him. What is this nonsense about working with Potter? The boy builds up an army and you're going to do nothing. Severus, Dumbledore sighed. I understand. I was quite hesitant to allow it to continue, but I've talked with young Harry and I believe that. Are you kidding me? Snape gaped at him. You had a conversation with the boy and that's enough to convince you. He made several good points, Dumbledore said with a barely noticeable shrug of his shoulders. So we're supposed to let the little brat do whatever he wants because he makes some good points? Snape demanded, practically frothing from the mouth. Even James Potter was not as arrogant as this. Enough, Severus, Dumbledore interrupted gently with a hint of steel in his voice. What? Don't like hearing bad words against your golden child? Snape sneered at him. No, I merely have grown past irritated at your constant need to continue a grudge against a dead man, Dumbledore said with a mild glare. You're slipping, Severus. And what is that supposed to mean? Snape growled. It means that Voldemort does not have any use for a spy who cannot see reality, because he is unable to see past his own version of reality. And neither do I, Dumbledore said with a hint of warning in his voice. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the fact that Harry Potter has killed beasts that can take many wizards to simply subdue, that he has consistently been the top student for his year, that he has saved lives and battled more darkness in his few years at school than many would in their entire lives, and that he has even built an army, yet you insist on seeing only Lily or James, ignoring that. He has nothing from Lily beyond her eyes. Snape spat in denial. Does he not? Dumbledore scoffed. Was it not Lily who spent her free time in the library as Harry does? Was it not Lily who scoffed at house barriers? Do remind me if Harry's army is limited to Slytherins, because I don't believe that it is. I am well aware that you believe me to be an old man incapable of seeing the world for what it is, but do not for a moment believe that you can truly see it either. I may be blinded by hope, but you refuse to believe anything that does not suit your worldview. Lily would be appalled. Don't mention her name, Snape shouted, slamming his hand on Dumbledore's desk. Why not? Dumbledore asked calmly. Are you the only one allowed to mention her? Are you the only one that cared for her? Were you the only one that mourned her? She was one of the most remarkable women I've ever had the honor of meeting, Severus. I loved her, Snape replied, his voice barely above a whisper, the anger draining slowly from his face. Do you? For a time, I truly believed that, but now, I find myself doubtful, Dumbledore said with a sigh. With those words being said, Snape's anger was brought back in full. How dare you? Snape roared, anger coating every inch of his face and filling up every available space in his eyes. How dare you doubt my feelings for her? Can you blame me? Dumbledore shrugged slightly, his calm demeanor doing nothing to calm the storm inside the potion's master. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps you did love Lily. I still do, you manipulative bastard. But you don't seem to love her as much as you hate James Potter. Dumbledore cut him off. For the past few years, it seemed like your hatred of James always came first unless dealing with very extreme situations. Why didn't your love for Lily come first? Why didn't you invite Harry to your office and tell him stories of his mother? Why don't you treat him like a regular student? Why? Because you either cannot or will not see past his face. You claim to love Lily. You knew her better than I did. You can answer my next question. How would she feel if she knew that you had been treating her son differently because of who his father is? Shut up, Snape growled. Shut up. Lily, who loved as much as a human could love. Shut up. Lily, who would spend hours gazing upon her own son with a bright smile on her face. Shut you, P, Snape roared, spit flying out his mouth. Lily, Dumbledore continued as if Snape hadn't said anything at all. Lily, the woman who loved him enough to die for him. She died so he could live, so he could be happy. Every day, Severus, every day you spit on her sacrifice. Please, for your sake, for Lily's sake, please just. Enough. This conversation is over. Snape snarled before turning around and storming out of Dumbledore's office. Severus, Dumbledore sighed as he removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. You stubborn man. Chapter 99. Well, this is nice, Daphne smiled as she and Harry sat together in the room of requirement, both of them resting on a sofa that the room had kindly provided for them, each leaning on each other, and they both had a book to read. We look like an old married couple. An extremely attractive married couple, Harry corrected as he turned a page on his book. Damn straight, Daphne agreed before lazily fist-bumping Harry without either of them looking away from their books. Have you finished your homework? She asked. Yep, Harry nodded. Finished it up yesterday, what about you? He asked. Yes, Daphne answered after turning a page on her book. I finished my charms homework yesterday. Did that 2 days ago, Harry told her. I had finished my herbology homework yesterday. Herbology, Daphne sighed, remembering doing the homework herself. That was boring. I know, Harry agreed. I prefer it when she sticks to the more dangerous plants. You would, Daphne snorted in amusement. So do you have any plans for today? She asked him, looking towards him with a smile on her face. Harry, sensing her gaze on him, looked away from his book and into her beautiful blue eyes. Not really, Harry admitted with a small shrug of his shoulders. I had only been hopping to spend the day relaxing and spending some time with you, unless you have something else planned, he asked questioningly. I was hoping that we could talk, Daphne admitted, placing her book down on her lap as she sat up so that she was no longer leaning on him. What do we have to talk about? Harry asked in a slightly wary voice as he raised an eyebrow at her. I want to talk about Tracy, Daphne answered. It's important. Is this about her crush on me? Harry asked knowingly. Glad to see you have finally learned how to understand women. Daphne smiled at him. Understand women? Harry scoffed disbelievingly as he put his own book down. I will never ever claim to understand women, but I've learned enough that I'm not completely hopeless. He added with a small grin. You're right, you're only mostly hopeless, Daphne joked. Meh, still better than everyone else. Either way, we're getting sidetracked. About Tracy. You see, I have two ideas about where this conversation could go, Harry said. Let's get it out of the way. Are you going to try and get me to have a romantic relationship with Tracy? You do know me, Daphne cooed with delight, causing Harry to roll his eyes. Yes, Daph, I do, so. Is this what it's going to be like? You're going to actively search out members for my harem? Harry asked in a rather neutral tone. Harem? Daphne tutted in a disapproving manner. Of course not. It doesn't count as a harem if it's only 3 other people you're in a relationship with. You'll need at least one more person, she said in a matter-of-factly voice. Everybody knows that. Of course. Once again, Harry rolled his eyes. Besides, who says that it would be your harem? Maybe it could be mine. Naturally, but let's not get off point. I think that... A loud pop interrupted Harry. He looked to his right and saw that Flipsy had popped in. Forgive little Flipsy, please, Master, Flipsy said apologetically. But Master's vassal told Flipsy to tell Master that an idiot requests his presence. She be saying it's important. Oh, saved by the house elf, Daphne commented before staring at Harry. I guess we'll be having this conversation later then. Yeah, we will, Harry confirmed as they both stood up. Harry took her hand in his own. I wonder what idiot I'll have to deal with this time. Oh my fuck, it's a Weasley. Harry blurted out upon seeing Percy Weasley of all people waiting outside of the Slytherin common room with 2 oars behind him. Standing next to the group was Dumbledore, who looked absolutely unbothered by all this, though Harry couldn't tell if he actually was unbothered or was just doing a good job of pretending not to be. Percy was currently arguing with Angela and appeared to have not noticed that Harry and Daphne were walking down the hall towards him. This'll be fun, Daphne whispered to Harry, who simply sent her a smirk as they continued walking down the hallway. The Slytherin duo began to hear the conversation as they got closer, naturally due to how ears work. We need to see Mr. Potter this instant, Percy insisted in an annoyed voice. And like I've said repeatedly, I might add, Harry is not here. Angela drawled in a bored tone, leaning against the wall behind her with her arms crossed as she lazily inspected her nails. Are you sure you work for the ministry? She asked in a curious voice, looking up from her nails to look at Percy. What, of course I do, Percy pompously replied. You know, at first I didn't because of how you weren't listening to me, Angela said, in a conversational manner. But now that I think about it, the inability to listen makes you no different from the other people in charge of the ministry. What? How dare you? An offended Percy blurted out. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend, Angela said, adopting a mock look of innocence. It's just that my previous experiences have taught me that you, high-up, types have the unfortunate desire to ignore the stuff you don't like, she said, glancing between Dumbledore and Percy. Dumbledore winced slightly and sent her an apologetic look, understanding that her particular jab was partly directed at him due to his own disagreements with Harry. Percy, on the other hand, looked quite offended, and had opened his mouth to respond when Harry finally decided to make his presence known. "Percival Wulfric Brian Weasley, what are you doing here?" Harry asked casually as he and Daphne stopped next to the group, causing them all to look at them. Percy's face briefly adopted a scowl before he took a small breath and pumped his chest out slightly while tilting his head up a little. "My middle names are not Wulfric or Brian," he said in a rather calm voice. "Oh right, that was somebody else," Harry gasped with fake surprise. "I got my names mixed up, so who had those middle names? Wait, I know, don't tell me. Your dad." "No," Percy said in a flat voice, looking like he was a moment away from taking off his glasses and rubbing his eyes. "Oh well, never mind, I'm sure it's nobody important," Harry added, sending a small grin to Dumbledore, who gave him an amused smile in return. "So, what do you want?" Harry asked Percy. "Minister Fudge has requested to speak with you," Percy informed him. "He'd like to meet you as soon as possible." "Right, well, I'll send him an owl tomorrow then." Harry shrugged, wondering what on earth the man wanted now. Percy blinked at him, looking at him like he had just spoken in 17th century Spanish. "Mr. Potter," Percy spoke with a frown. "I said he'd like to meet you as soon as possible." "I know," Harry nodded, speaking slowly as if talking to a child. "That's why I said I'd owl him tomorrow." Percy stared at him for a moment before replying. "What I mean is that he wants you to come in today, right now, to be more accurate." "Yes, well, unfortunately all of my goodwill towards Fudge is rather non-existent at this point," Harry replied. "I can no longer eat fudge because of him. He ruined that for me. Do you know when the last time I had a piece of fudge was?" "This is more important than your stomach." Percy's voice rose slightly before he took a moment and began speaking in a calmer tone. "This is serious. You need to come to the ministry as soon as possible," he told Harry. Harry looked disbelieving for a moment before giving Percy a questioning look. "All right, I'll bite. What does Fudge want?" Harry asked. "That is up to him to tell you," Percy replied, stiffly. "But rest assured it is important and you should come and see him now." "Will someone die if Harry does not attend this meeting today?" Daphne asked in a slightly annoyed voice. "If not, then I'm sure that Minister Fudge can wait until tomorrow for an owl." "There will be no need for an owl, Mr. Potter." "That is Lord Potter as far as you're concerned." Angela cut him off. Percy adopted an agitated look before he responded. "Very well," he said to her before turning to Harry. "Lord Potter, please, I must insist that you come with us to the ministry." "Oh, do you intend to force me?" Harry asked, looking in between Percy and the two Aurors with him. "What? No, no," Percy quickly shook his head. "These two men are here simply for my protection." "You think you need protection when talking to me?" Harry asked, a thoughtful look on his face. "Look, just please come to the ministry with me," Percy said impatiently. "Let me guess, Fudge needs my help," Harry smirked, a knowing look on his face. "Am I right?" he asked unnecessarily, since the surprised look on Percy's face was a good enough answer for him. Well, I cannot say, you'll have to talk to him," Percy blurted out after recovering. "Very well, I won't send an owl. I'll come straight to the ministry tomorrow, providing that the headmaster does not disagree." Harry gave Dumbledore a questioning look. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment before responding. "Of course you may go, Mr. Potter." Dumbledore nodded. "Do you wish me to accompany you?" he asked. "That's appreciated but unnecessary, sir," Harry told him before turning to the common room door. "Root weeds." The door opened upon hearing the password. "I believe that's our business done for the day." Harry nodded to Percy. "Lord Potter," Percy spoke when he saw Harry about to go inside. "Forgive me, but you don't seem to understand. You need to come now and—" "Unless there is an emergency that requires my attention, I don't need to come now," Harry cut him off. "I told you tomorrow. Don't make me repeat myself. If I do, I might just delay the meeting by another week to piss you off," Harry warned before he walked into the common room, followed by a smirking Daphne and amused Angela. "Well," Dumbledore clapped his hands together when the door closed. "That went about as well as can be expected." He smiled cheerfully. "You wanted to speak to me?" Harry asked calmly as he was sat in Fudge's office, opposite Fudge who was sat at his desk. He wore his school uniform yet still managed to look a lot more in control than Fudge, especially with Jet perched on his shoulder. He had been tempted to bring along Thor, but had decided it would be better to keep the young Thunderbird out of the way and back in Hogwarts, since he thought it was possible that something could happen. With Harry was Tracy, Angela, and Daphne, who had sat in chairs that Harry had produced with a wave of his wand. Yes, but I don't think it's quite necessary for these young ladies to be here. Fudge frowned. These ladies are my chief advisors, Harry informed him with a grin. And I believe that another one should be coming soon. And then, as if summoned, the door opened and none other than Nymphadora, don't call me that, Tonks entered the room. Watch her, she said with a bright grin before walking into the room just as Percy Weasley rushed in behind her. I am so sorry, Minister, Percy quickly apologized. I tried to stop her, but she snuck past me and... I didn't sneak past, Tonks snorted. I walked past and you didn't notice me until I walked past you. You didn't stop when I called you. Oh, my bad, Tonks innocently replied before settling into a seat that Harry had created for her. Oi, Percy complained. You need to leave and... Weasley, shut your mouth and leave the room, Harry said with a roll of his eyes. The adults need to talk. If we have need of a puppet, then we'll let you know. Percy puffed up in outrage and was more than willing to give Harry a piece of his mind, but caught sight of Fudge shaking his head. It's quite all right, Weasley, Fudge said, his voice sounding noticeably tired. I can take it from here. Percy hesitated before giving Fudge a stiff nod and leaving the room. So, Fudge, what is this about? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Are you finally going to admit that Voldemort is back? Harry asked, earning a glare from Fudge. Fudge closed his eyes and counted to 10 under his breath before he opened them again. He let out a deep breath before he rested his arms on his desk, steepling his fingers together. He leaned forward slightly before speaking again. No, I still do not believe that nonsense, he said, looking like he was resisting the urge to say something much worse. That is not why I called you here. Oh, why did you then? Harry asked, sounding very interested. Fudge sighed before he spoke again. The words that came out of his mouth were simple words, but it seemed that simply saying them caused Fudge great pain based on his face and voice. I need your help, Fudge admitted, looking like he had eaten something horrible. I need your help to keep my job. He coughed, looking extremely uncomfortable. A long silence filled the room as everyone stared at Fudge with varying levels of disbelief. So, you basically tried to label Harry as a madman, and now you need his help. Tonks laughed in amusement. Yes, Fudge said through gritted teeth. I do, he added. The room once again became filled with silence, though this time the silence was broken by a different person. Huh, Jet laughed. Chapter 100. If you dumb say what? Harry said in a voice so fast that his words were barely able to be heard as he raised an eyebrow at Fudge. What? Fudge blinked, having not properly heard him. That's what I thought. Now repeat that once again, please, Harry replied. You want my help. That's the words that came out of your mouth. Yes, Fudge sighed, looking like he was stuck between sending a glare at Harry and falling on his knees to beg for help. Your antics have caused me all sorts of trouble and... Antics, Harry repeated in a cold voice. If I am going to be talked down to and treated like a child, then I think it's best if we leave. What? Fudge blinked. No, don't. In that case, talk, and do it respectfully. The warning in Harry's voice was unmissable for even the dimmest of children, yet Harry was slightly surprised that Fudge had managed to understand. Of course, Fudge coughed, apparently taking a moment to remember that it helped to be nice to the person who could offer the help you needed. Of course, forgive me. I'm just under quite a lot of stress. Under stress? I wonder what that's like, Tonks muttered in a voice that was just loud enough to be heard by everyone. In case you haven't noticed, our year hasn't been perfect either, Daphne replied. So whose fault do you think that? She asked. I don't have an answer that you would like, Fudge honestly admitted. But I believe that it is in everyone's best interest if I continue to keep my position. Everyone's best interests. Angela scoffed, narrowly beating out Harry. I doubt that, you're just looking out for your own interests. Harry told you that Voldemort was back, Tracy spoke, ignoring the urge to roll her eyes when Fudge flinched. And what did you do? You tried your best to ruin his public image and make things difficult for him instead of investigating it. Because his claim of who being back is pure poppycock, Fudge said through gritted teeth. Perhaps it was, Tracy said in a voice that made it clear that she thought it was anything but that. But either way, there should have been an investigation. He came back half dead and was suffering from exposure to the torture curse, as was confirmed by Madame Pomfrey, who nearly everyone knows as one of the best healers in Britain. There should have been some investigation into what happened. Well, he was clearly attacked and confounded by some wizard that resembles he, who must not be named, and even if that was true, and no it fucking isn't, we won't know for sure because you didn't look into it, since you preferred to duck your double-chinned head into the first pile of sand you could find. Harry glared at Fudge before continuing to speak. You're a spineless coward who had likely loaned his balls to Umbridge. Give me one good reason why I should even consider helping you. Fudge coughed into his hand. For a moment, an internal battle between anger and desperation happened inside of his head. Eventually, though, desperation won out. Please, Mr. Lord Potter, Fudge quickly corrected himself. Please, I am the best thing that has ever happened to the Ministry, and Fudge found himself as Harry, Tracy, Angela, and Daphne all snorted with disbelief at the same time. We didn't even practice that, Harry let Fudge know. Yes, well, I could help you, Fudge blurted out. I can tell people that you were right, tell them that you know who is back. But you don't believe he's back, Daphne pointed out. So you're going to lie to the public. Well, no, but doesn't matter either way, Angela interrupted. What do you mean? Too little, too late, Fudge, Harry spoke in a cold voice. You think it matters now? You'll soon be out and we can make a deal with your replacement who will hopefully at least be mildly competent. Do you actually want my help? Because as far as I'm concerned, you can kiss the inner side of my ass crack. Enjoy your last few days as minister, Harry spat as he stood up, the girls standing along with him. You are a prime example of what is wrong with magical Britain, and I'll be glad to see you become nothing more than a hurdle in this world's path to greatness. Harry added before he turned and walked out, the girls walking alongside him, leaving Fudge to slam his head into his hands and letting out a large groan as he realized he had just lost his best chance to keep his job. Well, that went well, Daphne said cheerfully once they had gotten out of Fudge's office and started walking down the hallway. I mean, we just insulted one of the most powerful men in magical Britain and have just basically made it so that one of the most important people in our government would be replaced and… Daph, we get it, Tracy gently interrupted with an amused expression on her face. We get it. Still, it has been a rather dramatic day. I thought we would have gotten used to that by now, Angela joked. I mean, we have spent the last few years with Harry, haven't we? Hey, Harry protested in a mock-offended voice. Yeah, Tonks snorted. I think that Fuck! Tonks yelped as she suddenly found herself yanked backward. Her arms quickly became painfully tied behind her back by some ropes as she stopped a short distance away from the group. She felt an arm wrap across her, holding onto her shoulders. A second later, she felt a wand tip press against her neck. Her eyes widened. She saw that Harry and the others had their wands aimed in her direction with Jet hissing loudly. She looked back and managed to catch a look at who had just captured her, and her eyes widened. Percival, Harry spoke calmly, his wand and gaze locked onto the face of Percy Weasley. You are making what is called a stupid. I'd advise stopping. I didn't even detect him, Jet hissed furiously. Perhaps it is a bit stupid, but orders are orders. Percy shrugged with a wide grin on his face and an odd gleam in his eye. He glanced towards Jet. Sorry, Snaky, but you can't sniff me out. There are spells for that, you know. Orders? Tracy asked. Did that bitch just call me Snaky? Jet hissed, sounding very offended. You're not Percy Weasley, Angela realized. You got his looks, but you're acting nothing like the Ponce. Correct, the fake Percy laughed. This polyjuice shit tastes horrible but needs must and all. Now you lot will follow me, Faux Percy ordered. Where is everyone else? Harry asked, glancing around, expecting there to be at least a few other ministry workers, only to find the whole place empty. There was an alarm that, for unexplained reasons, wasn't heard in the minister's office. Now come on, or I blast Pinky over here, he said impatiently, pressing his wand harder into Tonks' neck. Ow, Tonks hissed. Did you seriously just call me Pinky? I will bitch slap you back to whatever country you were born in. This is the country I was born in, Fake Percy said, with a slightly confused look on his face. Then I'll bitch slap you into another one, Tonks yelled without missing a beat. Her gaze shifted to Harry and she noticed his free hand. She saw him discreetly wiggle his first 2 fingers. She recognized what he was doing. She and Harry had come up with their own form of secret communication at the Tonks house to avoid getting into trouble, and they did often do enough things that could get them into trouble. She recognized the gesture for what it was. Basically, Harry was telling her to play along. Just come on, Fake Percy sighed. Right, of course. We would be coming here of all places. Harry cursed under his breath as the Fake Percy had forced them into the Department of Mysteries before taking them into the Hall of Prophecy, the chamber that Dumbledore and his order had been guarding all year. All Harry knew was that there was a prophecy involving himself and Voldemort, and that the madman apparently wanted to get his hands on it. The hall was a vast, cold chamber with a ceiling as intimidatingly high as that of a cathedral. It was filled with row upon row of towering shelves from start to end, each filled with dust. On these shelves were hundreds of small, dusty, glass orbs, each with a yellowed and dusty label below. The room would be completely covered in darkness, if not for the many candles set up all over the room. Prophecies, really? Harry snorted. Looking back over his shoulder, he looked past Angela, Tracy, and Daphne to Fake Percy, who still had a hold of Tonks. You realize that none of the cool kids listened to them. Shut it, Potter. Fake Percy rolled his eyes. You know, the guy you're imitating might be an annoying little asshole, but you're just a dick, Harry commented just as they arrived at a specific shelf. Harry looked to his right and couldn't help but notice one specific orb, an orb with something special written on the label under it. SPT to APWBD. Dark Lord and Harry Potter. Ah, finally, you're here. A silky voice cut through the tense silence of the room. Harry and his friends looked forwards and saw a Death Eater walk out of the shadows. With a wave of his wand, his mask was removed, revealing the face of none other than Lucius Malfoy. Ah, Lucius, glad you're here. Harry spoke calmly as if he himself had planned everything that was happening here. Matter of fact, why are you here? A prophecy? Seems a bit too much like a children's tale to me. Potter, Lucius smirked. It's so good to see you again. I get that a lot. Harry gave him a small shrug in response. You're looking very chipper today. Finally managed to convince your wife to give you a handjob. I guess hard work and determination does pay off. Crude, Potter. Lucius's lips tightened as he glared at Harry. Yeah, Harry admitted with a nod, sounding almost apologetic. Kind of is. Now, be a good boy and retrieve that prophecy for me, Lucius ordered. And why don't you get it yourself? Harry asked curiously, despite knowing the answer. The name of the game at the moment was to waste as much time as possible until he was able to come up with a plan. Let me guess, magical protections. Correct, only one that the prophecy speaks of can remove it. Lucius nodded. Which means either me or the Dark Lord will have to remove it, but he won't do that since it could end up letting the public know that Voldemort's back, Harry concluded, taking no small amount of pleasure in watching Lucius flinch. He also knew from Tonks's snort that Fake Percy had flinched as well. He dares, a male voice whispered from the shadows, followed by several other voices muttering. He dares speak the Dark Lord's name. You don't speak his name, Fake Percy yelled, causing Tonks to wince. Quiet, Malfoy barked, resisting the urge to curse these idiots. They were supposed to stay silent and out of sight until ordered. He had been very tempted to argue when the Dark Lord tasked these idiots to join him on this mission. In his opinion, they were all still very unstable due to their stay in Azkaban, not that they were very stable before. But still, he wasn't going to argue against the Dark Lord. Besides, They might be idiots, but they were still competent with wands. "So, how many people are we dealing with here?" Angela asked, looking around the room. "I detect 20 different people, though there might be more," Jet quietly hissed into Harry's ear. "My guess is about 20, Harry said loudly. A second later, 19 Death Eaters stepped out of the shadows, surrounding the group. "Stupefy!" A stunner shot towards them from beside Lucius. Harry's wand quickly shot into his hand, and a nonverbal shield quickly stopped the stunner before it reached himself or the rest of his group. A cackle was heard. Harry saw Lucius roll his eyes just before a woman walked out of the shadows, stopping next to him. She was dressed in black, her skin noticeably pale. Her lips were colored in a red that reminded Harry of blood. She was skinny, not overly so, but it was noticeable. She had dark, curly black hair that descended down to her shoulders, and a mad look on her otherwise beautiful face. "He knows how to play," she laughed as she eyed Harry with interest. "Still, I have yet to see why the Dark Lord is so interested in him." "Oh, for fuck's sakes," Tonks groaned when she realized who she was looking at. "Ah, and here would be my darling niece." The woman said those last two words with disgust. "Love you too, bitch." Tonks rolled her eyes. "Oh yeah, Bellatrix Lestrange," Harry said. "Andromeda told me about you." "Oh, did she?" Bellatrix asked with a wide grin. "Oh yes, you're living with the blood traitor, aren't you? Such a shame, living with such a silly, stupid." "That woman is a goddess, you bitch," Harry violently interrupted, causing everyone to stare at him. "Sorry, that was an outburst, sorry," he said a couple of seconds later in a much quieter voice. "She makes nice food," he added defensively. "Enough of this, I have more important things to do." Lucius cut back into the conversation. "Title of your mum's sex tape," Tonks called out. "And his wife's," Harry added, causing the two of them to laugh while the others wondered what a sex tape was. "Enough of this, pick up the prophecy now," Fake Percy ordered. "Listen to Barty, Potter," Bellatrix laughed, twirling her wand in her hand. "We don't want things to get bloody, actually. That's a lie, we'd love it if that happened." "Barty as in?" "Barty Crouch Jr., a proud member of the Dark Lord's army." Fake Percy, apparently Barty Crouch Jr., grinned. "Yeah, well now you're a Weasley." Harry rolled his eyes before reaching out and picking up the prophecy. Good boy," Lucius grinned. "Now give it to me." Nope." Harry didn't even look at Lucius, choosing to instead examine the orb. "That wasn't a request." "Doesn't matter, I refuse either way," Harry replied, not looking away from the orb. "Well, clearly you've decided to be difficult," Lucius sighed. "Barty," he called. "Potter," Barty grinned as he dug his wand harder into Tonk's neck. "You give us that prophecy, or I blast off this pretty little bird's head." "Not a bird, and go right ahead." Harry shrugged, causing everyone to stare at him. "I'll do it, Potter," Barty warned. "Prove it." Harry calmly looked away from the orb and looked at Barty. "Go right ahead and shoot her." "He'll do it, Potter," Lucius spoke up. "We all know that you care for her. Give us what we want or Barty will kill her." "Undoubtedly," Harry nodded, causing everyone to once again stare at him. "Ha!" Bellatrix laughed loudly. She stared at Harry, licking her lips as she did so. "The Dark Lord was right, he is interesting." "Appreciated." Harry nodded to her before turning to Lucius. "You see, Lucy, I could give you the prophecy. But why would I do that when I'm the one in control of the whole situation?" Harry grinned. Lucius frowned, his mind working overtime, trying to spot if there was some way Potter could have possibly pulled one over on them. When he came up with nothing, he continued speaking. "You're lying, Potter," Lucius said confidently. "You're nowhere close to being in control of this situation. You're outnumbered and surrounded, your adopted sister is in our hold, and your three most valued friends are in our reach. You have nothing." "Is that what you think?" Harry chuckled. "You think that I, the great Harry Potter, haven't planned for this. You haven't realized that every move you've made tonight has been exactly what I expected you to do. You haven't realized that I planned all of this," he asked, causing the Death Eaters to stare at each other. "Really?" Jet whispered into Harry's ear. "Fuck no," Harry whispered back before he glanced at the prophecy. You guys want this? That's what you're holding her hostage for, Harry snorted. A useless orb with a poem inside. Give it to us, or... Or what? Harry cut Lucius off. Shoot at me and you risk the prophecy, so you can't do that. Let me guess, you'll kill her. I got a better idea. Let me remove your little bargaining chip. Harry smirked before he spun around, aiming his wand at a wide-eyed Tonks. His wand tip glowed a bright green that cut through the darkness of the room. Avada Kedavra! Harry yelled to the shock of everyone in the room. A second later, a green spell shot out of Harry's wand and speared through the air. It shot past the heads of Daphne, Tracy, and Angela towards Tonks. Chapter 101. The green beam that had shot from Harry's wand barreled towards Tonks. After leaving the wand, it had taken 2 seconds to close the distance. Fortunately, 2 seconds was plenty of time for Tonks to do what she needed to do. In a blink-and-you-miss-it moment, Tonks shrunk her body down enough to escape Bart's grip, and for the curse to pass over her head and crash against Barty's head. Barty, still disguised as Percy, stumbled back as Tonks grew back to her regular size. Barty shook his head in an attempt to clear it, but didn't get to do much more than that thanks to Tonks hitting him with a piercing curse that pierced through his chest. A short gasp escaped Barty as the air left his body. A second later, Harry hit him with a cutting curse to the neck that knocked him down to the floor. You all right? Harry asked Tonks. Just dandy, she answered as she walked forwards and stepped next to Harry. Nice try, Lucy, she said to Lucius, who was staring at them along with the other Death Eaters. But you'll have to do better then. What was that? Lucius demanded. Simple magical theory, Lucy. Harry smirked as he lazily shrugged his shoulders, discreetly and quickly tapping one of the shelves with the tip of his wand. Tonks can shapeshift and can therefore change her size, so the spell would pass over her and hit Barty Weasley Jr., but there was the possibility that it would hit Tonks if she didn't move in time, so I didn't place any killing intent on the curse. There was a bit of anger, but that was it, so the spell wouldn't have worked no matter who it hit. Harry explained before taking a quick glance to his right to make sure his spell was taking. Besides, he added as he looked back to Lucius, I'm not much of a fan of the killing curse. It wastes a lot of energy and power for what I could do with nearly any other spell. Lucius stared at him with disbelief all over his face. The other Death Eaters did the same. The long silence of the room was eventually crushed by the sudden and loud laughter that erupted from Bellatrix Lestrange. Every pair of eyes in the room turned to face the cackling woman as she bent over slightly and placed one hand over her stomach in what was apparently an attempt to hold back her laughter. Why are you laughing? Lucius hissed several seconds later. Bellatrix ignored him and continued to laugh for a bit more before she was able to control herself. She looked up at Harry, her lips curled upwards into an unsettling smile, and her violet eyes shined with a frightening intensity. Oh, I can definitely see why the Dark Lord wants you, she purred, licking her lips as she stared at him. Join us, Potter, join the winning side. How can it be the winning side when I'm not on it? Harry laughed, making sure to keep their attention on him. Besides, I already told him no. Oh, so strong and so smart, but so dumb, Bellatrix snorted. You don't tell the Dark Lord no, you do what he says or you perish. Maybe, but here's the thing, I'm still standing, Harry pointed out, gesturing to himself. Enough of this, Lucius cut back in. Potter, you still have what I want. The ability to please a woman, Harry guessed. The prophecy, Lucius snarled. Give it to us and we'll let you and your girls go. Yeah, and I'm the ruler of England. Tonks snorted disbelievingly as she looked at Lucius. It's obvious to anyone with 2 brain cells that you're not going to let us go. Great, so now we're going to go and fight Death Eaters. Tracy rolled her eyes before glancing towards Harry. My life was a lot more normal before I met you. She smiled at him to show that there was no anger behind her words. Maybe, but I'm sure it's a lot more fun now. Harry grinned. Oh, definitely. Daphne agreed as she raised her wand, ready to fight. You think you can beat us? Lucius laughed. Potter, you might be a great wizard, but you and your little girlfriends are outnumbered. Yes, but you're outmatched, Harry said before he began hissing. Daphne, on my mark, I want you to fire a reducto curse at the shelves behind Lucius and Bella. When we make our escape, I want you to contact the Silver Wolves. How can I help? Jed asked. Bite any of fucker that gets close enough, Harry answered. Excellent. Speak English, Lucius snapped at them. Racist, Jed accused. Okay, let's wrap this conversation up then, Harry suggested. I'm going to give you lot one chance to surrender, or I'm going to go and kill the whole bleeding lot of you. Harry's words earned him laughter from several Death Eaters. Oh, really? Bellatrix asked, looking very interested. How are you going to do that? She asked as she raised her wand. No, Lucius quickly said before she could do anything. Don't fire a spell. We can't risk the prophecy being damaged. The Dark Lord would have our heads, he said, speaking not just to her but also to the other Death Eaters. I wouldn't worry about him at the moment, Harry grinned. You've got a bigger problem to deal with. Let me guess, Lucius sneered at him. You. No, well, yes, but also no. I was referring to something else, Harry replied. I was referring to the rotting curse that I had placed on the shelves. Harry's voice was so casual that it took the Death Eaters a second to register what he had said. When they did, their heads snapped to the shelves, and they realized that Harry was right and that the shelves had been rotting. Daphne, signal. The words had barely escaped Harry's mouth before he and Daphne raised their wands. Reducto, Daphne yelled, and a blue light burst out from her wand and shot in the direction of Lucius and Bellatrix. The two Death Eaters quickly raised their wands and just about managed to get a shield up just before Harry's wand let out a bright light that caused them both to close their eyes. They felt the wind shift as the curse shot past them. The next thing they managed to hear was the spell crashing into the shelves behind them. They opened their eyes in time to see Harry and his friends running away, as part of the shelves began crumbling because of the rotting curse, while another part began crumbling down due to the Reducto curse. As the shelves fell, they knocked into other shelves, and soon all of the shelves began falling down. Run, Lucius shouted, though his warning was more than a bit redundant given that the other Death Eaters had already started running. You contacted the SW yet? Harry asked as he and his friends ran out of the Hall of Prophecies and continued to do so. Done, Daphne confirmed as she put her galleon away. What now? Keep running, Angela yelled. She's right, Harry agreed. Run, fight, do whatever it takes to survive until backup arrives, Harry said before he flicked his wand backward. A spell shot out of his wand and connected with the hallway. It hit the walls, and a second later various spikes of different sizes protruded out from the walls, blocking off the hallway. Slow them down, Harry added just as they reached another hallway. The girls nodded in response. Tracy was the first to react and aimed her wand behind her. Fire burst out, and the whole hallway was covered in flames. Once they reached the next hallway, Daphne took her turn and covered it all in ice before making an ice wall halfway into it just as they reached the next hallway. Angela decided to turn the floor into quicksand after they got past. When it was Tonks's turn, she made it so that the walls and floors would constantly start shaking. What are you doing? Daphne asked when Harry started setting up obstacles in random hallways they passed. Our obstacles are also trails. I'm making this shit multi-choice, Harry responded before causing spikes to rise up on a hallway in his left, then waving his wand and making a flock of birds shoot out and start blocking the way. The girls quickly nodded and started helping out. Stupid blood traitor! Children! Little shits! Lucius resisted the urge to roll his eyes as several of the Death Eaters continued cursing as they finally managed to exit the Department of Mysteries. The collapsing shelves had lowered their numbers to 12, the others having been crushed before they could escape. Once they were out, they tried to chase after the kids. Unfortunately, they had to deal with plenty of obstacles along the way. The obstacles wasted a lot of their time and energy. Well, not his energy, given that he took care of the easy ones and made sure that the others dealt with the rest, but eventually they were able to get out. After a while, they were able to reach the building's atrium to find a rather surprising sight. Sitting in the middle of everything on a group of chairs was Potter and his girls, all 4 chairs positioned, so they were facing Lucius and his fellow Death Eaters. Lucius was about to speak, but the words failed to come out of his mouth when he noticed what looked like shattered pieces of glass resting by Potter's feet and blue smoke disappearing from view. Lucius's gaze moved upwards to look at Potter, desperately hopping for that glass to be anything else other than the prophecy. Unfortunately, he couldn't see an orb in Potter's hands or any of the other girls, though he did see the devil child look up at him and give him a shit-eating grin as he waved his wand. Lucius correctly guessed that Potter had just gotten rid of a silencing spell, which means that not only had Potter heard the prophecy and broke the orb, he also had made sure that only he and possibly his girls had heard it. At that moment, only one thought went through Lucius's brain. I am going to be in so much trouble. Hi, Lucy, Harry waved at him. Pleasant day. What? What have you done? Lucius breathed out, a pained look on his face. He was currently filled with fear and anger, though the anger almost overtook the fear when he saw the devil child have the audacity to giggle. I've been a bad boy, Harry said with mock shame as Jet hissed from his position on Harry's shoulder. Ah, that's right, Jet. Harry nodded to Jet before he looked back at Lucius. Not as bad as you thought, Lucy. Weren't you supposed to? You know, was it not your job to get that? Harry asked, pointing down to the broken prophecy orb. I mean, you had one job. How dare you? One Death Eater shouted while Lucius paled, looking unable to even breathe. How dare you defy the will of the Dark Lord? Quiet, Bellatrix barked at him before turning back to face Potter. You shouldn't have done that, Potter, Bellatrix said seriously. Now the Dark Lord will have to punish you. He'd have to catch me first, Harry pointed out but nodded in agreement. I'd bet on you, Tonks said brightly. Aw, thank you, Harry said appreciatively. I will bring you to the Dark Lord, one Death Eater declared, interrupting Harry. Really, you and what army? Daphne asked, raising an eyebrow. We have an army. The Death Eater sounded confused as he gestured to himself and the other Death Eaters. Oh, that's cute, Angela laughed. You call that an army? Tracy asked just before the fire grates activated, and the silver wolves began flooding in through the flue network. One by one they kept coming in until the Death Eaters were utterly and hilariously outnumbered. Now, that's an army, she grinned. Indeed, it is. A cold voice echoed throughout the chamber just as a cloud of smoke descended down towards them and near the Death Eaters. As it got closer, it shifted shape, and seconds later none other than Voldemort was standing in front of the Death Eaters, facing Harry and keeping his back to the Death Eaters. Daphne, Tracy, Angela, and Tonks quickly jumped up their feet, knowing exactly who this was. Harry, on the other hand, calmly stayed in place while the Death Eaters all dropped to their knees and bowed their heads. You disappoint me, Lucius. Voldemort's words were quiet but heard by all. Master, Lucius spoke, confirming to those who didn't know that they were indeed dealing with none other than Voldemort himself. Please forgive me. He knew that he had many problems he had to deal with, including but not limited to the fact that a great many students had just seen his face. Fudge was still in charge, so it was possible that he could get away with the imperious curse excuse, but all of that wouldn't matter if he wasn't able to appease his master. I know that. Silence, Voldemort ordered. I shall deal with you later. His attention shifted to the many people in front of him. It is indeed an impressive army. Voldemort complimented Harry. Thanks, Voldemort, Harry calmly replied as he stood up. He vanished the chairs, taking the opportunity to glance at his army. Despite the fact that they were all wearing masks, Harry could tell that they were shaken and frightened to be standing in the same room as the man that the world had feared since they were all born. So, how are things? Harry asked as he looked back at Voldemort. As well as they can be, all things considering, Voldemort replied, his gaze briefly drifting to the broken orb. And yourself? He asked. Same old, Harry answered with a shrug of his shoulders. I couldn't help but notice that your body was physically smoke a few moments ago. Interests you, does it? Voldemort asked with a knowing smirk. Oh, definitely, Harry confirmed. How could it not? I know a great many pieces of magic that many believe to be lost in time or nothing more than stories. Voldemort emphasized his point by casually lifting himself up into the air so his feet were no longer touching the floor. He resisted the urge to laugh when he saw many of Potter's army flinch. Impressive, is it not? It's a cool trick, Harry agreed before he rose up as well. But I can do it as well, Harry pointed out before allowing Jet to slither off his arm and land on Daphne. Voldemort looked briefly surprised before his face settled into an unsettling grin. You continue to impress me, Harry. Voldemort slowly flew forwards while Harry did the same. Voldemort began flying to his right, and Harry flew to his own right. Eventually, the two stopped once they were suitably far away from the others and each other before landing. The silver wolves on Harry's left and the Death Eaters on Harry's right. Thank you, Harry began, but paused as a thought occurred to him. Quick question, do you prefer this lot alive? Harry asked, gesturing to the Death Eaters. That is preferable, yes, Voldemort nodded. Yeah, well, here's the thing. I want a rematch, but I don't want you to hurt any of my friends, so I suggest that you allow my friends to leave and you send away your lot. Tempting idea, but you have already killed quite a few of my Death Eaters, Voldemort pointed out. Perhaps I should kill some of yours to even it out. Perhaps, but here's the thing. I'm pretty sure I like my army more than you like yours. Most likely, Voldemort admitted without a care in the world. So if you hurt my army, then I, childish little shit that I am, will feel like I have to kill all of your Death Munchers, Harry answered. Besides, you involve either your guys or my guys, then this becomes an all-out war, and last I checked I have more people here. Valid point, but I want at least one person to watch my back in case of any surprises. I have a counteroffer. You will be allowed to keep one of your members, and I shall keep one of mine. The rest may go. Agreed, Tonks shouted before anyone could respond. I'll do it. Tonks, Harry protested. I don't think that. Harry, if you think that I'm going to leave you alone with him. She paused and gestured to Voldemort. Then you've got another thing coming. Do not make me tell Mum, Tonks threatened, causing Harry to shiver. Fuck, that's checkmate. Harry cursed under his breath before looking up to Voldemort, who looked far too amused. We got a deal, I'll take Tonks. In that case, I'll take Bellatrix, Voldemort responded, earning a giggle from Bellatrix, who happily clapped her hands together. The rest of you will leave once Potter's army has gone, he ordered. Harry stared at Voldemort for several moments and performed a rather risky move by using legilimency against Voldemort, who seemingly had not noticed him. A second later, Harry withdrew without Voldemort being any wiser before turning to his army. He didn't say anything. He simply nodded. Harry, are you sure? Angela asked with a frown. Please, let me stay. I am your loyal servant and... I know, but if you stay then, he'll get another one of his Death Eaters to stay, Harry told her. He's not wrong, Voldemort chimed in. The fewer people here, the better. Once again, not wrong. Very well. To say Angela looked upset was an understatement, despite that she nodded her head and joined the rest of his army in leaving. Daphne shot him an encouraging nod, and a look that clearly said she would be more than a little annoyed if he didn't come back alive. As she left, she discreetly allowed Jet to slither off her body, allowing the serpent to make his way through the sea of people until he was able to reach Tonks. If Tonks noticed Jet climbing up her and hiding within her clothes, then she didn't show it. Tracy followed shortly after, looking at Harry as several emotions fought for dominance within her. Eventually, she nodded and left. Leave, Voldemort spoke. His Death Eaters all left with the exception of Bellatrix. You're too attached to them, Voldemort told Harry. That will be your undoing. For wizards like you and I, these people are merely tools. Hundreds and hundreds of tools with the sole purpose of lifting the few exceptional people onto their shoulders. You and me, we're exceptional. I could squash you like a bug right now, but I'm offering you a choice. Join me and become more than what you are. Think about what we could create or what we could destroy. We could join forces or fight each other again and again until we are both dead. Is that what you want? Voldemort asked, staring at Harry, who looked quite thoughtful a moment later. He opened his mouth and gave his answer. Pretty much, yeah. The words had barely left his mouth before Harry fired a spell at Voldemort, and the battle commenced. Chapter 102. Cute, Voldemort commented as he casually tilted his head so that Harry's orange spell shot past him. Though I suppose if you must insist on violence, then I must respond in kind. Voldemort flicked his wand at Harry, sending a trio of cutting curses at Harry. Harry ducked down, letting the curses fly past his head. "So, have you ever thought about getting a wig?" Harry asked in what sounded like genuine curiosity before he jabbed his wand in Voldemort's direction, sending two chains that tried to wrap around the Dark Lord, but bounced off the magical shield that appeared with the barest twist of Voldemort's wand. "A wig," Voldemort chuckled as he transfigured the chains into spikes before sending them to Harry, who easily vanished them, just as Voldemort began speaking in a dry voice. "For some reason, I doubt I'd be able to pull that off." "Fair enough." Harry twisted his wand while jabbing it in Voldemort's direction, sending a pulsing dark blue curse that shot towards Voldemort's chest. Voldemort lazily stepped to the side, allowing the curse to pass him. Without looking, he flicked his wand behind him, and a shield popped up just in time to block the explosion that happened as the spell exploded a second later. "Oh, I love that spell," Voldemort said appreciatively. "I remember teaching it to Bellatrix." "Yep, he did," Bellatrix chimed in from where she was standing, watching the whole thing with a grin on her face. "It's one of my favorites." She laughed, neither her nor Voldemort noticing Jet sneaking out of Tonk's clothes. With a wave of his wand, Voldemort sent a trio of blades at Harry. Harry quickly turned the trio of blades into 6 ravens that flew around him and charged towards Voldemort. With the barest flick of the Dark Lord's wrist, the ravens vanished as if they were never there. Voldemort jabbed his wand at Harry. A large black spell blasted through the air towards Harry. Harry stepped to the side and allowed the spell to shoot past him. And it was a good thing that he did, since a second later it crashed into a wall, melting the part that it had come into contact with. "Crucio!" Voldemort shot the infamous torture curse towards Harry. "Not this time," Harry hissed before a swarm of bats shot out from his wand and surrounded him in a protective shield. The curse struck one of the bats, knocking it out of the air. Harry quickly directed the bats towards Voldemort before aiming his wand at the bat that was shaking in pain on the floor. Harry's first spell turned it into a spider the size of a small dog. The second multiplied it so that there were at least 30 of them. Harry had sent them straight towards Voldemort just a couple of seconds before the Dark Lord had vanished Harry's bats. Harry followed up his attack with a cutting curse followed by a blasting curse and a bone breaker. Voldemort waved his wand, sending a wave of burning hot fire that ran across the floor, destroying the spiders before blocking the cutting curse and blasting curse. However, he was unable to properly stop the bone breaker that had hit him in his free arm's forearm. Voldemort hissed in pain before sending a fire blast at Harry before healing his arm. Harry stepped back and slapped the fire to the side with his wand, causing it to disappear. "Impressive," Voldemort complimented, his arm fully healed. "You've improved. You're faster and your spells have more of a bite to them." "Thanks," Harry responded, ducking under a cutting curse and returning fire with an organ-liquefying spell. "You certainly live up to your reputation as well." Harry shot several more spells at Voldemort. "Why fight me, Harry?" Voldemort asked, defending himself from Harry's spells before firing a dark green spell at Harry, who sidestepped. "It is futile and pointless. Why not join me, Harry? Surely at least some part of that offer appeals to you." Voldemort jabbed his wand forward and sent a fire whip at Harry. Harry cast a flame-freezing spell on himself just before the whip wrapped around his free arm. It was an odd sensation to see fire wrap around your arm but not get burnt by it. He shot a dark blue spell at Voldemort before dispelling the fire whip and attacking Voldemort with a lightning whip. Voldemort swatted away Harry's first spell before conjuring a transparent dome around himself in time to stop the lightning whip that wrapped around it. "I know that you're tempted," Voldemort continued after the whip had disappeared. He allowed his shield to drop. "Think about it, Harry. Unlimited access to any and all records of magical knowledge that I and my followers possess. The freedom to practice as much magic as you like." Voldemort shot a golden spell at Harry, who brought his wand down like a knife and slammed it straight into the ground. "And living in a world where the guy who killed my parents is in charge," Harry replied, in between shooting spells at Voldemort. "Living in a world where the people I care for will end up second-hand citizens at best." "So disappointing," Voldemort tutted before slicing his wand in Harry's direction, sending a trio of arrows at Harry followed by a black beam of magic that hissed as it ripped through the air. Harry waved his wand, and the arrows stopped in midair. A small flick caused them to transform into 3 large metal shields that Harry placed in front of Voldemort's blast. He wasn't stupid enough to think that the shields would stop the beam, but they'd at least slow it down a bit. Or at least Harry hoped they would. Voldemort's beam ripped through Harry's shields like a knife through wet paper. Fortunately, they did stall the beam long enough for Harry to shield, barely. Harry was pushed back several feet as the beam impacted against his shield. He almost fell over but just about kept his balance. Harry gritted his teeth before he let out a shout and cut the beam off by slashing his wand down. Harry wasted no time and shot several spells at Voldemort, who was able to counter them all before Harry fired a high-powered explosive curse at the ceiling above Voldemort. Large pieces of the ceiling fell down towards Voldemort. While the Dark Lord was distracted by that, Harry aimed his wand at him and fired a high-powered lightning blast. Angela had a murderous expression on her face as she looked at the rest of the Silver Wolves. As far as she was concerned, this was all their fault. She was currently with them in the room of requirement, something that upset her greatly given that she felt like she should currently be with Harry, her sworn master, as he engaged in a life-or-death battle against one of the most feared wizards of all times. But she wasn't, because she had been sent away with the rest of this ignorant lot. She could tell that the rest of the Silver Wolves weren't exactly happy about being sent away either, but thankfully a few of them understood. Unfortunately, most of them didn't. A small amount of them were currently protesting loudly, the most noticeable one being Zacharias Smith. It took a great deal of effort for her to not use several painful spells on him. She glanced to her side and saw that Daphne and Tracy didn't look that better. Angela didn't believe that she knew the two of them as well as Harry does, but she could tell that the two of them were probably the only people as pissed off as she is. What the hell was he thinking? Zach demanded angrily to the crowd of students behind him. Sending us off to fight you-know-who on his own. I'm sure he had a good reason for doing so. Roman spoke up in Harry's defense. Yeah, well, you don't start your day without bowing at his feet, so excuse me if I don't believe you. Zach sniffed. He just wanted the glory for himself. He thinks he can beat you-know-who by himself and wants to do it himself to be more famous and... The rest of his lengthy rant was cut short as he found himself spun around just before a fist slammed into his nose. Zach fell back and landed on the floor, clutching his nose. He looked up and saw Daphne shaking her hand and glaring at him. Tracy quickly moved over and began waving her wand over Daphne's hand. Nice punch, Angela complimented her as she stepped forward. It's a shame, though, I was about to do that. I see no reason why you shouldn't have your fun. Daphne shrugged before Tracy stopped waving her wand. You had minor damage, but nothing that I couldn't fix, Tracy informed Daphne, while Zach got back up to his feet. You bitch, Zach cursed as blood dripped out of his nose, raising his wand and aiming it at Daphne, only for it to be ripped away by Angela's disarming spell. Less than a second late, another spell crashed against Zach. A great many males in the room winced as the Hufflepuff boy fell to the floor in a fetal position with his hands between his legs. Does anybody else want to try something? Angela asked, twirling her wand in her hand. Unsurprisingly, nobody else volunteered. Tracy, do you mind? Angela asked after flicking her wand, causing Zach to flip over onto his back. Nope. Tracy jabbed her wand in Zach's direction. The blood disappeared from his face, and his nose snapped back into place. Perhaps the way it did so was a bit more painful than it needed to be, which would explain the pained gasp that escaped his lips. Now, are you idiots ready to listen or what? Daphne asked the group. I'm not sure we should bother with them, Angela said, shaking her head with disappointment. I wouldn't. After all that Harry has done for them, including teaching them spells that could at some point save their lives, they actually have the gall to question him. Now, hold on. You know as well as I do that Harry wouldn't object to being questioned, Tracy pointed out. Perhaps not, but this is ridiculous, Daphne hissed, gesturing to the crowd around them. Especially that, she pointed to Zach, who was still on the floor. I've never seen such ungratefulness in my life. Either way, as upset as we are, Harry has put a lot of work into this, and it'd be a shame to throw that all the drain, do you agree? Tracy asked calmly. How are you so calm? Daphne asked irritably, reluctantly conceding Tracy's point. I'm pissed off too. I just hide it better, Tracy answered before turning to the crowd. You're all upset that Harry sent us away, fair enough, but you need to understand why. It's not because he wanted to fight Voldemort on his own like that idiot suggested. Tracy gestured to Zach, who was slowly getting back up to his feet. Think about it. Who wouldn't want competent backup while fighting the most feared Dark Lord of the modern age? The reason he sent you back was that you were scared. Immediately, several members began protesting loudly against Tracy's words, and would have continued to do so if Angela hadn't let out a cannon blast noise from her wand. Zip it, Angela ordered. Tracy's right, you were all scared. I noticed it, Voldemort noticed it, and so did Harry. That's why he sent you away. Fear is fine, it's natural, but when you let it take over then that can make things dangerous. Daphne spoke next. If you guys were at your best then, it would have been an easy victory for us. But half of you were cowering in fear, and the chances of you getting hurt had increased. Harry Potter would rather fight Voldemort on his lonesome than risk more of you dying than necessary. Honestly, Angela sighed, it was ridiculous. We outnumbered them all, and it had been proven that Harry on his own can at the very least challenge Voldemort to a decent fight. If we had all fought together at our best, then we would have won. But despite all Harry has done, you're all still scared of the boogeyman you've heard stories about and are now blaming Harry because you're upset. If any of you truly want to prove me wrong, then go back now and help him. Voldemort will probably still be there. Do you want to go, Smith? She asked Zach, who frowned and looked away. That's what I thought. Chapter 103. If any sensible person found themselves near Voldemort and Harry during their duel, then they would probably run to a very far away and safe distance in the hopes of not being blown up. Tonks took to hiding behind a see-through stone wall that she had magically created, while Bellatrix did the same, though Bellatrix only thought about it after Tonks had done it. She had previously been standing around and laughing like a maniac. Bits of the floor, walls, and even ceiling were being thrown around the place. The air crackled as spells crashed into each other. The heat in the air towered over everyone, making it much more difficult to breathe, not that Voldemort or Harry noticed. Crucio! Voldemort fired a torture curse at Harry, who ducked, the curse barely missing him. Harry quickly fired off a trio of stunners and a body bind spell, well aware that they were barely a few seconds worth of a distraction for Voldemort. Thankfully, a few seconds was just what Harry wanted. A crimson-red ball ballooned up from the tip of Harry's wand in the time it took Voldemort to deal with Harry's spells. Harry jabbed his wand in Voldemort's direction. The ball shot towards the red-eyed wizard. Voldemort's eyes widened before he quickly put up a dark orange shield that formed a dome around him. Harry's spell loudly crashed into Voldemort's shield, causing a small explosion to occur, shattering Voldemort's spell and raining down fire that landed all around the Dark Lord. Voldemort let out a small growl as he snuffed out the small flame bit of fire that had landed on his shoulder. He aimed his wand in Harry's direction. A flaming spear shot towards Harry, who quickly sliced it in half before it could get near him. Both combatants stopped and stared at each other. Harry had a bruise under his left eye, along with a few small cuts on his clothes, plus a few other bruises all over his body. Voldemort wasn't doing much better since his clothes also suffered from small cuts, and his right shoulder was in a bit of pain. There's not much time left, Harry, Voldemort smirked. Join me. Fucking fuck off, Harry calmly responded as he shot off a trio of cutting curses. You really should watch your language, Voldemort tutted after easily blocking the spells and shooting white flames towards Harry. Suck a cock? Harry slammed his wand down, and the flames parted before flying past him due to the shield he put up. Harry twirled his wand and jabbed it in Voldemort's direction, sending several barbed wires towards him. Voldemort vanished them with the barest flick of his wrist before firing a torture curse at Harry. Harry pulled up a chunk of the floor to intercept the curse before he shot several fire blasts at Voldemort, who easily shielded against Harry's attack, before sending a silver arrow that whistled as it shot through the air towards Harry, who barely got a shield up in time. Voldemort tried to follow up with a lightning blast at Harry, who actually laughed before he fired off his own lightning bolt that intercepted Voldemort's. "Are you kidding me? You tried lightning against me, against me," Harry laughed. "Really?" Voldemort grit his teeth before sending an acid blast at Harry, who quickly changed the acid into boiling water, which he then sent to Voldemort. The Dark Lord turned the water into a large metal ball, which he shot at Harry. Harry sidestepped the attack and waved his wand over his head in a circle, causing 3 large rings of fire to appear above him. Harry pointed to Voldemort, causing the rings of fire to shoot towards him. Voldemort barely moved, tapping himself with his wand. The rings struck him, but they did not move or even burn him. A smirk appeared on the Dark Lord's face before he thrust his wand in Harry's direction, sending a large silver beam towards Harry. "I can go all day, Voldemort." Harry sidestepped the spell and fired off his own before it was batted away. "Unfortunately, we do not have all day. Perhaps you need some motivation." Voldemort glanced towards Tonks, who quickly raised her wand upon meeting his stare and seeing the look in his eyes. "No, no, no," Bellatrix sang as she raised her own wand and aimed it at Tonks. "No interfering." "You are right, though, Voldemort," Harry spoke up, pulling all attention back to himself. "It's time to finish this." Harry stared at Voldemort for several seconds. Harry's smile grew wider and wider as he did so. "What are you planning?" Voldemort asked, while Harry continued to look him in the eye. Harry waved his wand several times, gas pouring out of it. Soon, Harry found himself surrounded by a black cloud of smoke. Moments later, the smoke grew larger before shooting outwards and covering the whole area, making visibility almost non-existent. "This is your plan," Voldemort laughed. "I expected better, Harry." With a wave of his wand, all of the smoke had vanished. Only then did Voldemort realize what Harry's plan actually was. "I must say, you certainly live up to expectations," he commented as he stared at Harry, who had Bellatrix on her knees in front of him with her wand, dropped a short distance away on the ground while Harry pointed his own wand at Bellatrix. "I try," Harry said dryly before the tip of his wand glowed a pale blue. "So, is this going to be the part where you convince me to spare your loyal little lieutenant?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. "No," Voldemort smirked before he flicked his wand, disarming Tonks before she was pulled towards Voldemort and ended up kneeling in front of him just like Bellatrix did for Harry. "Oh, come on, that's just plagiarism," Harry sighed, "unoriginal and uninspired." "Come now, Harry, are you sure you just don't like it when somebody does it to you?" Voldemort laughed. "You see, that's the problem with you, Harry. You care for others. Why? Why don't you understand what we are? You and I, we're titans. The two of us are not like the rest. We may as well be the gods of Olympus, generous beings that allow the poor little peasants to bask in our glory." "All right, first of all, I do not appreciate the comparison. I am nothing like the Olympians. I don't have a mother to sleep with because a certain jackass killed her, nor have I ever raped anyone in a temple or turned women into monsters or any of that other shit. Second of all, that's really how you see us," Harry asked. "You think we're gods." "Do you not?" Voldemort asked, smiling with amusements. Harry, we can manipulate reality itself." "True, but so can a great many other people," Harry pointed out. Can they do it like us? They're just mindless, meager beings that are better off serving men like you and me," Voldemort replied. "They don't appreciate magic like us. It's just a tool for them. You and I see it differently. It's true, and you know it." Magic was my salvation," Harry admitted, feeling his lips dry up slightly as he admitted that. "I don't know where I would be without it." "Exactly," Voldemort crowed. "Join me, Harry." "Tempting, but I really don't want to," Harry replied before gesturing to Bellatrix with his free hand. "So, let's get on with this. You've got preciously 5 seconds to release Tonks and get out of here, or I kill this bitch." Harry had barely gotten the words out of his mouth when Bellatrix began laughing loudly. "Kill me," she cackled. "Oh, Potter, what about Sirius and my sister? They won't be happy with you," she sang, giving him a crazy grin. "Here's hoping she and Sirius will forgive me." The tip of Harry's wand no longer glowed blue. Instead, it now glowed a bright red with bits of black mixed in. "Well, Harry, I'm afraid that if you kill one of my followers, then I will have to kill one of yours," Voldemort said with mock regret. It's a shame, really. She could have been a useful asset. I'm never working for you, dickhead, Tonks spat. Come on, Harry, Voldemort ignored Tonks. You know that you can't. A large sound, not unlike the noise you would hear from a shotgun, cut off the pale Dark Lord. He stared with wide eyes as Bellatrix fell to the floor with a massive hole in her chest. She landed on her back, blood poured out of her nose and mouth. Her eyes flickering in all directions, stopping briefly on the Dark Lord before she went still. She let out several breaths before she finally stopped moving. You killed her. He stared at Bellatrix, his favorite follower, as she lay there in a pool of blood. I did give you a time limit, Harry said apologetically. Why would you do that? Voldemort asked, staring at Harry with confusion. You know that I would kill this pink-haired half-blood you care so much for, yet you did it, why? I am, Harry spoke in a slow voice as if speaking to an incredibly dim child. Distracting you, you asshole. What are you? Voldemort suddenly let out a pained scream as he felt something dig into his ankle. He looked down and saw a snake Potter's snake digging its fangs into his ankle. The snake pulled its fangs out and gave his naked feet an unimpressed look before it stared up at him. Cut your toenails, asshole. Jet hissed just before Tonks grabbed him. A second later, the two went flying backwards as Harry summoned Tonks to him. Tonks landed next to Harry just as Harry summoned Tonks's wand. Tonks caught the wand while Jet transferred himself onto Harry's shoulders. How? Voldemort trailed off, staring at the two of them. Slytherin, Harry sang, grinning at Voldemort. You're... Voldemort coughed loudly before he fell down to one knee. What? What did you do to me? This venom. It's not. What the fuck? A voice blurted out. Everyone turned to see Mr. Fudge standing a short distance away along with several ministry workers, a few reporters, and Professor Dumbledore. I believe that is sufficient proof for you, Cornelius, Dumbledore commented to Fudge before aiming his wand at Voldemort. The Dark Lord snarled before he twisted and turned into smoke, escaping in front of everyone. It was him, Fudge breathed out, looking beyond lost. Really? Harry drawled out. It's a total shock, isn't it? I mean, it's not like anyone ever told you that he was back. We told you, Fudge. Fudge's gaze snapped towards Harry. He jumped back in shock when he finally noted the dead body on the floor. Bellatrix Lestrange, Fudge hissed, looking extremely pained. Wow, you're slow on the uptake, aren't you? Harry stared at him the same way one would stare at an animal that ate shit. Enough of old fudge cakes. We need to get you to a healer, Tonks said to Harry, looking him over. Tonks, I'm fine, really, and... Oh, you think you had a choice? Tonks asked, raising an eyebrow. That's cute. I don't care if you just fought off a Dark Lord and killed my crazy aunt or not. I am your big sister, and I'm saying that you're going to go and see a healer. But I told you I am perfectly. Ow, okay, get off my ear. Get off my ear, I'll see the damn healer. Good, Tonks smiled as she let go of his ear before wrapping her arm around his shoulders. Come on, boy wonder. She led him away from the scene, but they had only taken a few steps when suddenly someone had called out for Harry. Wait, Mr. Potter, wait! Harry and Tonks stopped and turned around in time for Fudge to stop in front of them, looking beyond panicked. Wait, please, I need your help. I'm sorry, Harry rubbed his ear. Did I hear that right? You want my help? Yes, please, Fudge said quickly. He's back and... Yes, he's back, you moron. That's what we were trying to tell you, Tonks hissed. I'm sorry, but Fudge stuttered, looking helpless, so helpless that a small part of Harry almost felt sorry for him, almost. Please, I need you to. I'm going to tell you exactly what you need to do, Fudge, Harry interrupted. Quit your job, let somebody competent take over, and then do us all a favor and go and have a heart attack. It would be the best thing you've ever done. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go see a healer, you thick fuck. Without saying another word, Harry turned and walked away with Tonks walking right alongside him. How long do you reckon he'll stay in office? Harry asked Tonks. A week maximum, Tonks guessed. Now that everyone has undeniable proof that old No-Nose is back, they're going to want Fudge out. Hopefully the next one isn't as big of an idiot. Chapter 104. I must say it is an honor to meet you, she said. I really mean it, truthfully it is. I'm a big fan. Harry and Tonks exchanged looks before they both smiled at the nurse in front of them, though the nurse clearly hadn't really noticed just how forced the smiles on the pair were. The pair were currently in the hospital, and Harry had just been looked over by a healer who had left the room, leaving them alone with the nurse, who was apparently somewhat of a fangirl. I've always wanted to meet you, you know. I was wondering if you could come to my birthday party next week, she said with a bright smile. Oh, I would, but I can't. Harry began but was interrupted by the nurse. Why not? She said with what was obviously a fake pout. Because I have to deal with school, my family, friends, my vassal, my girlfriend, and the fact that I have Voldemort and his Death Eaters after me, Harry listed off, causing the nurse to flinch when Harry said Voldemort's name. I mean if you want me to come and risk Voldemort. He briefly paused as she flinched again. Coming over to your birthday party and risk him killing your friends, family, and you, then I can do it, he offered with a fake smile. No, that's all right, she said quickly, forcing a smile on her face. I'm sure you're quite busy, it's fine. Oh, are you sure? Tonks asked, doing her best to stop herself from smiling. Because I'm sure that we can spare an evening. No, really, it's fine. The nurse looked quite panicked now. I should probably go and check on my other patients, she added before she quickly turned and walked out of the room before any more could be said, leaving Harry and Tonks alone. Well, Tonks let out an amused snort. That was fun. I take my entertainment when I can, Harry shrugged. Are you all right? He asked, noticing that Tonks looked quite tired. Am I all right? Tonks repeated with disbelief. Merlin, Harry, you just went up against you-know-who for a second time, and you're asking how I am. It was a valid question, Harry said with mock offense. Anyway, I'm quite happy about how things went home. He escaped, and you're currently in hospital, Tonks pointed out in a dry voice as she stared at him. Okay, the fact that he got away is incredibly annoying, Harry admitted. Second of all, I'm only in hospital because you insisted. But I am happy because last time I definitely needed the hospital after fighting him. This time he was the one who ran away, Harry grinned. Besides, I doubt he'd get very far. Why? Tonks asked. Have you ever wondered what type of snake Jet is? Harry asked as the snake in question crawled out of his clothes and perched himself on Harry's shoulders. No, not really, Tonks answered honestly. Well, I did a few times, but I always just forgot about that because, well, snakes are cool regardless. She's not wrong, Jet agreed. Tonks, Jet is in fact a magical species of snake, Harry began explaining. They're basically known as adopters. Okay, I'll bite. Why are they known as that? Tonks asked, raising an eyebrow. Firstly, because they don't raise their own young, not that snakes are famous for doing that, Harry continued speaking. The mother finds a suitable place or parent and then drops the egg off with them. So that they can adopt them, Tonks realized, speaking in a slow voice, acting as if she had just learnt the secret to the universe itself. Yeah, Harry laughed. But it's also because they're not born with venom. They go and find something with venom and absorb a bit of their venom and make it their own. They adopt the venom, Tonks said in a dry voice. That's clever nomming, that is. I know, right, Harry snorted. But let's not get bogged down with who can't come up with good names. The point is that Jet can absorb venom from another magical or non-magical creature. Now, quick question for the class. Do you remember what Jet and I fought in my second year? Harry asked. Yeah, you fought Tonks trailed off in her eyes. Bleeding hell, you fought a basilisk, Tonks gasped. There's basilisk venom in him, she blurted out, pointing to Jet. Yeah, Harry nodded, looking to all the world as if he was simply discussing breakfast. So right now, Voldemort's probably got a bunch of basilisk venom coursing through his veins. That's amazing, Tonks smiled brightly. That means he's dead. You did it, I can't. Not sure, Harry cut her off. What do you mean not sure? Tonks repeated with disbelief, staring at him as if he had just suddenly burst into dance. Harry, basilisk venom isn't just something that you can shrug off. It kills any and everyone. Except me, Harry pointed out. And Voldemort's got decades of experience on me, not to mention he had been around the basilisk for a long time. The odds are it has killed him, but if there is anybody in this world that could survive it, then it's him. Arg! Voldemort roared in pain as he sat on his throne, his body shaking as if he had been hit with a torture curse. He was barely able to stop himself from falling off the chair and sliding to the floor. Earlier, he had accidentally destroyed 3 chairs and an entire table when the pain flared. Never mind the unfortunate young Death Eater that made the mistake of walking in at the wrong time. Voldemort's entire body was bombarded with pain that was far more severe in the spot where he had been bitten by Potter's snake. Voldemort easily recognized the venom in him as basilisk venom. He wasn't sure how Potter's snake, which definitely was not a basilisk, had basilisk venom, but he was sure that it was indeed basilisk venom. He had studied it enough after all. And he felt quite fortunate for that fact. He doubted that there were many wizards alive today that were capable of doing what he had done. He hadn't been able to stop the venom, not completely. The best that he had been able to do was stall it. At best, he had 2 days before the venom took over completely, though the problem with that was that he'd be in absolute agony those 2 days. There was one thing for sure, this body wasn't going to last beyond those days. There were very few things that could negate the venom coursing through his veins, one of which was Phoenix tears, and that was a problem because the Phoenix that was most easily in reach also happened to be Dumbledore's Phoenix. He supposed he could ask Severus to try and get him some, but at this point, he didn't want to risk Dumbledore catching on. No, the best thing to do is to create a new body. A small piercing sound shot out from Voldemort's wand, and a couple of seconds later, a Death Eater ran into the room. "Fetch me Lucius and Rodolphus Lestrange," Voldemort ordered before the Death Eater could stop and start kneeling down in front of him. "If they're not here within the next 10 minutes, then I will feed you to Nagini." He told him as Nagini slid into view, stopping next to Voldemort's throne, looking quite threatening even without having the most feared man in the country sat next to her. "Why, yes, my lord." The Death Eater stuttered as he quickly nodded before running out of the room as if the hounds of hell were nipping at his ankles. "Perhaps you should rethink your desire to control the Potter boy," Nagini softly hissed at him. "Perhaps," Voldemort grunted but didn't say more. "Potter's snake, it has basilisk venom. Is it a basilisk?" he asked Nagini, wondering if he had been wrong. "No," Nagini answered after a few moments of thinking. "It was not. All snakes naturally have great respect for the King of Serpents. I would know the instant that one was crawling around you." Voldemort let out a low humming noise. Given the connection that he and Nagini shared due to her being one of his Horcruxes, it was entirely possible for her to access his mind over long distances, therefore negating the need for her to accompany him on the battlefield and risk putting herself in harm's way. Not that there was much that could harm her. "Then what is it?" "I'm not sure," Nagini admitted. "No matter," Voldemort grunted. "There aren't many creatures alive that are capable of holding basilisk venom, and we have several creature experts. Some research will wield the answer soon enough." Voldemort barely finished his sentence before a new rush of pain caused him to hiss as he very nearly fell off his seat. "What is happening to you?" Nagini asked, sounding quite concerned. "I don't know," Voldemort hissed, almost as pissed off by not knowing as he was about the pain. A second later, his eyes widened when he saw several strips of the walls and ceiling be ripped off just as scorch marks appeared on the floor. Voldemort's anger grew quickly as he realized that he was losing control of his magic too. "No!" Voldemort growled. "Master, I detect 2 of your servants approaching," Nagini hissed. Voldemort growled some more before pulling back control of his magic and ignoring the pain assaulting his body with extreme willpower and forcing himself to sit up and look as normal as possible, not wanting to look weak in front of any of his followers. A couple of moments later, the door opened and Lucius Malfoy walked in, followed by Rodolphus. "My lord, you summoned us," Lucius asked as he and Rodolphus kneeled down in front of him. "Lestrange," Voldemort spoke up. "Your late wife had an item of mine stored in one of your vaults, a goblet with the Hufflepuff logo on it. Fetch it for me at once." "Of course, my lord," Rodolphus obediently nodded. I shall do anything you ask for. Do not be seen, Voldemort hissed, nearly speaking in parcel tongue. Nobody must know of this. Go now, time is of the essence. At once, my lord. Rodolphus stood up and gave Voldemort a small bow before turning on his feet and rushing out of the room. Lucius, Voldemort spoke, putting a lot of effort into keeping his voice as normal as possible. I have a very important task for you. Voldemort waved his wand, and suddenly a list appeared in his hands. He waved his wand again, and it flew straight into Lucius's hands. This is a list of things that I need immediately. I need you to get them for me. Take any Death Eater you may need to help you accomplish this. I don't care if you have to bribe, steal, or kill, just get everything on this list. Yes, my lord, as you command. Lucius stood up and was about to walk away, but was stopped by Voldemort. Lucius, he spoke up. I want all of these things within a day. That is not negotiable. Accomplish this task, and I shall forgive you for all of your past failures and misdeeds, however. If you fail, then I will rip everything from you and destroy you in every possible way. Is that understood? Why, yes, my lord. Lucius let out a small squeak before he turned and rushed out of the room as fast as he could. Voldemort waited for the blonde-haired Death Eater to close the doors behind him. As soon as the doors were closed, the Dark Lord flicked his wand and cast a powerful locking charm on the door and a silencing charm around the room. Once he was sure that nobody would be interrupting him, he fell straight off his chair and onto the floor, howling in pain. He gasped and took several long breaths. It would be 7 minutes later before he could control himself long enough to ask a house elf for pain potions. He would then kill that same house elf for taking too long and for seeing him in his current state. You know, I hate hospitals. Harry sighed as he and Tonks had left the care of their healer and began making their way out of the hospital building. You just don't like feeling weak. Get over it. Tonks rolled her eyes. Everybody goes to hospitals. Besides, you just fought one of the most dangerous wizards of all time. It would be stupid for you to not go to the hospital. I get that. Doesn't mean I have to like it. This time, it was Harry who rolled his eyes. Anyway, as soon as I have time, I'm going to start learning that smoke thing that Voldemort did. Why? Tonks asked. First of all, turning to smoke can be incredibly useful, Harry began. Second of all, it looks cool as all hell. True, Tonks admitted. Plus, there's one more reason, Harry continued. I want to do it to show him up. What? Tonks blinked. Anything he can do, I can do better, Harry stated simply. Really? Tonks laughed. You're trying to show up the Dark Lord. My goals are far beyond your understanding, Harry said, in a voice filled with mock arrogance. Mr. Potter, a voice called, causing Harry and Tonks to stop. Suddenly, all of the people around them stopped and stared. Whispers and conversations began filling up the room as everyone realized the most famous boy in the wizarding world was in the room with them. Harry and Tonks turned around to see Percy Weasley walking towards them, followed by a couple of Aurors. Percy, Harry raised an eyebrow. What the hell do you want? It is my sincerest hope that he has realized his life is worthless and has come to sacrifice himself to become worth something by letting me eat him. Jet hissed as his head crawled out of Harry's collar. Mr. Potter, Percy began in a respectful voice, I'm sorry to bother you. Since when? Harry blurted out. But Minister Fudge wants to meet with you now, Percy finished. He says that it's important. And it hasn't escaped your notice that I have more important things to do than listen to a fat man desperately try to keep a hold on his failing career, Harry sighed. I'm only following orders, Percy stiffly replied. Let's hope he never orders you to get circumcised then, Tonks commented. Chapter 105. Well, this was unexpected, Harry sarcastically commented, as he and Tonks walked into the room that Fudge had set up for them to have a private conversation. Mr. Potter. Fudge quickly got up from his seat when he saw Harry walk in followed by Tonks. Fudge stared at Tonks for a second and looked like he was about to protest her being here, but fortunately for him, he wisely decided against it. Harry stared at Fudge and saw that the man was not looking particularly good right now. The stress that the man was suffering from made it look like he had aged quite a bit since the last time Harry had seen him. It's good to see you here, I can't say the same. Harry cut him off, noticing that Percy had not entered and had actually closed the door behind him. I was hoping to have this be a conversation between the two of us, Fudge said, sending Tonks an apologetic look before turning his attention back to Harry. If you don't mind, that is. I do mind, very much. I need a witness here, Harry replied. A witness? Whatever for? Fudge asked with plenty of confusion in his voice. So that should something happen during this meeting, I'll have proof of my claim when you inevitably go running around the government and trying to claim the opposite. Harry stated in an "it's so obvious, even a first year would be able to get it" voice. Well, Fudge couldn't help but wince slightly at that. I think that. Sit, Harry ordered much the same way one would order a dog. Fudge paused and stared at him for a couple of moments before doing as Harry commanded and sitting back in his chair. Guess you can teach an old dog new tricks, Harry hummed as he sat down opposite Fudge with Tonks sitting next to him. So, you couldn't live with your failures, and where has that brought you? Harry asked as he sat on the chair like it was a throne. Back to me. Mr. Potter, please, I need your help, Fudge begged. My help? Harry asked in amusement. Tonks, be a dear and express to Mr. Fudge here the probability of him getting my help. Fudge looked towards Tonks, who very helpfully blew out a raspberry while giving Fudge the finger. I couldn't have summed it up better myself. Please, I could lose my job over this end. Lose your job, Harry repeated. Hey, I know somebody who lost their job. Who was it? Oh, right, this beautiful pink-haired human being next to me. Tonks, you lost your job, did you not? I believe I did. Tonks gave Fudge a cold look. Fudge began but was interrupted by Tonks. My dream job, she said, her hair turning slightly red. I don't think that. The job that I had wanted to have for as long as I can remember. I know that I might have been a bit of a hindrance too. The job that I dedicated myself to getting, Tonks hissed, cutting him off as her hair turned completely red. I had broken bones and have literally shed blood, sweat and tears in the hopes of getting that job. And why did I lose that job? She asked. She continued to speak before Fudge could open his mouth to answer. Oh, I know. It was because of false bullshit excuses of me abusing my power. And then I was offered the chance to keep my job, but only if I was willing to spy on my adopted brother. And I am terribly sorry about that, truly, Fudge spoke quickly. But with all the respect in the world, there is a world of difference between losing a job as an Auror and losing the position of Minister of Magic. Keep digging that hole, buddy, Jet hissed. It's fun to watch. How the hell did someone like you get a position as the leader of this country? Tonks glared at him. Bribery, and the fact that he's easy enough to manipulate would be my guess, Harry replied. Please, we have better things to do than insult each other, Fudge said, trying to regain control of the situation. Do we? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Because I'm pretty sure that's just a tiny bit of what you wanted to do to me when I went out and claimed that Voldemort was alive. What else did you want? Oh yes, I recall, you wanted to make the whole of the magical world think that I'm a crazy lunatic, which I am, but I don't appreciate it being spread around. And I am terribly sorry about that, Fudge quickly said. But if you don't help me, then I'll lose my job and... Your job? You could lose your life, you blithering idiot, Harry snapped. The worst Dark Lord of all time is back and will kill anyone he wants. Do you really want to put a target on your head by being the minister that stands against him? Or do you plan to support him and have me be the one who kills you? Harry asked, narrowing his eyes. Fudge paused, clearly having not thought about that particular point. You're a yellow-bellied coward, continued Harry. Most definitely not the sort of person I want in any single branch of the government, and I'd sooner push my snake for the position than even consider voting for you. I reckon I'd do a good job, Jet commented. Let's make it clear, Fudge, you're done, Harry told him before he and Tonks stood up. And so is this conversation. You've made your bed, now lie in it. You're a gormless little numpty prat, and I don't want you in charge of caring for a bathroom. Forget the whole country. May we never meet again. Harry finished by giving him a mocking half-bow before he turned and walked to the door, His hand grabbed the handle when he stopped and saw that Tonks hadn't moved from her spot and was in fact staring at Fudge, who had now stood up. "Tonks, are we going or what?" Harry asked. "Fuck it," Tonks muttered under her breath before pulling out her wand and aiming it at Fudge. "What the F?" Whatever Fudge was about to say was cut off when a spell shot out from Tonks' wand and struck him right in between his legs, causing him to let out a large squeak when he was lifted off his feet and landed face first on the floor. Fudge quickly curled into a ball and let out a large groan. "Wow," Harry laughed. "That was awesome, but you know that he's going to try and sue you for that." "No, he's not going to," Tonks said calmly with all of the confidence in the world as she knelt down and stared at Fudge, her violet eyes locking with his watery and pain-filled eyes. "You're not going to do anything, Fudge, you know why. Because I'm the sister of the guy who just went one-on-one with the most feared Dark Lord of all time, the guy who would easily make you piss your pants with just his name, the guy whose return you had denied. So go ahead and try and charge me. Fudge, between my family and friends, I could probably be able to kill you right now and get away with it. Try and charge me with something, anything, please. I double dare you." Tonks finished and gave Fudge a hard stare. Fudge, never the bravest of men, looked away from her. "That's what I thought." Tonks sniffed as she stood up and kicked him hard in the gut, causing him to groan out loud and roll around on the floor. "All right, now we're going. I can't stand staying in a room with this idiot." "As the lady commands," Harry grinned before giving Tonks a proper bow and opening the door. Tonks sent Fudge one last glare before walking calmly out of the room with Harry following after her. Once they were outside, Harry closed the door behind him and spotted Percy Weasley approaching him. "Ah, Weasley," Harry said once Percy was close enough. "If I was you, I'd wait a good 5 minutes before walking in there," Harry told him before he and Tonks walked off, not letting Percy have a chance to respond. "So, what was that merry band of madness about?" Harry asked Tonks. "The guy cost me my dream job, targets my family, and basically helped out the Dark Lord. He's lucky that that was all I did," Tonks replied. "Anyway, what are we going to do now?" she asked. "Well, I for one am going to go back to Hogwarts. I have an army and then a headmaster to deal with," Harry answered. "I would then like it if you could go back home and inform your mother about what happened." "You just want to get out of telling her yourself," Tonks accused. "Yeah," Harry openly admitted. "I'm crazy enough to take on Voldemort, but your mother? No, thank you. Besides, I seriously do need someone to have a talk with her until I have time. She did just lose her sister." Tonks couldn't help but frown at that. Her Aunt Bellatrix might have been an absolutely insane and crazy, evil bitch, but she was still family as far as Andromeda was concerned, and that woman did value her family. Despite everything that Bellatrix had done, Andromeda would still be upset by her death. Eventually, Harry managed to find himself back in the room of requirement. Just as he entered, he heard a loud yell, and his wand had instinctively snapped into his hand, though he realized quickly that that was unnecessary as the rest of the room apparently hadn't even realized that he was here. The Silver Wolves were all currently staring at Angela, who was standing upon a stage that the room had made for her while she was in the middle of a clearly effective speech, one that caused the people in the room to cheer along. "And we will defeat that pale, red-eyed fucker," Angela yelled, earning cheers from the whole room. "Harry has stood up against him for us, and now we will stand up against him. Not just for Harry, not just for ourselves, but also for every single person in our lives that we care about, every single person that we lost, and every single person that we're going to save." "Yeah," the Silver Wolves cheered, many of them pumping their fists into the air. "Well, this is impressive," Harry clapped, causing everyone to turn around and face him. "Harry," many people blurted out. "And Jet couldn't help but add. "Nice speech, Angela, quite beautiful," complimented Harry as he walked forwards, the students all parting so that he could make his way to the front. "Harry, I'm glad you're here." Angela smiled at him with teary eyes. "Thanks." Harry gave her a small smile before Daphne and Tracy rushed forwards and pulled him into a three-way hug. "Thank Merlin, you're alive," Daphne blurted out as the two let go of him. Tracy immediately pulled out her wand so that she could start casting a few diagnostic spells on him, while Daphne looked him up and down to try and see if she could find any injuries. "I already visited a healer," Harry smiled, waving them off before he walked past them and up onto the stage. "Thanks, Angela," Harry said in an appreciative voice before he gave her a quick peck on the lips. "We'll talk later, okay?" he whispered. "Definitely." She nodded to him before taking a step back. Harry turned to address the other students. "You guys want to know what happened?" Harry asked. "I'll tell you exactly what happened. Voldemort and me fought, but right now Voldemort is either dead or very close to being so." "You beat him," a voice that Harry recognized as Hermione Granger's asked as the students began whispering to each other. "That I did," Harry confirmed with a nod, causing everyone to be quiet as they didn't want to miss a single word of what he had said. "However, I don't know if he's dead. If it was anyone else, probably with him. Not sure, to be honest. But I wouldn't bet on it. I'll try and see what I can find out, but for now, we need to remain vigilant. Constant vigilance, as Mad-Eye Moody would say." "What are we going to do now?" one student asked. "Keep practicing," Harry replied. "Improve your skills, grow as powerful witches and wizards, make yourselves into threats against Voldemort's Death Eaters. And when we leave school, I want us to do our best to keep in communication with each other as well. Until I get confirmation that Voldemort's dead, then we are going to act like he's alive." Shortly before arriving here, Minister Fudge came to me and basically begged me to help him keep his job. "I sincerely hope you told him to fuck off," Daphne huffed, crossing her arms. "Pretty much," Harry nodded just as a wide smile appeared on his face. "Right before Tonks decided to teach him a lesson." "What happened?" Tracy asked, not entirely sure if she wanted to know. "I'll show you guys a memory of it later," Harry told everyone. "Anyway, Fudge is not going to stay in his position for much longer, I imagine, so eventually someone's going to take his position. We'll need to do our best to avoid having it be taken by someone on Voldemort's side or anybody else that's as incompetent as Fudge. If anyone here has family or any other connections in the Wisengemot, then make a note of them and all you know about them, and deliver that info to me as soon as possible. Besides actively trying to run the government before you've graduated school, is there anything else we need to do?" Angela asked. "We'll need regular meetups for training," Harry replied. "Obviously, we can't all meet up at the same place every time. That's just asking to get caught." "What about the trace?" a Ravenclaw girl asked. "We'll find a way around it," Harry said dismissively, as if it was the easiest thing in the world to do. "Curses!" Voldemort gritted his teeth as he slowly limped down the hallway, Nagini dutifully following after him. "Your body is getting worse," Nagini hissed. "You won't be able to hold off the venom for much longer." "I know," Voldemort hissed in Parseltongue, having to stop moving in order to place a hand against a wall in order to keep himself upright. "But I will last long enough," he said stubbornly. "I have not sacrificed and accomplished so much to lose against a teenager. It doesn't matter if this body perishes, I still have my safeguards. I will recover from this, make no mistake about that." "I know you will, but what then?" Nagini asked. "What will we do of the Potter boy? I am well aware of your desire to have him join us, but he seems to be almost as stubborn as you." "Indeed," Voldemort softly replied. He couldn't help but agree with his faithful companion. Harry Potter was quite a stubborn boy, and every interaction he had with the boy continued to prove that. A great part of Voldemort wanted to continue as they were, hoping that eventually he'd be able to bring the boy to his side. It would be a great strike against Albus Dumbledore to have the boy who lived join the dark side, as his group was often called. Not only that, but the boy would undoubtedly be his right-hand man if Voldemort was able to secure his allegiance. But another part of Voldemort wanted to just end things now. After all, everyone else was only ever given one chance to join Lord Voldemort, and the winning side, Harry Potter, had already had more than enough chances. Not to mention that the boy was growing to be more and more of a problem. All reports Voldemort managed to get told him that Potter was continuously growing stronger every day, and if that was not enough, then add in the fact that the boy had already amassed an army of Hogwarts students. Dumbledore had no control over Harry Potter. That much was obvious to the Dark Lord. If Dumbledore was in charge, then Potter would be shooting out stunners and body-bind spells. Potter did use those spells, of course, but he also used a fair amount of dangerous and lethal spells as well. "What do you suggest?" Voldemort whispered to Nagini. "If you can't control the boy, then end him," Nagini hissed softly. "You're confident that you can survive the basilisk venom coursing through your veins, fine, but what next? The boy must be controlled or killed." "You're right," Voldemort hissed, his eyes narrowing slightly as he pushed himself off the wall and continued walking, Nagini following after him. He stopped in front of Lucius's office. With barely a gesture, the door opened and he walked in. Lucius was behind his desk and immediately stood up upon seeing the Dark Lord enter. "My lord, Lucius began, but found himself cut off by an impatient Lord Voldemort. "Have you completed the task that I have assigned you?" Lord Voldemort asked, staring at him with narrowed eyes that promised intense pain if he did not like Lucius's answer. "It's almost done, Master." Lucius nodded, resisting the urge to gulp. "Almost," Voldemort repeated slowly. "There are just a couple of items left," Lucius spoke up quickly, sensing his master's temper getting worse. "I do not have them in my possession yet, admittedly, but I will soon. It should be delivered to us within the next 2 hours." "And if it is not?" Voldemort asked dangerously, while Nagini hissed quite loudly. "The person we are getting it from is a man I've conducted business with countless times in Nocturne Alley. He's a supporter of our cause," Lucius spoke nervously, fearing that the torture or even killing curse might be sent his way soon. "I made it quite clear to him what might possibly befall me if the ingredients I requested are not delivered on time. And then I proceeded to make sure he completely understood what would definitely happen to him if you did not get those ingredients, along with what would happen to his business and family." Voldemort hummed. "Tell me, Lucius, what do you know of Vlad the Impaler?" I beg your pardon," Lucius blinked. I've sensed that you've heard of him at least," Voldemort smiled, not pleasantly. "Well, Lucius, I've heard a few things about him, like how he supposedly drank blood and had impaled thousands of people on spikes. Quite chilling, don't you think so? If I don't get those ingredients on time, then I will start setting examples in a way that will make him look like nothing more than a child. And the first example will be you, followed by your family. Is that understood?" "Why, yes, my lord." Lucius quickly nodded, gulping heavily as he did so. Good. Voldemort smiled at him. "Now, is there anything else you wish to report to me?" he asked. "Oh, only that Lestrange arrived a few minutes ago," Lucius answered, doing his best to keep his voice steady. "He has the item that you ordered him to bring." Good. Voldemort licked his now dry lips before turning and walking out of the room with Nagini following behind him. "Now, what to do with you, Potter?" Voldemort wondered. "You heard Miss Tonks," barked Fudge, desperate to keep his job. "Circumcise yourself," he yelled, tossing Percy a knife. "But I don't want to," protested Percy. "Well, I'm ordering you to," Fudge replied. "Crap," Percy hissed before bringing the knife closer to his crotch. "I don't want to, but orders. But I don't want to, but orders. But I don't want to, but orders." "He's in a loop," Tonks whispered. "I know, I want to see how long it takes him to break it." Harry grinned, pulling out a bit of popcorn. Chapter 106. "Potter's becoming a problem," one of them said. In the Hog's Head bar, a trio of men sat in the corner, all of them huddled around a small table. If any person were to inspect their left arms, then they would find the Death Eater's mark tattooed there. "I know," another replied. "But it's not like we can do much about it, is there? The Dark Lord said he wanted Potter for himself. I'm not about to disobey a direct order from him. Do you know what he would do to us?" "You're right," the third man agreed. "There are very few things that the Dark Lord would let you get away with, and this is not one of them." Potter's personally challenged him. If he doesn't finish Potter himself, then it would be seen as a sign of weakness. Potter would just kill us, but if we manage to kill him, then the Dark Lord will do something much worse to us. "Like any of you could do anything to him," somebody scoffed. The Death Eaters turned around and saw a figure leaning against a wall with a butter beer in his hands. He was dressed in black robes and had a silver wolf mask covering his face. "Oi," the first Death Eater blurted out as the trio stood up and pulled out their wands. "You're one of Potter's lot, aren't you?" "I just might be," the masked figure answered as he put his butterbeer down to the side and pulled out his own wand. "What are you going to do?" the second Death Eater scoffed. "You're outnumbered." "Look around, dipshit," the figure casually replied whilst gesturing around them. A second later, a series of disillusionment charms faded, revealing several more wolf mask-wearing figures. "Shit," the third Death Eater blurted out. "Yep, pretty much," the first silver wolf agreed. "Line break." "You're either getting worse or I'm getting better," Harry commented, as he dodged a stunner that flew past him and impacted against the wall behind him. Harry flicked his wand and sent a trio of ropes at Tonks, who countered with a simple wave of her own wand, changing the ropes into a trio of birds that she shot towards Harry. "I'm definitely not getting worse, thank you very much," Tonks replied just before Harry transfigured the birds into bird-sized centipedes and sent them towards Tonks. "Hey, none of that," she said, quickly destroying the centipedes. "I don't like them." "Sorry," Harry said apologetically before firing a fire blast at Tonks. The two of them were currently in the basement of number 12 Grimald Place. Both were waiting for the next meeting of the Order of the Phoenix to start, but several members would be arriving late, so the meeting was delayed, resulting in the two of them deciding to go and pass the time with some dueling. "Excuse me," a voice interrupted. The two of them stopped and turned to see Lupin standing in the doorway. "Sorry to interrupt," he said with an awkward wave of his hand. "But the meeting is about to start, so I've been sent to collect you." "Finally," Harry clicked his tongue, and Thor flew over whilst holding Jet in his talons. Thor dropped Jet, and he landed on Harry's shoulders before slithering down to his right arm so that Thor could occupy the spot on Harry's right shoulder. "You're getting a bit heavy, aren't you, champ?" Harry grinned at Thor, who affectionately nipped at Harry's ear. "Let's go," he said to the other two. Thor chirped in agreement and softly bumped Harry's head before they all walked up to the kitchen. As soon as they arrived, they saw that the kitchen was packed full of people. Mad-Eye Moody had taken his usual spot in a corner of the room, while the rest of the Order members had sat down at the table or stood around it. At one end of the table sat Headmaster Dumbledore with Snape standing right behind him. Harry looked to the other end of the table and couldn't help but smirk slightly as he saw it had been left empty for him. "So, are we going to start?" Harry asked as he sat down in his seat whilst taking a look around. Some members of the Order didn't look like they wanted him to be here, most noticeably Mrs. Weasley, but Harry didn't really care. As far as he was concerned, he had done more to battle Voldemort than most of them combined. "Yes," Dumbledore nodded his head. "Firstly, I'd like to ask Mr. Bill Weasley about his progress with the goblins." Dumbledore looked questioningly towards the eldest Weasley child. "Not much to report, really," Bill admitted in a disappointed voice. "I think it's best to divert attention away from the goblins. I think neutrality is the best we're going to get from them. If we keep pushing, then they'll either start to make some big demands or they just might start making life difficult for us." "Noted," Dumbledore hummed. "I shall think upon it now. What of the Ministry?" "Professor," Kingsley Shacklebolt spoke up, "I believe that Amelia Bones is likely to be voted in as the next Minister of Magic." His statement earned many nods and verbal agreement from various members of the Orders. "I do agree with you there," replied Dumbledore. "Amelia has always been very firm with the law. It's well known that she doesn't accept bribes, and her blood is more than pure enough to satisfy the traditionalists." "She's also competent, more so than that tosser Fudge," barked Mad-Eye. "Harry's bird on a bad day is more competent than that idiot," snorted Tonks. "Yeah," chuckled Harry whilst Thor trilled happily. "He didn't really set the bar high." "Bones would crack down on those death-munching idiots like a cat on a mouse," Moody continued. "Lass has my vote." "What about Rufus Scrimgeour?" asked one Order member. "He's pretty good, too." "He's all right," Sirius shrugged. "But he's no Bones. I'd say she'd be our best bet." "Amelia has made it clear in the past that she would not be working with the Order," Remus spoke up. But I don't think that means she would work against us. How strict is she when it comes to upholding the laws? Harry asked. Is she a black and white type, or does she have her gray areas? Truthfully, we're not sure, Sirius replied. I reckon if you're convincing enough, then you might have the slimmest of chances, Moody replied. She won't be a fan of anyone actively breaking the laws, but she does hate the Death Eaters. They took her brothers in the last war. It's possible that she could be convinced to bend the law. Interesting, Harry hummed. I do hope you're not going to be actively trying to break the law, Mrs. Weasley said with a disapproving frown. You mean like attending meetings and being a part of an illegal vigilante organization? Harry raised an eyebrow at the Weasley matriarch, whose cheeks turned slightly red. Headmaster, I have a concern that I'd like to voice, Snape spoke up. The floor is all yours, Severus. Dumbledore gestured for him to continue. There have been numerous Death Eaters attacked over the last week, Snape said. Whispers are starting to travel amongst the Death Eaters. He's right, Kingsley spoke up. There have been plenty of Death Eaters ending up in the Ministry, battered and bruised, severely injured most of the time. The ones that are willing to talk have all claimed that they were attacked by Potter's army. Everyone instantly turned to look at Harry, who was lazily stroking Jet. What? He asked in an innocent voice. Is there something you'd like to tell us about? Snape drawled. Not particularly, Harry shrugged. Though, coincidentally, I wouldn't mind having a private chat with Professor Dumbledore and Mad-Eye after this meeting has concluded. Potter, we all know that you have an army made of Hogwarts students. Snape glared at him. Congratulations, Harry said in a dry voice. Want a cookie? Your army could be a great asset for the Order, a member pointed out. Don't you think you should hand control over it to Professor Dumbledore and… No offense to the great headmaster, Harry cut in. But if he was truly as great as people claim him to be, then he would have been able to stop the dark wanker with just you lot. No offense, he added to Dumbledore. None taken, Dumbledore said in a cheery voice, quickly cutting off any members that were about to protest on his behalf. Either way, even if I did have an army, I wouldn't be handing control of that army over to anyone, Harry continued. Move on. Very well, Dumbledore quickly agreed. Severus, do you have anything else to report? He asked. Snape didn't look happy but did nod his head and started to answer Dumbledore's question. The Dark Lord is preparing a ritual of some sort, Snape began. What kind of ritual? Sirius asked. I don't know, Black. Snape glared at him for a moment before he continued. The Dark Lord has tasked various Death Eaters, including Lucius, Lestrange, and myself, with gathering various supplies. He has even asked me to make several potions for him, including blood-replenishing potions and various other ones that are known to be used in rituals. Do you have any guesses about what he wants to do? Mr. Weasley asked. The only theory I have at the moment is that he is planning to make a new body for himself, Snape answered. A new body? Moody narrowed his eyes. Yes, Snape grunted. His body had been damaged severely. Whatever Potter had done to him has him barely functioning. You're welcome, Harry said cheerily. If he needs so many things from you, then why don't you sabotage one of his potions? Sirius questioned. Because unlike you, Black, he's not an arrogant Gryffindor who would. Snape, Harry cut him off. If you want to trade insults, then I assure you that we are more than happy to do so. So unless you want us to begin insulting you, which I promise won't be a hardship for us, I'd like to ask you to behave appropriately for a man your age. Mind your tongue and just answer the damn question. Mr. Potter is quite right, Dumbledore said, giving Snape a disapproving look. Please cease with the insults, Severus. We have more important matters at hand than childhood grudges. You know, an apology would be nice, Sirius grinned. Don't push it, Black, Snape sent him, and Harry a glare before he continued. When I first joined the Dark Lord, he had made me swear a magical vow to make sure that any potions I made for him would always work and to never try and poison him. Smart, Harry conceded. Do you have any idea what ritual he is going to use? I know of a few rituals that he could be possibly using, Dumbledore frowned. I shall check my library as soon as I return back to Hogwarts. I've got a few books that I could check out as well, Harry hummed. Is that the only ritual he is preparing? I don't know, Snape admitted. Why do you ask? He's Voldemort and he's been losing. He's not going to let that slide. Harry ran a hand through his hair. It's possible that he might want to add a bit more of an advantage to fights. It's possible that he might start to use sacrificial rituals. You mean like sacrificing someone to boost his own power? Bill Weasley asked. That's exactly what I mean, Harry nodded before turning his attention back to Snape. He can only do a limited amount of those rituals. You need to keep an eye on him and see if he starts sacrificing anybody. Snape stiffened and had to fight back his first urge to remind Potter that he didn't have the authority to order anyone around here. He reluctantly had to admit to himself that Potter was right, and that did seem like the sort of thing that the Dark Lord would do. Line break. It worked, Voldemort gleefully whispered. The ritual was not an easy one, as evidenced by the 7 bodies surrounding him. The bodies, covered in bruises and cuts, were a necessary sacrifice for the ritual. They were only low-ranking Death Eaters, so he didn't really see them as a big loss. Besides, their willing sacrifice had benefited him far more than they were capable of. The only big regret that he had was that he had to sacrifice one of his valuable Horcruxes for the ritual. The cup itself had ended up being destroyed along with the piece of his soul, but right now he felt like it was worth it. He still had a few Horcruxes left, and the benefits were definitely visible. He had been tempted to make his new body similar to the body he had before his first defeat, but chose against it. He much preferred the current look he had. His new body was just like his previous one, milky white with red eyes and slits for a nose, but it was also much different. He could feel his magic surging through his body, traveling up and down his limbs, circling throughout his body. He looked down and saw black smoke surrounding his legs like a cloud. His hands glided up and touched the top of his head and found a small spike. His hands followed the spike and several others behind it before he felt them even at the base of his neck. He could feel the spikes traveling down his very spine. He turned around and spotted his beloved Nagini slithering towards him with his wand in her mouth. He took his wand from her and ignored her concerned hissing before he conjured himself some robes and placed them on before making a mirror appear in front of him. He stood in shock for several moments as he looked at his reflection. He could see the spikes on his head traveling down to his neck before his robes covered the rest, despite that he could feel them traveling all the way to his lower back. His right eye was just as red as his other one, yet it was vertical instead of horizontal like his left. There was also the glaring new addition to his face, which was the 3rd red eye that was placed on his left cheek just below his other eye. He was most definitely no longer an omnivore, as his teeth were all sharp and pointy now. They looked like rows of Nagini's fangs. "Look at what you did to me, Potter," Voldemort whispered as he stared at his reflection. "I should find a way to thank you." Line break * chapter 107. The Dark Lord has not been seen for some time, Severus Snape reported at the next meeting of the Order of the Phoenix. He's been locked up in his room for some time and will not leave. He has had all instructions delivered via owl or broadcast to the nearest Death Eaters via any number of spells. Occasionally, his snake will venture out to hunt, but will make sure to never leave the wards of the manor. That's quite concerning, one member frowned. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. What could he be doing? Maybe he's taken some time off and discovered Play Wizard, Sirius said hopefully, causing everyone to look at him. What? He blurted out defensively. It could happen. He's possibly experimenting with his new body, Harry spoke up. Jet lay on his arm while Thor sat down on his right shoulder. See, Sirius said smugly. Harry agrees with me. Not like that, you perverted old pervert, Harry said quickly before letting out a small sigh. What I am trying to say is that it's possible that he has created a new body and is testing the limits of it, agreed? He asked Dumbledore. Perhaps, Dumbledore hummed thoughtfully. It is possible. Tom has always liked to make sure he presents himself perfectly to his followers. Severus, do you believe that he has a new body? It is possible, Snape frowned. I have heard that some of the Death Eaters have been given special tasks, but that was all that information I've been able to rank out, with the exception of the fact that these were low-ranking Death Eaters. Not even one of them was Inner Circle. Is it possible that he used them in a ritual of some sort? Moody growled. Wouldn't he prefer using Muggles? Arthur Weasley said in a disgusted voice. The Death Eaters have no respect or care for Muggles. Obviously, you know who will have even less. Why sacrifice willing and obedient servants when you could kidnap a couple of Muggles? Maybe because it's easier and quicker to take a couple of his Death Eaters instead of hunting for Muggles, Tonks guessed. Maybe, Harry replied. But I don't think that's it. I'm no world-class expert in rituals, but I know that what you put in is what you get back out. Mr. Potter is correct, Dumbledore agreed. He would definitely consider Muggles to be inferior and wouldn't want them used outside of any ritual to strengthen his physical body. But Tom has little care for physical ability, instead putting all of his bets on magical strength. Using wizards and witches would undoubtedly give him the best results. He wouldn't have used his Inner Circle because they would be his most useful warriors, Remus spoke up. But the lower-ranked Death Eaters, nobody would miss them. We need a way to draw him out, Moody spoke up. The longer he's there, the more powerful he gets. Perhaps we should arrange an attack. I fear that would not be the best idea, Dumbledore spoke up. We are outnumbered, and Voldemort will undoubtedly be expecting an attack of some sort. Should we fail, then not only will he get away, but Severus would also risk losing not just his position as a spy, but also his life. Harry, what do you think? Dumbledore asked Harry, who looked thoughtful. I have some things that I need to sort out first, Harry said, lazily stroking Jet as Thor continued to play with Harry's hair. But I do agree that we're not ready for an all-out assault yet, but we can spend some time preparing for one. I like the way you think, Potter, Moody said with a wicked grin. We need to prepare, get ready, and then take the bastards out. We need to map out the target area, Sirius spoke up. The more we know, the better. Severus, Dumbledore responded, I trust I do not have to explain to you what I want you to do. I understand, Snape nodded his head. I know a guy that can help with that, Harry said in a thoughtful voice. We also need to know how many we're dealing with, along with any and all defenses we might have to deal with. In the meantime, we should be training extra hard. I reckon Moody here would be a good teacher. We should spend as much time as possible getting up to speed. Potter, if you weren't already adopted, Moody chuckled. The boy's got a good head, he said approvingly to Tonks, who smiled proudly at that. And what of your little army, huh? One Order member asked. What will they be doing? Training, Harry said simply, not even bothering to deny the fact that he did have an army now. Once we're all ready, we will coordinate our efforts. You can't seriously be suggesting that we should allow children to join us, Mrs. Weasley screeched, disbelief in her voice. Well, obviously I don't intend to send the first years into battle, Harry calmly responded. But I reckon that anyone old and skilled enough to use a Protego shield and a stunner can help. The idea is to overwhelm the enemy with superior numbers, or at the very least a great surprise attack. Hopefully, the actual fight shouldn't last very long. Besides, I'm confident in their abilities. They will only be there to assist, Harry told her. Though I bet my guys can take out more Death Eaters than all of them combined, he hissed to Jet. Well, we are better in every conceivable way. Jet nodded his head in agreement. What did you just say to the snake? Sirius asked suspiciously. Nothing, Harry said innocently. Harry, can you come down here, please? Andromeda called Harry. Coming, Harry yelled out before placing his book down on his bed. He got up and walked downstairs, where he found the Tonks family, Sirius and Remus, talking with Professor Dumbledore. Jet was perched on Tonks's shoulder whilst Thor had perched himself on top of the chandelier. Ah, Professor Dumbledore, Harry greeted the man. What are you doing here? He asked curiously. I have actually come to see you, Harry, Dumbledore smiled at him. You see, I have a small task that I am hopping to accomplish. Small but very important. I believe it may have a great impact on our mission. Will you please join me? I could use your help, he asked hopefully. Harry stared at him for several long seconds. 2 questions first. If you're the bright morning and Voldemort's the dark night, then what am I? Harry asked. I believe that the phrase you used was, the goddamn gray afternoon, if my memory serves me correctly, Dumbledore answered patiently. I see that Aleister has installed a healthy sense of paranoia into you. He has, along with near everyone else in my life, Harry confirmed. Now, one more question, he said in a serious voice. Hubba? Harry looked him right in the eye. Dumbledore stared back at him, twinkling blue orbs locked with blazing green ones. Bubba, Dumbledore said in an equally serious tone. It's definitely Dumbledore, Harry told the others. Cool, so what's the task? Will it involve violence? Hopefully not, Dumbledore replied. What are we doing here? Harry asked once he and Dumbledore apparated onto an empty Muggle street during the middle of the night. Dumbledore wore a set of plain blue wizarding robes, whilst Harry dressed in black trainers, black jeans, and a dark gray shirt, along with an open red and white jacket. Jet rested comfortably on Harry's neck, with Thor perched on Harry's arm. All will be revealed soon, Mr. Potter. Follow me, Dumbledore said before leading him into what looked to be a fairly simple Muggle house. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the door clicked before swinging open. The tips of Harry and Dumbledore's wands both lit up with a bright light as they entered the house. Dumbledore gestured behind himself, and the door closed before locking. Constant vigilance, as Aleister would say, Harry, Dumbledore told him before the pair started moving forwards. The pair walked into the house living room and took a moment to look at the damaged room. There were broken bits of furniture everywhere. Scratch and burn marks everywhere, broken glass scattered across the room, a shattered chandelier on the floor in the center of the room. What do you think, Harry? Dumbledore asked in a curious voice as he examined a bit of blood on the wall. This was not a Death Eater attack, Harry said confidently. Indeed, Dumbledore said in a pleased voice, clearly agreeing with Harry's deduction. This is dragon blood on the wall, he added. Harry frowned thoughtfully before spotting a blue chair in the corner of the room, looking seemingly unharmed. It can't be that easy, Harry muttered before Jet hissed while Thor chirped, both familiars gesturing to the chair. Give us a sec, Harry told Dumbledore before shooting a spell off at the chair. A gasp echoed throughout the room before the chair shifted and transformed violently, dropping a round, plump man on the floor. The groaning man had balding gray hair, a small gray mustache, and was dressed in blue pajamas that matched the design of the chair that he had been a second ago. Godric's hollowed left ear, the man groaned. Was it really necessary to change me that hard? He complained as he climbed up to a standing position. Probably not, but I've yet to determine if I like you enough to be gentle, Harry said apologetically. Dear Merlin. The chubby man groaned before staring at Dumbledore. Albus, he sighed. Long time no see. A pity, Dumbledore said cheerfully. It's good to see you again, he said genuinely. Ah, well, you too, the man nodded slowly. Harry, meet Horace Slughorn, Dumbledore said, introducing the man. He was a former head of Slytherin House and the potions master before Professor Snape. He had in fact taught both your parents. Horace, I'm sure I have no need to introduce this young man to you. No, Albus, you do not, Slughorn breathed out as he stared at Harry. Merlin's beard, finally meeting you at last, Mr. Potter. It's an honor, and your familiars. I had heard tales, of course, but still, it's hard to believe. A thunderbird and a snake, most impressive. I try my best, Harry said dryly. So, what gave me away? Slughorn asked the two of them, sounding very curious. Oh, lots of things, actually, Harry answered. First of all, you hadn't conjured a dark mark, meaning it likely wasn't a Death Eater. Dark mark? Rats, I knew I had forgotten something, the man groaned. I must be losing it with old age. Happens to the best of us, Dumbledore sighed in a what-can-you-do sort of way. There was also the dragon blood. Plus, there's the fact that you made it look like a hurricane had gone through the room, but suspiciously left a chair completely unharmed, Harry added. Not to mention you had the misfortune of trying to hide from me. I didn't even need to use any spells since Jet, my snake, can sense people among many things, and Thor can sense the electricity that the human body produces. Fascinating, Slughorn whispered before he stared at Harry's two animal companions. I don't suppose I could convince you to let me run a few tests on them, harmless ones, of course. Only if I can convince you to let me remove your genitals with a rusty knife, Harry said without missing a beat. Mr. Potter is quite protective of his companions, Dumbledore needlessly explained to a stunned-looking Slughorn. Ah, right, Slughorn coughed before focusing his attention on Dumbledore. I know why you're here, Albus, and for the last time my answer is still no. I will not do it, you hear me? I will not do it, he said in a firm voice. Ah, well, if you're sure, Dumbledore said in a disappointed voice before summoning a nearby magazine into his hands. When did you move into this place, by the way? He asked curiously. A week ago, Slughorn grunted. The muggles that own this building are off on holiday. I never stay in one place for very long these days. I see. You wouldn't mind if I take a quick moment to head to the loo before we pop off, do you? Dumbledore asked Slughorn. No, go on, Slughorn said, waving him off. Upstairs, second door on the right. Thank you, Horace. Dumbledore smiled before walking out of the room. Don't think I don't know why he brought you here, Slughorn trailed off as Harry waved his wand, and the room started repairing itself. A few seconds later, it was perfectly normal room, showing no signs of damage at all. Ah, thank you for that. You're welcome, Harry told him before looking to a shelf with lots of pictures. You got a lot of family? He asked. What? Slughorn's gaze followed Harry's. Oh, no, dear boy. These are not members of my immediate family, though some were close enough to be. These are former students of mine. As a teacher, you're not supposed to have favorites, of course, but I did. You'll recognize a few, I dare say. For example, here we have Regulus Black. He gestured to a picture of a Slytherin Quidditch team. There he is, a seeker he was. I'm a chaser, Harry replied. I had heard, Slughorn smiled as they walked closer to the pictures. And there is Andromeda, though I hear she goes by Mrs. Tonks now. He pointed to a picture of a young Andromeda in class. One of the best students I ever had. Was quite a scandal when she got married to her husband, but Ted was always a decent boy as far as I was concerned. In class, he was fairly good, hardly a master, but good. They're both quite happy now, Harry smiled. They've got a family now, they're my family. I'm glad for all of you, Slughorn smiled. Ah, and here's one more you should recognize, he said, pointing to a picture of a red-headed girl that Harry quickly recognized. Mum, Harry said, his gaze locked onto her picture. You have her eyes. She was absolutely brilliant, Slughorn said warmly, especially considering that she was Muggle-born. Is that a problem? Harry asked, an odd tone to his voice as he stared at Slughorn. No, Slughorn said quickly. No, please don't think that I'm prejudiced. Your mother was one of my absolute favorites. I actually wanted her to take over after I retired. I reckon she would have done a better job than Snape, Harry grunted. Ah, yes, I had heard of Severus's placement, Slughorn frowned. The boy was always a prodigy in the subject, but never much had the patience for people who didn't grasp the subject the same way he did. I'm not entirely sure making him a teacher was the best idea. You and me both, Harry snorted. Anyway, it was nice meeting you, Mr. Slughorn. If you'll excuse me. Harry nodded to him before he turned and walked out of the room with Slughorn waving him goodbye. Just as Harry got out, he spotted Dumbledore on the bottom of the stairs. Whenever you're ready, Dumbledore, Harry told him before walking out of the house. A few moments later, Dumbledore followed him and the two started walking away. So, what was that about? He asked. Horace has information on Voldemort that I was hopping to get. I needed him at Hogwarts this year, Dumbledore admitted in a frustrated voice. He has a habit of collecting famous people. He makes connections with them, normally through favors of some sort. I had been hopping to use your fame to convince him to come to Hogwarts. The two stopped walking and stared at each other. Right, Harry took a moment to process what he was told before staring up at Dumbledore. Can you come closer a sec? Harry asked, gesturing for Dumbledore to come closer. The old headmaster frowned before doing so, bending his head down, only to stagger back when Harry landed a hard right hook to Dumbledore's face. Dumbledore gasped out in pain as his hand went to palm his aching jaw. Wait there! Harry glared at the old man before he walked back to the house whilst rubbing his own hand. A confused Dumbledore stood there for a couple of minutes before Harry walked back. "It's done. Slughorn's agreed to come back, but he does want a better office than last time," Harry told him. "Mr. Potter, that is good news, but I can't help but wonder why you punched me," Dumbledore admitted. "Oh, it's quite simple," Harry said in a conversational voice. "You basically had just left me all alone in a room with a random stranger that I had never met, not telling me at all why I was there, or what you wanted me to do. You then just now informed me that this man held some vastly important knowledge that could very much result in hundreds of lives being saved. I punched you because you decided to waste time with this bullshit instead of straight up telling me what was needed. I don't mind the whole, I want people to figure stuff out sort of thing that you're going for, but when it comes to saving lives, I'd like you to please be direct. Is that acceptable for you?" he asked. I suppose," Dumbledore rubbed his jaw. "But still, was it necessary to punch me? I figure that for something like this, it's better to get the message across as quickly as possible," Harry smirked. Chapter 108. Andromeda, I've stated it a great many times and I will say it again. If you weren't married, I would marry you, Harry said, before taking another mouthful of the delicious food that Andromeda had prepared for his breakfast. "And as always, I am very flattered," she smiled as she poured some seeds into a bowl for Thor. "As well you should be," Harry nodded before glancing towards Jet, curled up in the corner. "Jet, you want something." "I've already eaten this week," Jet said, lying down on the floor. "Thor," Andromeda called loudly before whistling. "Breakfast time," she added. A few seconds later, the sound of flapping wings echoed throughout the house before Thor flew in and landed on the table before promptly beginning to eat his seeds. "Good boy," she said approvingly as she stroked his feathers. "So, Harry, are you looking forward to going back to school?" she asked. "Not really," Harry confessed, taking a break from eating to look at her. "I do miss school, but I just can't help but feel like I have more important things to do. Voldemort is out there, and I can't help but feel like I'd be more valuable actively taking the fight to him. But then again, the Silver Wolves are also extremely valuable, so maybe I should be there to make sure they're ready to take the fight to the Death Eaters," he said thoughtfully. "It is a shame that war is a priority for someone your age," Andromeda sighed deeply. "It's even worse that I can't blame you. Stopping this war and killing them seems to be the only way out of this. It's a shame they weren't dealt with properly during the last war. If they had arrested them properly and made sure that snake-faced bastard was dead, then none of this would be happening now." "Idiots shape history just as much as geniuses," Harry said with a small sigh. "All we can do now is hope for the best and stop as many of them as possible. Speaking of which, we've never really deeply discussed your sister." "What does Narcissa have to do with anything?" Andromeda asked in a confused voice. "Not that sister, the other one," Harry replied. "Bellatrix, I killed her, and you've never really said anything about it. I just thought that." "Harry," Andromeda gently cut him off. "I've never said anything about it because there is absolutely nothing to be said. My sister Bellatrix was lost long ago when she decided to join a group of terrorists that want people like my husband dead. What you did was put down a monster that is no better than the Dark Lord himself and was threatening my daughter. You did the whole world a favor. That horrid creature is not my sister, no matter what anyone says. It's not the blood connections that make us family. They are often just a base for why we care for each other." She smiled as she placed her hand on top of his. "We are family, Harry, no matter what." "Thank you," Harry said, slowly breathing out a small sigh of relief. "I am glad. I want you to know that. The day that you all brought me into your home was one of the best days of my life. Truly." "That goes both ways." She gave him a watery smile before leaning forward and kissing his forehead. "Now, you're a growing boy. I think you need a second helping of breakfast." She winked at him before turning and walking off to the kitchen. "Best mother ever," Harry grinned before pausing and remembering that Lily Potter might just not appreciate that. He looked up with an apologetic look on his face. "No offense," he quickly said. "So, it's a bit of an odd situation," Tonks told Harry as the two walked into the ministry along with Angela, all dressed in casual clothes, even though they didn't look quite as casual. Tonks stood out with her punk rock clothes and pink hair. Angela was a stunning beauty, and Harry was not only one of the most famous wizards in the world, but was also carrying around a snake and had a thunderbird on his shoulder. One that would casually leap up into the air and fly around several times before landing on his shoulder. When I worked here as an Auror, I would rarely ever see the minister, but now it's one of my old bosses and I'm invited to see her with you, not even a day after she got elected," she added, causing Harry to smile. The newest Minister of Magic was none other than Amelia Bones, the aunt of Susan Bones in Harry's year, and now ex-head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, DMLE. Harry had only ever heard good things about her. According to both Tonks and Moody, she was tough but incredibly fair and exactly the type of minister that the wizarding world needed right now. Harry had done his own research into her, and what he found had mostly confirmed what he had been told. Though he was quite honestly surprised that Voldemort hadn't taken her out already. That's what Harry would have done had he been in his situation. "Here to see Madame Bones," Harry said as they stopped in front of the receptionist. The woman behind the desk looked quite tired. She muttered something under her breath and looked up. "Oh, Harry Potter." She blinked before glancing at Angela, and then her gaze filtered to Tonks. "Oh, hello, Tonks, good to see you again." "All right, Sarah," Tonks waved at her. "What's up? Old Bones got you working overtime or something?" "Nah, just working for the minister is apparently a lot harder when you have one that works as Miss Bones does," the woman who was now named Sarah explained. "When I was a receptionist for Fudge, I could pretty much just waste a day doing what I wanted and just had to do about an hour of paperwork and making sure that only rich purebloods come in for meetings. Miss Bones is a whole different breed of animal, and now I have to try and remember how to do my job, which is not fun, but hey. At least I'm still getting paid for it. Plus, I doubt she'd try to cop a feel like old Fudge did." "He what?" Tonks blurted out. "Don't worry," Sarah laughed. "He missed, was aiming for my ass and ended up grabbing the junk of the guy next to me, never tried again after that." "That man is a thundering dumbass," Angela sighed, looking like she wanted nothing more than to never think about Fudge ever again. "Anyway," Sarah continued, "a meeting with Madame Bones, you said." She turned to Harry while looking over some papers. "Ah, yes, she should be free now. Go ahead down the hallway and head right to the door at the end." "Thank you very much," Harry nodded politely, and was about to move when suddenly Sarah pulled out a piece of parchment and held it out for him. "Autograph?" she asked hopefully. Harry took a good look around as he entered the minister's office. He had no idea what the place would have looked like while Fudge was in charge, but he was sure it probably looked different now. The walls were plain white with elaborate golden designs. The floor was covered in a soft red carpet. A couple of thick drawers were placed on the sides of the room, along with burgundy sofas and shelves filled with books. A golden chandelier hung from the ceiling, and the walls were scattered with portraits just like in Professor Dumbledore's office, though Harry could tell that these portraits were former ministers. At the end of the room, sitting behind a large desk that was somehow a serious shade of brown, was Amelia Bones. Dressed in black robes mixed with soft blue, she had a square-jawed face that was every bit as serious as Professor McGonagall's, copper hair that descended down to her shoulders, and on her right eye had a monocle glass that she took off and gently placed on her desk. "Mr. Potter, please join me," she said, gesturing to the seats in front of her desk. Harry and his two companions walked over and calmly took their seats. "First things first," Amelia reached into an open drawer on her desk and then tossed an Auror badge to Tonks. "What, this is my badge," Tonks gaped at her. "Yes, I'm expecting you next week to come in at your usual times," Amelia nodded. Fudge was an imbecile who got rid of a valuable Auror because he wasn't willing to look 10 seconds into a case and realize what many of us realized a long time ago: the Dark Lord is back. And that means I need every competent Auror I have. Fudge got rid of you because of politics, not because you did anything wrong. As far as I'm concerned, you're back on the force, like I said. You'll be working next week at your usual shift. If you're trying to make me like you by giving Tonks her job back, then you should at least try and be more subtle about it," Harry said flatly, causing her to turn to him. "This is not about making you happy," Amelia told him bluntly. "I have many advisors that have advised me to do so, and I will attempt to do so, but I meant every word I said. Auror Tonks is an exceptional Auror, and I'm not going to get rid of her simply because of Fudge's inability to see what was in front of her. Tonks will be one of my Aurors. Regardless of if you like it or not." She paused before turning to Tonks. "Unless you do not want this job." No, I do," Tonks said quickly, pinning the badge to her clothes quickly as if afraid that Madame Bones would take it away from her. "So, what did you call me here for?" Harry asked patiently. "I wanted to discuss the Dark Lord with you," she told him honestly. "I have information about him that I believe you might want, and you have info about him that I might want." "Well, I got to admit, I already like you more than Fudge," he told her before glancing up and spotting a portrait of Fudge who was now looking quite nervous. Harry's eyes narrowed as he sent a deathly glare at it. "Mr. Potter, please refrain from frightening my portraits," Amelia requested him, sounding not at all amused, even though the slight curve of her lips said overwise. "Where are they?" Daphne wondered as she finally made her way onto the Hogwarts Express. She had said her goodbyes to her parents and had walked her little sister to her friends before searching for Harry and Tracy. She knew that the two of them would like to make it here early just like she did. About a minute into her search, she found the compartment they were in, though she was more shocked about what they were doing. Her gaze was firmly fixed on Harry, who had his hands on Tracy's face, as the two snogged each other with an intense passion. "About bleeding time," she blurted out as she opened the door, interrupting Harry and Tracy's snogging session and causing the two to split apart. "Daph," Tracy whined, "did you have to interrupt?" "I'm just happy," Daphne said defensively, a wide grin on her face as she plopped down next to Harry and leered at the two. "When did this happen?" "Just now," Harry smirked as he leaned back into his chair and wrapped one arm around each of their waists. "I remember our conversations from last year," he told Daphne before kissing her on the cheek. "I thought about what you said and considered it. We're all in a war now, might as well enjoy ourselves as much as we can. Though I want to make it clear that there will be no more additions from now on," he told Daphne with a mock stern look. "Understood, Master," Daphne said in a droll voice before turning to Tracy. "So, Spill, did you enjoy yourself?" She grinned. "I just might have," Tracy grinned back. "I'm already regretting this," Harry mock sighed. "Shut it, you," Daphne said, leaning into him. "It's a shame Angela isn't here. She'd like this. Where is she anyway?" "That's a surprise," Harry told her. "She asked me not to tell anyone." "So she'd be at Hogwarts then," Tracy guessed. "Maybe, maybe not," Harry shrugged, not really answering the question. Fortunately for him, the girls didn't really get a chance to ask again as the door to the compartment opened up again and their fellow sixth-year Slytherins climbed in and sat down. "Harry, good summer." Blaise greeted him before gesturing between Harry and the two girls clinging to him. "It was all right," Harry replied as he looked around the compartment and greeted everyone. "What about you, Blaise?" Harry asked. "How was your summer?" "It was okay," Blaise shrugged. "Mother and Angela say hi, by the way." "Wait, Blaise doesn't know either," Daphne asked Harry. "Doesn't know what?" Blaise blinked. "The fact that your sister might just be at Hogwarts this year," she answered, causing Blaise to look at Harry before letting out a small huff. "You know, I'm not really surprised anymore that Harry knows more about my sister than me," he said in an amused voice. "So, everyone, how have your holidays been?" Harry asked. "All right," Crabbe and Goyle grunted. "Same as usual," Pansy said casually, before pulling out a book and quickly burying her nose into it. "It was all right," Draco said somewhat stiffly. "Yeah," Theo nodded at that. "Same as usual," he quickly added. Harry hummed thoughtfully, staring between both Draco and Theo, both of whom shifted in their seats for a moment before the compartment door opened to reveal a nervous-looking third-year Hufflepuff boy, holding a trio of letters. Excuse me, Mr. Potter," the third year stuttered. "PR, Professor Slughorn has asked me to deliver this letter to you," he added, giving Harry the letter before quickly handing Daphne and Blaise the other two and then turning and leaving. Why's he so nervous? Crabbe grunted confusedly. I don't know, maybe because he entered a compartment full of Slytherin, one of which is Harry Bloody Potter. Not said sarcastically, unable to prevent himself from rolling his eyes. It appears that Daphne and I have been invited to a party of some sort, Harry said, after reading through the letter and glancing at Daphne's. Same here, Blaise nodded. A party? Draco asked curiously. I wasn't invited. Neither was half the school, most likely. Not told him. It's a club that Professor Slughorn, a new teacher at Hogwarts, hosts, Harry began explaining. He used to teach here a while ago. He uses the club as a chance to network and gain contacts amongst students. He's inviting me and asked me to bring Daphne and Blaise with me, though he did emphasize Daphne. So he already knows we're in a relationship. Good, means he's done his research, Daphne commented. Didn't know that Tracy and I are also together, though, Harry couldn't help but point out. Yeah, but that just happened a bit ago, Daphne reminded him. So, chapter 109. My faithful Death Eaters, Voldemort hissed lowly. The Death Eaters were all tense as they stood in the dark, tense room before their lord and master. Lord Voldemort, looking quite different from before, was sitting lazily in his chair. All of them stood awkwardly, shifting nervously, unsure how to act. Lord Voldemort at the best of times was not someone to get on the wrong side of. They had just gotten used to him after his return. It was quite awkward for them, believers in the purity of blood, to follow someone who was unnaturally pale and clearly not a normal wizard. But they were able to get used to it, allowing themselves to believe that it was part of some ritual. Perhaps it had to do with the method of his return. Many of the more experienced Death Eaters recalled what he used to look like before his defeat at the hands of Baby Potter, and thought it could be possible that his method of coming back had messed up his appearance. But now, he had changed himself again. Why? He did not even look human anymore. What was going on with their Dark Lord? I find myself disappointed. For too long we've sat idly by, lurking in the shadows. Voldemort sighed, only to lean forward and start coughing violently. Murky brown blood spat out of his mouth and onto the floor, causing a most horrible odor to start rising up, making many of the nearest Death Eaters grimace in disgust. My lord, the nearest Death Eater started to speak when Voldemort suddenly looked up, no longer coughing. You dare to interrupt me? He asked furiously. No, my lord, but I just wanted to. Arg. The unfortunate Death Eater collapsed to the floor, his head rolling across the room before Nagini pounced on it, instantly wrapping her jaws around it by dislocating the muscles in her mouth so the head could fit. Where was I? Voldemort asked confusedly, staring blankly ahead for a long minute in which the Death Eaters didn't dare move a muscle. My faithful Death Eaters, I find myself disappointed, he sighed. For too long we've sat idly by, lurking in the shadows. We as half-blood wizards were designed to rule, were we not? The Death Eaters remained quiet, some scaredly nodding, all of them a bit confused by the half-blood comment, but none of them willing to mention it. And yet, we've been held back, kept away from our greatness, our birthrights, our time. All of what we are owed has been kept away from us, not by the government that claims to rule us, but by a naive, optimistic old headmaster and an arrogant little son of a mudblood bitch. No more. People doubt me, they doubt my rule, they doubt my power. They doubt what I can do. No more. He said, standing up suddenly. Pieces of walls were ripped off, and one ended up slamming into the head of an unfortunate Death Eater. The headmaster, defeated of Grindelwald, Voldemort hissed softly. I remember him easily. I remember him threatening me, trying to intimidate me with fire. I remember his constant meddling, his pitiful attempts to bring us mudbloods and half-bloods to equal standing as purebloods. Looking down, he wasn't able to see the shared looks between Death Eaters. He was once my greatest enemy, my biggest threat, the only one able to stand against me. Now, what now? My greatest enemy, my biggest threat, and the one that most actively stands in my way, is nothing more than a child. A half-blood son of a red-headed mudblood. No more, I've had enough. We will not be ruled by them any longer. We will bring the fight to them. Harry smiled as he sat at the Slytherin table during the sorting feast, Daphne and Tracy each leaning into either side of him. Jet was curled on the table, digesting a bit of delicious meat. He looked around, knowing that the majority of students here were part of the Silver Wolves, and those that were part of the group were actively trying to recruit those that weren't. Looking up at the teacher's table, he was unable to prevent himself from smirking as he saw Angela sitting at the teacher's table, sending him a seemingly innocent wink that he could tell promised many late after-class sessions. As he watched the first years be sorted, he couldn't help but wish that the whole of his school career could simply have just been nothing more than girls and school. Unfortunately, Lord Voldemort was still out and about, but still. He liked to imagine what would happen if he wasn't. Hopefully, it wouldn't stay a dream for too long. "Welcome, welcome, welcome all of you to Hogwarts," Dumbledore said with a smile. He looked over all of them as if trying to memorize all of their faces. "For those of you returning, welcome back, and for those of you who are new, welcome to what is hopefully good enough for you to call home. Now that we have all eaten, I hope you'll be willing to allow me a few moments of your time. To start with, I'd like to introduce you all to a returning member of staff and an old friend of mine, Mr. Horace Slughorn, who will be taking over the potions class." The room erupted into cheers. The vast majority of people were less cheering for the new professor as they were cheering for the fact that Snape was no longer teaching potions. The Gryffindors were especially happy about that. Yes, yes, and taking over for defense against the dark arts is none other than our own Professor Snape. The cheers died faster than one could possibly imagine as many suddenly remembered that Snape was still sitting at the teacher's table. The dour-faced man sneered at everyone. One student tried to start a clap, likely out of pity, but nobody really felt like joining in, so it died a miserable death. "Yes," Dumbledore coughed, "and I'd also like to introduce a new addition to our staff. Apparently the Ministry had not yet removed the position of High Inquisitor, the last one being the now-deceased Madame Umbridge." A great many students cheered. Some spat on the floor when he mentioned her name, and some even chanted Harry's name. Yes, yes, however, the position is still active, at least for this year. So, I'd like to introduce you all to the lovely woman who will be taking that position this year, Miss Angela Zabini. Angela stood up as many students, noticeably the males, cheered for her. She found Harry in the crowd and sent him a quick wink before sitting back down. "Did you know about this?" Tracy whispered to Harry. "I knew the position was still up, but I didn't think anyone was going to fill it in," Harry whispered back. "She never told me she was going to do it." "Shouldn't she have?" Daphne asked with a small frown. "I won't get angry if she shows initiative," Harry shrugged. "Her in that position benefits me and gives her a stepping stone for future careers. What's not to like about it?" "How do you think she got that position? She's still fresh out of school." "My name was probably mentioned somewhere," Harry said knowingly. "And now, before I send you off," Dumbledore continued, his tone much more serious than before, the crowd became quiet, sensing that they were going to be told something important. "I feel I should warn you all. For those who are new to the wizarding world, we are currently in the midst of a war between us and one of the darkest wizards of all time. We are in danger, that is undeniable, however. We are fighting the danger to the best of our abilities. It is my hope that soon this war will end, and we can go back to living peaceful lives. But until that happens, we must remain vigilant. I will ask you all to." "Hear me now," a voice interrupted. Harry shot up to a standing position as Dumbledore stiffened, both of them recognizing the voice in an instant, just like a few others in the hall. The voice was that of Voldemort. It echoed deeply into everyone's ears. "For those who don't know who I am," he rasped, "I am Lord Voldemort, the strongest wizard alive since Salazar Slytherin himself. I'm your ruler, I am your lord. I am a benevolent and generous lord for my followers. I am a destructive and cruel lord for my enemies. In this castle, there are two big irritating obstacles in my path to victory. One Albus Dumbledore, an old man who will have his skull crushed under my foot. And then there is Harry Potter, the young half-blood son of an upstart mudblood. He's caused many of you to doubt me, to doubt my power. He's gotten lucky in the past, able to survive with cheap tricks and luck. This will not stand. I challenge you, Harry Potter, to a duel to the death. You and me, one-on-one. No Death Eaters, no wolves, no pets. No interference from anyone. If anyone does interfere in this duel, then I will burn the wizarding world to the ground. Let the might of Lord Voldemort, the greatest wizard of our time, face off against the boy who lived. You and me, Potter, just as it always has been. Nobody shall interfere. If anyone does, then I shall have my Death Eaters rain fire down on wizards and muggles alike. 1 week from now, at the place of your birth. Harry growled before placing the tip of his wand against his neck. I accept. His voice was loud enough that the people in the hall wouldn't be surprised if the whole country could hear it. Yo, is this normal? A new first-year Gryffindor couldn't help but ask. You get used to it, Neville told him. Draco, Theo, follow me, Harry told the pair before walking out of the common room. What? What do you think he wants? Draco whispered to Nott as they followed him out. The Dark Lord just challenged him, Theo gulped. Either he's got some good news for us or… He didn't finish the sentence and Draco didn't need him to. It was entirely possible that this was the part where Harry found out about them and punished them for their betrayal. They could only hope that he'd be merciful or at least quick. The walk was long, awkward, and dreadfully silent. None of them said a word. The atmosphere was not helped when the 2 Slytherin boys saw Jet slither out of Harry's clothes and wrap around his neck with familial ease. Draco considered hitting Harry in the back with a spell or 2 and then making a run for it, but ultimately he decided against it. Even if he managed to surprise Harry, and he did not consider that to be an easy thing, he still had to deal with Jet, who Draco knew was faster than one would expect from a snake. Not to mention that if Draco didn't end up killing Jet, then Harry would almost certainly find him, and that would simply just have meant that all Draco would have accomplished was delaying the inevitable and pissing Harry off even more. Besides, a part of Draco couldn't help but feel bad. They had pretty much betrayed Harry, and actively trying to hurt him would make things worse. Especially, now since everything was coming to an end soon, the Dark Lord had just upped and challenged Harry. Draco had heard that the man that Draco had once worshipped was now utterly insane, and was now killing his own men at random for the smallest of reasons. Killing purebloods as easily as he would Muggle-borns. Draco didn't hold blood purity with the same importance as he did before, and neither did Theo. They both knew Harry was the son of a Muggle-born, and he was arguably one of the toughest wizards on the planet, and he still hadn't graduated from school yet. Here, Harry said, walking into a nearby classroom. Draco and Theo exchanged one more look before walking into the classroom. It was as empty as they expected. They doubted there was even an insect in there. Harry was waiting for them patiently, having turned around to face them. The door behind them closed, seemingly by itself. Harry didn't look remotely surprised by it. Jet hissed something into Harry's ear, and an amused expression briefly appeared on Harry's face before he hissed back, and Jet went silent. Harry, Draco spoke up, before you say anything, we need to come clean. Yeah, Theo said with a tired sigh. It's about time, I reckon. We know that this is probably too late and won't change much now, but we need to tell you. Draco took a deep breath before he looked Harry dead in the eye. After we're done, you can do whatever you want to us. Not like we could stop him, Theo couldn't help but point out. Shut it, Draco hissed before turning back to Harry. Basically, we've been in contact with your sworn enemy, the Dark Lord. He's currently hiding in Draco's house, Theo added quickly. He's not normal, Harry. The last time we talked with our fathers, they told us that he's changed, even worse than before. We don't know much info that's helpful to you, Draco reluctantly admitted, but we're willing to tell you everything we know. And we'll take whatever punishment you decide without complaints, though we do reserve the right to scream and cry, Theo said quietly. Cool, so let's start talking about our game plan, Harry decided. I'll need a map of Malfoy Manor, its defenses, and however many Death Eaters you think Voldemort has over there, he told the 2 confused boys. Harry, Theo spoke up. Are you all right? Just dandy, Harry replied dryly. It's just, well, we did kind of drop a bombshell here, Draco pointed out. Not the time for games, Draco, Harry said impatiently. In case you don't remember, Old No-Nose has just challenged me. There's not much time to waste. I need the plans and defenses. You've both seen him and interacted with him. What's the story here? You knew, Theo asked quietly. You knew about us interacting with him. Yeah, I knew, for a while actually. But you didn't say anything, Draco blurted out. Neither did you, dumbass, Jet hissed. What Jet said, Harry agreed. You know damn well that we can't understand him, Draco said hotly. And how the bloody hell did you find out anyway? Do you know who the fuck you're talking to? Harry stared at him like he was insane. I'm Harry Potter. That's not an answer. Harry, you're not mad at us, Theo cut in. Like, you're not going to torture us to death or have Jet kill us or something. Don't give him ideas, Draco glared at Theo. Tempting as those options may sound right now, no, I am not going to harm either of you, Harry replied in a calm voice. While I am very glad that you're not going to, I got to know why, Draco asked, staring right at Harry. Why are you being so nice to us? First of all, the two of you will be repaying me back for this, Harry told them bluntly. I'll decide if that will be through political favors, money, or even just plain old chores. But you will be paying me back for this, don't doubt that. That's fair, I suppose, Theo mumbled. Secondly, because you pair of idiots are my friends, if you remember, Harry continued. I know that you and your families are in danger. I know that that's why you kept quiet. Trust me, if I thought you betrayed me for a stupid reason, then we wouldn't be having this complication. Ignoring you implying our deaths, you're really not mad at us. Like I said, you're my friends and I get it. You'll pay me back later anyway, Harry shrugged. Now, you going to give me those plans or what? He asked impatiently. Harry, Draco said, staring at Harry with a sort of fond irritation. With no offense intended to either of your parents, you are one crazy son of a bitch. You wanted to see me? Harry asked, stepping into Dumbledore's office. As soon as he entered, Thor had leapt off of his shoulder and flew towards the stand where Fawkes was and perched right next to him, greeting the Phoenix with a bright chirp. Yes, good to see you, Harry. Might I ask how you've been? Dumbledore asked politely as Harry sat opposite him with Jet wrapped around his arm. Meh, just a regular week, Harry said dryly. I'm sure, Dumbledore replied, just as dryly. You'll be pleased to know that Professor Slughorn has stepped up and divulged the information I needed from him. Apparently Tom's challenge had given him a burst of courage, or at least made him realize he had nothing to lose. And what have you learned? Harry asked curiously. Tom has spent some time making Horcruxes. A Horcrux is a horrible piece of dark magic, Dumbledore said, unable to keep the disgust out of his voice. It is, in the simplest manner, a soul container. The wizard or witch, through the horrible act of murder, splits their soul and then places it in a container of sorts. What sort of container? Harry frowned thoughtfully. It could be anything, Dumbledore shrugged. It could be a picture, a coin, a plate, a coffin, a bit of clothing, maybe even a book. The diary in my second year, Harry realized. Exactly, Dumbledore smiled, looking quite proud of Harry for working that out. Take 20 points to Slytherin. Now, so long as a Horcrux exists, a wizard won't truly die. So, you're trying to say that Voldemort's immortal? I'm sure he believes he is, Dumbledore nodded. But truthfully, he is not. He just simply can't be killed while the Horcrux exists. And it is possible for him to be killed, just ask Herpo the Foul, the first to ever create one. He's not alive now, is he? Not as far as I know, so what you're saying is we have to kill him by destroying his soul containers first, Harry questioned. Precisely. If we don't, then he may simply end up possessing another body and coming back repeatedly until we do. There's a simple way around that, Harry responded, surprising Dumbledore. What's that? Destroy his body, gather the soul containers whilst he's weak, and then destroy them, Harry said simply. Yes, I suppose that'll work as well, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. I have a theory that I'd like to test out if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Potter. He pulled out his wand. Stay still, please, he instructed before waving his wand several times whilst chanting something under his breath. Harry paused, and after Dumbledore was done he waited and waited and waited. Nothing happened, Harry couldn't help but point out. Thank Merlin. Dumbledore let a heavy sigh of relief as he slumped back in his seat. Dumbledore, you're going to want to start explaining before I punch you in the face again. Harry sent him a mild glare. Dumbledore, instead of acting appropriately to Harry's minor threat, laughed loudly. I must say, Mr. Potter, you are a breath of fresh air compared to everyone else I usually meet. Most either hate me completely or simply worship the very ground I walk on, he admitted with a bright smile. I don't hate you much, I just think you're a cunt, Harry admitted honestly. Now start explaining. The spell I just did was one that would detect Horcruxes. It showed that there was not one in you, Dumbledore explained. And you suspected that there would be one in me. Why? When you were taken from the wreckage of your parents' house, I had you looked over and noticed a strange sort of magic that I had never been able to identify coming from your scar, back when it was a small lightning bolt. Then you came to Hogwarts with a significantly bigger scar, but I was unable to find the same signature coming from you. But then, you gave me the diary, a diary with a similar signature to the one that you originally possessed. I had spent a great deal of time trying to work out what it was. I had suspected Horcruxes, amongst other things, but wasn't totally sure until Professor Slughorn confirmed it for me. He and I both suspect that Tom had made a grand total of 7. It's my belief that his soul had become so unstable that he created another unintentionally, one that he accidentally placed in you. What? Harry blurted out. You're trying to say that I have a piece of Voldemort's soul inside of me. No, I'm saying you had a piece of Voldemort's soul inside you, Dumbledore corrected. Which is quite odd. The only known way to destroy a Horcrux is to destroy the vessel. The only known ways of doing that are fiendfire or basilisk venom, though I imagine that the killing curse would work equally as well. That leads me to wonder, just how exactly did you destroy the one in your scar? Harry sat back in his seat, looking quite thoughtful. A moment later, a wicked smirk appeared on his face as he looked towards Thor. Yes, the relative of Jet shall lead us to victory, Jet hissed proudly, easily picking up on what Harry was thinking. Summon Angela, Harry told Dumbledore. You have an idea. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. No, I have several. Voldemort stood patiently, swaying gently whilst his feet never moved from their spot on the solid concrete ground beneath him. The robes he wore scratched at his skin, which seemed to alter between hard as rock and sensitive as a newborn. He lightly breathed in, able to recognize the smell of corpses filling his brain. He had personally killed every single muggle that lived in this street, even their pets and children, and he had enjoyed it immensely. I was hoping to never come back here, a voice called. He stiffened before a smile appeared on his face as he turned around to face one Harry James Potter who stood a small distance away. Wow, you've gotten uglier than before, Harry said before he looked to his left. Staring once more at number 4 Privet Drive, the house where the Dursleys had tormented him. It's funny, isn't it, Harry? Voldemort breathed out slowly. People, they are heading over to St. Mungo's and Godric's Hollow, hopping to catch glimpses of us both. But we both know that that's not where you were born. It might be where you were physically brought into this world, but it's not you. It's not what made you what you are. This, your torment. This is the true birthplace of Harry James Potter, the boy who became a cautionary tale to all those who would challenge the might of the great Lord Voldemort. Are you Voldemort? Harry asked innocently. You don't look it, not anymore. What happened to you, Tommy? One ritual too many. I will perform as many as is needed, as many as I can, as many as I want. Voldemort snapped, glaring viciously at him. I am Lord Voldemort, heir to Gryffindor. Heir to Gryffindor, Harry repeated questioningly. What? Voldemort blurted out, looking quite lost. Thomas, Harry chuckled deeply. There's a reason that people don't perform many rituals. You've increased your power, but you've lost your most valuable asset. You've lost your mind. My mind is as strong as ever, Voldemort snarled at him. Look at you, you're barely human. Even you can't go around and pretend you're pureblood anymore. Nobody with half a brain buys it. You're what you always have been, a pathetic little monster who is too scared to do the world a favor and die. Only now you have the looks to match. I will enjoy killing you, Dumbledore. Potter, I will enjoy killing you, Potter. Voldemort raised his wand. A forked tongue licked his lips before retreating back into his mouth. From now on, Lord Voldemort will go unchallenged, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it, Father. You're 10 different levels more fucked up than I could have possibly thought, Valdi, Harry said, raising his own wand. I'm giving you one last chance, Tom. You have the power to stop this, to stop what you're doing. You're right, I do have all the power. I have all the power in the world. Voldemort reared his head back, and a 10-foot fire snake erupted from his mouth before charging towards Harry. Harry got rid of it with a simple flick of his wand before firing off a bone breaker at Voldemort's neck. Voldemort made no move to dodge and was hit with it instantly. His bones snapped, and his head dangled off to the side, handing from a longer than normal neck. Harry had barely processed what he was seeing when he heard a large snap. Voldemort's head was pulled back to its normal position as his neck fixed itself. Harry blinked several times, trying hard to once more process what he saw. Nice try, Potter. If at first you don't succeed, then try again until you do. Harry roared before firing off another spell. Voldemort swatted it away with the back of his free hand before firing his own spells. Harry blocked, dodged, ducked, and fired back. That's the spirit, Harry, Voldemort cheered. Yes, fight me, this will be glorious. The final showdown, the might of Lord Voldemort versus Harry Potter. Chapter 110. Fuckity fuck, Harry hissed as he dodged a killing curse and defended against a bone breaker, one that had actually ended up pushing Harry a foot back. It didn't take long for Harry to realize that Voldemort's already impressive magical power had increased. I can't help but feel like you're trying to kill me, Harry snarked, sending a piercing curse at Voldemort's forehead. I'm trying to kill you, Voldemort hissed, moving his head to the side. The curse took off a piece of his ear. He snarled and shot a torture curse at Harry just as his ear grew back. Harry barely ducked under it before shooting off several spells of his own that Voldemort quickly blocked. Stay still and accept your fate, Potter. It'll be easier for you in the end. No matter what you do, you can't change the fact that by the end of the day, you will end up just like your filthy mudblood father. Dead and alone in a grave. My mother was the Muggle-born, idiot, Harry snapped. With a wave of his wand, he sent an arc of black fire straight at Voldemort. The fire consumed his blood-boiling spell and headed straight towards the Dark Lord. What did you call me? Voldemort demanded. He took a deep breath in and the fire was pulled straight up his nose, just like what one would see in a cartoon. He glared balefully at Harry before opening his mouth and sending a large burst of bright blue flames straight towards Harry. Harry slammed the tip of his wand downwards into the ground. It penetrated through the concrete floor beneath him like it was made of water. A big earth wall shot up and covered Harry, forming a protective dome. You will look me in the eyes when you die, Voldemort roared, sending a spell at the dome that caused it to explode outward into many pieces. Where the fuck did he go? Language, a mocking voice called from behind just before a piercing curse hit him in the back of his spine. Voldemort let out a loud yell. His spine barely repaired itself in time to stop him from falling to the floor. He turned and was met with a spell that crashed into him like an angry bull, sending him several meters closer to the Dursleys' house. Die! Voldemort roared hatefully. He aimed his wand at Harry and fiendfire erupted from it, taking the form of snakes and dragons. Harry quickly raised his wand and waved it, causing the ground to erupt into a large curved wall. The fiendfire smashed against it before returning back to Voldemort. With a snarl and wave of his wand, Voldemort got rid of the fiendfire before turning around and blocking the blood-boiling spell that Harry had shot at him. You can't trick me. I learned from my mistakes, Dumbledore. Yet you still keep performing those fucking rituals, Harry muttered before casting a shield to block Voldemort's latest spell. The shield shattered, and Harry found himself flying towards the Dursleys' old house. A moment before impact, he turned his body to smoke and landed in the house in his normal form, finding it looking much like it had before he had left, though with different furniture. The most glaring difference was the old Muggle couple that were slaughtered and stacked up on top of the kitchen table. A large cracking sound had him turn to smoke once more just before a piercing spell hit what would have been his lower back. He reformed so that he was facing Voldemort and ducked a steel-gray spell that shattered the TV behind him. Harry flicked his wand and cast a spell that went wide of Voldemort and crashed into the nearest sofa. He followed up by casting several more spells at Voldemort, who blocked them all with ease, not noticing the sofa transforming behind him. "You can't beat me if this is your best, Potter," Voldemort snarled. "At least you got my name right, and this isn't my best," Harry told him, sidestepping a killing curse before responding with a fire blast that Voldemort dispelled with a backhanded slap. "What is it then?" Voldemort asked mockingly. "I'm distracting you, you big turd blossom," Harry said just before Voldemort let out a pained gasp. The feared Dark Lord looked down and saw hundreds of scorpions swarming towards him. It wasn't long before he was covered head to toe in scorpions. "Oh, those will hurt." "They do," Voldemort shouted in a pained voice before fire erupted from him. "Shit!" Harry apparated upstairs and landed in the hallway just before the entire living room became covered in flames. He had barely a second to catch his breath before Voldemort appeared and blasted him into the nearest room, Harry's old spare bedroom. Harry looked up and saw him walking forward with malicious intent. Harry quickly animated the door to slam shut, right in Voldemort's face. He apparated out and back into the back garden when a portion of the roof was blown off. "You're pissing me off," Voldemort announced as he apparated into the garden. Aiming his wand at the house behind him, the house shattered into hundreds and hundreds of pieces before spiraling up in the air, twisting like a snake, and then charging straight down towards Harry. A wave of Harry's wand created a light blue shield, and the house parts that crashed into it transformed into sand. Once there was no more house left for Voldemort to throw, Harry transfigured the sand pile he had behind him into dozens of tiny needles that he animated to fly towards the ugly, Dark Lord. "You're still doing it!" Voldemort shouted, banishing the needles and sending several dangerous spells at Harry. "Everyone's got their talents." Harry shot several of his own spells back before animating the garden tree to rip itself out of the ground and charge towards Voldemort. "Hope the others are having better luck than I am," he frowned. "Are you sure that your information is right?" "If you ask me one more time if I know what the layout of my own house is, then I swear to Merlin himself, I'm going to polish and then shove my finest and most expensive boots so far up your ass that you'd need the world's best niffler to get them out," Draco snapped at Zacharias Smith. "And then I'm going to charge you the cleaning bill too, you fucking puff pastry." "Enough," Angela said firmly, looking all around. The Silver Wolves were all currently formed a short distance away from Malfoy Manor, ready to begin their assault on the Death Eater hideout. "It's time for battle. Harry gave us our plan and we're going to go through with it now. Now, do you all remember the plan?" "Malfoy and I will go in with Crabbe and Goyle," Theo nodded. "We'll create some chaos, destroy the wardstone of the house, and give you a signal to attack. Hopefully, these lot will have been able to get their families out." "What about your dad?" Draco couldn't help but ask. "I'm still thinking about it," Theo admitted honestly, not as fond of his father as Draco was of his own. "Anyway," Angela cut in, "then I will lead a frontal assault to get their attention. Daphne will lead her group and attack from the rear. While she does that, Tracy will sneak in from the basement entrance." "Are you sure that it's safe?" Tracy asked Draco. "Just pat the snake statue twice on the head, you'll be all right," he assured her. "Blaze leads the broom flyers for an aerial assault," Angela continued. "You're welcome," he said graciously with a dramatic bow. "I must admit, this is quite exciting for me," Dumbledore spoke up with a small smile as he walked up to the front. Everyone turned to look at the man who appeared to have not noticed as he talked to Angela. "It's not often that I'm not leading these sort of things. It's quite refreshing to be the one taking orders. Would I be correct in guessing that Harry has put you in charge of this little operation?" he asked, being the only other adult here besides Angela, as he had tasked the Order members with positioning themselves at locations most likely for a Death Eater attack. "He has," Angela nodded just as Daphne stepped forward, holding Jet in her hands. "Harry said that he was to stay with you," she said, handing him to Dumbledore, who ignored Jet's rather loud hissing as he placed the irritated snake on his shoulders. "I shall do my best not to irritate you," he told Jet, who hissed back several things that Daphne was not going to translate for him or anyone. "Let's get to it," She added just before Thor flew in and landed on a nearby perch. Harry had told her that he would be vital in the upcoming attack. "Get the snake, call Thor, he'll know what to do," Harry had said. She didn't know what exactly his plan was. "Crucio!" Voldemort yelled. Harry dodged before throwing several spells towards Voldemort, one of which blew a hole in Voldemort's leg, not that he seemed to care much as it repaired itself mere seconds later. Voldemort spun his wand and sent several mini tornadoes towards Harry, who dispelled them before sending a curse at Voldemort, only to find that he was no longer there. He quickly discovered where he was when he felt a heavy hand slap itself onto his shoulder, knocking it out of place and causing Harry to drop to his knees in pain. "I'm getting bored here," he hissed before the two disappeared from view. A few moments later, Harry found himself landing face first onto the street of Diagon Alley. He had barely had time to cough before he was grabbed by the back of his neck and hoisted up into the air by Voldemort, who was aiming his wand at Harry's neck. Meanwhile, several people around him screamed, all freezer in terror at the sight of Voldemort. There were not many here, just the few that were brave enough to come out after Voldemort's announcement, plus 2 Order members in the form of Mad-Eye Moody and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Both had drawn their wands, but neither of them had interfered, despite how much they wished to. "People of the wizarding world," Voldemort roared, his voice echoing loudly, especially in the tense silence. "Look at your savior," he yelled victoriously. "Harry Potter will soon be dead before me. He will die at my feet, by my hand." "You talk too much," Harry hissed before transforming into his saber-tooth form, freeing himself from Voldemort's grip. He turned and body-slammed him away and through the window of the shop behind him, a place that sold glasses. Transforming back into human form, he jabbed his wand at his own shoulder and fixed it with barely a wince. Turning around, he spotted Voldemort getting to his feet. The monstrous Dark Lord flicked his wand, shattering every piece of glass in the store. All the pieces rose up into the air and shot towards Harry, who waved his wand and brought all of the pieces together into a giant ball that he shot at Voldemort, who turned into smoke and allowed it to pass harmlessly through him. Acting quickly, Harry shot a spell that caused all of the smoke to light up in flames, quickly burning into nothing. "Hey!" Harry called to the people around him. "He's not dead. All of you had better get out of here quick." He warned before his wand started singing. Harry quickly moved his head to the side in time for a red bolt to barely miss his head, whilst his own wand automatically shot a spell behind him. "Thank you, badass wand cores," he thought to himself before turning around and meeting the pissed-off Voldemort. "I hate you," Voldemort stated bluntly. "Right back at you," Harry told him before sending an eye liquefier at him. Voldemort dodged and flew towards Harry, who ascended up into the air, casting several spells at him, though none hit as Voldemort swiftly dodged and blocked all of them before he was able to reach Harry. Voldemort grabbed his foot and the two apparated away. "The wards are fucked," one Death Eater yelled just before a blue beam blasted him through a window. Once the wards were down, the attack had begun, and the battle had begun. Angela's frontal assault had begun with her blasting apart the doors of Malfoy Manor, doors that had stood in the same place for hundreds of years. She had charged in with Dumbledore and her group, and had quickly engaged the enemy. The Death Eaters, experts in surprise attacking people when they least expected, were not great at dealing with surprise attacks when they least expected it. Angela ducked under a cutting curse before firing a blood-boiling spell that knocked her attacker off of his feet. She blocked several more spells before Dumbledore waved his wand, and several Death Eaters found themselves flung at the nearest wall. Jet had leapt off of Dumbledore's shoulders and sunk his fangs into a Death Eater that had gotten too close. "I dare say," Dumbledore blocked a killing curse by summoning what appeared to be a very expensive vase to intercept the attack. A second later, his attacker was hogtied and suspended in the air. "Harry has chosen some good friends to keep by his side." "Thanks," Angela replied before beheading a Death Eater, and then hitting a second with a body bind and then a heart exploder. Dumbledore grimaced but wisely did not comment, and instead animated a nearby table to charge at a group of Death Eaters. Several large booms along with a slight shaking of the building alerted her to the fact that the others had probably begun their own attacks. "It seems like the end is near," Dumbledore announced suddenly, Angela turned her gaze to where Dumbledore was looking. Jet had sunk his fangs right into the neck of Voldemort's snake, Nagini. A loud shriek filled the air, shocking everyone nearby, especially when the snake's body disintegrated into black ashes, releasing a wispy black smoke. "That'll be my cue," Dumbledore said, waving his wand in a complex movement, catching the smoke in a large golden sphere. "Fuck around and find out." Jet gloated over Nagini's ashes. "I'll just be taking upstairs, I think," he told Angela in a conversational manner before walking off calmly, as if a giant battle had not just stopped in front of them. "What the—" One Death Eater trailed off as Dumbledore left the room. "Why the fuck have we stopped?" Blaze demanded, flying in through a window. "Oh, right." Angela cast a piercing curse at the nearest Death Eater before addressing the silver wolves. "As you were. You're going to die, Potter." "At least my corpse will have a nose, fuck face." Harry shot back, dodging a killing curse while sending a Cruciatus curse in reply as the two flew through the air. Harry's curse hit Voldemort and sent pain throughout his body, knocking him out of the sky. Though Harry knew it was only a temporary setback for the crazed Dark Lord. Harry was not quite sure where Voldemort had apparated the pair of them and hadn't waited to find out before taking off in flight. Looking around, he saw a pair of trees and a familiar sight in the distance. It did not take more than a second to recognize where they were. Voldemort had landed them outside of the Hogwarts wards. "Idea," Harry grinned before increasing his speed. His wand sang, and he instinctively rolled to the side to avoid a cutting curse that would have taken off half of his head. "You can't hide from me, Father. I will hunt you down," Voldemort roared, flying after him. "Catch me if you can, Tommy boy," Harry yelled before curving towards the Forbidden Forest. Soon he was zipping through trees and bushes, barely avoiding several creatures that popped out of nowhere mid-flight. Spotting the Acromantula colony, he headed straight towards them and landed right in the middle. "Hey, anyone want a basilisk?" he shouted, causing many spiders to hiss loudly. "You dare," one yelled. "I brought the guy who unleashed it last time. He's on the way here now," Harry announced before turning around just as Voldemort came into view. "Potter!" Voldemort screeched before sending a swarm of flaming arrows at Harry, who flew up into the air to avoid them. The arrows landed in several spiders, causing the whole colony to hiss and screech in outrage. "Got to go?" Harry shot a blue spell at Voldemort before turning into smoke and flying away. Voldemort batted the spell away with a sneer and was about to fire off a spell of his own when a spider leapt off one of the trees and tackled him to the ground. "That'll buy me a few minutes," Harry said, reverting back to normal a short distance away. He flew towards a small pile of rocks, waving his wand, causing the rocks to scatter away, revealing a metallic gate, locked with a metal snake that had circled all around it. A few hisses later, the door opened, revealing a dark tunnel. "N-A-G-I-N-I, M-Y Snake," Voldemort's voice shot throughout the air. "Huh," Harry blinked. "Guess the guys are doing well," he said before hopping into the tunnel. "Professor Dumbledore," Angela said, staring around. The entire roof of Malfoy Manor was missing, exposing them all to the elements and the sky above. She was going to assume it was Blaze's work, but wouldn't be totally surprised if Dumbledore had simply decided to remove the entire thing. She stepped into what she guessed was Lucius Malfoy's bedroom, along with Tracy plus Daphne, who now had Jet wrapped around her shoulders. "What are you doing?" she asked, seeing the professor simultaneously keep the sphere in the air, whilst also waving his wand and creating what appeared to be a ritual circle on the floor. "A rather complex ritual, my dear," Dumbledore said, sounding slightly strained. "I'm not quite sure how young Harry has access to such knowledge. Perhaps the Black Family Library. I shall have to ask him." "Sir, what are you doing?" Daphne repeated, knowing that the headmaster had a habit of rambling. "Forgive me, dears," Dumbledore said, eyes focused on the magic in front of him. "What I am performing is a rather complex modified ritual. Harry has undoubtedly informed the three of you of Voldemort's anchors. This ritual will send out a rather strong pulse to Voldemort's very soul. It's an old ritual, designed to punish an individual. Typically, it would simply cause extremely horrible pain. However, with how unstable Voldemort is now." You think that the ritual will destroy his Horcruxes? Tracy guessed, an excited look on her face. That's mine and Harry's guess, Dumbledore confirmed. Like I said, the ritual is designed to punish a human. If performed by a powerful enough individual, then it could potentially split a person's soul. And given how many times he has already split it, he can't take another. And that's without the other rituals he has performed. There is a reason we only can perform so many. I suspect, however, that this will not kill him. At the very least, it will leave him able to be killed. And that's when we leave matters into Harry's hands. He can do it, Daphne said confidently. Right, so that's our job done. Lunch, Jet asked. Are we really leaving this to chance? Angela asked with a frown. What if it doesn't go the way you plan? What guarantee do we have that it will split his soul? You girls are indeed smart, Dumbledore nodded approvingly. There is no guarantee if I perform the ritual exactly as intended. As intended. The ritual is designed to harm a single full soul, Dumbledore explained. There were many calculations needed to see if it would work on a soul that was divided into more than one. Whilst working that out, Harry and I considered what would happen if we tried to destroy one of the pieces. You already destroyed its container, Daphne pointed out. Actually, Jet did, Dumbledore pointed out. Jet naturally nodded at that. To answer your question, that's what this cage is for, keeping it contained long enough for me to perform the ritual. I need one final thing. Harry said that you had a way. Dumbledore looked questioningly at the girls. Huh, Tracy blinked, casting a confused look to Daphne, who simply shrugged her shoulders. I know what he meant, Angela smirked. Thor, she called. The clouds above them darkened as a familiar bird flew into view. Lightning started flashing through the sky, gradually getting bigger and bigger. I'd advise stepping back, Dumbledore yelled. The girls quickly did as he suggested. Dumbledore raised the sphere high into the air and opened the top of it in time for a giant lightning blast to strike down from the sky. Potter, Voldemort roared, having followed Potter down the tunnel. Voldemort was angry as he had ever been, angrier than he had ever felt. He felt his whole body shake when his snake had been destroyed, his precious Bellatrix had been destroyed. Bellatrix. That was the name of his snake, right? It mattered not, he had just lost a Horcrux. That meant he only had 10 left. Was it 10? 13? 2? He did not know, he could not remember, nor could he think. Not with all of the horrid voices constantly yelling at him. Tom, a feminine voice whispered, her voice scratching against the back of his head. Stop this, silly boy, are you trying to give your poor mother a heart attack? Shut it, Lucius. Voldemort snapped before a second voice boomed in his ear. Now, son, that's hardly any way to talk to your mother. The poor rapist is already dead. Leave me alone, Voldemort screamed desperately, covering his ears as he wandered down the tunnel before stumbling into an area he once knew better than any living person. Looking around, the place was familiar. He felt like he knew what it was. It seemed important, but the answer always remained just out of reach for him. He could not grasp it, no matter how hard he tried. The snake statues suggested it probably belonged to the founder of his Hogwarts house, Helga Hufflepuff. Along with the snake statues was a wall that was a giant carved face of a bearded man, and standing in front of it was one Harry Potter. It's time to end this, Voldemort snarled before a forked tongue flicked out of his mouth and licked his lips. You couldn't be more right, Voldemort, Harry agreed. But before we do, there's someone who wants to talk to you. I took the liberty of cleaning up his chamber. The old basilisk corpse wasn't a good look. Still, I'm getting off topic. A wave of his wand canceled a disillusionment spell, revealing the floating portrait of one Salazar Slytherin. Auntie, Voldemort blinked, staring at him hard. Salazar let out a deep sigh before looking at Harry. You told me he was fucked, not this fucked, he sighed deeply. This is almost worse than the time I left Godric and Helga alone in a bar with that leprechaun. Harry said sharply, a stern look on his face. I don't ever want to hear that story again. Move on. I'm moving, Salazar told him before turning back to Voldemort. Tom, don't you see what you've become? I warned you countless times that there are consequences for your actions. Lord Voldemort does not face consequences, Voldemort shouted angrily. We all do in this life or the next, Salazar said sadly. I was once so proud of you, but that boy, he's long gone, I fear. Now, whatever's left, it's not him. Or maybe it's just what he really was all along, who can say for sure. You think your words matter to me? Voldemort demanded furiously. I've gone further down paths of magic than any would dare dream. I am the most powerful wizard ever to exist. I am Lord Voldemort. You needed to fuck up your magic and body with shit tons of rituals, Harry reminded him. I did a decent amount and left it there. You're not even a monster anymore, Riddle, just a very powerful joke. You're nothing more than my last great hurdle. Argh. Voldemort collapsed to his hands and knees, breathing heavily and deeply. His whole body appeared to shake, and he looked like he had just gone 12 rounds under the Cruciatus curse. What have you done? He whispered, sounding horrified. He looked up at Harry, bits of his skin flacking and dropping off of his face. You, my Horcruxes. All of them, all gone, Harry confirmed. It turns out that basilisk venom and fiendfire are not the only ways to damage a Horcrux. A Thunderbird's lightning apparently also does it. This will not stand, Voldemort growled out, trying to stand up, only to stumble and fall. Neither will you, apparently, Harry said calmly, raising his wand as Voldemort forced himself onto his knees. Avda-Kedavra, Voldemort screamed, only for his wand to explode, blasting him back several feet. This is getting sad to watch. He just butchered his signature spell, Salazar sighed, staring at Voldemort, who was trying and failing to get off his back. Potter, finish this for all our sakes. Happily, Harry agreed, walking forward to Voldemort, who forced himself to look up. I will kill you, Harry Potter, Voldemort breathed out heavily. I will kill each and everyone you love. I offered you power. You rejected me. You left me alone. Like everyone else, I hate you. For what it's worth, though I hated the choices you made, I respected the wizard you once were. It's a shame you tried to destroy the world instead of make it better. Harry aimed his wand right at Voldemort, the tip of it glowing with lightning. You can't kill me, Voldemort growled, staring hatefully up at Harry. I'm Lord Voldemort. I'm immortal. I'm never going to die. I can't die. I won't. I'm immortal, Potter. I'm immortal. We should probably double-check. Lightning shot out of Harry's wand, slamming into Voldemort. Harry poured more and more out. Voldemort's screams didn't take long to die out. Eventually, Harry cut off the lightning and stared down at Voldemort, who looked burnt from head to toe. Parts of his skin were falling off of his body and ascending to the air. His body was slowly turning into ash. Suddenly, Voldemort's head shot up and stared at Harry, who had taken a step back and quickly raised his wand, ready and waiting. You think that will kill me, Voldemort croaked. I'm immortal, Father. He trailed off and stared up at the ceiling above him, his legs and arms now gone in the wind, his body following suit. I'm cold, help me. He breathed out before finally collapsing into ashes, blown away into nothing. Damn, Harry breathed out, looking around the chamber, half expecting Voldemort to suddenly pop back up in surprise, attack him. I don't know if I should laugh or cry. It's over. It's finally over. Final chapter. I am just bored. How long do I have to stay here? Harry moaned dramatically, causing his 2 Auror guards to flinch, acting as if he had just unleashed fiendfire instead of asking a simple question. The end of the battle and the war had not ended exactly how Harry had wanted. He had been hopping for a massive after-party, maybe even an orgy or 2. He wasn't fussy. But instead, he had been sent straight to the hospital to get looked over. An hour later, he was given a clean bill of health with instructions to rest a couple of weeks and to drink a couple of potions for a few days. It was at that point that he was told he had to wait for none other than the former head of the DMLE and current Minister of Magic, Amelia Bones, who wanted to question him, which meant that he had to stay still in bed until she arrived. His healers had forbidden him, requested very politely with a very healthy amount of fear and awe in their voices, to not perform any magic for a short while. The worst part was he didn't have Jet or Thor to keep him company, and he wasn't allowed any visitors, which meant no Tonks family, no girlfriends, and no vassal. Well, just another few minutes, I imagine, one of the Aurors said in a nervous voice. Yeah, well, my patience is becoming thinner by the second, so if she's not here in the next 5 minutes, then orders be damned. I'm leaving, Harry said calmly as he leaned back into his bed. The two Aurors exchanged looks. I think it's best that I go and check to see how long the minister will be, the other Auror gulped. Fortunately, at that moment the doors opened, and in walked Madame Bones, accompanied by none other than Dumbledore. You haven't been bullying my Aurors, I trust? Madame Bones asked him, raising an eyebrow. I will have you know that I am an innocent and harmless child who is incapable of hurting a fly, Harry said matter-of-factly. I'll inform our now recently deceased Dark Lord about that, Amelia said with a small shake of her head. Honestly, you didn't even leave a body for me. The motherfucker turned to ash. That's hardly my fault. All I did was blast him with an unhealthy amount of lightning, set an acromantula colony on him, hit him with several spells and break him down physically, mentally and emotionally while destroying his very soul, Harry protested innocently, either not caring or ignoring the paling faces of the Aurors still in the room. Completely normal stuff for a duel, Harry continued, rolling his eyes. He's just a big drama queen. I think you two should leave now. We'll be fine, Madame Bones told the Aurors, both of which all but legged it out of the room. Stop scaring my Aurors, she told Harry with a sigh. Stop hearing scaredy cats then, Harry told her before turning serious. Were there any casualties on our side? He asked, dreading the answer. I have lost a few people from my order, Dumbledore said heavily, before he and Madame Bones sat on opposite sides of Harry's bead. Professor Snape was one of them. Snape died, Harry blinked before staring at Dumbledore. I hope you don't expect me to feel sympathetic for the man, he said neutrally. I am aware of the bad blood between the two of you, Dumbledore sighed, looking a year or two older. Though I had hoped that the two of you would be able to patch things up sooner or later. Alas, it seems to be an impossibility now. I am aware that the vast majority of problems were due to Severus's insistence on maintaining a grudge against you. So, while I will not ask you to mourn the man, I will request that in his death, you at least appreciate his efforts in the war. Harry hummed, noncommittally. He wasn't sure if he'd ever remotely like Snape, nor was he going to praise the man by telling everyone how useful he was, especially since Harry had his doubts about just how useful Snape actually was. Still, if there was one thing that Harry truly had learned from Snape, then it was to move on and not hold grudges against the dead. And the Silver Wolves. A couple of injuries, but nothing too bad from what I've heard, Dumbledore assured him. Anyway, you're sure he will not come back? Amelia asked. Positive, Harry said with a small nod before looking at Dumbledore with a questioning look. I concur, Dumbledore told Bones. It's my firm belief that the anchors keeping Voldemort to this world are no longer in place. He is. Well, I don't know where he is, Dumbledore said with a heavy sigh. When we die, we'll travel to the next great adventure, as I like to call it. But Voldemort, I fear there's not enough left in him to reach there. So what? Do you believe he'll come back to life? Minister Bones asked with a questioning look. No, Dumbledore shook his head. He's most definitely dead, but I believe that he will not have any rest in the afterlife, as I don't believe he'll be able to reach it. He will be stuck in limbo for the rest of time, never knowing a moment of peace. Good, she said bluntly, after what he did. I know, Dumbledore said softly. Still, I don't have it in me to wish that fate on anyone, even Voldemort. Though I will admit, I see the necessity behind our actions. The creature that Harry fought was not even human anymore. It's a shame, Harry said with a small sigh. I may not like Voldemort, but I respected him in a way. I saw a lot of myself in him. We were alike in many ways. We both suffered. We both wanted to be stronger. But he was not like you, Harry, Dumbledore said, gently stroking his beard. You both have suffered. You've both seen horrors in your life. You both had the opportunity to help and destroy those around you. Tom, unlike yourself, was not able to overcome his fears or stand up to his demons. There was a German philosopher, a Muggle. His name was Friedrich Nietzsche. He once said, whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster. And if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you. You see, Harry. You and Tom both stared into the abyss, and when it stared back, he blinked. You, Harry, are strong and stubborn, just like the Potters of old. You'd die hundreds of deaths before you'd even consider harming those you care for, the people who will keep you on a path as far away from Tom as possible. I must apologize for how long it had taken me to see it. I truly am sorry for that. But now I can rest easy. I don't know when it'll happen, maybe this year, maybe the next, or maybe even a decade later, but one day I will leave on my own adventure. And when I leave this world, young Harry, I will leave it comfortably, knowing that no matter what happens, Harry Potter will never be anything more or less than Harry Potter. An excellent wizard, but deep down, a better person. He said, staring at Harry with warm, twinkling eyes. Thank you, Harry said slowly, feeling a little stunned by the sincerity in Dumbledore's words. I'm not normally at a loss for words. There is no need to say anything, Harry, Dumbledore said, placing his hand on Harry's shoulder. Seeing you as you are, I dare say it brings peace to my old heart. One last piece of advice from an old man, if you can bear to hear it. You will change as the years pass by. Perhaps you'll be stronger or weaker, maybe happier or sadder, better or worse. Time will tell. Slowly, time reveals all. You will change, Harry Potter, but so long as you don't change here. Dumbledore pointed to where Harry's heart would be. Then you will be fine, no matter what, he said with a watery smile. I'm sorry to interrupt what seems to be a rather important moment, Minister Bones spoke up slowly. But there are things we need to discuss. I am going to need the two of you to tell me everything. She held her hand up to stop the two from protesting. I am not saying that I want everyone to know what has happened, but I am currently in charge of the safety of this country, and unlike my predecessor, I take my responsibilities seriously. Plus, you're far better looking, Harry stated matter-of-factly. Thank you, she said without pausing. And part of my responsibility is to know definitively if threats to my country, my people, myself, and my family are removed. I understand that there are things that are better kept secret, but the three of us can create a more kid-friendly version of events for the public. Agreed, but only if we all swear oaths to keep certain topics secret, such as Voldemort's method of immortality, Harry replied. Agreed, Dumbledore nodded. The last thing we need is more wizards and witches trying to replicate such methods. Yes, Amelia said thoughtfully. I see your point. If such knowledge gets out, then Hogwarts students would be trying to replicate it within a week. Well, I wouldn't say that, Dumbledore said weakly, shifting in his seat. I would, Harry responded bluntly. We will all swear oaths, but you two will tell me everything, especially you, Albus, Amelia said, sending a pointed look to the elderly wizard. If I find out that you are hiding anything, then I will rain hellfire down on you and then convince Mr. Potter to do the same. I'll kick his ass right now if you give my sister a promotion, Harry told her honestly. Albus stared at Harry for a few seconds before replying. You can change a little bit, you know. I can hardly believe it, Tonks said in an odd voice. You said that already, Harry said with a smirk. Harry, along with the Tonks family, was sitting in a massive hall with dark red carpets and blue walls and a glass dome ceiling. There seemed to be hundreds of tables scattered around along with even more people. Everyone was dressed in their fanciest clothes. At one end of the room was a giant stage with a podium shaped like a massive owl, not dissimilar to the headmaster's podium at Hogwarts. Shut it, Tonks told him. This is something out of a storybook. We all take part in fighting off an evil wizard, and now we're at an awards ceremony. Not just any award ceremony, the Order of Merlin. Lockhart had won, Harry shrugged, taking a piece of meat off of one plate and tossing it in the air for Thor to catch. The Thunderbird was sitting on a magically created perch that had him sitting at table height. Meanwhile, Jet was resting comfortably around Harry's shoulders. Ignoring the Ponce, it's an impressive achievement, Harry, Ted told him, a proud look on his face, one that was mirrored by Andromeda. Yes, I dare say James and Lily would be proud of you, Andromeda told him. Your godfather certainly is. She gestured with her head to Sirius, who was sitting a table away, and was flirting with a witch while Moony had his face in his hands and seemed to be deciding if he should leg it or not. And we're proud too. You far exceeded any expectations we've had for you. Thank you, Harry said warmly while smiling at them all. It means a lot to me, really. You guys. Well, if not for you and my friends, then I'd say it's a fair chance I could have ended up a lot like Voldemort. I doubt it, Tonks snorted. Face it, little bro, you might be a sarcastic little Slytherin mastermind, but deep down you're a good person. Exactly, Andromeda agreed. All we did was help guide you. Nah, you did a lot more than that, Harry smiled. You gave me a family, something worth fighting for. Any time, lad, Ted said, smiling at him. I assure you, we very much enjoyed having you with us. Especially when you get us into parties like this, Tonks grinned. Nymphadora, Andromeda sighed. Excuse me, a voice called. Everyone looked to the front of the stage where Dumbledore stood in front of the podium, dressed in a crimson robe. Good evening, all. I hope you have all had the chance to enjoy the delicious food that has been offered today. I particularly enjoyed the trifle and the chocolate cake, he added with a chuckle. I am here, ladies and gentlemen, to inform you all that it is now time for the ceremony to commence, he said, earning a round of applause. The next hour was spent handing out Order of Merlin Third Class awards to most of the Silver Wolves. While none of them had been outed as Silver Wolves, they had been credited for fighting in the final battle. Even a few members of the Order had received third-class awards. Then the second-class awards began, the most noticeable of those being Moody, Kingsley, Remus, Sirius, and the Tonks family who had been awarded for protecting Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade during the battle. Draco and Theo also received second-class awards. Harry had insisted on that given that the two had helped provide valuable intel for the final battle, had gone against their own fathers, and had to deal with Voldemort living in their homes. Draco and Theo had been a bit stiff while accepting the awards, but did smile gratefully at Harry. Their fathers had been sent to Azkaban prison to live out the rest of their years. Something that the two reluctantly accepted was the best that they'd get. They would have perhaps been a bit more upset if not for the fact that their relationships with their fathers had been strained at best since Voldemort's return. But they had managed to keep their homes, and the rest of their families were safe, and they were now getting orders of Merlins attached to their names, forever, so the two found it hard to be upset at Harry, especially when the boy in question could have just killed them ages ago and probably gotten away with it. And now, we will move on to Order of Merlin First Class, Dumbledore announced. I would like to award Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, and Angela Zabini with first-class awards for their absolutely vital work in helping stop this war and their unwavering support and dedication to their friends and family. That's my pet, Jet cheered as Daphne, Tracy, and Angela walked up to the stadium, each wearing stunning dresses. Tracy was wearing red, while Daphne wore blue and Angela had worn black. Tonks let out a wolf whistle before grinning at Harry. So, when's the after-party orgy happening? She whispered teasingly. Midnight if Mrs. Zabini arrives on time, he whispered back honestly, causing her to blink. Wait, what? She asked, making sure her parents weren't listening in. She wanted to thank me, and the girls agreed. He shrugged while waving at the three on the stage, and each of them returned his wave with bright smiles. You lucky dog, Tonks grinned again, patting him proudly on the shoulder. And now, Dumbledore spoke up once the girls had left the stage. I must apologize for the long wait, but now we have our final award. I would like you all to give a big round of applause as I welcome the wizard who defeated Voldemort, Harry Potter. The hall burst into deafening cheers as Harry got up and walked to the stage. Once he was there, he shook hands with Dumbledore before the old man pinned a gold medal to his robes. I dare say the crowd will want a speech, Dumbledore told him, before gesturing to the still cheering crowd. Harry took in a small breath before walking to the podium. Thor flew from his perch and landed on the podium in front of Harry, much to Harry's amusement. Jet seemed content to stay on Harry's shoulders, as always. Harry raised his hand and the crowd slowly stopped cheering, leaving the room in silence. Thank you all for your support, Harry said. The enchanted podium amplified his voice so that he was heard by everyone. I want to thank you all for your praise as well. My time in the wizarding world it has been an experience to say the least. And to think, I still have one more year of Hogwarts left, he said with a small chuckle. I won't lie to you and say that everything has been perfect. I have experienced many joys, I've learned magic and played Quidditch, and I feel privileged to have been able to meet so many wonderful people. Though, of course, there were also the downsides. I've had to fight dark wizards, I've been tortured, people have tried to kill me, and I have had the misfortune of meeting Dolar's Jane Umbridge. Harry paused and watched as literally every member of the Silver Wolves spat on the floor at once. Training them to do that was what Harry undoubtedly considered to be his best achievement. I intend to work with Minister Bones and Headmaster Dumbledore to assure that such things, especially Umbridge. The Silver Wolves spat again, this time joined by others who decided it'd be fun to join in. Never happen again. We must all work together to rip out the unnecessary hatred we have of people who are different from us, if for no other reason than to prevent the next Dark Lord from having a possible way to bring in more followers. We are all wizards and witches gifted and blessed with the wonder of magic. Who cares where we came from? What matters is where we're going, he said firmly. I don't know what will be next in my life. I've already received offers to stay as a teacher in Hogwarts, to become unspeakable. It's also been suggested to me that I could join professional Quidditch or head to professional dueling. I've even been offered to stay at the Ministry, and the idea of changing the thing from the inside does seem quite tempting, though I'm not sure I'd be content to stay behind a desk. Maybe I could join my sister in the Auror Corps. He gestured to Tonks, who clapped her hands and laughed at that. Well, either way, I have the rest of my school year to decide. For now, I'll take one peaceful school year before deciding. I also need my rest. As do we all, but that doesn't mean our jobs are over. Once we've rested, we need to start working on improving. We all need to do better. Be better to make sure nothing like this ever happens again. To make sure people like Voldemort will have no place in our world. It'll be a long and hard road, but I believe we can do it. I believe we can all be better than we were tomorrow. And if there's one thing you'll remember from me, then let it be this. Always try to be better than you were yesterday, and you'll go exactly where you need to go. I won't take much more of your time, so I will close off by thanking each and every one of you. Thank you all, he finished. An eruption of applause followed, and it took several minutes before everyone had calmed down enough for Dumbledore to be heard. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Potter, but I believe there are 2 more awards to be handed out, Dumbledore said with twinkling eyes before pulling out 2 medals. I award the first ever non-human Order of Merlin first-class awards to the Thunderbird Thor and the snake known as Jet, Dumbledore said, pulling out 2 more awards. Thor chirped happily while Jet raised his head and looked at Dumbledore. Well, it's about time, Jet said happily before turning to Harry. I believe our story has come to an end. Maybe, Harry grinned before looking at the cheering crowd. Maybe we should write a sequel, he said thoughtfully. That's an idea, Jet said approvingly. We'll call it Jet Part 2.